A powerful king, sword raised high, stands before his army, poised for battle. His soldiers, both infantry and archers, stand ready beneath him. The narration explains the precarious balance between the monsters and the humans. Constant warfare weakens the dungeons. Preparation is key for both sides, but equality is elusive. A period of intense dungeon raiding and creation led to an unforeseen consequence. The aftermath of countless battles is revealed, a graveyard of broken swords and a tattered banner under a fiery, apocalyptic sky. 7 exceptionally dangerous dungeons emerged, each deemed impossible to conquer. The sheer number of skulls attests to the dungeon's lethality. They are truly malevolent. The dungeon's many guardians stand revealed, monstrous entities defending its depths, their forms both terrifying and enigmatic. The central blue path is guarded by a death knight, Patrick, a skeletal figure armed with a bow, ready for battle. Ancient murals depict past battles within the dungeon, showcasing the long history of conflict and the perilous nature of this place. A cryptic symbol, resembling a series of eyes, dominates the panel, emanating from a dark, swirling void. Cracked earth and stone litter the bottom, suggesting a recent upheaval. A hand rests on an ancient, ornate book. The accompanying text states, "or so it's written," hinting at a prophecy or prediction. 2 figures converse. One, a large, furry creature, explains the strategies involved in maintaining the secrecy of dungeons. The other listens intently. The furry creature continues, revealing that misinformation intentionally surrounding the dungeon lures adventurers. Many rush in blindly, misled by incomplete knowledge. The creature looks concerned, admitting that the current influx of adventurers is unexpectedly large. A battlefield strewn with fallen soldiers, their armor marred and broken. A colossal, shadowy beast looms over them, its presence a chilling testament to the battle's ferocity. A figure surveys the wreckage, assessing the damage. Yes, however, the majority of their equipment was melted down by 116 black tentacles, so they're unusable, he states, the grim reality settling in. Usable equipment remains, but at a steep cost. The beast's close-up reveals its unsettling features, 3 pairs of malevolent eyes fixed on something unseen. A curt, dismissive reply follows, "Sure, sure." The beast unleashes a wave of dark energy, swirling and ominous. A lone figure, cloaked and shrouded in shadow, stands with their back to us, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. A spectral hand reaches out from the darkness above, its touch promising only dread. A voice cuts through the suspense, questioning the excitement emanating from the unseen pair below. The eye of a menacing being glows with a cold, blue light. A skeletal face, alight with an eerie blue luminescence, ominously observes. A chilling reply suggests the stakes are far higher than mere tooth decay. Did you notice Patrick had 6 fingers when he patted Renee? A subtle detail, yet unsettling. Patrick's monstrous transformation is complete, his jaw clicks menacingly as Renee remarks on the noise. The transformation clearly signals a significant shift in the story's conflict. Renee assures her companions that humanity is finally on the right path, despite the obvious chaos in Patrick's transformation. This suggests a larger narrative arc involving humanity's struggle and a possible hope for the future, even amidst conflict. A skeletal boss, his grin wide and unsettling, refuses his subordinate's request to quit, declaring him a slave for life. The subordinate's desire to leave hints at a brewing discontent. Regardless of the subordinate's plea, the boss confidently asserts that humanity will soon follow the right path. A third figure, a young woman with white hair, sits observing. The white-haired woman explains that the widespread use of communication spells means news of this right path will spread rapidly. The subordinate, his eyes blazing with a new resolve, announces a change in their assignments. The boss orders the subordinate to guide those infected onto the right path. A simplified diagram shows the task's scope. Patrick is tasked with defending the red path, a crucial area previously guarded by Renee. A skeletal knight, seemingly unimpressed, awaits his orders. A serious contemplation follows. What will happen if humanity chooses the central blue path? A monstrous creature devours several small figures, prompting a horrified reaction from a skull-like character. The situation clearly escalates and the plan is deemed shitty. The immediate threat is neutralized, leaving only the lingering uncertainty of what comes next. A sense of relief, however fleeting, settles in. Discussion turns to the sword wielded by the subjugation party's leader, a detail seemingly insignificant yet pregnant with implications. The speaker's awe underscores the weapon's significance, hinting at a history far greater than initially perceived. The 36 virtuous masterpieces are introduced, renowned human weapons that add another layer of intrigue to the unfolding events. The conversation shifts to a specific weapon, Tanabella, the 14th of the masterpieces, further emphasizing the profound history and power of these legendary artifacts. The blade Renee wields is one of 36 legendary masterpieces. A skeletal warrior, accompanying Patrick, observes the impressive weapon, noting the human's surprisingly powerful weaponry. He questions what to do with such a discovery. The skeleton suggests Patrick, also a sword wielder, take the blade. Patrick expresses reluctance at simply taking it. The skeleton, simply stating yes, confirms his earlier suggestion. A final revelation: the blade is the core of an ancient being. A grinning skeleton, blushing furiously, stares adoringly at a maid in a gothic Lolita outfit. The scene practically vibrates with unspoken adoration. Patrick lies slumped on a table, exhausted. A voice whispers, referencing a sword and a hidden resignation letter, implying Patrick's defiance of expectations. The maid and skeleton are shown in a smaller, cartoonish style. Text reveals Patrick's unique position, the only person with a conscience in the dungeon, and an expert at defying authority. Humans freely attack, but a precarious balance existed. This balance was challenged by dungeons humanity couldn't raid. 7 such dungeons were temporarily subdued, a testament to humanity's strength. Among these 7, the Ancient was the most dangerous, a diabolical dungeon. 3 seals, each representing immense power, guarded the Ancient's entrance. Meet Renee, the Blade Maid. Her image, etched in stone, hints at the perilous journey ahead. The path to the right is infested with filth, shrouded in mystery. No accurate information exists about its dangers. This impenetrable fortress, ruled by a powerful being, awaits. Its location and the nature of its ruler are key to the legend. The Empire's myths speak of an ancient monster, a being of immense power. The monster is known only as Swallow. Lord Swallow's orders to distribute forbidden books to humans have resulted in a significant rise in intruders. A plan is underway to strategically release information to these intruders. The books, once sources of knowledge, are now consumed by flames, symbolizing the escalating conflict. A question arises: did the combined power of 74 individuals trigger this catastrophic event? A maid, clutching a precious-looking box, laments the current situation. Had Renee been present, the goods would have been handled with far greater care. A malevolent eye, glowing ominously, pierces the darkness. This is no ordinary being. A skeletal figure, its eyes blazing with an unnatural light, questions the nature of their gathering. The jovial tone belies a sinister intent. A skeletal warrior, clad in dark armor, chuckles darkly. The sweetness here is almost sickening. It might give me a cavity, he declares, a macabre jest. A hand, adorned with 6 rings, appears. Another character observes, "Ah, you're right, you really do have 6. Frustrated, a maid-like figure exclaims, "I can't take this anymore. I'm quitting this guardian nonsense." The maid, holding documents, explains, then Renee will get to the important details. The recent conflict left 116 of the Black Tentacles, guardians of the right path, critically injured. A skeletal figure suggests a period of observation before seeking a replacement guardian, acknowledging the possibility of an imminent subjugation attempt. A powerful figure reacts decisively, accepting the challenge. Lord Swallow explains his strategy: the subjugation parties will be drawn to any perceived opening, so Patrick must protect him. Renee, it seems, can defend against any number of human attackers. If the humans realize Renee is on the infected path, they'll change their approach. A simple, yet crucial strategic adjustment. The plan is to defend against 2 attacks simultaneously. Patrick will be crucial to the strategy's success. A skeletal figure expresses surprise and concern. Renee expresses her enthusiastic approval of the plan, highlighting its brilliance and effectiveness. An expression of pure, unadulterated delight. Renee is now focused and concerned. The plan hinges on dealing with a specific sword. Amidst a battlefield strewn with fallen soldiers, a lone figure stands, casually dismissing the carnage. "Like I said, what sword?" he asks, his tone nonchalant. A skeletal warrior, defeated, declares, "Ah, it's over here." His resignation underscores the overwhelming victory. A young man reclines, casually mentioning the existence of more MasterChef's powerful artifacts stored away. His dismissive attitude toward these potent weapons hints at his immense power. A maid, unexpectedly, presents a crescent-shaped blade, a MasterChef. The unexpected appearance of the weapon adds a new layer of intrigue. Giving the item to a monster near the entrance would be pointless, it would be immediately retrieved by humans. It's a risky proposition. A skeletal knight, startled, reacts to a sudden development. The skeletal knight, despite his initial apprehension, reluctantly accepts the task, deferring to orders. The location in question is described as a place with a fearsome homunculus maid. Further details emerge. This is also where a death knight, radiating an aura of death, resides. Meet Renee, a devoted sunflower who only has eyes for Swallow. And Swallow? An ancient monster, the very embodiment of laziness. Swallow gently strokes Renee's head, a moment of unexpected tenderness. He lay sprawled, a confused expression on his face as the question echoed in his mind, "Sword? What sword?" The weight of recent events clearly still hung heavy. A skeletal hand, surprisingly agile, grasped a worn wooden shaft. The tension ratcheted up. Whatever this was, it seemed significant. The Unbeatable Dungeon's lazy boss monster, Lord Swallow, surveys his domain. A subordinate proposes their usual method of operation. Lord Swallow is instructed to meticulously manage distribution, a task met with a maid's sarcastic assurance of a half-baked job. A vast armory, overflowing with weaponry, reveals the scale of the dungeon boss's power and resources. A young woman with striking green eyes and white hair contemplates a perilous journey. Should she venture to the human village? The looming skull behind her hints at the danger she faces. The decision is met with immediate shock. A skeletal figure reacts with disbelief to the woman's consideration, questioning why she's so surprised by the suggestion. The scene pivots towards a practical alternative. Perhaps Renee should go instead. A young man, unaware of the ongoing discussion, is startled by the revelation that his tail is showing. The casual observation highlights an element of the supernatural present in this world. A young woman, cloaked and hooded, smiles mysteriously. Her green eyes gleam with mischief. The shopkeeper, a large, burly man, apologetically explains that he cannot buy the stones she offers. Their size is far beyond his usual stock. He highlights the immense value of the stones, emphasizing that even a commoner would need a decade to save enough for a single one of comparable size. The burly man stroked his chin, lost in thought. His contemplation hinted at a complex problem, one he was clearly wrestling with. But his expression shifted, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. The mention of Lord Swallow changed everything. A small, glowing blue gem appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Surprise, and perhaps a hint of relief, crossed his face. The hooded figure accepted the gem, calling it a tip. The exchange was brief, but the gratitude was genuine. The narrator arrives at a guild hall, intending to sell mana stones. He's directed to consult with the guild master. A guild official guides the narrator toward the master's office, explaining the tower's hierarchical structure. The guild master, a striking woman with crimson hair, eyes the young narrator with suspicion, questioning his identity. Despite the initial skepticism, the master decides to speak with the narrator due to the large quantity of mana stones he possesses. "I trust you acquired high-ranking mana stones befitting our status," she stated, her violet eyes intense. "See for yourself." The woman displays four exceptionally luminous mana stones, each radiating a different powerful energy. "They're all of the highest quality, comparable to the highest-ranking A-rank mana stones," she confirms, her voice carrying a hint of pride. A smaller figure, cloaked and shadowed, demands, "Where did you find these?" Suspicion hangs heavy in the air. The narrative shifts to a pensive reflection. There's a family with silver hair among the 8 great houses of the empire. Could it be that the daughter of that house ran away from home and secretly brought the stones here? The Wing, a powerful organization, offers to buy all the high-quality mana stones, apologizing for their earlier rudeness. They are clearly aware of the stone's value and the noble lady's position within this dark world. The proposed price of 50 ounces of gold for the stones is questioned by a cloaked figure. Gold coins shimmer near them, hinting at the significant wealth involved in this transaction. The cloaked figure calculates that a 10-year agreement would yield 100 ounces of gold. This reveals their sharp mind and their focus on long-term financial gain. The noble lady's surprised reaction suggests she underestimated her counterpart's shrewdness and knowledge. The cloaked figure seems to have a far deeper understanding of the situation than initially anticipated. Desperation etched their faces as they offered all their gold, a desperate plea to secure the mana stones. They proposed additional valuable items as well, contingent on receiving all the stones. A young woman, examining a coin, assures them that the quality of their offered items won't be a concern. Her confidence is palpable. The location, usually forbidden to outsiders, makes an exception for Lord Ren. A unique ring, its pearl of feat of alchemy, is presented. It's designed to emit a warning cry when near poison. A cloaked figure shyly offers a small, ornate box to a surprised young woman. The woman's expression is one of bewildered curiosity. "What about this?" a voice asks, revealing a strikingly beautiful crimson heart-shaped jewel. It's called the Crimson Love Stone. The narrator explains that infusing mana into the Crimson Love Stone in front of someone you love will, according to legend, result in eternal love between the two. This infusion, it is said, awakens the spirit within the jewel, binding two hearts forever. "Does this suit your tastes?" the woman asked, holding up a jewel. The other, captivated by its brilliance, replied, It has to be this jewel. I'm not sure about the other items, but this jewel is a bit difficult. Since it can steal even the heart of an emperor, it's priceless," the woman explained, showcasing the heart-shaped gem's value. The hooded figure's eyes narrowed, a silent storm brewing. Then, the woman gasped, tears welling, as she saw what the other held. How do you have this?" The hooded figure smirked, a crimson leash in hand, ready to act. "Give me that jewel. Lord Swallow, what should we do with the remaining profits?" A skeletal figure at the table seems content with the current arrangement. "Use whatever we can, and use anything that isn't useful as bait for the next bastards. The problem is that there aren't any monsters in particular who need magic items. Should we take the mana stones and sell them? That should net us quite a bit of money." "Oh ho, is that so? Well, it's been a while." A skeletal figure and a maid-like girl stare in shock as a young man, seemingly in the midst of a transformation, exclaims, "Huh?" The scene is charged with unexpected tension. The young man, still shifting, sits before a large, shadowy figure. He's clearly struggling with the change. The shadowy figure comments on his clumsiness in his new human form. The transformation completes, leaving the young man with a somewhat sinister smile. He dismissively agrees to the shadowy figure's instructions, adding his own condition, to bring back plenty of tasty things. A hooded figure sprints through a forest, their destination unknown, but their hurried pace suggests urgency. "Going, Lord Swallow." The hooded figure's eyes, glowing an eerie green, held a knowing smirk. A hand presented a B-rank mana stone, its blue luminescence hints at its power. The limitations of lower-ranked mana stones are revealed. Only Imperial Palace magicians or high-ranking tower mages can utilize them effectively. The journey to the capital is deemed too far, prompting consideration of a closer alternative, a magic tower. A young mage departs, receiving a farewell wish of safe travels from an older man. The older man calls after her, having noticed she left something behind. The man shakes his head, muttering about the young mage's forgetfulness. The young mage arrives at her destination, a grand, imposing magic tower. The human's magic towers function similarly to dungeons. A young woman, Ren, approaches one such tower, a satchel in hand. Gromitz Almer, leader of the magic tower wing, greets Ren, acknowledging her journey. Almer notes Ren possesses impressive mana, while Ren introduces herself. Ren displays a collection of radiant gems, hinting at the power and resources held within the magic tower wing. These are A-rank mana stones. The sheer quantity is astounding. The woman gazes intently at the stones, her expression a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. These aren't something a child should possess. She can't conceive of any other reason for a young girl to have mana stones of this caliber. The weight of the situation is clear in her eyes. A merchant proposes a price, 50 ounces of gold for each stone, with a special offer of 80 ounces for the particularly fine ones. A merchant displays a single gold coin, explaining that it represents a decade's worth of savings for an average commoner, who earns only 10 ounces of gold annually. A hooded figure, their face obscured, issues a sharp warning: any further jesting will be fatal. The cost of the items they seek is revealed, a staggering 2,000 ounces of gold. A hand opens a small chest, revealing its golden contents. This way, the woman gestures, I'll show you the items right away. She leads a young mage to a table, clearly preparing to display valuable goods. The woman presents a tiara, explaining, this is a tiara made of 4-carat diamonds, with small mana stones embedded in the center, making it even more useful for mages. The young mage gasps, eyes wide with wonder as they open a small box revealing something unexpected: alchemy. The woman observes the mage's reaction, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Oh, my lord Rin, does it not suit your tastes? Well, alchemy isn't a very clean discipline, there are a lot of people who feel disgusted by it. Legend speaks of a jewel capable of making one's love a reality. A woman, her eyes alight with amusement, explains this to a hooded figure. The jewel, a fractured heart-shaped crimson gem, glows with an intense light, radiating magical energy. The hooded figure carefully retrieves the heart-shaped jewel, placing it in a protective container. A soft SSH sound accompanies the careful action. The woman chuckles, presenting the now-whole jewel to the hooded figure, who appears confused. A hooded figure recoils, eyes wide with alarm as they groan, ugh. A crimson-haired woman confronts them, a glint of steel in her gaze as she demands, what about this? The implication is clear, she has something to show, something incriminating. The woman's expression twists into a cruel smile. All the mana stones from earlier, plus this. She reveals a powerful artifact. The earlier stones in this new edition are likely essential for some ritual or powerful spell. A solution presents itself: either a capital jeweler with imperial connections or a magic tower could repair the artifact. A young person with striking green eyes and white hair reacts to this news, muttering about having to visit a magic tower. The scene shifts to a woman with vibrant red hair, elegantly seated amidst cloaked figures in what seems to be a magical workshop or academy. She exudes an air of quiet confidence. A voiceover expresses intrigue and questions the identity of the young person from the previous panel. Then buy as many as you can. The woman's eyes glisten with avarice, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek as she contemplates the lucrative opportunity before her. This is a living black pearl. The exquisite tiara, resting on a crimson cushion, pulsed with a faint inner light, hinting at the extraordinary power held within. Yes, I can swear on the name of the magic tower. The speaker's solemn tone and the gravity of their oath leave no room for doubt. The information is of paramount importance. A shocked scholar confronts a nonchalant woman, revealing she traded away a valuable crystal. Her casual response only heightens the tension. The woman, gleefully displaying her new acquisition, explains that a naive noble traded for the item. The implication of a successful, albeit ethically questionable, transaction is clear. She reveals the true cost: the noble will soon die from a curse tied to the crystal. Her callous attitude underscores her indifference to the consequences of her actions. A young traveler, cloaked and carrying a satchel, approaches, a hint of nervousness in their eyes. Chait Castle looms before them, a dark silhouette against a stormy crimson sky. The ominous location foreshadows the coming confrontation. The traveler apologizes for their unannounced arrival, revealing a deep sense of obligation to whoever resides within. Plus, I love seeing your adorable self, Renee. Renee's companion compliments her appearance, highlighting a close and perhaps flirtatious dynamic between them. You're so pretty, you'll look good no matter what I do. Renee's companion continues her compliments as she styles Renee's hair, emphasizing Renee's inherent beauty. To think this pretty face will never age. The companion observes Renee's ageless beauty, hinting at a supernatural element or special circumstance. You also look very young, Miss Bathory. And your skin is paler than Renee's too. The focus shifts to Miss Bathory, noticing her youthful appearance and pale complexion, contrasting it with Renee's. Miss Bathory. A subtle, almost fearful, address to Miss Bathory suggests a shift in power dynamics or unease. A young woman with striking green eyes and white hair smiles subtly, a hint of mischief in her expression. An older woman with crimson hair, dressed elegantly, embraces the young woman possessively. Her smile is knowing, almost predatory. The scene shifts, the young woman holds a glowing crimson gem, her gaze intense. The word confess appears prominently. The young woman's eyes widen in delight as she reveals the identity of her secret, Lord Swallow. Renee is accused of making a ridiculous joke with a straight face, prompting the question of whether it's because she's a homunculus. Her unsettling grin hints at a deeper amusement, betraying her outward composure. The conversation shifts to Renee's opinion of a certain him, and she admits to finding little attractive about him. This hints at a complex relationship involving a powerful figure, Lord Swallow. Despite his flaws, laziness, a large build, and gluttonous eating habits, he is acknowledged as the strongest being in the world. This establishes a significant power dynamic and sets the stage for the following panel. The final assessment confirms Renee's affection for Lord Swallow, despite his negative traits. This reveals a surprising depth to her character and suggests a complex relationship based on something beyond simple physical attraction. Renee knelt, a fervent prayer in her heart, "I really like him." Her devotion was palpable. A sly smile played on the lips of another woman. "Just come to me if he rejects you," she offered, a plan forming in her eyes. Confidence radiated from the second woman as she held a glowing crimson crystal. "Renee will succeed," she declared, her belief unshakable. The Dungeon Subjugation Coalition convened. A speaker addressed the assembly, "We believe the subjugation party of the hero, Bern Hischtaltz." The weight of the announcement hung heavy in the air. The councilman scoffed, questioning how anyone could be certain about Sir Bern's fate given the unexplored nature of the dungeon. One insisted Bern would never fall to monsters. A seated figure calmly refuted their concerns, explaining that the dungeon's core is neither vast nor ancient, simplifying the situation. The implication hangs heavy in the air: Sir Bern's likely demise is not due to the dungeon's complexity but to the power of its inhabitants. So you would think. But the communication magic used to retrieve the 14th virtuous masterpiece failed, cutting off contact with the ancient heart. Without regaining access to that area, retrieving the 14th virtuous masterpiece, Tanarelia, is impossible. The decision is made to delay the dungeon assault. Bern's subjugation team failed, and further losses must be avoided. Sir Bern, the hero, is licking his wounds. The dungeon is reorganizing, now is the time to gather forces and end this. Inaction will enrage the imperial family, turning their blades against them. What if Bern, the hero who gravely wounded the ancient boss monster, had failed? The implications are catastrophic. Then, no matter how many times they tried, defeating the ancient would be impossible. A council member challenges the authority of those present, questioning whose orders they follow. The weight of this question hangs heavy in the air. Damn it! The imperial family's interference has begun. And you tossed one of His Imperial Majesty's prized masterpieces into the enemy's lair? Unbelievable! Who will coordinate the Empire's countless subjugation teams? Right? His Majesty has made a proposal. Nifrim. A hushed whisper cuts through the tense silence. Did he just say Nifrim? The name, barely audible, sends a ripple of unease through the room. One man, recalling a troubled past, murmurs, "If I recall correctly, it was a hybrid with many issues, was it not?" A sudden, violent burst of motion interrupts the conversation. A question explodes into the air, "A question for you." The speaker continues, his tone sharp and accusatory, "There is something Sir Bern and his team lacked." The implication hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a crucial weakness. The word Nifrim echoes again, this time heavy with ominous significance. A dark secret, once whispered, is now openly acknowledged. Ensure the raid's success this time. A figure collapses, overcome by an unseen force. A monstrous creature crashes to the ground, questioning its own failing health. Don't you know what that item is? If you send that kid off like this, she's definitely going to die. The young man's frantic warning underscores the gravity of the situation, highlighting the perilous nature of the item in question. Still. Hey, don't worry, there won't be any. The response, though initially dismissive, hints at a callous disregard for the child's fate, possibly implying a plan to eliminate all traces of the event. The expensive nature of the item is also alluded to. And so will the person she likes. There won't be a trace of any evidence. The chilling declaration reveals a plan to eliminate both the girl and someone close to her, ensuring complete secrecy and suggesting a ruthless level of planning. I don't know who that is, but I pity them. The narrator's detached observation highlights the tragic consequences of the impending actions, adding a layer of ominous foreshadowing to the narrative. Ursabet Bathory, the malevolent dungeon boss of Chait Castle, idly combs her hair, a sardonic smirk playing on her lips. Neighbors should look out for each other, shouldn't they, she muses, her tone dripping with dark amusement. A caption identifies her, malevolent dungeon Chait Castle boss, Ursabet Bathory. The reflection in the mirror shows a disturbing scene, hinting at the consequences of her actions. A vampire woman, surrounded by blood-stained containers, preens before a mirror. She remarks on her beauty routine, casually mentioning the extensive blood products she consumes daily. She turns, her expression shifting as she inquires about Renee's current appearance, a subtle hint of concern in her tone. A close-up on manicured claws emphasizes the vampire's self-assured demeanor. She assures the unseen questioner. The scene shifts, Renee, looking impeccably dressed, lies on a chaise lounge. The vampire asks who Renee is so meticulously prepared for. Renee's joyful expression and declaration of intent to confess reveal the object of her affections and the upcoming pivotal event. What? Really? I was just joking. The crimson-haired woman recoiled, her wide eyes and exaggerated expression betraying her panicked denial. A stark contrast emerged as a different character declared, "It's not a joke. I'm going to confess to Lord Swallow." This individual's determination, despite the previous character's flustered retraction, sets a clear course for the immediate narrative. The confession's momentum faltered. The first woman smacked her forehead, lamenting, "But there are so many things I like about him. He's strong." Her internal conflict, juxtaposed with a glimpse of Lord Swallow, a powerful, dark beast, highlighted the complexity of her affections. Lord Swallow's imposing presence is immediately undercut. He lies sprawled on the ground, lazily muttering, His overwhelming laziness negates the earlier impression of strength, adding a layer of humorous irony to the situation. Renee describes her current roommate, a tactless, overweight man who sleeps all day and snores loudly. Miss Bathory offers Renee words of comfort and support, acknowledging her difficult situation while emphasizing that she deserves better. Renee, holding a glowing red gem, expresses her gratitude and makes a promise. The imperial capital Liège is shown, establishing the location of the scene. He sits, stunned, as the grim news sinks in, Tanadella has been annihilated. The other man reacts with disbelief, his words echoing the shock of the moment. "What nonsense is this?" A knight, his face obscured, stands solemnly. The grim reality sets in, it's been 2 days since they last heard from Tanadella. The word dead explodes across the panel, the stark declaration confirming the worst fears. A man slumps in despair, a single, heartbroken utterance escaping his lips, "I see. No, we cannot give up like this. If Sir Byrne actually fought the boss monster, he must have gravely injured it. We've already lost one of the imperial family's precious heroes and virtuous masterpieces. If even the second team fails, heads will be sent flying for sure. But what if the subjugation team was unable to impact the dungeon at all? It's impossible to conquer the dungeon, core of the ancient. I'm curious. Why do you think that? Personally, I believe it can be easily conquered. A confident assessment is offered, revealing a clash of perspectives regarding the conquerability of a seemingly formidable entity. The Imperial Magic Research Association, known as the Third Eye, is introduced, establishing their presence and adding weight to the ensuing confrontation. The arrival of the Third Eye signals a turning point. Their presence signifies the impending reckoning for those who have committed transgressions. The fact that we're here means you'll pay for your sins. Fear and apprehension grip those who face judgment, their expressions betray their guilt and imminent punishment. A young man comforts a sweating, distraught older man, whispering, "One where you can live, too." The implication is a promise of safety and a potential escape from a dangerous situation. An older man, his face etched with worry, questions, "But Sir Byrne was unable to do it. How can we possibly?" This reveals a failed mission and a deepening sense of uncertainty. A woman, her attire marked with distinctive symbols, confidently declares, "Nifrim isn't a failed product. It is unquestionably successful." This introduces Nifrim, seemingly a project of significant importance, and contradicts the previous panel's implication of failure. The young man, now seen from an unusual angle, contemplates, why would Byrne Hishtaltz and his team be unable to survive the core of the Ancient? This raises a crucial question regarding the nature of the Ancient and the capabilities of Nifrim. The hooded figure, dismissing the older man's protests, presses on, "No, of course not." "Why, then?" His expression is one of controlled impatience. He continues, a predatory glint in his eyes, "Just one thing. And it is held by." The suspense is palpable. A young man, his face etched with worry, senses a looming threat. "Ugh, I'm getting some kind of ominous feeling. I feel like a big storm is coming." A man's voice, sharp with disbelief, cuts through the air. "Didn't you say they easily defeated the Guardian?" His incredulity hints at the gravity of the situation. The command follows swiftly, "You will raid the core of the Ancient once more." The stakes are clear, a dangerous mission is imminent. A monstrous guardian reluctantly prepares for battle, lamenting, "I don't want to do this," but acknowledging the imminent threat of approaching humans. The creature's fear is palpable, a terrifying skeleton, despite its inanimate nature, fills him with dread. "He scares the living daylights out of me," he thinks, highlighting the foe's potent intimidation factor. He steels himself, accepting the inevitable confrontation. Resigned, he declares, "I refuse to be bothered anymore." Before revealing the human's unexpected route, the sewers. The final panel reveals the source of his dread and the stakes, the core of the Ancient Guardian, 16 tentacles, a powerful entity about to be unleashed. A mangled, monstrous form writhed, its ruined flesh barely concealing a horrifying maw. A barely audible escaped its lips. The fifth room administrator, a creature called Anthropophago, was revealed. Anthropophagi regenerate as long as their core body is intact and they have enough sustenance. The protagonist noticed a crucial detail: the problem lay not with the creature's resilience, but with its ability to easily obtain nutrients. He braced himself, muttering, "But I just feel like I'm going to get scolded again." A palpable sense of apprehension hung in the air. The young man reviewed his progress, tracing a crude map. "I've only looked around the sewer pathway in room 5, but the results are excellent so far." His confidence, though cautious, was evident. A flash of light illuminated a hidden passage as he explored further, revealing a promising new path. A sinister presence manifested as he entered the chamber, a shadowy figure looming large. "Now that you have stepped foot in here." The ominous tone foreshadowed a significant challenge. Lord Swallow, a figure shrouded in darkness, exudes an aura of power. His expression is one of calm confidence. A young woman, Renee, flustered and apologetic, profusely apologizes to Lord Swallow. Lord Swallow, though slightly surprised by Renee's actions, assures her it's fine. Renee's unusual attire is highlighted, her dress style is questioned by Lord Swallow. Lord Swallow, visibly flustered, stutters an observation about Renee's attire, suggesting it might be for a special occasion. He refused to resign, his resolve hardening against the pressure. Renee led him to a hidden chamber, her secret sanctuary. Renee's plea, coupled with the serene atmosphere of her hidden spot, begins to sway him. 80 years have passed since Lord Swallow imprisoned Renee. A woman, her silvery hair framing a serene face, sits across from a man who seems unmoved by the weight of this revelation. 80 years prior, a cataclysmic event known as the dungeon subjugation craze unfolded, resulting in the destruction of over 1,000 dungeons. The woman's expression softens, she remembers Renee's eyes, a detail that confirms Renee's happiness despite her long imprisonment. Swallow's eyes widen in disbelief as he utters a single, stunned word, "What?" Lord Swallow is urged not to resign by a beseeching Renee, her plea echoing the desperation of her heartfelt confession. Renee's confession of affection, a sentiment nurtured over 80 years, finally reaches Swallow. Swallow, somewhat awkwardly, expresses his gratitude for Renee's honest admission. "We don't know when we'll get hurt or when we'll die." A young woman, Renee, contemplates her uncertain fate, her expression a mix of apprehension and resignation. "I knew this was how it was going to go. I knew I was pushing this on you." Renee reveals her premonition of this outcome, acknowledging her own role in the situation. The weight of her actions becomes apparent. But the thought of Lord Swallow rejecting Renee's confession and turning his back on her. Renee's internal monologue reveals her deep emotional distress and the specific source of her pain, Lord Swallow's rejection. "So I'm saying." A sudden, forceful action interrupts Renee's internal turmoil. She unleashes a powerful attack, a burst of energy propelling her forward towards a man seated in a chair. "With this, my wish will finally be fulfilled, Lord Swallow. Just imbue your mana here and..." "Renee. Try." A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, clutches a young woman. Jagged, purple shards of energy crackle around them, threatening to consume them both. The woman, eyes wide with terror, weeps. Her face is etched with pain and desperation. A crimson gem shatters, revealing a monstrous, clawed creature lurking within. A chilling CRE echoes through the scene. He lies defeated, his breath shallow. The thought of Patrick's reprimand spurs him to action, despite his exhaustion. Despite his apprehension, a flicker of resolve ignites within him. He decides to confront the threat. A dark, viscous mass lies before him, pulsing with malevolent energy. The sounds of its grotesque movements fill the air. He's powerless to intervene immediately, forced into a grim wait as he observes the horrifying scene. If I remember correctly, a pained grunt escapes him as he stumbles. Good news, the core body is alive. They'll recover on their own without my intervention. He investigates rooms 1 through 4, where they've been slaughtered. I'll think about the rest later. His eyes glow with a chilling determination. He trusts Patrick to understand his actions. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. With that thought, he concludes his patrol, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a hidden agenda. A dark aura emanates from him, revealing a hidden power or transformation. Lord Swallow looms, a terrifying presence, warning him of certain death. Recognition dawns, the patrol's true purpose was to lure his enemy. Mistaking her for another cunning human, Lord Swallow observes Renee floating in the air. Renee's delighted exclamation confirms her identity to Lord Swallow. Lord Swallow, now aware of Renee's plan, realizes she is about to quit her job. Lord Swallow readily agrees to spare some time for Renee's request. A young man, seemingly distraught, is urged to reconsider his resignation. The plea is desperate, highlighting the gravity of his potential departure. The setting shifts to a hidden location, once known only to the young man. Now, it's a shared secret with Lord Swallow, adding a layer of intrigue and partnership. Despite the pleas, the young man remains hesitant but accepts a cup of tea, a small act of compliance amidst the larger, unspoken tension. The tea proves to be more than just a beverage, its contents entirely subsume the young man, suggesting a powerful and perhaps unexpected consequence. Thousands upon thousands of humans entered the core of the Ancient One, a pivotal moment in Renee's rise to power. This was when Renee earned her alias and began her ascent. Relieved that she hadn't resigned, he inquired about her eye. He expresses his happiness at protecting Lord Swallow. His companion is confused by his use of the word happy in this context, questioning if that's how one says goodbye. Terror grips Lord Swallow as he sweats profusely, his repeated no, 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 echoing his desperate denial. Unaffected, Renee calmly declares her affection for Lord Swallow, adding an unsettling layer to the scene. Lord Swallow, visibly shaken, attempts to calm Renee, the awkwardness palpable. He reflects on their precarious existence, constantly teetering between life and death. A poignant question hangs in the air, neither wishes the other to endure a life of solitude. He confessed the weight of his burden, a secret too heavy to bear alone, as his companion listened, her expression a mixture of concern and understanding. The burden, he explained, was terrifying. Renee's desperation to win Lord Swallow's affection knows no bounds. Her willingness to stoop to such lengths, shocking even him, was clear in her fierce determination. He pleaded with her to calm down. Renee, however, remains undeterred, offering a heart-shaped gem as a desperate plea for love. A shadowy figure looms, its presence filling the room. The question hangs heavy in the air, did you just? Terror grips the young woman with silver hair as she confronts the darkness. Her wide eyes reflect the looming threat. The question is complete, to kill me? The stark terror in her eyes intensifies. She shields a crimson heart-shaped gem, a desperate act against the encroaching shadow. Terror grips her as she whispers, "What is this?" A single, luminous green eye, brimming with unshed tears, is all that's visible amidst the swirling darkness. A figure, cloaked in shadow, descends silently. Their boots hit the ground with a muffled thud. He leaps, a desperate flight from the encroaching darkness. A young man, his face etched with worry, mutters to himself, realizing he needs to speak with Patrick about something troubling. A skeletal figure in armor watches nearby, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The sudden eruption of rage, filthy human bastards, is punctuated by a dark, ominous cloud, revealing the source of the outburst. A small, seemingly innocent creature confronts the young man, her presence adding to his mounting tension. The shadow of wings appears behind the man, suggesting a hidden power. "Welcome, Lord Swallow." A young man sits on the ground, looking troubled. A woman with purple hair questions his intentions, suspecting he plans to use a teleportation herb. The woman reveals that a certain location is ideal for gathering information, though she doubts finding a specific person, Renee, there. He must gather intel regardless to ascertain Renee's whereabouts. "Don't worry," the purple-haired woman reassured the young man, "I will help you find her." Her offer, though unexpected, held a confidence that hinted at unusual powers. The woman's words painted a picture of immense power. "Wherever I stand is demonic land, and the demons by my side are my soldiers." Her boastful declaration, "My father did it, so I can definitely do it as well," revealed both her arrogant confidence and a hereditary power over demons. A young man, filled with remorse, apologizes for an unspecified event unfolding near a crumbling castle. The scene evokes a sense of impending doom. A woman with vibrant purple hair and a dark-cloaked companion arrive before the castle, their presence causing a furious reaction from its inhabitant who complains about the human capital congregating near his property. The woman and the young man exchange a brief but tense moment. His unease about the situation is palpable. The pair flee, their backs turned to the viewer, leaving the immediate danger behind, yet the overall sense of urgency remains. He takes a long swig from his tankard, a look of dawning realization on his face. "I guess it wasn't just in my head." A woman beside him cries out in delight at her drink, HH-. "How refreshing." A disembodied hand gestures toward the bustling tavern. "Look around and listen." Intrigued, he asks the passing server, "What do you mean by pick and choose?" A man carries a barrel, his back to the viewer, studying a bulletin board plastered with numerous notices. A large, shadowy figure stands beside him. This is the information net the man was referring to, a list of subjugation parties currently active in the dungeons. The purpose of the list, another party member explains, is to prevent multiple subjugation parties from entering the same dungeon, thus avoiding larger, more powerful groups. A woman with purple hair observes the board with a cynical expression, commenting on the recklessness of those who risk their lives in the dungeons, driven by greed. A sharp sound underscores her disdain. The man questions her, confused by her reference to us. The woman's eyes widen, a mix of shock and suspicion clear on her face. She questions the man's presence outside the Demon King's castle, given his status as a dungeon demon. He dismisses her question, stating he won't pry further, implying that her reasons are her own. He turns away, leaving her to contemplate his words. The man reveals the reason for his presence: it's his dungeon. A simple statement carrying significant implications. The woman's reaction is immediate and alarmed. She is startled by something unseen. She produces a document, calming herself as she hands it over. The situation is being resolved. "Of course I do," she chirped, a wide, delighted grin splitting her face. The woman triumphantly held aloft a scroll, radiating uncontainable excitement. "The core of the ancient is the strongest of them all," the scroll proclaimed, confirming her suspicions. "God's guardian, who punishes those consumed by fear, is the zenith of all core monsters." The revelation hung heavy in the air, ominous and powerful. Lord Swallow, a demon king perpetually struggling against his rebellious subjects, is urged to compose himself by an unseen advisor. The realm is clearly unstable. A woman, eyes filled with determination, silently vows to grow stronger. Her desire for power underscores a looming conflict. The current demon king reveals his inadequacy compared to his powerful father, a true king worthy of the throne. This establishes a clear power dynamic and motivates his actions. A figure in heavy armor, their back turned, walks away, leaving the scene with a sense of foreboding. This suggests a coming confrontation. She declares, with a fierce glint in her eyes, that she refuses to follow in her father's footsteps, spending her life managing dungeons. This rejection fuels her determination to become stronger. A bright smile spreads across her face as she confidently asserts her path towards greater strength, finding it wonderful. This marks a turning point in her narrative. A flashback reveals a powerful figure, full of vigor, once leading armies capable of ruling the world. This hints at a lineage of exceptional power and a potentially tragic fall from grace. His eyes, blazing with a furious yellow, reflected the futility of his efforts. "I realized it was all in vain," he admitted, his voice heavy with defeat. He was met with incredulity. "Seriously? Sleeping?" The urgency in his voice was palpable as he pressed, "What? How could you put yesterday's stuff up now?" The question hung in the air, highlighting the stakes of the situation. The man's frustration was evident. He gestured to a notice board filled with slips of paper. "You never changed it? You'll get fined if the Empire's inspectors catch you, you know." He then took action, muttering, "Hey, I'm changing it now. The 7 malevolent dungeons are a known threat, specifically the ancient, underground limestone cave within the Grappanila forest. Only those with the ability to subjugate an Imperial S-rank dungeon or equivalent are permitted entry. A subjugation party has a 72-hour time limit." He arrives in Central Liaise, his uncertainty evident. Harston, searching for a woman with silver hair, confronts a dark-haired man. He asks if the man has seen her. The man, revealed to be the Demon King, is amused by the question about his castle, indicating a casual disregard for his former dominion. A purple-haired woman, seemingly connected to the Demon King, declares her identity and her disinterest in the castle. This establishes her power and detachment from material possessions. The Demon King's gleeful reaction suggests a shared understanding or amusement at a shared secret, hinting at a playful yet powerful dynamic between them. The young woman, Mel's, dismisses a recent event as not that great, attributing the chaos to the human's inherent nature. Her companion, Sir Wald, seems unconvinced. Sir Wald questions their presence in a tavern, reminding Mel's that they have a long journey ahead. Mel's only response is to continue drinking. Mel's explains that taverns are vital information hubs in human villages, a fact apparently unknown to Sir Wald. A bustling tavern fills the scene, a cacophony of conversations swirling amongst patrons. The narrator observes, noting the sheer volume of overlapping stories unfolding simultaneously. A woman with vibrant purple hair smiles knowingly. "All you need to do is pick and choose what to listen to," she purrs, her words carrying a subtle undercurrent of intrigue. The woman points towards a bulletin board plastered with notices, her companion noticing something unexpected among the postings. "Ooh, I didn't know this was also here," he observes, his tone a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He examines a specific notice, his expression turning thoughtful. The weight of the information seems to settle upon him. This is significant. Only one group of humans is allowed to enter a dungeon at a time, otherwise, pay distribution becomes problematic. A young woman asks the man if he is also a dungeon demon. He appears visibly uncomfortable. The man deflects the question, claiming the explanation is too complicated. He notes with relief that the subjugation list is empty, buying him some time. A young man, surrounded by two women, is inspecting a bulletin board. The women taunt his height, but his focus remains on a particular notice. The notice is revealed to be a raid advertisement for the Core of the Ancient, a dungeon of immense power. The purple-haired woman explains that this dungeon combines the strengths of 7 malevolent dungeons, explaining its awe-inspiring power. Another person questions the legality of taking on such a formidable threat. The young woman, eyes gleaming with unsettling glee, urges the dark-haired youth, swallow. Her eagerness hints at a power far beyond his comprehension. The youth's ambition is revealed, he aims to grow strong enough to face Lord Swallow in the future. This suggests Lord Swallow is a figure of immense power, and the youth's desire to meet him implies a significant goal. He gazes at a golden liquid, captivated by the unattainable strength it represents. This drink symbolizes his aspiration. There were humans stronger than him. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy on the purple-haired woman. A young man, unimpressed, observes the defeated Demon King. He clearly has little interest in the hero's legacy. His goal is far more ambitious, to empower his demons to create their own dungeons. He reflects on the boundless potential of youth, a stark contrast to the weary hero before him. The image shows two swords crossed atop a large book, suggesting a past attempt to conquer this world. The narrator, reflecting on past actions, reveals a history of associating with humans he now deems pathetic. A campfire crackles in the background, hinting at a harsh environment. A flashback is triggered, and the narrator continues, there was a time when he devoted everything to humanity. A young woman sleeps soundly at a table, a man, clearly irritated, stares at her. His expression suggests mounting frustration. Another request for subjugation arrives. The man, seemingly apathetic, admits he forgot to post it yesterday. This reveals a nonchalant attitude, perhaps hinting at fatigue or disillusionment. Just wait, I'm putting it up now. See for yourself. A hammer strikes, the sound echoing the speaker's confident declaration. What's that? The question hangs in the air, a palpable sense of anticipation building. That every demon strives for. The revelation is unveiled, its significance palpable. Long ago, a time beyond her memory, she too had felt the same way. A concerned man, looking down at a sleeping woman with purple hair, whispers, "Are you asleep?" A sense of familiarity washes over one of the men as he observes his surroundings. He leads a young woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the dim corridor, deeper into the dungeon. He points to a seemingly unremarkable passage, explaining, "This is the entrance." The anticipation is palpable. He anxiously asks, "Will it take long?" clearly concerned about the time it will take to complete a task. The response, "A week," reveals his shock and distress at the length of time required. The sheer unexpectedness of the delay is palpable. A skull-headed knight, soaring on a massive sword, nonchalantly declares the situation too late, highlighting the urgency of the unfolding crisis. The young man explains to the girl why they can't linger. If their mana leaks, humans will discover them. The stakes are high, demanding swift action. A looming figure intervenes, observing, "Ha! You two look to be in some trouble." Their arrival introduces a new element into the scene. "I'm Belver, the flying coachman," he announced with a wide, knowing smile. The creature before them, a bizarre amalgamation of avian and reptilian features, was revealed to be the result of the Empire's failed artificial angel manufacturing project. "It's strong, follows orders well, and can fly," Belver observed, stroking the creature's head. But it was abandoned because it couldn't fulfill its original purpose, the collapse of the church. Belver shook his head. There's no way the Empire would give up this kind of power. He examines his fingertips, a flicker of something dangerous in his golden eyes. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. 150 years have passed since Renee's birth, the weight of time hangs heavy in the air. Assessing their transport, a woman with vibrant purple hair inquires about their arrival time at the hub. She deems the carriage sturdy enough for the journey. The price for their passage is revealed, 8 ounces of gold. The woman recoils in shock. The cost is exorbitant, 100 times the previous day's rate. He muttered, "Does it look like I do?" as a faint, ethereal blow emanated from his hands, accompanied by a delicate clink. Patrick's message appeared, "To our clumsy boss, there'll come a day when you'll be thankful to me." A subtle jab at his superior's ineptitude, hinting at future reliance. Concern etched on her face, she asked, "Who gave you that much money?" The question reveals a suspicion regarding the source of his newfound wealth. An associate? Now that I think about it, aren't you a monster from a dungeon? How are you able to go around so freely? The speaker's astonishment at his mobility highlights the unusual nature of his circumstances. Inside a luxurious carriage, a woman with vibrant purple hair questions a young man, "Then, is the associate you're looking for someone who also got kicked out?" Her inquiry hints at a shared history of expulsion and a possible alliance forming. The woman's desire is revealed, "I want to live a life like you." This statement underscores her admiration for the young man's lifestyle and a yearning for a similar freedom. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous location, Street of Golden Pleasure, Survey Rose. The setting establishes a seedy, possibly dangerous underworld where the pair's future adventures may unfold. A man in a dark hooded cloak stands before a finely dressed official. The official explains that the auction hub's security has been heightened. The official continues, offering a document to the cloaked man. He explains that after the auction, VIPs will use the hub, hence the increased security. The document details the beheading Fong, a weapon recently put on display after a long period of unknown whereabouts. The cloaked man examines the document's illustration of the weapon, recognizing it. His companion gasps in wonder at the quality of the drawing. He confirms he's seen the weapon before, and describes its unique mechanism. The official is surprised, questioning if he's sure. Only one beheading Fong exists in the world. Sir Swald recognizes the weapon as Renee's, a confirmation that chills him. The horrifying realization dawns on Swald. Renee, a human, wields this legendary weapon. Renee's power is undeniable, showcased in this panel. Swald addresses the beheading Fong, acknowledging its power. She was dressed in frilly clothing impractical for combat, yet she swiftly threw a blade, mistaking the narrator for an enemy. Patrick, even without a sword, is formidable. With one, he becomes even more powerful. A thought-provoking question is posed: if one removes the blades from the blade maid, what remains of her? The narration shifts to reveal that Renee was betrayed by humans. A young woman, her face alight with excitement, walks beside a brooding young man. Their destination is clearly important to her. It must be near. The imposing gate of a grand city looms ahead. Hope, tinged with urgency, fills the air. Reaching the city, the young man inquires about the teleportation hub. A guard informs him of its distance. A significant journey still remains. The teleportation hub lies outside the Imperial Palace, requiring a journey through 3 castle walls. A significant trek, even for magically inclined travelers. A week's walk, at minimum, to reach the hub on foot. This detail underscores the urgency and distance involved in the mission. Patrick's escalating anxieties threaten to derail the search for Renee. His uncontrolled mana poses an additional, unpredictable risk. The risk of uncontrolled mana release adds another layer of complexity to an already perilous situation. The stakes continue to rise. Apologizing for eavesdropping, a young woman asks a kindly old man if he's headed to the hub. He confirms, prompting her curiosity. The woman, surprised, questions the man's identity, addressing him as coachman. The old man's explanation is met with disgust from the woman and a man standing beside her. They observe a gruesome scene. The woman then inquires if the human homunculus experimentation is over, only to be met with a definitive no. There's a persistent rumor of mass-produced homunculi, created through a large-scale process. That mass production of homunculi occurred 150 years ago, during the first-generation incubation. The journey will take approximately 4 hours, 3 for the flight and 1 for inspection of each castle wall, a crucial step. The cost of a single night's stay at the tavern was 8 ounces of silver, equivalent to 8 pounds of gold. A young woman apologetically tells Sir Wald she doesn't have much money. Her lack of funds creates tension. Sir Wald examines a crumpled piece of paper, his expression questioning. The paper reveals a hidden sum of gold coins. A skeletal figure, presumably a benefactor, smirks knowingly. Sir Wald's surprised reaction and the young woman's hesitant question highlight the unexpected turn of events. A dungeon associate, it seems, secretly gave him this. He reclines, a smirk playing on his lips, clearly amused by the situation. He questions if this is a suitable response to being kicked out. His expression is now one of thoughtful contemplation. Jealousy flickers in her eyes as she observes his seemingly close relationship with his associate, even after leaving the dungeon. She expresses her desire for a similar bond. She longs for a reciprocal relationship, someone to care for, and someone who cares for her in return. The longing in her tone is palpable. "You're telling me we can't use the teleportation hub now?" The urgency in the question is palpable. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air. "I didn't think this would happen. I'm ashamed, Sir Wald." The reason for the teleportation hub's closure is revealed. They're closing the hub because of one rare item auction? Yes, because quite a rare item was exhibited this time. The text reveals the item's significance: Masterpiece 34 of 36, Beheading Fawn, submitted at the auction. The winning bid is the focus, highlighting a security measure to prevent infiltration using the teleportation hub. His eyes, wide with disbelief and a hint of fear, betrayed his inner turmoil. "No, the same as what my associates use," he whispered, the question hanging heavy in the air. A dismissive reply followed, "I'm not sure about that, but you must be mistaken." The speaker's doubt was clear, yet the implication was unsettling. The question, "But why is that, in the hands of humans?" echoed the growing unease. The panel's chaotic visual style mirrored the speaker's growing apprehension. The gravity of the situation became undeniable. "No, even the bosses of the other 7 malevolent dungeons can't mess with Renee easily. There's no way mere humans would be able to face her." The sheer power of Renee was underscored, emphasizing the impossible nature of the current predicament. She's not called Blade Maid Renee for nothing. Her reputation precedes her. Was Renee holding a blade when she left? The question hangs heavy in the air. Then how many weapons did she have left? The inquiry becomes more precise, hinting at a pattern. But Renee's different. The speaker implies a unique characteristic setting her apart from others. "Sir!" A young girl's fearful whisper adds a layer of urgency and potential danger. A powerful fist, imbued with dark energy, explodes from the panel. The sheer force is palpable, and the accompanying text, "by mere humans," underscores the villain's enraged disbelief. A chilling thought grips the scene: if Renee were killed, what would follow? Terror consumes a man as he begs a monstrous figure to stay back. The monster's horrifying visage is revealed, its glowing eyes fix on Renee, a question hanging heavy in the air: "Wouldn't you agree, Renee?" "Snap out of it, Sir Wald." A woman's hand frantically tries to rouse the fallen knight, her desperate plea echoing the urgency of the situation. "I will only ask you once: the beheading Fong, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces." A shadowed figure with intense, glowing eyes demands the legendary artifact, highlighting its importance. "I've been looking for it. It belongs to my friend. I have to find it." The shadowed figure's determination intensifies as he reveals his motive: the beheading Fong is not for him, but for a friend. "I can make my own way there from here on out." The shadowed figure leaves Sir Wald, his resolve set on finding the beheading Fong for his friend, despite the precarious situation. A monstrous shadow looms, its form barely visible in the dim light, a chilling presence filling the air. "Is that person the friend you're referring to?" Fear and disbelief ripple through the speaker's voice as he reacts to the looming threat. The narration reveals the identity of the mysterious warrior. He wields the beheading Fong, one of the famed 36 virtuous masterpieces. This establishes his power and significance. "How much do you want to know?" The warrior's words hang heavy with implication, a hint of both power and veiled secrets. A mischievous grin spreads across the face of a young woman with vibrant purple hair. Especially since I have already figured out who you are, she declares, her eyes gleaming with amusement. The young woman's identity is revealed. She is the master of the ancient core, the great Lord Swallow. Worry not, for my deduction skills are supreme. The woman's confident declaration is punctuated by a predatory grin, hinting at an overconfidence bordering on arrogance. He counters, skeptical, for someone who claims to be nearly on the level of the Demon King, are you sure you can go off of such simple reasoning? His doubt underscores the gravity of her claim and hints at the immense power of the Demon King. But the Demon King who dictates logic, she retorts, but he sighs, that's taking it a bit too far. The exchange reveals a fundamental disagreement about the nature of the Demon King's power and influence. So, I'm so glad you're back to your normal self. I shall assist you from now on, so worry not. Her offer of aid signals a shift in the dynamic between them, potentially suggesting a future alliance or collaboration. He grips her hand, his voice strained as he begs, and never use that voice to say such things ever again. Promise me. The weight of his plea hangs heavy in the air, a promise born of shared trauma. A masked woman stands before a pompous-looking man within a grand palace. The scene is silent, yet the tension is palpable, hinting at secrets and power plays. A lone soldier leans on his spear, surveying a deserted plaza. His words echo the scene's emptiness. I expected this, but I don't see a single soul. A sense of foreboding settles over the deserted location. Two figures approach a grand entrance. The woman, bold and striking, asks, "We are looking to join the auction. Might we come through this entrance?" Their arrival promises a dramatic escalation. A regal woman, flanked by a stoic warrior, demands the dark-haired man's name. But first, I'll have to ask that you identify yourself. What is your name? She inquires, setting the scene for a tense confrontation. The guard checks a list, his expression shifting to one of polite regret. He informs the group, I am sorry, but you are not on the guest list for today. The tension ratchets up as his words imply an impending conflict. The woman's demeanor changes slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She nervously asks, the invitation? The focus shifts to her reaction and the possible misunderstanding. The dark-haired man smirks, revealing a sinister intent. Here's your invitation to the afterlife, he declares, his words confirming a hostile action is about to unfold. A flamboyant, purple-clad figure sneered at a dark-cloaked man, taunting him, why? Afraid you'll be charmed by my fabulous self? The underlying tension hints at a deeper conflict between them. The purple figure's bravado is short-lived. The dark-cloaked man's response sends them both sprawling, their indignant shouts echoing, take that back. Right this instant. The scene shifts to the exterior of a grand palace. The scene cuts sharply to Chait Castle, ominous and imposing. A grim announcement, Renee, can no longer. The ominous tone foreshadows tragedy. A young woman, Renee, lies unconscious, her pale face a stark contrast to the crimson glow surrounding her. The caption, Return to Core of the Ancient, suggests a desperate plea or perhaps a finality. Sir Wald, a powerful figure, is violently thrown back, his pained cry echoing as a dark energy engulfs him. The creature responsible, unseen but clearly powerful, expresses astonishment at having been injured by a mere human. The dark energy intensifies, consuming Sir Wald entirely. The monster declares its intention to eliminate every last human, now fueled by righteous fury. A voice, filled with alarm, calls out Sir Wald, as two glowing orbs appear, signaling another presence is interfering with this situation. A second person urgently pleads with the monster, Sir Wald. Calm down, attempting to de-escalate the increasingly volatile situation. What in the world happened? Answer me. The man demands, his voice laced with urgency as a shadowy entity, its eyes glowing ominously, looms over him and the purple-haired woman at his side. There's only one in the whole world, correct? The woman's question hints at the uniqueness and potentially dangerous nature of the situation, her gaze fixed on the shadowy figure. According to the principles I know of, yes. The confirmation underscores the gravity of their predicament, suggesting a profound and potentially catastrophic event. You don't need to help me anymore. As short as this was, thank you. The woman, now dismissing the man, gently touches his shoulder, a faint sparkle signifying a parting of ways. The man turns, his back to the viewer, dark energy dissipating as he silently departs. So, the single word hangs heavy with unspoken implications. Urgent advice is given: escape immediately. The warning concerns a demon disguised as a silver-haired woman. Sir Wald's reaction confirms the identity of the silver-haired woman as the Blade Maid, Lady Renee. Unafraid, Lady Renee rebuffs any attempt to intimidate her. Lady Renee is the guardian protecting the Ancient's core. This establishes her crucial role and the importance of the Ancient. A shadowy figure, addressing Sir Swald, implies that Swald's friendship with Lady Renee makes him a person of interest. The tone is ominous, hinting at looming conflict. Sir Swald's identity is revealed: he is Swallow, and his expression reflects a knowing smirk, confirming his involvement with the conflict. A shadowy figure assures a young woman, I know what dangerous thoughts are crossing your mind at this very moment, so I shall help you, and you will not object. The implication is that he will manipulate or forcibly assist her against her will. A woman with vibrant purple hair laughs, declaring, it is not the logical demon who becomes king. This suggests that emotional or impulsive actions will lead to power, contradicting conventional wisdom. The purple-haired woman, now considerably smaller in stature, exclaims, you were super, duper scary just now. And there were all these weird things shooting out of your back. This suggests a transformation or power surge has just occurred. The purple-haired woman laughs hysterically, clearly delighted by the previous display of power. Her reaction establishes her enjoyment of chaotic strength and unpredictability. The auction house looms large, its grand entrance bathed in sunlight. Today is the day. Simultaneously, at the back in trance, a different scene unfolds. A lone guard questions the effectiveness of his post, his doubt palpable. Then, a voice cuts through the quiet, hello. Mel's of House Agria and her attendant, Swald, arrive. The introduction sets the scene, hinting at an event of importance. Mel's questions Swald about an invitation, revealing a planned event that may already be underway. Her comment, how strange, hints at an unusual situation. Swald's response indicates the unexpected: no invitations were sent. This creates immediate tension and mystery, suggesting a clandestine gathering. You're a child, so you should dress like one. A sharp retort follows, do not call me a kid. The young character's defiance hints at a complex personality beyond their youthful appearance. A dark, imposing castle looms against a stormy sky, a visual foreshadowing of the conflict to come. The scene shifts to a conversation. But why do you ask all of a sudden, Sir Swald? The question reveals a power dynamic and hints at an impending revelation or request. Underling. I'm sure of it. The speaker's confident declaration, coupled with the bright, almost manic visual effect, suggests a crucial plot point is about to be unveiled. A purple-haired woman cackles, haha. Look at your face. I caught you red-handed. Her glee is palpable as she gloats over the clearly embarrassed young man before her. 80 years prior, the narrative begins. The Grapenia forest burns. A voice, ancient and weary, observes the destruction. It notes the audacity of humans and reflects on the forest's resilience, hinting at a karmic balance. Grapenia, the earth spirit and owner of the forest, is revealed. Her expression is one of grim satisfaction as she clutches a human corpse, the forest's destruction now a grim trophy. The ancient forest's core serves as a natural fortress for a shadowy entity, its power evident as a kneeling, monstrous figure cowers before it. Grapenia's anger will subside, however, a dark figure ponders its next move, blood staining the wooden floor beneath its feet. The dark figure contemplates killing another creature, possibly a homunculus, its intrigue piqued. Freedom is offered to a newly freed being, concluding a master's final words. Trapped within a dark cell, a powerful figure declares, however, I'm not saying I'll help you leave this place. His resolve remains unshaken. A young girl with striking white hair and luminous green eyes emerges from the shadows, her expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The imposing figure reveals a crucial piece of information: your master was searching for a maid named Lello. And since there were no other maids around here, it must be you. The girl's head bows slightly, a barely perceptible movement hinting at submission, as she whispers, "Lo." A powerful shockwave erupts, shattering the stone surrounding a cloaked figure. She stands before a heavily barred gate, a low murmur escaping her lips, "Lel, lo." The current Lello, a middle-aged head maid, cautiously steps through the debris. However, the ground beneath her gives way, revealing a chasm. A desperate cry, "Lello," echoes as she falls into the darkness below. News arrives that the Empire's subjugation party is approaching the ancient's core. Despite warnings to return, a character prioritizes freedom and choice over Renee's happiness, suggesting a potential conflict of loyalties. The impending threat of the Empire's search intensifies, highlighting the high stakes and precarious situation. The consequences of discovery loom large. If their deception is revealed, the repercussions will be severe. A chilling question hangs in the air: what will Swallow and Patrick do once the truth is out? Despite any imperfections, the commitment will endure forever. Patrick will understand and support their intentions. Concern clouds the scene. One character notices a blurring of vision, and the question of whether to venture forth alone emerges. A young woman with striking green eyes demands, "Where is Renee's blade?" Her anxious expression hints at the urgency of the situation. The revelation comes: the beheading fawn was submitted by the Harston Magic Tower, Wing. This crucial piece of information dramatically shifts the investigation's direction. The implication is clear: Harston is involved. A man with intense eyes confirms, "You said the Magic Tower of Harston, Wing, correct?" Suspicion hardens. He strides away, leaving the other individual visibly shaken. The scene suggests a significant power dynamic and impending confrontation. A guard, his throat clutched, whispers his outrage, "Bastards! I almost died. I'm just a guard. What did I do wrong? Go to hell, bastards." His fear and betrayal are palpable. A monstrous eye opens, its gaze piercing. A voice booms, "You've done nothing wrong, but..." The implication of impending violence hangs heavy in the air. The monstrous being continues, "What do you guys call it when you step into our territory? Use fancy words like raid or subjugation." The creature's disdain for human euphemisms is clear. The guard, now terrified, collapses further, a chilling question hanging in the air: did they do anything wrong to get killed at all? The scene underscores the imbalance of power and the casual brutality of the monstrous entity. Someone has requested an astonishing 35 billion ounces of gold. The bidding war intensifies, the current offer skyrockets to 60.7 billion ounces of gold. The sheer scale of the transaction is staggering. Garrett, a seemingly light-hearted individual, reveals an inability to joke, highlighting a serious undercurrent to their interaction. Tracker Garrett, a Black Tiger's Order executive, stands poised, her expression serious. An auctioneer announces the end of the bidding, casually mentioning a desire for pudding. A sudden, violent attack erupts, the sound of screams echoing the chaos. Garrett's subordinate is grabbed, the attacker addressing Garrett directly. A fiery sunset casts long shadows as embers rain down from a burning forest, the remnants of a devastating fire. Over the scene of devastation, a young man expresses remorse, muttering, "I'm sorry for what happened, Granny. I never thought." His words hint at a deeper guilt and the weight of his actions. The scene shifts to a dark, shadowy figure, his words revealing his ambition: "So I need to make a good impression on Great Nia." His dialogue suggests a calculated plan, possibly involving manipulation or intimidation. The question follows: are all the humans who started the fire dead, indicating a potential cover-up or a ruthless disregard for human life? A captive is shown in a jail cell, seemingly isolated from the prior events. The shadowy figure's conclusion, it seems unrelated to this case, suggests a larger, more complex plot is at play, with multiple, possibly intersecting narratives. A young girl with stark white hair and unsettling green eyes sits huddled on the ground, her frail form a stark contrast to the ominous darkness surrounding her. The caption reads, "A non-human creature made a human, hinting at a disturbing origin story." A shadowy figure speaks, declaring, "It won't do any good leaving witnesses." The threat of violence hangs heavy in the air. The shadowy figure's true form is revealed, a monstrous, dark-skinned man with glowing yellow eyes. His power is palpable as he offers a chilling choice: whether you choose to die trapped here or outside, is up to you, fellow. My mercy, born of curiosity, ends here. A shadowy figure is consumed by darkness as the speaker makes their declaration. Lelo was the name of a maid who served the head of her household, and a title used to address the most talented maid. This information is revealed, providing context for the following scene. This homunculus had never been called, nor addressed by that name, because objects like her didn't have names. The revelation highlights the dehumanization inherent to the homunculus's creation. A young woman with long, silver hair stands silhouetted against a bright light, emerging from a dark chasm. Because of this, a terrible burden now weighs upon her. Her face, now visible, is etched with worry and despair, reflecting the weight of her responsibility. Her green eyes well with tears. From her vantage point, she spots Renee sitting alone near a looming, Gothic-style castle. The name, Renee, is called out, a desperate plea. A red-haired woman, cloaked and enigmatic, appears, confirming Renee's refusal to return to the ancient's core. This decision carries immense weight. A scene of intense battle erupts. A lone knight stands defiant amidst a fiery chaos, surrounded by fallen foes. The conflict's magnitude is palpable. If you're going to keep living in the shadows, erase all your tracks. The weight of these words hangs heavy in the air, a stark warning for someone operating in secrecy. Taking advantage of the subjugation party's distraction, a woman explains that the core of the ancient will be preoccupied with cleanup for a few days. This presents a crucial window of opportunity. Renee's fine. Thanks for your concern, Bathory. A brief reassurance, yet the understated tone suggests a lingering tension beneath the surface. The dark-cloaked figure grabs a man by the throat, forcing him against a shattered painting. Tell me everything you know about the... he demands, his words cut off by the panel's end. The captive, eyes wide with terror, pleads, I really don't know anything else. Please, believe me. His desperation is palpable. The dark figure releases his grip. Thank you for telling me the truth. I'll let you live, he states, turning away as a purple-robed woman approaches, leaving the trembling man on the floor. The dark figure's eyes glow ominously as he addresses the now terrified man. That's right, you've done nothing wrong, he says, his voice dripping with chilling irony. A shadowed figure, his gaze intense, declares, you just happened to catch my attention, unfortunately. His words carry a chilling implication of impending doom. A terrified man, confronted by the ominous figure, gasps, are you a monster? The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the immense power imbalance. The dark figure's response is a chilling counter-question: have you ever felt sorry for the monsters you killed? The query exposes the hypocrisy of those who readily slaughter, regardless of justification. A curt, emotionless no punctuates the dark figure's merciless nature. The word hangs heavy, confirming a disturbing lack of empathy. The auctioneer's voice booms, announcing bids of 38.4 and then 39.8 billion. A sudden jump to 70 billion throws everyone off. Ms. Won, bored with the auction's slow pace, suggests joining the bidding for fun. Her colleague, however, reminds her they are there for security, not participation. A panel identifying Won Historia, Black Tiger's Order executive hero. With the auction nearing its end, a man in a suit impatiently inquires if there are any further bidders. A shadowy figure, perched high above, scoffs, says who? The implication hangs heavy: someone is challenging authority at this auction. A powerful, dark presence rises, proclaiming, I will be the one ending this auction. His declaration is a direct threat, escalating the tension. The challenger is revealed, a young man with glowing yellow eyes, radiating a sinister energy. This is no ordinary participant. He calmly inquires, are gathered here to buy the beheading Fong, right? The question confirms the auction's deadly prize and the nature of those involved. Renee, seeking respite, departs for a distant location to breathe fresh air. Three heroes, tasked with protecting the Empire, stand before a fallen banner. Their solemn postures hint at a recent tragedy. One of the Empire's heroes, Burn, perished while exploring a dungeon, a pursuit driven by personal ambition rather than duty. With Burn's death shrouded in ambiguity, the surviving heroes bear the weight of public scorn, unfairly targeted by accusations. Of the two, one is clearly the superior choice. The soldier, clad in dark blue, stands poised, his advanced prosthetic arm gleaming. He seems to be assessing the situation. The pink-haired woman's furious face is a stark contrast to the soldier's calm assessment. Her enraged expression and sharp words, a clear refusal, indicate a brewing conflict. Her close-up reveals the intensity of her emotion, her defiance absolute. "You can't, absolutely not," she seethes. A shadowy figure attacks a bald man, the scene showcasing a dangerous conflict. The words, "is far too dangerous," emphasize the high stakes. A surge of dark energy erupts, the raw power palpable even from a distance. Glowing, malevolent eyes, filled with an unsettling intensity, peer out from the shadowy depths. He examines an artifact, its faint glow confirming his suspicions. "I can feel Renee's traces emanating too strongly to call it a fake." The item clearly holds significance related to the recently deceased Renee. His grim expression confirms his suspicions. As expected, Renee was done in by those human bastards. The discovery fuels his anger and reinforces his negative view of humanity. Addressing a crowd, he declares, "This item actually has an owner already. So I'll be returning it back to its original owner." Despite the item's value, his commitment to returning it suggests an underlying code of ethics or loyalty. One man's lament, "What a shame, it would have sold for a high price." The tension escalates. "Stop that bastard," shouts someone from the crowd, setting the stage for conflict. He responds, "Right, it looks like you have no intention of sending me off nicely." The confrontation is imminent. He leveled a menacing gaze, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he declared, "I'm going to rip you all to pieces, and bury you with this blade." The ominous glow emanating from the weapon in his grasp amplified his threat. A guttural roar, "Raagh," ripped through the air as his transformation intensified. The creature within him surged, revealing a terrifying visage. Despite the impressive display of speed and advanced weaponry, his opponent observed calmly, That's quite the fast-flying squirrel, huh? Decent movement paired with decent battle gear, but..." The final judgment was delivered, "Unfortunately, you've got no talent for it." The attacker, armed only with gauntlets, lunges at his opponent. A swift blow is countered, the fight has begun. His opponent, unfazed, declares her intent to seize his hand and shatter his gauntlets. The attacker's eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity as he prepares to unleash his full power. His expression leaves no doubt, he's about to turn the tables. The warrior, a whirlwind of motion, landed a devastating blow, shattering the cage around her opponent and sending debris flying. The impact sent tremors through the ground as she watched, shocked, the impossible unfold before her eyes. "That can't be," she gasped. A single, devastating blow had shattered the replica of the Apocalypse, a feat she deemed unbelievable given its supposed resilience. The technique's power was truly extraordinary. He's not human, a being of black fluid, or perhaps gas, but certainly no ordinary monster. What a pity. The creature's transformation is complete, yet its fate remains sealed. Woin. Fear grips her as she witnesses the horrifying spectacle. The woman unleashes a torrent of raw energy, her face contorted in furious concentration. Electric blue power surges from her hands. A worried voice calls out to Swald, expressing concern for his safety. He replies calmly, assuring them he's fine. The conversation continues. Swald's apparent survival after a supposedly fatal attack is met with disbelief and awe. Swald reflects on the near-fatal blow, his hand clutching a glowing device, implying that something shielded his heart. He flinched, a surprised act escaping his lips. The unexpected event clearly unsettled him. But more importantly, he noticed something far stranger. 2 flying squirrels. His attention was particularly drawn to the redhead among them. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. "Interesting," he murmured, the word laced with intrigue. Following the death of Burn Hishtoltz, one of the 3 heroes, in the heart of the ancient, public opinion turned against the remaining heroes. Two figures, seemingly the remaining heroes, stand back to back, facing the judgment of a scornful crowd. One of the heroes reflects, believing that inspiring trust in the Empire's people is a necessary part of their role. A young woman, her face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashes a burst of energy. Her eyes blaze with an unnatural light. A man sighs, his expression weary as he gestures towards a small, contained creature. It was just a hunch, he thinks, but it's actually real. Alarmed, a witness shouts for the guards, demanding to know what is happening. It's fine, I feel the same way. A shared sentiment, a quiet understanding between two individuals facing a monumental challenge. The weight of their unspoken agreement hangs heavy in the air. His eyes blaze with a furious energy, a terrifying manifestation of inner turmoil. The darkness within him is not merely anger, it is a consuming power threatening to overwhelm all reason. You think I'd allow that? The defiant retort echoes through the chamber, shattering the tense silence. He will not stand idly by while his enemies plot. A swift counterattack, a blur of motion as she launches herself into the fray. The clash of steel against steel fills the hall. A swift blow sends the woman sprawling, she cries out in surprise as a dark figure attacks. She's launched into the air, her mechanical armor gleaming under the dim light. The woman rips off her lab coat, revealing powerful arms and a determined expression, her eyes burn with defiance. A crushing blow sends energy rippling around her, even for a human, her power is impressive. Her opponent unleashes a wave of dark energy, eyes glowing ominously. A male figure's eyes blazed with fierce, golden light, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. The raw power emanating from him is palpable. Huffing, a young woman with light blue hair stares on in disbelief, the aftermath of a devastating battle strewn around her. Realization dawns on the woman's face as she recognizes the strength just displayed. She exclaims, "So you weren't just any old kid?" The woman's shock intensifies as she murmurs, "That technique destroys most dungeon bosses without a trace." The implications of his power become clear. A monstrous figure, half human, half shadow, leers. The question hangs heavy in the air, then just what is he? Garrett. The cry rings out as a figure, cloaked in white, races down a corridor, pursued by a second person. The pursuer, Garrett, unleashes a surge of electric energy, their face contorted in anger. The aftermath of a devastating attack finds two figures silhouetted against a fiery sunset, surveying the ruins of what was once a grand city. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A young woman, her face etched with alarm, assesses the damage. The attack's power surpasses anything humanly possible, she notes with dawning horror. The man's grim expression reveals his own internal struggle. The thought of a specific consequence, a certain Patrick's reaction, is far worse than death itself. Overwhelmed by grief, the young man stands amidst the ruins, his whisper a testament to his failure, "I missed them all." Distracted by the chaos, the pink-haired woman enacted a desperate plan. She deployed layers of protective magic, escaping the clutches of the dark magic while simultaneously evacuating everyone else. A desperate plea echoes, fueled by fear and exhaustion, "Don't come any closer. Get away." Something crashed nearby. A woman is severely injured, someone calls for a healer. A guard explains that he was defeated in a single blow by an unknown monster. A slightly injured woman reacts with a flinch, complaining about the quiet call for help. Overwhelmed with relief, Historia cries out, "You're alive, Garrett," her face a mixture of tears and joy at seeing him. Garrett, despite a bloody bandage covering his wound, reassures her, "Don't fuss, it's no danger to my life," his tone calm despite the obvious injury. Historia's relief turns to concern as she frantically calls out, "Woan Historia." Garrett whispers to a distressed Woan, "And if it's just one arm, it's nothing, all right?" He then leans in and says, "Do you not know who you are up against, Miss Woan?" A monstrous presence looms, its shadowy tendrils swirling around a young woman protectively shielded by a pink-haired man. The air crackles with unseen power. The man's face is etched with concern. There's no way a monster like that would come here, he wonders aloud, voicing their shared unease. His companion remains hidden, silent. His expression deepens, a grim realization dawning. "It's more serious than we thought, Miss Woan," he states, his voice heavy with the weight of the situation. sweat beads on his brow. The gravity of the threat is undeniable. Won's unseen companion is clearly in danger. If it's really Swallow, we must make more efforts to stop him, she urges, revealing the name of the antagonist. The stakes are high. Won felt the immense power of the being before her, a palpable force that resonated through her very being. The being, unable to teleport them both due to its weakened state, instructed Won to remain where she was while it moved on alone. Despite the being's plea to stay put, Won hesitated, her concern evident. Won, her resolve hardened, began her solitary journey. The dungeon boss monster, irritated by recent escapes, considers pursuing the fleeing adventurers to Harston. Having secured the beheading Fong, he decides against it for now. However, a sense of duty compels him to locate Renee's remains. He calls upon Mels to prepare. Mels, sensing his distress, asks if something is wrong. Sir Wald, troubled, mutters, "What is it?" a question reflecting his growing unease. Ms. Renee reveals that Sir Wald's strength surpasses her expectations, a fact gleaned from observations during their recent visit to the Demon King's castle. Renee presses for an explanation, questioning whether her own power has been underestimated or if Wald's is truly far greater than she thought. He smirked, a glint in his eyes. "Once everything is taken care of," he began, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air, "we finish things. We show them a Demon King's power." He adjusted the cloak of the crimson-haired woman beside him, a subtle gesture betraying a hint of protectiveness. She murmured something unintelligible, her excitement palpable. The woman, now revealed in her full glory, stood poised, a dark, elegant dress accentuating her powerful physique. Violet wings unfurled behind her, a sword of similar hue held firmly in her hand, ready for battle. With a surge of purple energy, the scene shifted. The word reconstruct blazed across the panel, as powerful energy crackled and reformed, reshaping the landscape. A powerful, destructive force, signified by the Korean onomatopoeia, explodes outwards, leaving devastation in its wake. A figure recoils in horror, muttering, "What the hell is that?" The fiery devastation unfolding before them is clearly immense and terrifying. The source of the destruction is revealed, it's headed straight for the auction house. A woman witnesses this, her face a mask of terror. Panic grips her, she screams in anguished realization, the sheer scale of the potential catastrophe is overwhelming, as the approaching threat is heading toward the densely populated capital. The woman's desperate fear intensifies as she sees a monstrous figure, the close-up focuses on a terrifying face. Suddenly, a cry pierces the terror, "Miss, my dad is over there." The personal stakes of the unfolding disaster are brought sharply into focus. Amidst the chaos, a figure reassures the panicked crowd, "It's all right, don't worry, everyone." The scene depicts a moment of immediate danger, now seemingly contained. The hero, Won Historia, reveals themselves, their back turned to the viewer, silhouetted against a fiery sky. Their very presence promises a decisive intervention. Won Historia declares their intention to confront the monster, solidifying their resolve and foreshadowing an imminent confrontation. The townsfolk watch in disbelief and fear as events unfold, their questions highlighting the sudden and unexpected nature of the ongoing events. Despite being a warrior, the young woman lies defeated on the ground, her vulnerability stark against the rubble-strewn battlefield. Concern for the auction house's safety, specifically regarding Garrett, is voiced as the injured woman is tended to, a cautious command to stand carefully underscores the precarious situation. Miss Won is addressed by a woman with pink hair, who offers aid. The pink-haired woman's gratitude is laced with a hint of dark humor, revealing that she essentially saved Miss Won's life. Garrett's arm is now the focus, the pink-haired woman's expression suggests a concerning revelation is soon to come. Garrett, overcome with guilt and self-reproach, sobs into the arms of a companion. "I'm a failure as a hero," she cries, her words laced with despair. The companion attempts to console her, snapping, "Get a hold of yourself, you are a hero." A hint of sarcasm undercuts the encouragement. Garrett's shock is palpable as she questions the implications of a recent battle. What are you talking about? Don't make fun of me." The shocking truth is revealed, he really is Swallow. That black calamity is the ancient monster Swallow. Fresh monster tracks, less than a month old, match those of the hero Bern Hichtolz. If this continues, the empire might fall. A young woman, clearly distressed, sits alone, contemplating this grim possibility. They have no chance of winning, they must seek assistance from the Demon Subjugation Coalition and report to the imperial family. A healing spell, Whispers of Light, Cure, is cast, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the dire situation. Uncertainty clouds the scene as a character voices concern about the monster's next rampage, prompting a warning to wait. A character exclaims Garrett, hinting at the arrival or possible mention of someone named Garrett. A figure considers whether to pursue others or remove the threats. This shows a conflict between caution and proactive action. The figure resolves to maintain focus despite the risks involved. A personal goal motivates his continued pursuit. Mel's nervously insists everything is fine, but her demeanor betrays her anxiety. A subtle tremor in her voice and visible beads of sweat speak volumes. The observer counters, noting the obvious distress. Mel's attempt at deception is transparent. The speaker, recognizing Mel's connection to Renee, comments on her unexpected strength, questioning their assessment. Mel's companion, seemingly injured or exhausted, groans and utters her name, suggesting a shared ordeal. A hand gently strokes the head of a young girl, her expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. "I'm just Sir Wald," the unseen person says, their words offering a simple yet intriguing introduction. The girl's confusion softens into a curious smile. "A promise is made, I'll tell you the truth, okay?" Her nod seals the unspoken agreement, hinting at a secret about to be revealed. A figure, propelled by a brilliant light, ascends above a quaint town, the energy radiating from them a clear sign of power and the promise of an imminent change. A colossal explosion rocks the capital city, a purple wave of energy obliterates buildings, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Citizens stare in disbelief, their cries of "What is that explosion?" echoing the chaos unfolding before them. Panic grips the city. The shockwaves continue to spread, and amidst the smoke and debris, terrified citizens lament their lost homes, their pleas for help lost in the deafening roar. Amidst the ruins, a figure in white boots sits frozen, overwhelmed by the catastrophe and uncertain how to proceed. The weight of the situation is evident in their anguished question, "What should I do?" A close-up reveals a face etched with grim determination, hinting at a swift, decisive action to come. A young child trembles, body racked with silent sobs, as a powerful figure looms over them. The word "shake" appears twice, emphasizing the child's distress. The figure offers comfort, their words a promise, "I will take care of everything." Hope, however fragile, flickers in the scene. The scene shifts. Two townsfolk discover the child and the protective figure, their concern evident in their words, "Hey! There's someone here. Are you awake?" A voice, calm and assessing, speaks from off-panel, "You truly are strong. I thought I knew it due to what I..." This suggests a hidden power within the child, a strength yet to be fully revealed. A young man with intense, golden eyes stares defiantly ahead, a storm brewing within him. His expression speaks of simmering rage and unwavering resolve. A fist slams into a woman's shoulder, a sharp crack echoing the force of the blow. The impact speaks of sudden, violent conflict. The woman, her face pale with worry, pleads, "Please don't roam around, wait for me here." Her desperate request hints at the danger she perceives and her trust in him to obey. The aftermath of a devastating battle is all that remains. A landscape of rubble and ash stretches as far as the eye can see. Amidst the destruction, a cloaked figure emerges, his face contorted in a feral grin. He calls out urgently, "Hey! Mel's!" From the shadows, a flamboyant figure with butterfly wings descends. Her cheerful tone belies the destruction around them as she asks, "What do you think? Everything's all tidy, right?" Sir Swald is being reprimanded. Mel's defends herself, explaining that she used stylish magic, and that Swald initiated the conflict by saying, "Let's finish things." The aftermath of a battle is shown, with Swald expressing his disappointment in Mel's judgment. The destruction underscores the severity of the conflict. Mel's is questioned about the location of a place called Hub, her affirmation shows familiarity with this critical location. Mel's companion anticipates human movement toward the Hub, hinting at a strategic plan or impending conflict. Mel's companion demands clarification on the whereabouts of Harston, adding another layer of mystery and urgency. A cheerful demon girl, perched near the entrance to her favorite ancient dungeon, explains that the nearby town is the closest settlement to its core. Suddenly, a man in dark clothing appears, startling the demon girl as she reacts defensively. The man's feet touch down on the ground. He nonchalantly remarks, "We're already here." A team of soldiers, identifying themselves as the Langdare Blue Crane Team, one of the 9 pillars of the Empire, arrive on the scene. A phalanx of soldiers, their backs to the viewer, marched onward. Were these merely the pawns of a greater power at work? A hand reached out, a question posed, "Must I tell you?" The implication hung heavy in the air, the truth was about to be revealed. A figure emerged, eyes burning with an unearthly glow, a single word echoing the scene, "Enemy." The threat was undeniable. Fear gripped the speaker as they warned, "Nifrim." It said whoever enters this cave never returns alive. The ominous warning highlighted the danger that lay ahead. A young woman with vibrant green hair scoffs, "Tisk, so what if I mess around a bit?" Boring. Ugh. Her nonchalant attitude hints at a boredom stemming from the ease of her current task. The first room encountered was filled with monster corpses. The sheer number suggests a battle of significant scale recently concluded. One soldier remarks, his concern evident, that it's unlikely the High Waltz subjugation team could have advanced through the area while cleaning up. Another adds, "Was it cleaned by a monster with intelligence?" The implication is that something far more cunning and efficient than ordinary monsters is at play. A blonde-haired individual questions the very nature of monsters, pondering why one would clean up another's corpse. The inherent contradiction highlights a deeper mystery. The blonde, clearly agitated, shouts at the unseen monster, accusing it of playing pranks. Tension rises. The monster, revealing itself only through its words, explains its actions were solely to tidy up the unsightly corpse, denying any deceptive intent. Sylvia is called upon, and a second character, seemingly calmer, responds with a simple, somewhat reluctant, "Okay." A new element is introduced. A blinding light engulfed the scene as a voice greeted the newcomer, "Welcome. You worked hard getting to such a rare place, even though we didn't call for you." The light subsided, revealing a knight, Patrick, the Death Knight, standing before his greeters. A skeletal figure, initially unseen, is now clearly visible, the word skeleton escaping the knight's lips. Patrick's anger exploded, "Thanks a lot for that, you damned bastards." His frustration is palpable. The skeletal figure, seemingly startled, mumbled, Did I say something weird, Patrick lunged forward, engaging the skeleton in a fierce struggle. The battle has begun. A warrior, cloaked in shadow, is thrown backward by a blinding flash of ice magic. The attacker, a blonde-haired figure, is poised to strike again. The warrior feels this recurring wave of ice magic, a familiar foe. He's relentlessly attacked, the ice magic shattering the warrior's armor. With a final, bone-jarring quang, the warrior's skeletal form is pulverized. A warrior, clad in dark armor, raises a glowing, ethereal blade. The weapon hums with power, a celestial blue light emanating from its edge. The scene shifts to a sinister figure, their face a mask of cruel amusement. The character, seemingly a spellcaster, assesses the situation with a knowing smirk. The spellcaster reveals their insight: the warrior's enhanced strength is temporary, fueled by unstable magic. This power will soon fade. Surging purple energy crackles around a skeletal figure, its form strained as it groans, ugh. This is a bit. A figure with silver hair and glowing blue eyes appears, a voice echoing, "Who'll beat who?" The question hangs heavy with challenge. The skeleton's jaw drops in surprise, its voice sharp with disbelief, "I never thought you'd use magic to drive me into a corner." A powerful blast of energy hits the skeleton, silencing its protests with a sharp AGH. The silver-haired figure's command, "Shut it," echoes the finality of the strike. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts as a sword cleaves through the air. The skull-like figure cackles maniacally, "Ha ha 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 ha." Pink flowers blossom around it, a bizarre counterpoint to the scene's violence. The figure pauses, a hint of regret in its voice as it mutters, "Sorry. I didn't plan to mess around at first." A final burst of blue energy illuminates the scene as the figure thanks its unseen audience. Thank you for playing along to my rhythm, everyone. A powerful footfall shatters the earth. What magic did you use? One character demands, before the other explains. It's called reconstruction. It's high-ranking magic that causes the ground to collapse. Did you really have nothing else you could use in that situation? A concerned voice asks. The demon-winged woman, her expression a mixture of amusement and challenge, leans in. This is what you're saying, she asks, her words dripping with skepticism. The young man opposite her stares back, his face a mask of barely contained annoyance. The demon-winged woman, now addressing a cloaked figure, explains her next move, and I'll leave, making arrangements so I can go to Harston as soon as I arrive there to you. She seems eager to be off. The young man, eyes narrowed, presses for confirmation. You know where the core of the ancient is, right? He asks, his tone sharp. The demon-winged woman, now smaller and chibi-like, responds with enthusiastic affirmation, of course I do. The demon-winged woman's enthusiasm is quickly deflated. To tell you the truth, I only know about the core of the ancient from books. She admits sheepishly. The young man sighs, accepting the caveat. Fine, get going. He agreed to follow, then turned and walked away from the devastation, muttering to himself. The man paused, contemplating the scale of the destruction and the number of people involved. A masked figure, identifying himself as the subjugation leader, demands to know the man's identity. The man, unimpressed, observes the humans' tendency to organize themselves into formations, finding it puzzling. He challenges the leader, revealing a hint of his own mysterious nature. A pair of luminous, golden eyes, filled with an unsettling power, lock onto the viewer. The figure's voice, a low murmur, cuts through the darkness. I'm your. The darkness coalesces, revealing a monstrous form, a grotesque parody of life, its maw a chasm of jagged teeth, its eyes burning with malevolent light. This is the true face of the entity. A stark warning, death here means a corrupted soul, condemned to wander this world for eternity. Sylvia and her companions face a perilous choice. Fear is palpable, but one warns her against retreat. Nifrim finds the current state of the dungeon strangely clean, prompting her to question the situation. The group notes the unusual cleanliness of the room, a stark contrast to the typical ravaged state of dungeons after monster attacks. A member of the group recalls that the dungeon was only attacked up to room 5, excluding the boss room, raising suspicions about the current state of the room. The clean state is deemed impossible for monsters to achieve. Accusations flew as a warrior confronted a shadowy figure, his voice sharp, "Are you deceiving us?" The intensity of the moment hung heavy in the air. The shadowy figure responded with a weary sigh, "Oh my, you're so loud, it makes my ribs echo." The unexpected response revealed a surprising vulnerability. A sudden shift in tone, "I went to great lengths to clean because I heard guests were coming, but if you curse at me, I'll get upset." The figure's words hinted at a fragile peace easily shattered. A hand outstretched, a command uttered, "Illuminate." A brilliant light erupted, illuminating the hidden truth. The light revealed a skeletal figure, regal and imposing, seated upon a throne. The weight of his presence filled the chamber. A skull-faced narrator laments, "Oh, I even prepared an introduction for myself, but it seems that was pointless. Now I can't even use the introduction dialogue I strenuously worked on all day to prepare." His prepared speech is rendered useless by the immediate tension. The scene shifts to a tense standoff. A voice calls for calm amidst the enraged crowd, ordering them to sheath their weapons. The situation is volatile. A powerful figure cuts through the tension with the declaration, "Your bullshit ends here." A swift, magical attack erupts. An opponent, clearly taken aback by the sudden assault, is left speechless and gasping for air. The aggressor's lack of courtesy is highlighted. A wave of ice crashes down, an ice bolt shower, showcasing the aggressor's power and the swift conclusion of the conflict. A wave of concussive force erupts, the raw power of the impact leaving a gaping crater in the earth. Despite facing overwhelming odds, the warrior remains unyielding. "One versus all is definitely too much for me," he admits, a hint of amusement in his voice, "even though I'll win, of course." His eyes blaze with icy determination as he prepares his counterattack. With a blur of motion, he launches a devastating assault. The clash of steel echoes as his blades meet the enemies, sparks flying. Regretfully, this is unexpected. The skeletal figure, a warrior seemingly beyond his prime, acknowledges the unforeseen turn of events. The panel displays a list of abilities: light feathers, step of silence, boiling blood, and ashes of famous warrior. These appear to be the skeletal warrior's remaining powers, suggesting a desperate situation. 1 minute. If I can last just 1 minute. The skeletal warrior's resolve is clear. He's clinging to a sliver of hope, focusing on a short-term survival goal. Say that again. A command, sharp and demanding, cuts through the air. The skeletal warrior's final, desperate hope has piqued the interest of an unseen adversary. The green-haired mage, surrounded by shadowy figures, gasps, "What, is it already over?" Her shock hints at a sudden, unexpected turn of events. A powerful warrior, his silhouette looming large, reflects, as expected, "Should I have gotten rid of the green-haired mage first?" His self-doubt reveals a miscalculation in his strategy. With a chilling command, "Die," the warrior lunges forward, his blade a blur of deadly intent. The attack is swift and merciless. A resounding whine echoes as the blade strikes its target, the impact brutally swift and decisive. The villain, a powerful figure seemingly made of shadow and stone, lets out a hearty laugh. "Ha! That was fun. I was really immersed in my acting," he boasts, a strange delight in his tone. His jovial mood shifts. "But I've been bored for the past few years," he confesses, a hint of weariness in his voice. "Even if it was just acting, I wanted to experience the feeling of crisis, once." "If you were going to complain, you should have told me specifically what magic to use," the woman chided, her tone laced with exasperation. The aftermath of a magical event is clear, but the details remain unclear. His golden eyes narrowed, a stark contrast to his dark hair. "Things are getting complicated," he muttered, the weight of the situation evident in his voice. "I was worried. I heard a strange number of people had gathered around the auction house." The concern in her voice hinted at a brewing conflict. A pained cry, "Uaah," escapes the young woman's lips as she gasps for air, her face a mask of agony and disfigurement. Her eyes snap open, revealing a startling blue within the chaos of her injury. A figure looms, calmly observing, "Oh, you're awake?" No one has ever survived an encounter with Death Knight Patrick. The scene opens with the grim aftermath of such a battle, a field littered with the corpses of fallen soldiers. A survivor, seemingly unfazed by the carnage, reflects on the limited knowledge his opponent possessed, only his name. The survivor recoils at the thought of the wide-range divine magic used by Death Knight Patrick. Despite their defeat, the enemy mage relentlessly called the survivor's name, Nifrim, until the end. The weight of the mage's desperate pleas, calling out for Nifrim, settles heavily on the survivor's shoulders. A skeletal figure, sword poised, looms over two captives. "Now, it's time for a survivor Q&A session," it declares, initiating an interrogation. The skeletal figure addresses one captive directly, the blade reflecting menacingly. "What are you hiding?" The question cuts through the tension. The interrogation intensifies. "If you're willing to answer, raise your right hand. If not, raise your left." The choice is presented, stark and simple. One captive responds with a defiant middle finger. "Oh my, I can't believe I'd be cussed in this way too," she mutters, surprised by her own actions. The skeletal figure responds with chilling calm. "I shall respect your decision. Please die slowly." Its words carry a dark promise. A body lies lifeless, a sword piercing its chest. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to a recent battle. A hand clutches a weapon, questioning if the threat has truly passed. Is it gone? The lingering uncertainty is palpable. A desperate vow amidst the chaos: "I have to live." A crushing sound underscores the character's struggle for survival. A series of crunching sounds echo through the darkness, a gruesome symphony of bone and flesh meeting an unknown force. A skeletal knight, partially obscured by shadows, observes the scene. "Well damn, what an unpleasant sound," he mutters, his tone laced with a morbid curiosity. The source of the crunching is revealed: a body, seemingly crushed under immense pressure, is being consumed. The sounds shift to a series of munch sounds as the unseen entity feeds. The knight's interest peaks. Since there are plenty of corpses, I should take my time testing it, he remarks, his words hinting at a plan to experiment on the remains. The knight, seemingly apprehensive, looks upward with a small, shadowy creature perched on his shoulder. Hopefully, he's not doing anything strange, the knight whispers, his voice hinting at a potential threat. A powerful blow sends shockwaves through the fiery landscape. The force of the strike is immense. The opponent, seemingly defeated, utters a single word, "No." A shadowed figure emerges, his eyes burning with an ominous glow. His appearance signals a significant power shift. Despite the previous blow, the battle continues, and opponent counters with determination, even knowing the truth. A fierce clash erupts, a blur of motion and energy as the combatants collide. The scene is filled with the violent energy of their struggle. One combatant, supremely confident, declares that his opponent will only land one attack. This bold statement underscores his overwhelming power. The powerful warrior effortlessly counters his opponent's escape attempt, the sound of cracking bones echoing the imminent defeat. Despite the brutal attack, the wounded warrior finds a grim satisfaction in buying precious time for their allies. His resolve remains unbroken even in defeat. A figure stands amidst the devastation, their boots stained crimson on the cracked earth. The scene is one of fiery destruction. The woman clutches her side, blood streaming down her face. Her violet eyes blaze with defiance as she whispers, "I can't go down like this." Her gaze sharpens, the dying light reflecting in her eyes. A surge of determination pushes her forward. "Get to my people," she vows, her voice strained but resolute. A hand grips the protagonist's chest, the man's face obscured, his vow echoing through the scene, "Protect innocent people." His commitment, unwavering despite the peril, is palpable. The protagonist, eyes blazing with determination, vows, "One Historia, I'll remember your name, though I'm not sure how long." He acknowledges his imminent demise, but his resolve endures even as death approaches. With chilling calm, he adds, "I'll give you a painless death." The juxtaposition of his compassionate offer against the dire circumstances heightens the dramatic tension. A flurry of motion, a blinding flash of light and energy erupts as the final confrontation explodes. The sheer speed and force of the attack are powerfully conveyed. Lord Swallow, a powerful figure, confronts a legion of soldiers, mockingly referring to them as sausages. His disdain is clear as he stands amidst the destruction they've wrought. One soldier, struck from behind, angrily demands accountability for the surprise attack. His fury underscores the betrayal. Another soldier, seemingly unfazed by the previous attack, expresses honor at meeting Lord Swallow, highlighting the latter's terrifying reputation and power. Ugh! What just happened? The woman awoke disoriented, seemingly after a sudden collapse. "It only took me a few seconds to wrap things up after you collapsed." A skeletal figure, seemingly powerful, calmly explains that the aftermath of the woman's collapse was quickly dealt with. "Though, it would be quicker for you to see it yourself." The skeletal figure gestures, hinting at a display that will prove impactful. Not a single one. The panel shows a stark image of bloodstains, implying the grim fate of a significant number of opponents. That green-haired magician was quite challenging to deal with. Sylvia. The scene reveals a fierce battle just concluded, with the green-haired magician defeated. The woman's name is Sylvia. A skeletal warrior, sword at his side, addresses someone unseen. "Anyway, you're Nifrim, right?" The tone is casual, almost dismissive. Nifrim, severely wounded and lying on the ground, is shown. The name is repeated twice, emphasizing his weakened state. The skeleton expresses disappointment. "I had hoped for a more emotionally charged reaction, but your response is quite boring." This reveals the skeleton's expectation of a more dramatic response from Nifrim. He follows up with, "Miss Nifrim, you're quite ruthless." This showcases the skeleton's assessment of Nifrim's character. The skeleton continues, criticizing Nifrim's recent actions. "Even if Fimor is a moron, he wouldn't have sent just 30 people. And honestly, I'm sorry to say this, but this subjugation party was subpar." This provides context to the previous scene's events. the skeleton offers Nifrim a choice. So tell me. Here, since I'm a very kind and generous skeleton, I'm going to offer you some choices. This sets the stage for a critical decision. A skeletal figure, its face a chilling skull, offers a grim bargain. If you tell me everything, I'll grant you a clean and painless death. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The skeletal figure raises a massive sword, its blade gleaming with an unnatural light. This is clearly a being of immense power, capable of fulfilling its promise of a swift end. The skeletal figure is now holding a young woman, its power evident in its casual control over her. The young woman looks defeated but strangely resigned, accepting this as the lesser of two evils. The skeletal figure's face is now close, a predatory grin splitting its skull-like features. Blood stains its lips. The promise of a quick death is starting to seem less appealing. A knight lies dead, a sword piercing his chest, blood staining his armor. His lifeless eyes stare blankly upwards. A hooded figure, cradling the bloody hilt of a sword, mutters an apology. The implication is that the figure killed the knight. The hooded figure observes the body, their thoughts revealing a newfound understanding of the corpse-eating abilities of this being. They ponder the nature of this power. Is it alchemy or magic? Does consuming corpses enhance her strength and heal her wounds? A crunching sound accompanies a visual of something being crushed and consumed. The focus is on the violence and the implied continuation of this act. The hooded figure shifts their attention, now wondering about their superior's whereabouts and actions. The narrative turns towards a new concern, finding their boss. A cryptic warning echoes, find anything strange in a weird place. Amidst a fiery inferno, two figures clash. One, cloaked in shadow, confronts a warrior amidst the flames. What is this? The warrior questions, his voice laced with disbelief. The shadowed figure unleashes a devastating attack, engulfing another victim in flames. Are you here to die too? He sneers. A powerful woman, Woan Historia, the self-proclaimed hero, bursts onto the scene, defiant. The shadowed figure dismisses her introduction. He acknowledges her spirit, but claims she cannot defeat him. He knew he had to stop him. A surge of energy erupted from the young man, a desperate attempt to halt the encroaching darkness. The villain's triumphant sneer was chilling, his eyes, ablaze with malevolent power, held a horrifying intensity. He had the upper hand. A desperate counterattack. The hero, though clearly injured, fought back with renewed determination. A hero, driven by duty, is shown collapsing, a pained Ga, escaping his lips as his resolve wavers. Protecting others is his sworn purpose, yet he struggles to maintain his strength. Is it over? The question hangs heavy in the air as the hero, Woan Historia, and a dark, shadowy figure stand amidst fiery devastation. Their hands meet, a moment of precarious truce in the midst of chaos. Woan, exhausted but resolute, declares himself a hero. This self-affirmation hints at a deep-seated conflict, a struggle between the hero's identity and the darkness threatening to consume him. His eyes ablaze with a terrifying golden light, Woan's face contorts with grim determination. He cannot allow whatever this encroaching darkness is to triumph. His resolve is unwavering despite the terrible price. A piercing scream, fills the air as the heroine unleashes a final, desperate burst of energy. The panel focuses on her raw, desperate power and pain. A hero's resolve burns bright as he declares, I'm a hero, so I have to. His fist, crackling with blue energy, connects with a resounding tap, demonstrating his unwavering commitment. A voice echoes, congratulations, you didn't die in vain, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. The implication hangs heavy, sacrifice has meaning. A surge of blinding white energy erupts from the hero, transforming him. His eyes glow, a stark contrast to the dark cloak. This is a pivotal moment, his power manifests, escalating the conflict. A close-up reveals intense, golden eyes, the character's gaze sharp and unwavering. An apology follows, drastic measures were taken to save Ms. Woan. Their actions, though rude, were necessary. A figure stands amidst fiery debris, offering belated greetings, but he's ignored. Despite the disregard, respect for her perseverance is acknowledged. A voice, laced with disbelief, echoes in the darkness. Did you just swallow me, Lord Swallow? Lord Swallow replies calmly, revealing a chilling strategy. I simply have a talented person under my command who was able to recognize you. The captured individual, now visibly irritated, retorts, well, fine. But right now, I'm in quite a bad mood. His ominous aura intensifies. Another figure approaches cautiously, attempting to de-escalate the situation. You're mistaken. We wouldn't dare, we have no intention of fighting against you, Lord Swallow. We've simply come to offer you a deal. He snarls, a monstrous grin splitting his face as a shadowy behemoth rises behind him. When I have nothing to regret? The stakes are high, his actions will determine the fate of the Empire. The situation is dire. A gamble is underway, and the Empire hangs in the balance, all while a crucial fact is revealed: the original wielder of the beheading Fong is still alive. A chilling revelation unfolds: the antagonist's arrival may not be a strategic move, but a whim of boredom. His true intention, the extermination of humanity, is a terrifying prospect. A young man, his eyes burning with crimson fury, leans in close, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Sweat beads on his brow, highlighting the intensity of his emotion. Lord Arl, his gaze piercing, issues a command: find the owner of the mysterious item, immediately. A warning is delivered: reckless actions will have dire consequences, far exceeding the loss of a mere limb. A powerful magical presence is detected, leaving an overwhelming trace. The map reveals the location: Mel's Demon King's castle, a place of immense dark power, is highlighted. Westward, towards Harston. That's all the information he needed. Exuberant, the news was relayed: Renee is still alive. I'm in your debt, he acknowledged. I'll remember you too. I'm honored to have helped. The destination, Sir Swald. A battlefield strewn with the corpses of fallen soldiers, a grim testament to a recent, brutal conflict. Dust and smoke still rise from the carnage. A victorious woman, adorned in ornate armor, surveys the scene with a chilling smile. Look at this. I upheld my promise. I did well in defending the teleportation hub, she boasts, her words laced with a dark satisfaction. A woman approaches her, a dark figure shrouded in shadows. He declares, it's enough, assessing the situation, implying the mission's objective has been met. The dark figure examines the teleportation hub, questioning how to activate it. His curiosity mixed with a pragmatic approach to the technology. A close-up reveals a glowing green orb, pulsing with potent mana, held within a weapon. The anticipation builds for the next stage of their operation. A magical barrier shatters, icy shards exploding outwards as a dark-cloaked figure and a smaller companion watch from below. A low groan escapes the taller figure's lips. The cloaked figure sweats, clearly distressed. He mutters, concerned about the instability of his polymorph ability, which he'd hoped would remain unnoticed. He recognizes the risk: undoing the polymorph would reveal his true form to everything around him. His smaller companion urges him on, but the situation is already spiraling out of control. He succumbs to the inevitable, his form twisting and transforming into a monstrous, shadowy creature. A monstrous blow shattered the air, sending the warrior sprawling. The force of the impact, a deafening quang, shook the very ground. Darkness consumed the city. A shadowy behemoth, vaguely wolf-like, emerged from the depths. Its form, immense and terrifying, cast a pall over the urban landscape. From the creature's shadowed wings, a chilling announcement echoed: Magic Tower Wing. This revealed the beast's connection to a powerful, arcane structure. The wing itself, a Gothic spire, piercing the twilight sky, glowed faintly, a beacon amidst encroaching darkness. A cloaked figure questions a young girl, confirming her identity as human and asking if transfer magic functions in this location. The girl's identity is crucial, her ability to use magic here will be key to the story's unfolding. Then, the figure attempts a transfer. The attempt fails violently, a burst of blood stains the floor. It is revealed that human magic towers function similarly to dungeons. They're just weak monsters. A trail of blood marks the floor as the young woman, wounded but defiant, slowly ascends the stairs. All that's left is. A smirking woman, observing from afar, expresses surprise at the identity of her opponent. the noble young girl from earlier. One individual, cloaked and guarded, dismisses another's inquiry about a stolen item, claiming it's already his. However, intrigue remains. He presses for information on a separate matter. A close-up reveals the cloaked figure's face, youthful, yet bearing the scars of recent conflict. His green eyes burn with an unsettling intensity. Amidst a fiery, devastated landscape, two figures confront each other. One, in military attire, demands an explanation. The other, casually defiant, silently acknowledges the question. The military figure's smirk conveys a chilling confidence. He already knows the answer. "And you are wasting my time," the monstrous figure snarls, his eyes burning with barely contained fury. He adds, with a chilling calm, "If you're planning to attack me after running your mouth, then just get it over with." The monster's face cracks, a horrifying display of power and rage as he considers his opponent. "What? A deal with me?" he asks, his voice laced with disbelief. His voice drops to a low growl. "You better read the situation carefully. If you dare to insult me, you won't die an easy death, human." The threat hangs heavy in the air. A figure in elegant military attire appears, seemingly defying the monstrous presence. "This is a gamble," he states, his voice calm despite the immense danger. A woman, her expression resolute, speaks directly to the monster, offering aid. "I assume you didn't come all the way here just to retrieve a virtuous masterpiece. Lord Swallow, we come to offer you aid in fulfilling that which you desire." A figure, cloaked in shadows, is challenged. "What will you do then?" The question hangs heavy in the air, the implication clear, the stakes are high, and the choice is difficult. If you are always going to destroy everything in the end, then is this not worth a try? The seemingly defeated antagonist ponders the futility of resistance, considering the inevitable. His adversary agrees, seeking a solution to avoid utter destruction. "We will do as you command, Garrett." The agreement solidifies, a plan to avert catastrophe is put into motion under the leadership of the mysterious Garrett. A new character, seeking information, makes a request. "To find out where someone is located, I need to look at the traces they've left on objects. If it's okay with you, may I inspect the beheading Fong?" The focus shifts to a practical, albeit unsettling, method of investigation. She accepted the task, a grim determination hardening her features as she responded, "Yes, I understand." A map reveals the location of Lia's capital, but the figures they track are too distant for precise location. One, however, heads west, directly away from Lia's. The order is given, "Move." A massive army shifts, preparing for a westward advance. A winged warrior, radiating power, declares victory over fallen foes. "You're a bit too late," she proclaims, her words echoing the finality of the conflict. With a bloody blade held aloft, a figure declares the debt repaid, suggesting a prior agreement was fulfilled through this action. A wounded warrior, seemingly exhausted, is offered thanks for their hard work, indicating the conclusion of a shared endeavor and a reciprocal relationship between the two. The container shattered under the immense pressure of her mana, a surprised gasp escapes her lips. He considers a risky solution, using Demura's mana suppression function to safely teleport. He curses, realizing the situation is beyond repair. He's committed to this dangerous plan. He activates the device, a green light pulsing ominously. A shadowed figure, barely visible, utters a somber apology to Patrick. The darkness and the apologetic tone hint at a significant, possibly irreversible action taken. A massive structure crumbles under a powerful, unseen force. The word, Quan, emphasizes the violent impact. The devastation suggests a significant event with far-reaching consequences. The coordinates are revealed to be Harston, a location now marked as critical to the unfolding events. A smiling man in a dark hood welcomes someone to the Magic Tower wing, indicating a shift in setting and possibly a new stage in the narrative. The Magic Tower's defenses are explained. A powerful resistor surrounds the entire structure, preventing unauthorized entry. No one can get in without undergoing a verification process. Trapped within the tower, escape seems impossible. The characters are cornered. A flashback reveals a character's prior thought upon arrival at the tower. This foreshadows a crucial insight. The character's thought is confirmed: magic towers are essentially human-populated dungeons. Bloody and battered, but determined, the character fights their way out, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. A chilling confession echoes through the tower: I killed all the humans I could find on the first floor. The speaker's shadowed figure hints at a brutal efficiency. The statement's chilling implication is clarified: the goal is the top floor of the tower. The stakes are raised considerably. A powerful sorceress, her presence radiating confidence, casually asks, "So, you weren't a human?" The question exposes a deeper, more complex conflict than a simple human-monster confrontation. A severely wounded figure, eyes wide with desperate urgency, demands, "The beheading Fong, where is it?" The urgency points to a critical artifact, the location of which is crucial for the immediate survival or future actions of the wounded individual. A hushed whisper cuts through the silence: "You." The speaker remains unseen, shrouded in shadow. A crimson-haired woman, her lips curled into a predatory smile, emerges from the darkness. "How are you still alive?" she sneers, her eyes glinting with malice. A young man, his face partially obscured, observes the woman's smile. His unspoken thoughts hang heavy in the air: that smile is hiding something. A single, piercing green eye stares up, the owner's identity shrouded in shadow. The word, "you," hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation. A woman with crimson hair and striking red lipstick leans in, her voice a venomous whisper: "How are you still alive?" The question drips with disbelief and a hint of fear. The Magic Tower Guild Master, confident and defiant, raises a magical shield as she challenges her opponent. "But do you really think you can face me with nothing but that?" she sneers, her words laced with contempt. A woman with fiery red hair, wielding a blade lacking any apparent magical attributes, confronts her opponent. Doubt clouds the enemy's face as they question her strategy. The opponent, visibly injured, is stunned by the red-haired woman's unexpected strength, uttering in disbelief, "This brat, no, this monster." "Just how strong is she?" The red-haired woman's confidence grows. She declares her intention to harness the ambient mana to secure victory. A powerful, crimson energy erupts around the red-haired woman as she unleashes a devastating attack, the visual intensity highlighting the sheer power of her strike. Determined, the wielder declares, "So I'll go all out from the start," gripping the Lance of Longinus, a weapon radiating potent energy. The Lance of Longinus unleashes its full power. Multiple lances of holy light, empowered by depravity of holy light, accelerate and spread out to chase their target. The attack impacts, leaving a trail of destructive energy and hinting at a significant clash. A monster, attempting to blend in, is exposed. Blades pierce its form as a voice declares the consequences of such deception. A powerful figure, wielding a massive weapon, smirks. The words, "There's no way someone like her can handle dash," punctuate the scene, highlighting the impending defeat. A thunderous blow sends the would-be imposter flying. Her pained scream echoes the overwhelming power of her opponent. The crimson-haired woman clutches her severed hands, agony etched across her face. "It hurts, it hurts. How did this happen? My hands!" she cries out. A pale-skinned girl with startling green eyes stands over her, blood staining her face. "All I did was cut your hands off," she states calmly, the chilling nonchalance highlighting the brutality of the act. A powerful kick sends the injured woman sprawling, a sharp aagh, escaping her lips as she crashes to the ground. The pale girl watches, unmoved, as the woman, bleeding profusely, whispers a desperate plea, "Save me." A close-up reveals the girl's chilling determination. A voice cuts through the silence: "Any trace of Renee has been erased, Bathory." What remains for Renee? The question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring her despair as she collapses amidst the rubble of what was once her sanctuary. A crimson tide stains the floor. Hames cradles a wounded woman, his frantic plea, "Get a hold of yourself," barely audible over her cries of pain. Hames' anguish intensifies. He demands vengeance, his words a blend of pain and fury. "Hurry and treat, no, kill that bitch." The urgency in his voice betrays his desperation. He is urged to calm down as someone presents him with a glowing blue crystal, a desperate attempt to focus his attention. The question hangs in the air: do you see what this is? It's a mana stone with high-rank magic that allows you to escape from here. That's the same thing that's in the love stone. How could I forget that unpleasant feeling? A guttural scream rips through the air as a figure is violently destroyed. Even in your own family, within the grommets, how bad must it have been for them to give the order to get rid of you the moment you acted suspicious? Ren, grateful for the assistance, watches as the monstrous being is subdued. A dark power surges from the defeated creature. The true nature of the creature is revealed, its grotesque form suggests a deeper corruption at play. The creature's final, pathetic struggle is met with Ren's disdain. Renee will pay the ultimate price, she will be erased from existence, forever. A shadowy figure looms over Renee as she is consumed by darkness, her fate sealed. A young man, desperate, pleads with whoever is responsible for Renee's imminent demise. The impact of a devastating blow sends Renee flying, her body racked by immense force. Will Lord Swallow be sad? The question hangs heavy in the air, a premonition of impending sorrow against the backdrop of a moonlit night and a tower consumed by an ominous light. A cataclysmic event unfolds, debris rains down as a figure, shrouded in powerful, collapses. This mirrors a past rescue of Renee, hinting at a recurring pattern of danger. Renee is found, seemingly unharmed, cradled in the arms of a young man with intense eyes. His presence suggests a protective intervention, perhaps hinting at a deeper connection to her fate. Lord Swallow. A woman with striking red hair and purple eyes, clad in elegant attire, smirks. "Oh my, you're carrying around a weapon that doesn't match your cute face," she observes, her tone playful yet assessing. She wields a large staff, its energy crackling. The woman's playful facade vanishes, she is a force to be reckoned with. This is a magic tower, built atop a spring of mana. Someone urgently demands the beheading Fong's location, the scene filled with the sound of a body hitting the ground. A powerful sorceress, impressed by her adversary's strength, channels magic. The sorceress unleashes a powerful attack. A blinding flash of crimson and violet energy erupts, radiating outward from a figure cloaked in darkness. This is no ordinary magic, its power is immense. Try piercing through this. The defiant words echo as the energy intensifies, forming a nearly impenetrable barrier. A violent explosion rocks the city as the barrier is assaulted. The tower takes a direct hit, crumbling under the force. Exactly. The observation confirms the devastating effect of the magical barrier's destruction. This is top-class magic that not even most dungeon bosses can withstand. The narrator reveals the true nature of the power displayed, magic of an exceptional caliber. Her eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping her lips as she muttered, "Huh." The sudden shock was palpable. A calm voice cut through the tension. "Don't make such a fuss, human," it said, the speaker's indifference adding to the already unsettling atmosphere. Blood streamed down her face as she sobbed, the intensity of her grief amplifying the scene's emotional weight. Renata's inner monologue revealed her exhaustion and desperation. Now, what is Renata supposed to do? The question hung heavy in the air, reflecting her overwhelming weariness and the uncertainty of her situation. Leaning against a wall, Renata whispered, "Tired." The thought of falling asleep now filled her with a mix of dread and desperate longing, highlighting her critical state. Blood streamed down her face as her eyes, glowing an unnatural green, whitened with immense pain. "Just hold on, you have to," a concerned voice urged, the speaker's face a mask of worry as he addressed the injured woman. Her gaze, though pained, held a hint of confusion as she struggled to comprehend the situation. The red-haired woman clutched a glowing blue crystal, whispering, "What is it?" "I can't see it clearly." The crystal pulsed, a faint blue glow illuminating the scene. "But I don't have enough mana to activate it." "You have to imbue it with your mana, leader," a voice explained, revealing the crystal's activation requirement. Relief washes over her as she whispers, "Thanks, now I can live," a newfound strength evident in her revitalized form. A pained groan, escapes the cloaked figure as dark tendrils writhe around him, sapping his vitality. He observes the woman, stating, "Amr, you have too many enemies. How bad must it be for Run to come and seek revenge?" His words hint at a looming conflict and the woman's precarious position. Ren's arrival is confirmed as the man's eyes widen, his gaze fixed upon her. The tension intensifies. The man's apprehension is palpable as he observes Ren, muttering, "But at this rate, you might come after me this time, isn't that right?" He anticipates Ren's pursuit. A desperate plan forms, "A form of insurance that'll buy me enough time to escape," she mutters, a farewell hanging heavy in the air. With a shriek, a monstrous creature lunges, its gaping maw threatening to swallow her whole. Despite her injuries, Renee can't see her right eye anymore. She fights on. This is no ordinary foe, she's facing a battered opponent, lacking even a proper weapon. Fury explodes, try to cover Lord Swallow's scent with those dirty hands. The opponent's desperate gambit is revealed. Renee perishes in a brutal confrontation with a monstrous creature, its gaping maw and piercing gaze a testament to its ferocity. The text proclaims, Renee dies. The grim realization dawns, if her death is discovered, catastrophic consequences will ensue. A close-up reveals her lifeless eyes. A shadowy horror descends upon the city, its multiple eyes glowing menacingly as it attacks. The buildings crumble under the force of the assault. A figure, presumably the same one from the previous panel, falls, a piece of rubble striking him. Blood stains the face, marking a devastating blow. He smashed through the stone, a flurry of motion leaving a trail of rubble in his wake. The warrior braced himself, muttering about defensive magic. "Hurry up and tell me." Her desperate plea echoed the urgency of the situation, wounds across her face a testament to the battle's intensity. Glowing eyes, burning with fierce determination, locked onto an unseen threat. The moment promised a decisive clash. A desperate plea escapes her lips, I don't want to die. Live. I have to live. The weight of survival hangs heavy in the air. A subordinate cries out, "Leader!" How did this happen? The scene reveals the leader, wounded and kneeling amidst a pool of blood, the gravity of the situation undeniable. A figure plummets, a woman seemingly lifeless in the arms of a cloaked individual. The impact shatters the ground beneath them. The cloaked figure, his face partially obscured, questions if the scene is a delusion, as he looks down at the injured woman. Doubt clouds his usually stoic demeanor. His eyes blazed with furious golden light, a terrifying visage framed by shadow. "How dare you?" he hissed, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. A monstrous transformation, his jaw stretched, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a guttural snarl twisting his features into a mask of pure rage. A guttural sound escapes the creature as a dark energy surges from within it. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. He unleashes a devastating attack, a powerful surge of energy that sends the creature reeling. The creature collapses, its life force extinguished. A final, pained KNG, escapes its lips. He recoils in disgust, the aftermath leaving him visibly shaken. Disgusting, he spits, the word heavy with revulsion. A sickening crack echoed as the body slammed into the chasm below. "Now I get it," a voice echoed, understanding dawning. The monstrous being, its grotesque form writhing, lunged forward. "You," it hissed, its many eyes burning with hatred. A surge of violet energy illuminated the scene as the truth was revealed. Your power source was the magic tower's mana. With a chilling smile, a sinister figure revealed their next move. "Well, then, it's easier." A monstrous maw, teeth like jagged obsidian, dominates the frame. A tiny, pink creature, barely visible, clings precariously to a fractured fragment within the beast's jaws. He walks away, a figure of grim determination against a bruised, twilight sky. The words "YUCK. Tastes bad" hang in the air, a testament to a recent, unpleasant encounter. A figure lies bleeding, their silver hair a stark contrast to the dark earth. The words, "If I knew this would happen, I would have written it down or something," express a mixture of regret and rueful acceptance. Racked with grief and bloodstained, Renee silently weeps, her face hidden. The question hangs heavy in the air, and to me, Renee. A concerned voice cuts through the silence, raising a critical point. Isn't Lord Swallow resentful of Renee? The doubt is palpable. Renee wept, overcome by fear of abandonment and hatred from Lord Swallow. Her terror stemmed from the fear of being abandoned and hated by Lord Swallow. A reassuring voice cuts through her despair. He vows not to abandon her. A hand extends, a gesture of unwavering support and protection. A young woman, bleeding profusely, gasps, "Lord Swallow?" Her shock reveals an unexpected presence in this desolate place. The woman's companion, equally astonished, demands, "Why is Lord Swallow here?" His question underscores the gravity of the situation, hinting at a powerful figure's unexpected involvement. A monstrous figure, seemingly defeated, lies broken amidst the rubble. The sounds of destruction, a resounding quang, echo the intensity of the preceding battle. Lord Swallow's presence implies a significant power struggle. He grits his teeth, a simmering rage barely contained. "I'll show you who you're messing with," he vows, the threat hanging heavy in the air. With a burst of speed, he launches himself into the fray, striking with brutal efficiency against his colossal opponent. A transformation unfolds. His eyes blaze with a fierce, unnatural light, a monstrous power erupting from within. "You don't know your place," he snarls, his voice echoing with newfound might. A horrifying shriek, "K-A-E-E-K," pierces the air as the monstrous creature reels from the devastating blow, its form contorting in agony. A guttural scream, "Ki-eek," rips through the air as a monstrous creature collapses, its body convulsing in agony. The creature's body shatters, a violent explosion of energy and debris as its form is destroyed. The young man approaches the remains, calmly inspecting the remnants of his defeated foe. He turns away with a dismissive tisk, clearly unimpressed by the challenge. A blinding flash of light erupts, the aftermath suggesting a powerful and swift disposal of residual energy. A hand, stained a deep blue, breaks the surface of murky water. "I see," a voice observes, the tone hinting at a dawning understanding. "I was wondering how you kept regenerating." The speaker's curiosity turns into a question, revealing their awareness of the opponent's unusual resilience. A powerful, shadowy figure recoils as dark tendrils erupt from the ground, their emergence marked by a violent crackle. This reveals a hidden threat, escalating the immediate danger. A young man with spiky dark hair and intense eyes stood silhouetted against a twilight sky. He seemed apprehensive, his expression unreadable. "He's here," finally confronting her, but his carefully planned words fail him. The weight of the moment leaves him speechless. He nervously confesses to an encounter, revealing he killed a green-haired woman en route. He seems unconcerned about the consequences. Run, gazing upward, contemplates the weight of his destiny. A woman, seemingly speaking to Rin, explains that Lord Swallow has no reason to hold resentment. However, the core of the ancient guardian needs a protector named Remake. The woman's desperate plea, "I need you," underscores the urgency of the situation, revealing her injuries. A hand reaches out, offering something to the woman. A sudden bam suggests a forceful or unexpected action. "It's the item you left behind." Renee was sweating profusely. The pressure is building. "Let's go back, Renee." A figure, dark and brooding, makes the command. Back to the core of the ancient. The urgency is palpable. He unleashed a torrent of power, his long hair whipping around him like a storm as he effortlessly deflected the incoming blow. His eyes, burning with a fierce intensity, focused on his opponent. A monstrous creature lunged, its gaping maw a terrifying sight, but the command was clear: slay. The protagonist stood defiant before the immense beast, facing an overwhelming challenge. The scale of the battle is clear. The scene shifts. A figure, racked with grief, whispers a name: Renee. The weight of his sorrow is palpable. His apology, though heartfelt, rings with the sharp sting of a past mistake. "I'm sorry for what I did a few days ago." Tears streamed down the young woman's face as she gasped, "Ah." Her distress is palpable, hinting at a recent traumatic event. A skeletal hound snarls, its words echoing the chilling truth: he encountered a woman during a Grappinian arson case. He explains his decision to bring her along, it felt like fate. The skeletal knight's glowing eye observes the woman's unflappable composure in the ancient's core, facing the strongest boss. The scene opens on a shadowy throne room, a powerful, ominous presence emanating from the dark depths. A voiceover observes that this implies a being of immense mental and physical fortitude. A subordinate questions their superior about a child. The superior, a creature with dog-like features, surprisingly decides to let the child live and train her in combat. The superior suggests alternative uses for the child, given her past experience as a maid. Another subordinate interrupts, expressing concern. The superior declares their desire for the child, a sudden shift in tone. The subordinate protests, pointing out the superior's boredom as a possible motivation. The superior reluctantly admits it's true, though with some hesitation. A skeletal figure, seemingly a powerful boss, inquires about the name of a child. The subordinate hesitates, recalling the name from their first encounter. The subordinate reveals the child's name is Lo. The boss suggests creating a new name since he isn't the child's master, prompting the subordinate to question the boss's intent. The name Renee is then mentioned. The subordinate reports that the child, Renee, is asleep again. The skeletal boss accepts this report, signaling the end of their interaction. A young girl with striking green eyes grins widely, her cheeks playfully pinched by skeletal hands. The unsettling contrast of her cheerful expression and the macabre hands creates a disturbingly whimsical scene. A skull-like figure, engulfed in swirling blue energy, observes the girl, voicing its incredulity. Wow, are you smiling in this situation? The skull-like figure continues its questioning, hinting at unusual behavior. Did you dance wildly in the middle of the village or something? Patrick, seemingly resigned, explains, Patrick, you know there's always an exception in a monster's life. The skull-like figure, clearly agitated, demands answers. Anyway, where is Renee, and why did you bring this kid instead? The question hangs heavy in the air as Patrick's form is partially obscured, suggesting unease. I met Renee in a human village. Perhaps we were restricting and limiting Renee's life. If you've been rejected, just say so. Why are you expressing it so poetically? HNG. Wear a maid costume and manage the dungeon. My resignation letter is always ready, boss. But wait, I guess, since we don't know when she'll be back. A skeletal knight, clad in dark armor, stands amidst a desolate cave. He muses that though the situation is difficult, time may bring change. A mysterious figure, veiled in shadow, declares the arrival of someone long awaited. The narration questions the sincerity of a past action, adding a layer of intrigue to the encounter. The cloaked figure loomed over the fallen warrior, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. His dark eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity. Tears streamed down the warrior's face as he cried out, I don't care when. His voice was choked with despair. And give me a Real love stone next time, the warrior finished, his voice barely a whisper. The cloaked figure offered a small, glowing stone. A sudden shift in tone and setting. A maid with heterochromatic eyes beams, a mischievous glint in her gaze. Now, she says, the word dripping with anticipation. The young woman lay asleep, a faint glow emanating from the ornate circlet on her forehead. Suddenly, a skeletal knight loomed over her, a blade raised. Her gasp of terror filled the cavern. The girl's eyes widened as she recognized the artifact's core. This is the core of the ancient, she exclaimed, fear giving way to awe. The skeleton chuckled, a chilling sound in the echoing chamber. You're quick to catch on, it observed. A powerful surge of energy jolts the armored figure awake. Boss, wake up, a voice urges. The awakened figure is met with the sight of a monstrous beast and a surprised-looking fairy. Oh. You're awake, the fairy stutters, clearly startled by the sudden emergence of the boss. A dramatic reveal, the owner of the core of the ancient and the embodiment of all things. The guardian of God who punishes those trembling in fear. The beast's true nature is unveiled, the 17th descendant of demon Asmodeus, Mel's de Lymf Agria. Confusion washes over her as she questions how Lord Swallow knows her name, suspecting betrayal by Swald. The narrative shifts to a comical, smaller version of Swald revealing himself as the source of the information. Swald's true form is revealed, a monstrous, dark figure, confirming his involvement in the events. A subordinate urgently relays Mel's words to his superior, hinting at a significant event reported by the Demon King. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing with eerie blue light, confronts someone unseen. Its chilling question hangs in the air, what have you not told me? Following the skeletal figure's instruction, a cloaked individual obediently responds, yes, as they enter a dark forest under a starlit sky. The cloaked figure, now deeper within the forest, expresses surprise. Ha, what is this? An unnatural glow emanates from the woods. Suddenly, a violent impact throws the cloaked figure to the ground. A gasp escapes him. Hic? Pain racked his body as he gasped, ugh, ngh. He clearly needed immediate aid. With a desperate gleam in his eye, he devoured a handful of crimson berries, muttering, with this herb, it'll. The implication is clear, a desperate attempt at self-healing. Despite his weakened state, he rises, his gaze resolute. I have to go. His determination outweighs his injuries. That's a homunculus? The discovery of a homunculus in a dark energy-infused dungeon leads to a revelation. A researcher encountered the creature again at her lab. This small body holds all the knowledge on homunculus research, a significant find for future experiments. This dungeon, saturated with dark energy, is also known as the lair of demons. If teaching proves ineffective, let's simply allow her to live peacefully. Are you serious? Who will educate her? Being a homunculus, her physical abilities will be exceptional, but she may harbor lingering subconscious resentment toward humans. She could talk? A skeletal warrior demands, is Lelo your full name? Nothing more? His companion, a shadowy figure, adds, do you need more? The tension is palpable. The shadowy figure, seemingly satisfied, remarks, that's nice. Then it would be Rene Lelo. A soft snore punctuates the silence. The scene shifts, a new instruction is given, let's start by learning how to smile. The tone suggests a change in approach. A skeletal figure, emanating an eerie blue energy, roars. The ground at Harston is shaking violently, causing widespread alarm. A large, three-eyed creature holds a small, purple-haired girl. The skeletal knight questions what exception caused the chaos. The girl, clearly unimpressed, lies on the ground, dismissing the notion of her involvement in such a trivial matter. The source of the tremors is revealed, a small, dark, three-eyed creature emerging from a pool of darkness. A shadowy canine creature confronts a skeletal warrior, his expression grim. No, the beast snarls, rejecting something the warrior has proposed. The skeletal warrior, seemingly resigned, replies that there's nothing left to do. The question of his future actions hangs heavy in the air. A brief, almost sardonic, ha! I understand, escapes the warrior's bony jaw, suggesting acceptance of his fate. A shadowy figure, barely visible in a dark cave, whispers, who? The echoing question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at an imminent confrontation. A maid, her demeanor unsettlingly cheerful, approaches a figure known as Lord Swallow. Lord Swallow, have you eaten yet? If not, would you like me to prepare it now, she asks, her words a stark contrast to the ominous setting. Renee's damaged eye is the focus. Your right eye, it's completely ruined. If you could see properly, would you have been able to tell it apart, while being sane, a voice observes, highlighting the extent of the injury and implying a significant mental impact. He urged, just look at it properly, his eyes wide with a strange intensity, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A pledge of unwavering loyalty, I will always be with Lord Swallow. A single tear falls, mirroring the unspoken weight of the situation. Awakening disoriented, the young woman cried out, where am I? What happened? Her confusion is palpable. Fear grips her as she wonders, I'm dead, are you the Grim Reaper and this is hell? A skeletal figure observes her calmly. The skeletal figure corrects her, stating that this isn't hell. He seems amused by her misidentification. The woman remains confused. A sudden burst of energy throws the young woman backward. The skeletal figure's reaction suggests he was unprepared for this event. Her eyes widen in shock and terror as she exclaims, You're. The revelation is clearly earth-shattering for her. The ancient beast, Lord Swallow, is introduced, a creature of immense power. A skeletal warrior and the purple-haired girl, who we will call the king, stand before him. The king, flustered, apologizes for the previous introduction, indicating a desire for a more formal presentation. The king claims to have already memorized Lord Swallow's title, highlighting its memorable nature. The king's surprised expression suggests an unexpected interruption or presence. A young man with dark hair appears, adding a new element to the scene. Confused, the king asks Lord Swallow to repeat what he said, creating suspense about the earlier statement's significance. A small, winged creature sits before a colossal, shadowy figure, its immense size dwarfing the landscape. The creature seems to be contemplating something of grave importance. The creature recoils, a visible tremor shaking its form. It utters a horrified then, revealing the weight of the situation it faces. The disgrace it has caused in Liège is immense. The scene shifts to reveal two smaller creatures engaged in hushed conversation regarding the punishment of humans in Liège. Their worry is palpable. The Grapenia forest, bordering Harston territory. A dark, starlit night. A lone figure, lantern in hand, searches the forest. Despite warnings against entry, they find the forest teeming with herbs and mushrooms, seemingly undisturbed. The figure stumbles upon a severely injured person, their condition critical. The figure frantically searches for herbs to help the wounded person, who groans in pain. A sudden, crunching sound interrupts their efforts, a disturbing revelation unfolds. A cloaked figure, shrouded in shadow, uttered a single, pained word, Gijik. Two figures, a heavily armored soldier and a bovine-like creature, discussed the cloaked figure. The soldier inquired if she was injured, to which the other replied she merely looked tired. The bovine creature voiced suspicion, questioning whether their boss had lost his mind to give something to the cloaked woman. A shift in conversation, the soldier asks if anyone has seen Swald, mentioning his past actions of punishing humans in Liège and retrieving a beheading Feng. The dungeon, a battlefield. This is the established reality. A massive, shadowy figure looms before us. Mels, the Demon King, is addressed with a request for stillness. Maintaining tension is, apparently, a key virtue here. A new character, a servant, explains her presence. She lived within the ancient dungeon's core before Mel's ascension and seeks an audience with Lord Swallow. The demon, a vibrant splash of purple and mischief, declares her necessity, that is why I'm needed. Until Lord Swallow can comfortably fall asleep. Her role is crucial to the slumber of a powerful being. Her disdain for another, Renee, is evident. Renee is too conservative in this aspect. Too inflexible. The demon's words reveal a conflict rooted in differing approaches. A dismissive retort follows, call Renee a bomer? This suggests a generational clash, further highlighting the tension between the two characters. The scene escalates, a smaller figure threatens, come here, Renee'll kill you. But the purple demon laughs, retorting, no. Kyaka. A confrontation is imminent. A skeletal figure, possibly Lord Swallow's protector, grimly responds, like hell. The threat is met with defiance. You're not in any position to be saying that, boss. Thanks to a certain someone, the outside is in chaos right now. It seems that due to forcefully mobilizing troops to strengthen Ilay's defense, villages on the border are being devastated by monsters. The imperial capital is under siege. As a result, Harston is now completely paralyzed. That does sound serious. Do you know what this means? Think before you talk? I'm ready to give you my resignation letter at any moment. A colossal, snarling beast dwarfs a seated figure, who shrugs helplessly. He claims to have no information about the situation. The possibility that Harston is isolated is raised, alongside a pointed reminder of his devastating actions upon an entire village. Despite this, the importance of Harston to the core of the ancient is stressed, a map highlighting the location. A skeletal figure urges immediate action, fearing unforeseen consequences. Dismissed, the subordinate slumps, muttering, then I'll come back as soon as possible, boss, as he departs. His superior had urged him to proceed alone. A skeletal warrior, radiating an ominous aura, declares, I think it's better if at least one person came along with me. His decision underscores the upcoming danger. Mel's magic is described as explosively dangerous. A chilling laugh erupts as the speaker warns, if she uses any of the magic she used back at the capital, the village will be gone forever. Candidate 2, a maid with striking heterochromia, suggests it would be better for Lord Rene Swallow to accompany them. The suggestion is firmly rejected. Renee is instructed to remain where he is. Uncertain of the mission's duration, Candidate 2 proposes that their boss accompany them. The boss confirms that without a specific bracelet, accompanying Candidate 2 is impossible. A grotesque, three-eyed beast grins, "It's ma agape. Now I can." It seems to say, promising something sinister. A young man, his eyes burning with malevolent intent, sneers. "You're really going to die painfully." He threatens, his words dripping with malice. The exchange continues, a battle of wits. He counters, reminding his opponent that they initiated the conflict. "You said it first, right?" The man's inability to leave is highlighted, he lacks the demura bracelet. The tension ratchets up. His opponent, cloaked in shadow, makes a pointed observation, shifting the pressure. "If you have it, you're able to go right away, right?" The implication is clear, the bracelet is the key to escape. Two figures stand before an imposing castle at night. One remarks on the significant casualties suffered within. The pair continues walking, noticing something disturbing on the ground. One suggests checking the chimney smoke as a means of assessment, revealing the late hour. The other, weary, pleads to return. Patrick is startled by a spectral canine appearing before him. His companion urges him to hurry. A young man with sharp teeth and dark eyes enters a dimly lit building, cautiously inquiring about available rooms. His words hint at a lack of expectation regarding the accommodations. A sudden close-up reveals a glowing eye within a shadowed helmet, the expression conveying profound displeasure and a sense of impending doom. The words, "This is the worst," underscore the gravity of the situation. A skeletal figure, crackling with dark energy, unleashes a violent attack, foreshadowing a brutal conflict. The onomatopoeia suggests the ferocity of the assault. The plan is set: after securing Harston, the forces will march on Liège, the enemy empire's capital, the heart of their territory. A powerful, ominous presence looms, shrouded in blinding light. Survival on the battlefield demands certain virtues. Renee's repeated warnings about silence being a cardinal rule in Lord Swallow's room underscore the gravity of the upcoming mission. The free dungeon monster vehemently refuses, her declaration echoing with defiance, "No. I refuse. I am a free dungeon monster." Their confrontation escalates as the other monster reveals crucial information. "Renee told you, Lord Swallow is resting right now." The free dungeon monster's plan is revealed: to stay close to Lord Swallow for warmth. A horrified reaction follows the monster's declaration of intent. The free dungeon monster unleashes a brutal attack, screaming, "Die, just die." A maniacal laughter, "Kya ha ha," punctuates the violence, maintaining a minimum level of tension. Patrick complains about the noise preventing him from sleeping. Patrick's companion asks why the situation is so dire. The Lord of Harston has committed suicide. Despite searching human newspapers for 3 weeks, only 3 articles mention Harston. Uncertainty clouded Patrick's expression as he shrugged, muttering, I don't know?" A skeletal warrior stood nearby, his reaction obscured by a large, shadowy beast. A wave of apologies crashed over Patrick as the skeletal warrior exclaimed, "Ooh. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Patrick." The skeletal warrior's gaze hardened. "From his assessment of the situation," he stated, "from what I can guess of this situation." A grim realization dawned. The complete lack of news from a catastrophe-stricken village was, he noted, the complete absence of any news from a village that suffered catastrophic damage is not a good sign. Maintaining surveillance on Harston will reveal the size and timing of the upcoming subjugation party's challenge. A lone traveler is sent off with well wishes, urged not to overexert themselves. The traveler expresses concern about the difficulty of their solo mission. Candidate I. A young woman with purple hair and devilish horns regards the viewer with a curious expression. A monstrous creature lunges, roaring, "Die, human!" The intensity of its attack underscores the immediate danger. The situation is dire, as someone pleads, "Renee is like super explosion magic. Staying still is helping. So I beg of you, just stay still, please." The urgent request reveals Renee's immense, potentially uncontrollable power. Trapped, a figure groans, I was already caught in his trap. I can't get away. I'm being dragged away. The sudden shift in perspective reveals a larger conflict is underway. A multi-eyed, beast-like creature laments, "It looks like I'm the best option for this situation, but alas. I can't use polymorph because I broke that demure something bracelet." His predicament is clear, he's incapacitated. A towering armored figure, seemingly impervious, is addressed by a cloaked man. The armored figure, with chilling amusement, reveals, "Although you went through the trouble of cursing me, I regret to inform you that I'm already dead." The cloaked man, clearly frustrated, exclaims, "That's not it, you freak." His companion, the armored figure, remains stoic, walking away. The tension escalates, the situation is far from resolved. "We've arrived, boss." "Boss, there are 4 simple ways to gauge the activity level of a human village. First, check the market's crowd. There's nobody around, let's move on. Third, observe the number of mercenaries and subjugation parties at the request board, but Harston lacks 1, so let's continue. Lastly, check the inn and pub." He spat the words, "Damn you," a hateful smirk playing on his lips as a colossal skull loomed behind him, a fallen warrior kneeling before it. The ominous truth hangs heavy in the air, this village is not functioning like a normal one at all. A chilling scene unfolds, a monstrous figure, held aloft, its grotesque features contorted in silent agony as its feet dangle limply. The dark energy swirling about hints at something deeply wrong. A crimson bolt of energy erupts, striking down multiple victims, a horrifying reign of death in this disturbed village. A monstrous figure rides beneath a blinding light, its single visible eye wide with terror. Above, a serene figure declares, "Everyone has worked hard." The scene depicts the culmination of a significant effort, likely a battle against overwhelming odds. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, observes the scene with cold, glowing eyes. It pronounces, "Humanity is weaker than ever in the face of the Black Calamity," revealing a bleak assessment of the situation and foreshadowing the antagonist's strategy. The skeletal face of a powerful being looms large, its blue glow sinister. Making it the most suitable time to destroy the Empire, the being states, confirming its malicious intent to exploit humanity's weakness. The inn is eerily deserted. A palpable tension hangs in the air, something is clearly amiss. A single, glowing blue eye observes from within a dark, metallic frame. This is no ordinary innkeeper. A gruff voice demands to know their reason for being there, suspicion already etched on his features. The innkeeper's wariness is unmistakable. The narrator's thoughts confirm the innkeeper's suspicion, he believes they are potential attackers. The tension intensifies. The innkeeper explains their dire circumstances, no food, and no rooms available, all due to serving a night. The village itself lacks any suitable place to eat. Suddenly, a knight bursts in, startling the innkeeper. The innkeeper, flustered, frantically gestures for the knight to proceed upstairs. Someone is being warned that the person behind them is, well, it's unclear. The individual reacts with surprised confusion. "What, me?" A man reveals he owns the dark-haired individual as a slave, despite treating him surprisingly well. The slave assesses his new quarters and finds them surprisingly better than expected. The slave is settling into his room when his owner questions his apparent lack of resistance, noting that the only word the slave seemed to think of was slave. Acting like a beggar makes you a target, but as a slave, you're your master's property, less vulnerable to conflict. A knight, presumably Patrick's subordinate, urges him to minimize movement, referencing their boss. Patrick, clearly in pain, wishes to be reborn as a rock in his next life. Patrick's subordinate advises rest, warning against overexertion too soon. The Black Calamity's attack on Harston's Great Square enraged the imperial family. Someone is needed to address the situation. A massive crater marks the devastation in Harston, a skeletal figure observes the destruction, commenting on its artistic nature. Before the Empire could intervene, Harston's lord, Count Tark, died. The question of Harston's new leadership is raised, piquing the interest of the skeletal observer. The skeletal figure, intrigued, seems to anticipate uncovering the answer. Lord Harston's castle, a formidable structure, looms under a twilight sky. A figure observes the castle's tight security, muttering about the unexpected difficulty. The figure considers eliminating the guards but ultimately decides against it, recognizing the potential for further complications. The figure confirms their earlier assessment, concluding that a hasty approach would be unwise. The figure senses something the humans cannot, a subtle but significant detail. "Let's go this way first." The knight lies sprawled across his bed, seemingly unconcerned. A voice calls out, "Sir Knight, are you inside?" A knock echoes against the door. They say starving his customers is something an inn-owner should never do. After all, the innkeeper explains, and since Sir Knight paid a very high price, I have to at least pay in kind as I can. "I'm Swald," the speaker announces, setting the scene. The following reassurance suggests a grim event has unfolded. The speaker continues, explaining that a catastrophic event, quite literally a calamity, drove most witnesses to madness. The weight of the calamity is further emphasized. Immediately afterward, the Lord took his own life. An outsider arrives, and the speaker urges a swift departure. They intend to leave as well. A young person with fiery red hair peers from a window, their expression a mixture of alertness and apprehension. They seem to be observing something crucial from a hidden vantage point. It's revealed that Harston has been completely isolated. A figure, seemingly an advisor, makes this assessment while observing something, suggesting a strategy is in play. A knight from the Patarian Black Dog subjugation team in Natranj identifies himself. This reveal subtly suggests the scale of the operation against Harston. A dedicated team is involved. "We require a simple meal and a place to sleep to relieve our fatigue." The innkeeper, apologetic, explains that he has a customer. The armored figure inquires if the inn's current predicament stems from the Black Calamity. Understanding dawns on the innkeeper's face. He knows the situation. The armored individual explains that water is currently more expensive than lodging due to the ongoing crisis. A golden coin is presented. The armored figure impatiently questions the room's readiness. A powerful figure, his voice laced with disdain, demands that the slave share his room. The slave, seemingly unfazed, inquires about the specifics of their shared quarters. The slave's new room is revealed, a stark contrast to his previous conditions. He stands in a surprisingly spacious room, his new surroundings a marked improvement. A large armored figure stands guard. Seizing the opportunity, the slave claims the bed as his own, noting its superiority to his previous accommodations. The armored figure subtly admonishes the slave about his attire, suggesting that he upgrade to more appropriate clothing. The slave is now wearing a dog collar, adding a new layer of humiliation, though seemingly justified by the armored figure. Of course. The young man's fervent agreement leaves no doubt about his commitment. "It's then in your best interest to listen to what I say." The knight, his words reasonable, accepts the young man's proposal, recognizing the shared advantage. "After all, it's nighttime, there are places we can roam around as much as we want, right?" The knight's subtle suggestion hints at their plan's covert nature. They will take responsibility for their successive failures in subjugating the core of the ancient. The narration reveals the true stakes, the past failures in dealing with the ancient, setting up a crucial element for the upcoming conflict. It's clear the royal families lost their chance, and their anger at the family is palpable. The question of Count Etarch's descendants inheriting the title hangs heavy in the air. A figure surveys the scene from a rooftop. "Well then," he muses, "let's go take a look at the new lord's face, shall we?" The implication is that he intends to investigate personally. The individual, having arrived at their destination, reveals their purpose. They came seeking a specific place. Upon entering a building, a strong scent of corpses assaults their senses. The narrator's surprise underscores the unexpected nature of this discovery. It's surprisingly comfortable sleeping in this cool dungeon, though not exactly restful. The rhythmic creaking of the dungeon door is a constant, unwelcome interruption. The master has gone for a night walk, a servant is preparing a meal. Novan Hedeker introduces himself, indicating a new phase in the narrative. The scarcity of food in Harston is so dire that the cook apologizes for meager rations, while a young man inquires about the severity of the situation. Swald's grim expression reflects the dire circumstances. The man is clearly burdened by the weight of the crisis. All traffic to Harston has been cut off, and the corpses of the starved line the streets beyond the castle walls. The desperate actions of those driven to the brink of starvation are highlighted. The young man's words foreshadow future conflict. A knight, bound by imperial order, explains his actions, the elimination of anyone causing unrest. The scene shifts, revealing a question: why has a knight appeared? A hesitant response follows. We are here to save Harston. A powerful mecha stands resolute, its declaration echoing the mission's gravity. The reason for disobeying imperial orders and saving them? He needs their information. A leader, defiant against the empire, reveals his ulterior motive, laying bare the complexities of his actions. His Majesty didn't abandon us. The people's hope remains, clinging to their leader's loyalty amidst the uncertainty. Convincing them was easy. Humans are easily swayed by self-justification. A chilling observation from the leader, highlighting the ease with which he manipulates those desperate for hope. He stirs, his question hanging in the air: then are we going back now? Not a chance, the armored figure replies, this is only the start. There aren't just one or two things that are suspicious here. The man lies back, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. So this is what they meant when they said the enemy is always where you least expect. He mutters, before dismissing his own thoughts with a dismissive, it's nothing. The armored figure's hand glows faintly as he declares, I'll take care of their leader since he still has his doubts. He sweats profusely, eyes wide with a mixture of disgust and apprehension. Get along with humans? The question hangs heavy in the air, revealing his deep-seated reluctance. His subordinate's justification for befriending humans is met with immediate disdain. Did you just say I look like a beggar? The sharp retort highlights the stark contrast in their values and perspectives. A shift in tone, a dismissive, condescending explanation follows. The narrator, observing the scene, notes the utter lack of respect in the dark-haired figure's demeanor. I guess they spend all day sleeping, he remarks, reinforcing his prejudiced view. The panel depicts a fallen figure, symbolizing the perceived indolence of humans. The dark-haired man declares, they'd never find the will to do anything, solidifying his negative perception. A smirk spreads across his face as a chilling realization dawns. Exactly how I live my normal life, right? The statement reveals a disturbing self-awareness and a cynical acceptance of his own unproductive existence. The armored figure, seemingly unconcerned, deflects the unspoken concerns. I don't know what you mean by that, but it won't be that easy, also. His master's rush to return home highlights the inherent difficulty of their mission. Gaining the trust of humans will be a significant challenge. A new character questions the knight's identity, inquiring if he hails from Liège, a land reputed to be a paradise of abundance. The knight's disguise is revealed as the other character expresses disbelief and the urgency to leave intensifies. A young boy, curious, approaches a cloaked figure. He asks what the figure is so interested in. Startled, the boy addresses the cloaked figure, who is revealed to be a knight, as Sir Knight. Another figure, with fiery red hair, watches nearby. The knight confirms that everything is all right, having already retrieved what he sought. His demeanor is nonchalant. The knight's mission, to save Harston, is confirmed by a second man, present in the location. He recoiled, a torrent of I don't want to's barely masking his inner turmoil. The offer to guide him was immediate, but the suddenness of it all left him reeling. His defiance crumbled, a curt, that's a very reasonable suggestion. I'll join you right away, betrayed a hidden acceptance of his fate. The streets were eerily deserted, a stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle. A chilling question hung in the air, but where are the people? A lone figure, cloaked and weary, trudges through the desolate landscape. The remnants of a once thriving village lie scattered around them, a testament to the suffering that has befallen this land. The people here starved to death. A stark declaration of the village's fate. Two figures stand amidst the ruins, their dialogue grimly reflects the extent of the famine. There's no food left to plunder, survival itself is becoming impossible. The villagers, driven to desperation by starvation, take up arms. The scene is illuminated by the flickering light of torches, amplifying the growing tension. The Black Calamity, a cataclysmic event, is revealed as the source of the widespread famine. The catastrophe's impact has been far-reaching, devastating the land and its people. The scene opens with the grim discovery of a corpse, starved and lifeless within a dilapidated building. A chilling question hangs in the air: how could such powerlessness lead to such a tragic end? A lone figure enters the village, their gaze sweeping over the unsettling silence. The question arises: why the unnerving quiet, and why are the villagers not armed and resisting? A young girl stands amidst a group of soldiers, her ragged clothes a stark contrast to their uniforms. The shocking realization dawns: an imperial order has descended upon this place. Shadow Knights, you say? The girl's wide, anxious eyes reflect the gravity of the situation as she looks to the man for answers. The urgency in her expression hints at a worsening crisis. A grim-faced commander demands details, prioritizing swift assessment and resource allocation for the beleaguered city of Harston. His focus underscores the immediate need for effective aid. A knight's arrival is revealed: he is directly serving the imperial family and has come to Harston's rescue. This reinforces the seriousness of the threat and the imperial family's involvement. The girl, spurred by the news of a knight's intervention, urges immediate assistance for the imperial forces battling the Shadow Knights. The imminent battle is emphasized. Despite the knight's efforts, a man observes a concerning escalation of the conflict, linking the worsening situation to the knight's presence. The narrative subtly foreshadows potential complications from the imperial intervention. Get up and get to work, things have reached a critical point. He's unusually motivated today. Is he truly serious about this? It's unavoidable: a knight in full plate armor is hardly inconspicuous amongst humans. To blend in, he'll need a disguise. Blending in might be the key to success. The lazy bastards are mostly asleep, so even if they exercised, they'd only stroll around. Zero effort. Don't forget to investigate the religion that distributed the rosary, boss. You must extract all the information you can from the humans. Even if the humans are wary, you must be patient with them. Sir Knight, the other knights seem to be wearing armor, so why are you dressed like that? Frustration etched his face. He muttered, "Damn it," sweat beading on his forehead as a small, chibi-like figure clung to his back. A small child's wide-eyed amazement was met by the protagonist's dismissive, "I don't have any reason to know them," regarding the renowned figures Sir Byrne and Sir Wooden. The red-haired woman, surrounded by villagers, apologized for the theft, her voice barely a whisper above the rising murmur of the crowd. "As sorry for stealing your things." Toth, the deputy leader, stepped forward, explaining she was charged with leading in the boss's absence and had been instructed to assist. "I'm called Toth. The boss told me to help you as much as I could." "Want to know the village's condition?" "It'll be faster to see for yourself," the man advises, a weariness etched onto his face. He gestures towards a heavy wooden door. "Once you open this, you'll understand." The air crackles with unspoken dread. The two figures enter a dimly lit corridor, their silhouettes stark against the gloom. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Two figures lie lifeless on a wooden floor, their hands clasped together in a final, desperate embrace. Death has claimed them, leaving behind only the chilling silence of their shared end. A voice reflects on the unusual situation, noting that something has felt wrong from the start. Normally, during a famine, the villagers turn their rage towards their lord. It's been a month since the Black Calamity struck Harston. A lingering sense of unease hangs in the air. "Aren't you curious, Sir Knight?" The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge to the knight's composure. "Terribly sorry for earlier. It's not because you stole something." An apology, laced with an undercurrent of something more, is offered to the knight. "To tell you the truth, we're part of the imperial family's personal shadow organization, the Shadow Knights of Roano's Mist." A startling revelation unveils the true nature of the apologists. "Yes, you can rest assured as we have no intention of harming you right now." Reassurance is given, though the knight's trust remains uncertain. He surveys the scene from a rooftop, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. He muses, a hint of calculating amusement in his tone. A shift in his demeanor, a sinister grin spreads across his face. He mutters, "Right, let's play nice. I have to be nice." The words are laced with barely controlled menace. The dungeon's guardian, a creature of whimsical design, expresses regret at missing a trip with Lord Swallow. She felt a sense of emptiness remaining behind. Another inhabitant of the dungeon, a maid with piercing golden eyes, questions the importance of anything over protecting their home. The first guardian reflects on her oversight. Her focus was so narrow that she failed to see what was directly in front of her. A patrol returned only moments ago, but a concerning thought crosses the mind of a demon: humans could invade at any time. Constant vigilance is necessary. Suddenly, an alarm blares. Someone has breached security. The demon, initially startled, is now alerted. A fierce battle erupts. The intruder, a powerful opponent, engages in a violent clash with the demon's surprisingly capable maid. One woman, clad in dark armor, questions another's sudden tension. The second woman, in a maid outfit, is startled, clearly taken aback by the first woman's reaction. A powerful, crimson-haired woman, exuding an aura of dark energy, stands before them. Her expression is sharp and commanding. The maid, seemingly unfazed by the imposing figure, offers a drink, calmly stating that she is the one who arrived unannounced. The Supreme Demon King, a regal figure with vibrant purple hair and sharp features, declares her authority with a chilling confidence. A young woman, seemingly surprised by the Demon King's power, comments on its unusual energy. The Demon King's two attendants observe the scene. The Demon King, Mel's, scoffs at the young woman's suggestion of settling down, dismissing it as a foolish notion. A sudden disturbance interrupts the scene. A swarm of bats emerges from the shadows, leaving the Demon King startled and questioning what just occurred. Did they leave knowing the perilous situation they face? A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The blood trail near Chait Castle reveals a horrifying truth: all were eradicated. The bloodstains, meticulously aligned, form a path not made by human hands. Chait Castle stands in ruins, a silent testament to the devastation. All the bodies vanished instantly, a chilling detail that deepens the mystery. The woman's words hung heavy in the air. That's right, but the number of people who could do such a thing is a lot smaller than you think. Her implication was clear: the perpetrator's identity was far from a random occurrence. A chilling image of a skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding a spectral blue flame, materialized. This powerful being seemed to be at the heart of the recent catastrophic events. The woman's back was turned, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the dark blue background. Her words, "I suspect it was that being," solidified her suspicion regarding the skeletal figure's involvement. "Is there a monster here who can deliver the message?" she asked, a frantic edge to her tone. The dungeon's emptiness, however, presented a significant obstacle. No, the dungeon's completely empty right now. A dark-haired woman sighs, her frustration palpable. She lacks trustworthy allies, settling for a less-than-ideal subordinate, Patrick. At least he's competent. Following a recent calamity in Harston, a field is ablaze. The scene introduces two figures, their faces partially obscured, adding an air of mystery. The fire spreads uncontrollably, consuming the ready-to-harvest crops. There's nothing to be done. The black calamity had ravaged the land, contaminating all grains. A single mouthful would bring a painful plague. A cursed land indeed. Even the emperor had given up on Harston, as word of the devastation spread. Yet, even in despair, hope emerged. A wealthy commoner couple bravely stepped forward to help. Their selfless act of providing aid kept spirits high. Tragically, the couple was later found murdered in their home. A desperate scene unfolds. A couple lies dead, their remains surrounded by scattered grains of rice, stained crimson. The text reveals a dark truth: someone, driven by hunger, murdered them, shattering the village's trust. The narrator explains that rumors of contaminated grain have spread, leading to widespread fear and isolation. While the back alley residents survived starvation, a shadow of uncertainty remains. The characters now move on to their next destination, the narrative subtly building tension as they journey onward. Two figures stand before a vast, desolate landscape strewn with crosses, a graveyard of the famine's victims, the scale of the disaster finally revealed. A pile of uncremated corpses lies before him, prompting a grim question: they don't cremate them? The scene shifts to a conversation. One man explains that the murdered couple had a daughter, while another nods, seemingly already aware, and asks if they can handle a specific task. The grim task is clarified: it's not just about guarding the gate, but maintaining control. The soldier guarding the gate is a key figure in this precarious situation. The man's suspicion is confirmed: the Lord is clearly acting suspiciously. His eyes narrow, reflecting the weight of this revelation. Uncovering hidden agendas requires more than ordinary methods. A tall, imposing tower looms, suggesting the complexity of the task ahead. Their flock-like nature makes them predictable: they'll converge on the target. A swift, coordinated strike will allow access to the Lord. A knight holds a luminous orb, a key to their plan. Deep within a cavernous dungeon, two figures sit at a circular table, a stark contrast to the rough-hewn stone walls surrounding them. One reassures the other, emphasizing the significance of Lord Swallow's trust in entrusting them with the dungeon's management. The scene shifts to reveal a playful banter, as one character playfully accuses the other, "You thieving cat." This highlights their close, if somewhat contentious, relationship, while further solidifying the idea of their trusted status. Despite the light-hearted exchange, a serious undertone remains. The maid, Mel's, is urged to remain vigilant, emphasizing the inherent dangers of their position. Intermediate-level magic, Observer's Eye, reveals a lone intruder. Multiple purple runes spread across the floor, tracking the intruder's movements. A young woman with vibrant purple hair bears a similar rune mark on her cheek. The faint sound of a door creaking suggests she has been observed. The unbroken magical gaze confirms the intruder's solitude. A crimson liquid spills from a shattered teacup, marking a violent disruption. "Have you been well, Renee?" Elizabeth Bathory, the boss monster of Chait Castle, one of the 7 malevolent dungeons, inquires, her words laced with a chilling politeness. The panel introduces Elizabeth Bathory as the powerful boss monster of Chait Castle. Her presence establishes the dangerous setting for this encounter. A servant explains that a warmer welcome could have been arranged had Renee been given advance notice of the visit, highlighting the deliberate nature of the initial greeting, and foreshadowing the potential threat. Elizabeth continues, her dark humor evident, "And if you want a warm welcome, then give me your blood." This establishes her vampiric nature and sets a predatory tone for the interaction. Dismissing the previous conversation, Elizabeth shifts her focus. "What a shame. Anyway, who's the new face here?" indicating a shift to the main plot point, the introduction of the new character. Mel's introduces Bathory, the boss monster of Chait Castle, to an unseen character, revealing Bathory's lineage as a descendant of Asmodeus. Lord Renee, a freeloader, questions whether staying will allow her to meet all the malevolent dungeon bosses. Bathory confirms that as a freeloader, Renee isn't part of the core of the ancient rite. She requests a drink. Bathory inquires about the whereabouts of a character described as the guy with no emotions and Patrick. Bathory's expression shifts, she now understands the situation. "What happened?" The maid's wide eyes reflect the horror she's witnessed, a silent scream trapped in her expression. The village was slaughtered, a crimson stain across the land, yet, the absence of bodies points towards something far more unsettling. Their presence in Harston amidst this carnage raises a chilling question: what could this mean? The mystery deepens. Most undead lack intelligence. However, the few who do possess intelligence are known as elders. The army of the dead moving in unison indicates a leader. That leader is Erebos, the Lord of the Dead, the Immortal King. One character expresses concern about a lack of contact information for Erebos, but another trusts Lord Swallow's judgment. A shadowed figure, her clawed hand resting on a dark surface, worries aloud, someone must be informed. The urgency in her unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. A vibrant, demonic-looking woman with purple hair erupts into a furious declaration: she has no other choice. Her outburst signals a drastic action is imminent. The narrative shifts to a village consumed by flames, a windmill burning amidst the chaos. Ugly rumors, sparked by a cataclysmic event, now spread like wildfire. That's how Harston fell into ruin. The resulting despair was widespread, but a glimmer of hope remained. Fortunately, one couple survived the fire with ample supplies. They shared their provisions, easing the community's suffering. This act of charity fostered a sense of unity. People began to cooperate, realizing survival required collective effort. However, their fragile hope was soon shattered. Trust was impossible. The survivors, to avoid being stolen from, isolated themselves, starving to death in their homes. Despite rumors, one man asserted that eating contaminated grains was harmless. The rumor, however, was clearly malicious. The narrator's gaze sharpens, eyes glowing. Initial complacency led to the current crisis. Leaving corpses on the streets attracted insects, forcing the desperate to dig mass graves. A man, his face partially obscured by a cloth, grimly observes a mass grave. He notes that despite the losses, some still cling to regret, and the biggest problem is no one wants to disturb the remains. He reveals that Rosalina's parents are also buried there. The scene shifts to two guards standing watch at a gate. Their presence confirms the Lord's continued control over the area. The man concludes that these soldiers, too, are under the Lord's orders. He resolves to meet them, leaving the reader to anticipate the ensuing confrontation. This is the harpy egg I stole for that very purpose. The armored figure proudly displays a large, speckled egg, clearly intending to use it for some nefarious scheme. That's such a great plan. I know I'm the one who came up with it, but it's genius. The armored individual's self-congratulatory tone reveals a smug confidence in their plan's brilliance. A monstrous harpy descends, its powerful wings beating the air as it swoops down in an attack. They're coming. A wave of crimson engulfs the panel, a stark visual representation of the impending threat. But I was never told their flock was this large. The sheer scale of the approaching force is revealed, underscoring the gravity of the situation. A figure, cloaked and imposing, stands with their back to us. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The figure's shadow falls over a bound captive, a sword poised above them. The scene pulses with impending doom. Despite the grim setting, a declaration rings out: you, at the very least, must live. A lifeline in a sea of darkness. A dying ember flickered between two figures, casting long shadows. Remember, one whispered, their voice barely audible, you must live. The young lord awoke with a gasp, his body racked with tremors as he cried out in terror. A concerned servant rushed to his side, asking, my lord, did you have another nightmare? The lord only managed a weak, ah. Later, leaving his chambers, he muttered, I'm just going to get some fresh air. It's been a few weeks since I became the lord. The woman stands on a balcony, the city sprawling below. Her grief is palpable, she vividly remembers the day her brother died. Her family fled with their wealth after the brother's death, leaving Harston in ruins, still struggling to recover. Driven by her loss, she vows to bring Harston back to life. This is her singular, unwavering focus. He maintained his vow. Despite this, a woman with blonde hair is left with no choice but to place her faith in him. She understands. A messenger reports to a lord, Lord, I have something to report regarding the security of your territory. The lord responds, I'll trust you and wait a bit longer. The messenger explains that a flock of harpies attacked the north gate, but a lone knight unexpectedly arrived and single-handedly repelled them. The lord considers the situation gravely, stating, we can't rule out the possibility that the knight is an assassin in disguise. The weight of this possibility hangs heavy in the air. Despite her suspicions, the lord smoothly says, it's only natural for a lord to praise such achievements. A subtle deception masks her true feelings. The journey to Harston was arduous, leaving the knight weary and exhausted. Before the court of Harston, the princess expresses her gratitude for the knight's service. The princess, curious about the knight's identity, inquires about their family. The knight, unable to reveal their name due to their circumstances, requests understanding. Intrigued by the knight's secrecy, the princess observes their reluctance to remove their helmet, suspecting a hidden identity. His face, a mask of battle scars, speaks volumes. My face is full of the traces of battle. Mine is a disgusting face, where half of my skin is cut off. A woman offers solace, her words gentle amidst the carnage. Even though I can't give you much, I want to repay you as well as I can. Is there anything you want? He requests food, a simple need with strategic implications, gladly. Prepare it. His underlying thought, depending on how she answers, I can learn more about the current situation in the castle. The availability of food confirms a key aspect of the castle's status. that means within the castle, there is no shortage of food. His undead senses pick up on a more sinister presence, not to mention that energy that I can feel because I'm undead. A strange sense of kinship washes over her as she thinks of that man. He casually rests on a bench, recounting his surprisingly easy departure to his companion. The Lord, it seems, was remarkably unconcerned by his questioning. He felt a kinship with the fallen knight, yet left him to die. The protagonist questions his own actions, and his guilt is palpable. A cloaked figure, his face a cruel smile, reveals that the foundations of their world have crumbled. This ominous figure foreshadows further conflict. The protagonist is violently attacked, the assailant clearly intending to destroy everything remaining. His desperation is evident in his plea to be relieved of his duty. The protagonist reflects on the village's quiet, it's not peace, but starvation caused by the people's refusal to eat the provided grain. This reveals a deeper societal problem. Regretting his decision, the protagonist realizes the critical lack of mind control magic to address the crisis. He should have brought Mel's. This highlights a missed opportunity and potential solution. Faced with limited options, a figure presents a bag of food obtained from the Lord, suggesting a strategic move to curry favor. The plan unfolds. This offering aims to win Rosalina's favor. A young girl, clutching a candle, cries out to her brother, a figure looming large above her, creating a tense scene. His eyes, shadowed and intense, fix on her. A chilling whisper escapes his lips, "Lara." Their faces are inches apart, a silent tension crackling between them. His gaze is possessive, hers, a mixture of fear and something else, defiance. Lara gasps, collapsing onto the bed, breathless and shaken. The weight of the encounter leaves her utterly spent. A voice, gentle yet insistent, breaks the silence. "Are you not going to keep sleeping?" The question hangs in the air, accompanied by the soft thud of feet hitting the floor, signaling a reluctant awakening. A young woman lies in a regal bed, her pale face etched with worry. From a darkened corner, a cloaked figure observes her, their intentions unclear. The woman's eyes flutter open, revealing a weary but resolute gaze. She speaks, a plea laced with desperation, "that you'd protect my territory." A woman, aghast, cries out, "Look outside this window. Is this the salvation you promised me?" Her disbelief is palpable, contrasting sharply with the supposed savior's assurances. A cloaked figure calmly replies, "Soon, all the problems plaguing Harston's residents will be resolved, so you need not be so worried." The contrast between the woman's distress and the figure's calm reassures only further fuels her suspicion. The figure continues, "Everything is proceeding smoothly, so my lord, please continue leading your life in comfort." The implication is that the figure is manipulating the situation to their own benefit. The woman, now alone, questions, "Alone? Who is this knight and who do they serve?" Her uncertainty highlights the mystery surrounding the cloaked figure and their intentions. A cloaked figure pledges service, guiding a knight to the castle's reception room, while a woman observes, stating her intent to meet the knight personally. Despite his suspicious appearance, the woman insists the knight's contributions to Harston's salvation remain significant. The knight, finally arriving, greets the Lord of Harston. Overwhelmed by the presence of the noble lord, the knight expresses that his hard work has been rewarded. Observers assess the new lord, noting her youthful appearance and speculating she's the previous lord's younger sister. The armored figure pledges allegiance to the young lord. In exchange for service, the armored figure requests the most precious food in Harston. The young lord graciously accepts the request. A villager's desperate plea echoes, "Why did the lord allow their village to fall on such hard times?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the dire circumstances. A hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, observes from the edge of the forest. Their red eyes glint, hinting at a hidden agenda. Inside a grand hall, a subordinate nervously requests permission to pose a question to the lord, who simply replies, "What is it?" The lord, shrouded in darkness, commands, "Tell me." The weight of his unspoken power is palpable. Necromancers, and even some humans dabbling in black magic, sometimes exude an undead energy. The intensity varies. A subordinate expresses impatience, frustrated by the lack of decisive action. He believes immediate action was required. The investigation into the afflicted grain reveals local belief that the crops are infected with a plague. Rosalina, the thief, continues her escape, making it difficult to approach her. Why would you say that after bringing me here against my will? The young man's indignant question hangs heavy in the air, his frustration palpable. He counters with a self-serving excuse, I was hungry as well. The suggestion of shared hardship is a flimsy attempt at justification. This is followed by another question, oh. So you're saying we should eat first and think later? A sigh escapes her lips as she speaks, forget it. If you're hiding your face out of consideration for others, I won't push it. Her tone suggests a weariness with his evasiveness. There is something that's been bothering me from the start, she finally reveals, her gaze betraying a deep concern that adds weight to her words. The narrative tension ratchets up, there is something hidden. A hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, is confronted. The question hangs heavy in the air, who and what are you? A young woman with fiery red hair collapses, her eyes wide with terror, as a voice calls out, hey, you! A cloaked figure looms over the fallen woman, holding a small, glowing object. She weakly gasps, go. A new character, a man with dark hair, appears, questioning, is this what Patrick gave them? He confirms, yeah, he gave it to me. The implication of Patrick's involvement and the object's significance hangs heavy in the air. He clutches a golden coin, its intricate design hinting at a power beyond its simple appearance. A young woman with fiery red hair sprints alongside a stoic man, their hurried pace suggesting urgency. The desolate landscape speaks of danger. Panting, the red-haired woman reveals their destination is meant to offer salvation, but only to those with unwavering faith. They arrive, and an unsettling feeling washes over her, a familiar unease in this ominous place. It's dark inside the cave, a man cautions the red-haired woman beside him to watch her step. Heeding his warning, they proceed deeper into the darkness, torches illuminating their path. The cave opens into a large chamber, a cloaked figure stands before a sacred symbol, addressing a group of assembled individuals. The figure assures them that they are all chosen, honorable people. The man from earlier agrees. A final instruction is given to always remember the trust placed in them, as this day is also significant. The figure's eyes glow menacingly in the gloom. He vowed to break the bread provided, a clear act of defiance against an unseen authority. His calm demeanor belied a brewing rebellion. The request to distribute the altar bread reveals a ritualistic element within this society's structure. His reaction suggests unease. A secret is whispered, a dangerous game of trust between the knight and a red-haired woman. Their goal, to draw closer to a powerful figure, promised a more potent blessing in return for their obedience. A young woman with fiery red hair lies listlessly, while a dark-haired youth sits beside her. She speculates about receiving meat instead of snacks, referencing a recent visit from the bishop and suggesting a ritualistic context to their current situation. A cloaked figure, seemingly in authority, presents the pair with an object, calling it today's communion. The young woman receives it with gratitude. The scene underscores a hierarchical structure and suggests the object holds religious or mystical significance. The dark-haired youth receives a similar object, but his acceptance is hesitant, he only takes it if I feel like it. This suggests a growing tension and potential conflict brewing beneath the surface. Suddenly, the dark-haired youth's eyes glow intensely, and he confronts an unseen presence, demanding, "What are you doing?" This sudden transformation marks a critical turning point, suggesting either a betrayal or a dark power at play. A young woman with fiery red hair groans as she effortlessly shatters a stone slab with a swift kick, narrowly avoiding a group of shadowy figures. A dark-haired man with glowing eyes confronts another, declaring his indifference to humanity's fate, setting the stage for a conflict. The tension escalates as the dark-haired man's anger flares, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He warns the other to not test him, a clear display of his superior power. The red-haired woman, seemingly unharmed, expresses gratitude to a knight, while the man with glowing eyes silently observes, his warning lingering. A cloaked figure casually dismisses a red-haired woman with a dismissive wave, uttering a nonchalant "oh, but bye," as he walks away. In the isolated town of Harston, a bishop of a false religion has appeared, using unknown mana to brainwash and monitor the populace. The situation's organized nature suggests a larger, unseen force at work. There's definitely someone pulling the strings. Supreme Lord Swallow is confronted, his identity somehow known to his adversary. Swallow, clearly agitated, reveals that more problems have appeared, increasing his workload. The desolate landscape, though ravaged, holds a certain grim beauty. A woman with vibrant purple hair and butterfly wings stands overlooking the devastation with a dark-haired companion. Lord Bathory's visit to the Ancient One's core revealed an impending undead attack on Harston. The woman, confirming this ominous intelligence, shares the dire news with her companion. Beyond the immediate threat, a more sinister truth emerges: Erebos is the likely culprit behind the unfolding catastrophe. Silhouetted against the twilight sky, the pair gaze out at the ravaged city, the revelation of Erebos' involvement casting a long shadow over their grim assessment. He mused, I guess that's the most likely scenario, but it's just a guess at this point, right? A hint of uncertainty clouded his features. Isn't it normal to attack with a numbers advantage? The woman challenged. He simply replied, sure. The woman, radiating power, declared, if what I'm thinking is right. Her aura crackled with potent magic. A system message flashed, mana detection. Sure enough, her magical scan confirmed her suspicions. A surge of pink energy arced across the sky as she confirmed, my prediction was right. Yes, the surprised monster responded. A cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, calmly inquired, what are you so surprised about? The figure offered a golden coin. Take this, come split it with me, he proposed, his tone suggesting a shared endeavor. The monster's eyes widened as he recognized the coin. This is the bread that the bishop gives out, he exclaimed, recognizing its significance. Relief washes over the woman as she finds another believer nearby, contrasting sharply with the surrounding disbelief. She observes the widespread ignorance with disdain. The woman excitedly shares her beliefs with a skeptical-looking knight, questioning his agreement. His response is a non-committal The narrative shifts to reveal the calamity at Harston as divine punishment for evil deeds, providing a crucial piece of world building. This is contrasted with the power of an omnipotent being capable of transcending such suffering. The woman gestures for the knight to sit, and another man reacts with awestruck deference, highlighting the power dynamic at play. Rosalina and a dark-haired companion arrive at what seems to be a crucial moment, as she remarks, we came at just the right time. It's time for communion. Her companion, intrigued, asks, what's that? The scene shifts to reveal a sacred object, similar to one Patrick received at the Lord's castle earlier. A question hangs in the air, how was that at the Lord's castle? The implication is that this object holds significant power or importance within the context of this world. Whispers reveal a critical piece of information: when saving Harston, a figure claimed those with strong faith could achieve eternal happiness. Rosalina, examining a golden emblem, ponders the meaning of a more virtuous sacrament. Her curiosity suggests this is a key element of this faith-based power. Rosalina and her companion find themselves before a powerful figure, addressed as Your Excellency. This introduces a potentially significant antagonist or authority. A newcomer arrives, greeted with a seemingly polite, I believe this is the first time we've met. I hope you continue coming often in the future. The underlying tone, however, hints at something more sinister. Another figure, observing the interaction, remarks, I'm sure he'll be happy about a visit from a believer. Hey, you bastard. The scene shifts to reveal a far less welcoming atmosphere. The newcomer's true nature is revealed as he angrily retorts, you're full of shit. A human may not be able to see that mana, but I can, showcasing supernatural abilities. A woman, shocked by the revelation, cries out, why you bastard, you weren't a human. The newcomer calmly responds, I'm quite forgetful, highlighting a manipulative and potentially dangerous personality. The young man, unwavering in his conviction, declares he needs no proof, his belief is absolute. He points out that a cloaked figure exudes an aura of undeath near the Lord, a detail even someone as perceptive as him finds hard to ignore. Upon learning of the protagonist's destructive actions, a bystander reflects on the scale of the devastation. The young man is confronted. His curiosity was not the reason for his arrival. What's the matter, he's asked. Something abnormal discovered in Chait Castle is heading towards Harston. The undead typically target villages, however, this situation appears different. Why aren't they using their usual village targeting strategy? They may be manipulating mana flow to achieve their objective. A knight, ensnared in a purplish magical trap, hears a voice call out, "You over there." The scene is grim, amidst the ruins of a battle. The magical energy intensifies, consuming the knight further as a silent gasp escapes them. A bright flash erupts as a sword cleaves through the magical confinement, freeing the knight from the purple energy. The attack continues, another powerful energy blast cuts through the knight's defenses. The Dullahan, a formidable warrior, unleashes a powerful attack. Its strength is surprising, even for its kind. The Dullahan's surprise stems from an unusual ability, it is somehow aware of everything. A swift, icy strike forces the Dullahan back. The battle intensifies. The Dullahan's body shatters, leaving behind only pieces of armor and a weapon. A mighty blow, a mighty slice, cleaves the air as a powerful warrior, clad in dark blue and skeletal armor, attacks with a glowing purple weapon. His opponent, armored in gold, counters decisively, so let's not drag this out. I'll cut to the chase. The intent is clear, this battle will be swift. The Golden Warrior seizes the opportunity, declaring, and I'll be borrowing your sword. It doesn't look like you're using it anyway. He disarms his opponent with surprising ease. With a blinding flash, the stolen blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of purple energy. The battle's outcome seems sealed. A cloaked figure descends into a dimly lit room, their presence causing a ripple of dark energy. The woman stirs, eyes widening in alarm as she witnesses the intruder. "How?" she gasps, fear evident. Her fury explodes. "How dare you step foot here in the middle of the night without a word," she screams, her voice ringing with righteous indignation. "Summon that man who was with you." A woman sits on a couch, addressed by a cloaked figure. The apology for the late hour is cut short as the woman discovers something alarming. A small, metallic object falls onto the table with a clunk. The woman's shock is evident as a large, armored figure looms behind the cloaked one, its presence causing palpable tension. The question, "What is that?" hangs heavy in the air. The armored figure's identity is revealed, Lord Larison of Earthark. A tense confrontation unfolds. The undead, eyes wide with barely contained fury, demands clarification. "What are you talking about, undead?" The questioning intensifies. "If this is not an act, then do you yourself not even know what deal you've made?" The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. A high-ranking official intervenes, dismissing the undead as unworthy of the Lord's attention. He requests the guards to arrest him. However, the undead boasts, "I personally killed the Dullahan in the dungeon under your residence." The Lord, seemingly shocked, utters, "Sorry, the underground dungeon?" His disbelief highlights the unsettling implications of the undead's words. The chilling revelation, "That's right. Your dungeon is riddled with corpses." The scene shifts to a violent confrontation, showcasing a knight's determined stance as he draws his sword. He scoffed, "Did you think I'd believe such ridiculous nonsense after you barged in here?" By framing him, "You are the one who threatens the peace of Harston." A knight mentioned a Dullahan, but the other, surprised, pointed out their rarity even among the undead. The situation made no sense for such a high-ranking undead to be in such a place. More importantly, that Dullahan was indeed strange. The scene opens on a pair of elder undead knights, eerily silent despite their formidable stature. Their unusual quietness is noted, contrasting with expectations of aggressive behavior from such creatures. A closer look reveals mind control magic etched into their armor, explaining their unusual behavior. The discovery is met with surprise. The Dullahan's identity, Massam, is revealed. He was a skilled knight and vice leader of a team formed 30 years prior to subdue a vicious undead threat. Despite Massam's skill, the team's communication broke down after his deployment, leading to their failure. The narrative shifts to a statement of intent to pursue a different line of questioning. An undead informant, his crimson eyes gleaming, is interrogated. Where is the vicious undead Erebos? The question hangs heavy in the air. The interrogation continues, shifting focus to the undead guard. Who ordered you to guard this place? A fierce battle erupts. A powerful, purple energy explodes as a sword clashes with an unseen force. The source of the energy is revealed, the Sword of Evil. The weapon's corrosive energy eats away at anything it touches, making a direct confrontation incredibly difficult. Despite the inherent danger, a powerful undead warrior attempts diplomacy, asking his opponent to settle their conflict peacefully. His words fall on deaf ears. The elder undead refuses all attempts at communication. The warrior now needs to find another way to learn why these powerful undead are here. Employing a swift, lower-class magic spell, the warrior prepares to close the distance. He initiates a high-speed aerial maneuver, surprising his opponent. A clash of steel and dark magic erupts. A skeletal knight, shrouded in shadow, is met by a furious assault, a purple energy blasting from the opponent's weapon. The knight, unimpressed, observes, "You don't seem much for conversation." His tone is devoid of any emotion. With a sudden, brutal movement, he grabs the weapon, his grip firm and deadly. He throws his opponent, ending the attack with a powerful declaration, "Great Divider." Lady Lara awoke, pulling the covers around her in the cold. A figure in full plate armor stood before her, stating, "I should think it obvious that I came here for a reason." The armored figure, seemingly unyielding, grants Lara 5 minutes to explain herself. This is the helmet of a Dullahan, a creature of the undead. Accusations fly. Why are you colluding with the undead? The scene shifts to an opulent room. A hooded figure is confronted, their actions deemed disappointing. Will they continue to feign ignorance? The hooded figure is declared incompetent, oblivious to the events unfolding in their own land. He reveals a shocking truth: the man before them is also undead. A woman's desperate cry cuts through the tension. This man promised to save Harston. The weight of that promise, and the potential betrayal, hangs heavy in the air. The hooded figure, having destroyed a soul, explains their subsequent research into the unnatural nature of the undead. This sets the stage for a deeper understanding of the world's magic system and the stakes involved. The inscription, barely visible on the weathered stone, reveals a crucial piece of information: the name of the artifact's owner. A woman, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, poses a direct question: who was the vicious undead they were trying to subdue? She presses for an immediate answer, adding, "I would greatly appreciate it if you answered me yourself." The urgency in her voice is palpable. A powerful blow lands, the word's weakness sword echoing the impact as a figure is sent flying. A woman's eyes, wide and filled with an unsettling quietude, meet the reader's gaze. The question hangs in the air, unspoken tension thick with implication: did you sleep well? A towering armored figure, radiating authority, intervenes. His calm command cuts through the charged atmosphere: Now, if the two of you would please calm down." A sinister smile stretched across his face. He clearly found the situation amusing. Panic etched itself onto her features as she desperately pleaded, You would save my territory?" A sinister grin stretches across the face of the man in blue, his words dripping with chilling confidence. "Of course I did." Below, a woman's eyes, blazing with a disconcerting purple glow, widen in dawning horror. The plan has shifted. A hooded figure makes a clandestine deal with a heavily armored warrior, the details shrouded in mystery. A flash of light, a desperate cry stifled, the armored figure intervenes, silencing their opponents with a chilling warning: "I advise both of you to stay still." The woman recoils in fear as the hooded figure is revealed, an undead being. "I am Ummel," he declared, a grim determination etched onto his face as dark energy pulsed around him. The cost of his power was evident. Ummel's form was ravaged, his labored breaths punctuating his statement: "All of this, to earn it." Lord Erebos emerged from the shadows, his terrifying visage a stark contrast to the opulent, now shattered remains of his surroundings. Erebos addressed Ummel, his voice dripping with chilling praise: "Well done. You've exceeded my expectations in defeating Massam. I've had my eye on you from the start." A horrifying visage, crimson and skeletal, fills the frame. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, a silent threat emanating from the creature's gaping maw. Fear grips the woman's face as she witnesses the monstrous figure, her wide eyes reflect the terror of confronting an undead creature. An undead, like him, she whispers, her words hinting at a shared history. The undead's hand gestures dismissively toward the other character. "It is in your best interest to listen carefully from now on," he states, his tone dripping with cold authority. The undead calmly counters the implied threat. "Do you think threats will work on an undead?" "Of course not. But you have a lot to lose, do you not?" He knows his power, and he knows he holds the leverage. A towering armored figure, far stronger than it initially appears, looms before us. "A bit stronger than you think," it states, a chilling undercurrent in its words. The armored figure, clearly not on the side of humanity, demands answers. "I regret to inform you that we are not on the human side. So stop pointlessly dodging the issue and tell me everything you know," it commands, its tone brooking no refusal. Reluctantly, the other party agrees to answer the questions. "Fine, I'll answer your questions," it concedes, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The explanation begins, revealing the extraordinary conditions required for a human, or any other race, to become an elder. For an ordinary human or another race to become an elder, a phenomenon large enough in scale to be deemed supernatural must occur, or they must bear resentment deep enough to overcome death. A terrifying skull-like face dominates the panel, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. The being's presence is a palpable threat. To create an elder, you need a human with a living body but a weak soul, the creature explains, revealing its sinister methods. This explains the dungeon's grim purpose. The creature continues, detailing how the land's isolation and a fabricated religion further weakened the human spirit, paving the way for the elder creation process. Understanding dawns on a figure in armored attire. The sheer number of corpses in the dungeon now makes grim sense, they are the raw material for a mass production of elders. The final revelation: we are going to destroy the Empire. The creature's grand design is revealed, mass-producing elders to fuel an attack on the Empire. The kingdom falls, its halls consumed by fire as its people rise as the undead, a horrifying consequence of the malevolent dungeons. The source of this devastation, the malevolent dungeons. Too late, awareness dawns. A powerful sorceress unleashes a high-ranking spell, sprawling dark curse, upon a knight. The knight, seemingly defeated, is proven wrong. He unleashes a dark magic even with his arms severed, mocking the enemy's presumption. A cloaked figure, radiating malevolent energy, sneers, "Did you really think I would tell you the truth?" The very air crackles with dark power. "Is that so? Then may I ask something?" A new character, seemingly unfazed by the previous display of power, calmly poses a question. He's shaking off the restraints with brute strength. The tension escalates as the cloaked figure's raw power becomes apparent. However great your plans may be, they're about to be disrupted. A powerful force is unleashed, its destructive energy tearing through the very fabric of the machine. Both you and Iribos will be screwed. A sinister figure looms, a chilling prediction hanging in the air, foreshadowing a catastrophic outcome for both parties involved. A catastrophic attack strikes, a downward force impacting the already damaged machine with devastating results. The attack's aftermath is visible from afar, smoke billowing from a large castle as the devastating attack continues to wreak havoc. If nothing else, a skeletal figure observes the destruction, a grim satisfaction evident on his face. A woman, startled, whispers, boss." The scene shifts to a lavish room where a cloaked figure stands before her, a sword at his side. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The woman's confusion deepens as she questions, why invoke the name of a boss monster from the 7 malevolent dungeons? The implications of her words hint at a looming, terrifying threat. The cloaked figure's response is a chilling laugh, gaha, as his hand moves towards his sword. A sinister intent is clear. "The time for peace ends here," he declares, his voice dripping with malice. The woman's whispered "What?" reflects her terror and complete unpreparedness for the ensuing conflict. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts as the armored knight deflects a dark magical attack. The clash reverberates through the dimly lit room. "I will kill you and every last one of the humans in your territory and turn you into undead," a chilling voice declares, as a pale woman collapses amidst a surge of dark energy. "This is the King of the Dead's decree, a brutal plan of conquest. A skeletal figure in crimson robes, the king of the dead himself, appears, confirming the woman's words, "This is the will of the king of the dead." The undead advance. The knight observes, surprised, "Ah, I didn't suspect a thing at first, truthfully. The undead are normally the type to push onward using a numerical advantage, correct?" His assumption is challenged. The knight acknowledges the enemy's cunning strategy. "I never expected your invasion plan to be so meticulous and organized." The meticulously planned undead invasion unfolds. "This is the first time I've been praised for killing someone's ally," the undead knight mused, a hint of dark satisfaction in his voice. "You are undead, like myself, so why do you not serve Lord Erebos?" The question hung in the air, a challenge to the knight's loyalty. "Ha, and we still need a lord that will manage the territory and collaborate with us." The knight's blade clanged against another, the sound echoing the unexpected turn of events. He hadn't planned on killing her. "Had you done your research, you would have known. The companion who came here with me is." A new threat emerged, shifting the power dynamic. "Strong enough that he just might ruin your plans." A gasp escaped the wounded woman's lips as she heard the ominous prediction. The implications for her, and for humanity, were dire. "Interesting, but that would harm the humans as well. Demand the truth. Uncover Erebos' hidden agenda." The elders, single entities surpassing the might of thousands of zombies, are revealed to be creations of the immensely powerful Lord Erebos. Harston, a strategic location, is revealed as the breeding ground for the powerful, creating the perfect conditions for their gathering. A famine was orchestrated to amplify this effect. The plan's cruelty is acknowledged, a truly terrible idea. Erebos is about to obtain great power, setting his sights on a new objective. A monstrous maw opens, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Erebos' forces express awe at the power of word magic displayed before them. The villain's confidence is unshakable, his plans are unyielding. With his power growing, Erebos declares that nothing can stop him now. "Allow me to summarize the situation. What you're saying is, if that ancient monster were to return, it would be catastrophic." The sorcerer scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Seated upon a shattered throne, a figure declared, "Your timing is impeccable." The reason for Harstein's quarantine and the creation of a new religion is revealed, prompting a chilling realization. A searing pain racks her, tears welling as she cries out, "Ag! My head!" She groans, clutching her head as a figure asks, "So what did you find out?" The reply, "Well, everything." He stared upward, a thoughtful expression on his face. A silent contemplation of the events to come. Suddenly, a violent attack sends him sprawling. Crimson slashes tear across the ground near him. His opponent recoils, eyes wide with disbelief. This strength, it can't be. The sheer power displayed is overwhelming. A chilling statement follows, "My companion is a lot stronger than you think." The threat is clear and unmistakable. The ancient monster's presence defies explanation, its communication methods remain a mystery. Based on the mana sensed, the woman before them is confirmed to be a demon king. A powerful attack shatters the surrounding architecture. The monster lies defeated, coughing up blood, a testament to the demon king's overwhelming power. The winged warrior, wielding a glowing axe, clashes with a monstrous, crimson entity. "You sure talk a lot," she observes amidst the fiery chaos. The battle rages on, but the warrior's attention shifts to the monstrous king now enthroned amidst the destruction. She muses, "Wow, get a load of that guy. Maybe it's because he's undead, but he sure is persistent." A booming voice echoes, announcing, "Our king has descended upon this land." A violent, purple eruption explodes across the landscape, mirroring the king's power. The warrior, seemingly unfazed, comments on the king's dramatic arrival. "He sure is making a big show of all this." The scale of the devastation is emphasized. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of men observe the strange, ominous purple sky. One of them asks, "Doesn't the sky look weird?" Unease clouded Zabeth's features as she ventured into the night. Seeking fresh air, Zabeth wandered through the city streets, her anxiety palpable. She was merely trying to calm herself, however, a deeper unease persisted. A man's voice, filled with apprehension, broke the silence. He worried about the consequences of his actions, fearing the wrath of another. Rosalina, a decision has been made. The boss and several others have met, and the implications are significant. Follow me, I'll explain as we go. A figure guides Rosalina through the dimly lit, cobbled streets of Harston. Rosalina's parents are buried at the bottom of this pit. The guide's words carry a grave weight, hinting at a permanent departure. Leaving Harston will prevent future visits to this location. Toth questions the boss's decision to leave Harston, revealing a lack of understanding regarding the strategy. He calmly asserts that while he respects her faith, her passive waiting for salvation leaves her parents trapped in danger. The man challenges her belief, stating that the God she worships isn't the only source of salvation. The woman ignites a fiery blast, a powerful display of her own agency, demonstrating that her actions, too, can bring salvation. Her desperate attempt to save her parents using her abilities ends with her collapsing near the cart, exhausted but defiant. A cloaked figure, holding a staff, murmurs, "Oh, my. I was wondering who would come here in the middle of the night." The scene is dark, hinting at a clandestine meeting. A woman with fiery red hair and a mask appears, eyes wide with suspicion. She demands, "What are you doing in this place?" The tension is palpable. A woman, seemingly distressed, clutches her hands to her mouth in a ruined chamber. The scene suggests the aftermath of a conflict. A powerful figure sits atop a crumbling throne, a woman lies unconscious at his feet. He dismisses the dilapidated surroundings with a contemptuous, "The buildings here are too weak." A new arrival is greeted with a sinister smile, "You have great timing." The newcomer appears surprised and wary. A swift, crimson blade flashes, a defiant challenge uttered, "You dare." The crimson blade connects, sending the attacker sprawling amidst a cloud of dust and debris. A demonic figure, cloaked in crimson and shadowed by darkness, collapses, its power visibly waning. The scene pulses with fading magical energy. A skeletal figure, its face a chilling skull, smirks triumphantly, uttering, "I told you, didn't I?" The implication hangs heavy, this was all part of a plan. A young man with striking golden eyes and a grim expression appears, clearly startled. "Who's that?" he questions, his voice laced with suspicion and apprehension. A figure cloaked in deep red, adorned with golden accents, reveals a sinister grin. He declares his urgent need to alert Lord Erebos while simultaneously buying time. The urgency underscores the critical situation. A monstrous figure, its face obscured by a crimson mask, coughs, revealing its knowledge of the protagonist's actions in Liège. "I'm certain I heard that your whereabouts were unknown after invading Liège." The masked figure, now defeated and lying on the ground, delivers a final, chilling proclamation, "You are already too late." Consumed by a surge of dark energy, the antagonist unleashes a devastating power, proclaiming his authority, bow and worship. A skeletal figure, his presence imposing, addresses a dark-haired man, simply stating, "Boss." The weight of unspoken urgency hangs heavy in the air. Two men, their faces etched with alarm, exchange a worried glance as they hurry through a dimly lit alleyway. Their quick pace suggests a pressing matter. A weary figure, his breath heavy with exertion, huff. Huff, kicks a small, glowing orb. The subtle magical energy suggests a looming confrontation. "Oh, Toth, you weren't asleep?" The red-haired girl countered, "I should be asking that question. Where are you coming back from?" The scene establishes a tense reunion, hinting at the girl's recent, secretive journey. She explained, "Oh no, I just told him I went to a place where no one goes because of how polluted it is." Her admission, coupled with her distressed expression, reveals the gravity of her clandestine excursion and the burden of her secret. What was? The older man's question and the subsequent reveal, "We're all going to leave Harston tomorrow night," introduces a crucial plot point, a mass exodus from their town, prompting speculation about the reason behind both the girl's secretive trip and the impending departure. The pair walk away from the town under the cover of night. The visual foreshadows the urgency of their situation and the significance of the polluted place the girl visited. Rosalina's companion, Toth, assures her he won't stop her, giving her the freedom to proceed as she sees fit. The urgency in her actions is palpable. He proposes a delay, suggesting that waiting might save Harston, implying a perilous situation with a potential for rescue. His words reveal a conflict between immediate action and a more measured approach. Rosalina's silent contemplation reveals her internal struggle. Her intense gaze and the mention of a dark place hint at the dire consequences of inaction. The weight of her decision is evident. Rosalina and Toth stand before a desolate scene, the setting reflecting the harsh reality of their mission. The visual reinforces the desperation of the situation. Rosalina agrees with Toth's assessment, highlighting his insight and solidifying their shared resolve. The decision to move forward is made. Hesitantly, he took the torch, murmuring, "Yeah, I'll try." The torch flared, revealing two figures shrouded in shadow. One of them gasped, "What are you?" A sinister figure with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, a chilling recognition crossing his face. "Rosalina?" A young woman with vibrant red hair dashed through a ruined cityscape, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "You're out of your mind," a man stated, his tone laced with disbelief as the red-haired woman responded with bewildered confusion. Huh? Her incredulity highlighted the gravity of the situation. A woman cries out in alarm, "Your Excellency," as a man's fiery hand clutches her. She desperately demands, "What are you doing?" Another man intervenes, warning the fiery-handed individual, "Hey! I don't know if you're a bishop or what, but let go of her." The woman urgently pleads with the man engulfed in flames, "Your Excellency, you have to put out the fire on your arm." A fiery blast sends the red-haired man sprawling, the dark-haired opponent watching him fall. "Bastard," he snarls, rage contorting his features as he struggles to rise. The scene shifts to reveal a terrifying figure, his face a mask of grim determination and malice, eyes glowing red. "Shut it, human." Silence is the only song for His Majesty, a chilling voice commands, emphasizing the power of the unseen entity. A shadowy hand reaches out from the darkness, the red-haired woman's anguished face now framed in despair beside her injured companion. Terror seized her, wide, bloodshot eyes reflected the horror unfolding. A man, witnessing the chaos, demands an explanation, his voice laced with urgency. She's launched herself into action, a powerful kick sending her body flying through the air. The ground erupts, monstrous figures claw their way out of a gaping chasm. Gasping for breath, the man bought himself some time with a desperate maneuver. He glances at his companion, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. His exhaustion evident, the man wrestles with a terrible dilemma: can they both survive this ordeal? The weight of the question is heavy on his face. The woman's worried question hangs in the air, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The faintest hint of fear crosses her usually confident features. They sought refuge in a dimly lit passage, the woman clutching close to the older man. A sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. "It's dangerous here as well," the man cautioned, "if you want to live, then get it together." His words underscored the perilous reality of their situation. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she whispered, "Toph?" A blade flashed, and the sound of a desperate struggle filled the narrow space. A piercing scream tore through the silence as she collapsed in despair, her face streaked with tears. He urges her to put her faith in something worthwhile, a subtle challenge to her current beliefs as he offers a small, possibly significant object. The woman's skepticism is evident. He explains his need for a weapon, hinting at an impending conflict. Panic sets in as she desperately calls out a name, Toth, revealing a possible connection or a person of importance in this crisis. A cloaked figure, presumably male, carefully covers their tracks, muttering, "If I do this, they won't be able to recognize Rosalina from her smell." The plan is underway, and the character's focus is on avoiding detection. Rosalina, her face contorted in distress, is confronted. How long are you going to keep relying on others to live? Her dependence on others and apparent helplessness is highlighted. A stern-faced man, armed with a spear, issues a sharp command, "Listen up, Rosalina. No matter what you hear, don't make any noise." The situation is escalating, demanding silence and suggesting immediate danger. Chaos erupts. A violent struggle unfolds, indicated by the flurry of movement and the apparent injuries. A dark, ominous atmosphere fills the scene, signifying a crucial turning point. Rosalina's name is uttered as she's surrounded by grotesque, red-eyed creatures, their desperate struggle palpable. A chilling sense of urgency grips the scene. With a guttural roar and powerful heave, Rosalina bursts free from her prison cell, leaving behind splintered wood and echoing screams. Amidst chaos and flames, a figure cries out, "Your Excellency?" The arrival of unexpected aid is announced, bringing a glimmer of hope to the ravaged scene. Another exclaims in alarm, "Your Excellency! There's fire on your..." The threat intensifies, highlighting the peril facing the newly arrived figure. A figure, his eyes blazing crimson, recoils from the stench of death. This smell, he snarls, the putrid odor clearly emanating from the fallen bodies around him. The red-haired woman, already wounded, is thrown to the ground by a sudden blow. She struggles, the impact jarring. Terror grips the pair. The red-haired woman's companion stares in disbelief as she gasps, "He's an undead?" The realization of their adversary's true nature dawns upon them. A colossal, shadowy figure, radiating malevolent purple energy, looms before a lone warrior. The sheer power emanating from it is palpable, a palpable threat hanging heavy in the air. The monstrous creature, its face a horrifying skull with glowing red eyes, collapses, defeated. A brief moment of respite, a momentary victory in the face of overwhelming odds. Surrounded by clawing, undead hands emerging from the earth, the warrior and his companion are caught off guard. Panic etched on their faces, their situation has drastically worsened. One warrior pushes the other toward safety, sacrificing themselves to buy time. A desperate act of selflessness in the face of imminent danger. The remaining warrior falls into a chasm, pursued by monstrous figures as a desperate cry for escape rings out, "Run!" A guttural, agonized graph echoes, painting a picture of intense pain and struggle. Gasping for breath, the woman confesses, "But I can't move anymore." Her predicament is clear, she's injured and trapped. Despite the risk, the man decides to help, stating, "But Toth, it'll hurt you, thanks." He prepares to carry the injured woman to safety. A shudder racks the man's body, his face etched with pain. A guttural sound escapes him. The stench of decay hangs heavy in the air. A woman with fiery red hair, her face etched with worry, cautiously assesses their surroundings, questioning if this new location is any safer than the last. The woman's companion, eyes wide with alarm, demands an explanation as he notices a disturbing action. The man's hidden intentions are revealed. He rips away his concealing garment, his eyes burning with a sinister light. A sword flashes, narrowly missing its target. The wielder's face is contorted in a grimace of exertion. "Huh?" one character asks, startled. Another explains, "This made me uncomfortable every time I saw it." Red eyes gleam in the darkness as several shadowy figures emerge from a shattered door. Panic rises, the door must have broke, what do we do? A young girl kneels, calling out in alarm to a departing figure, "Toth, where are you going?" A young woman's wide, terrified eyes reflect the horror unfolding before her. Her fear is palpable, a stark contrast to the cold smirk playing on the lips of the man behind her. The heavy, ominous wooden door creaks open, the word Toth echoing in the silence, laden with foreboding. Panic grips the woman as she witnesses something horrific. She begs Toth not to leave her, consumed by fear. Toth, his expression hardening, delivers a chilling warning, "Whatever you do, don't make a sound, and don't do anything stupid." The threat hangs heavy in the air. He holds his weapon, a grim expression etched onto his face. "You're finally listening, good. Instead of getting greedy and both of us dying, this is better." A pragmatic choice in the face of overwhelming odds. A blur of motion precedes his apology. "I'm sorry for treating you so poorly until now." His regret is palpable, a stark contrast to his previous actions. "We must leave immediately." The urgency in the older man's words is palpable, his posture tense as he urges the young woman to her feet. A terrifying skeletal figure looms, its glowing red eyes burning into the viewer. The sheer power radiating from it is palpable. A dark figure, cloaked in purple flames, raises a hand towards the heavens, summoning forth a terrifying army. "A heavenly army," he whispers, a chilling prophecy in the air. The command echoes, "Advance." A horde of grotesque, undead creatures surges forward, answering their master's call, their movements blurring into a chaotic wave of malice. The sky boils with fire, a furious crimson storm. Below, a man watches in horrified fascination, the flames reflecting in his wide eyes. The sky is definitely furious. He mutters, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. Panic erupts. More figures appear, overwhelmed by the approaching horror. "What's that?" one cries, as another exclaims, "It's dangerous." Fear grips them as the true extent of the threat is revealed. Concern etched on their faces, onlookers cried out, What is he doing? Is he hurt?" A figure knelt beside the injured man, declaring, "I will see to your injuries." The question, "You're from the Magic Tower," hung in the air. The injured man confirmed, "Yes, I used to be a trainee at the Magic Tower wing." Observing the wounds, a bystander noted, "It looks like it came from someone else." Another voice, filled with alarm, called out, "Undead." "Hey, who else is coming?" A horrifying transformation occurred. The man's face twisted in agony as he shrieked, "Undead." A wave of undead attacked, overwhelming those present. A man cried out in pain, "Arg." A wave of undead surges forward, their ragged forms terrifying. One clutches at a young man, who cries out in alarm, "WH." "What?" The young man fights back against the undead creature, his desperate struggle palpable. Its guttural growl, "Goor." Grag echoes the scene's intensity. A knight offers a choice: fight together, or perish alone. The scene depicts the dire circumstances. The young man's resolute response, "I'll fight," reveals his courage in the face of overwhelming odds. A man amidst the chaos explains his motivation: he survived the Black Calamity because he was not at the Magic Tower. Now he chooses to help. A surge of defiance rises from the crowd as individuals vow to fight, their determination echoing in the shared sentiment, "I will fight." I'll fight too." Then me too." A knight's voice cuts through the rising tension. "Good. Those who have the strength to wield weapons, come to the front. The rest of you, do your best to build a defensive line." Order is established amidst the chaos. Panic turns to urgency as a warning rings out, "They're coming." The approaching threat is imminent, leaving no room for hesitation. The mages prepare, readying their magic, their concentration palpable as they chant incantations and prepare their spells. A critical moment of defense is underway. Chaos erupts. A man, caught in the turmoil, stares in disbelief, muttering, "Shit, what's happening?" Toth, his face etched with worry and anger, demands, "Toth, Rosalina, where'd they run off to at a time like this?" Rosalina, wounded and frightened, collapses into view. Toth finds Rosalina, his concern evident. She explains, trembling, that Toth told her to stay put, but she couldn't resist coming to him, as the situation was too terrifying. He counters with, "What about him?" Rosalina, her voice barely a whisper, addresses Toth, her fear palpable, "Toth, you?" "No, because he would never." "So Rosalina, don't say it's because of you. It's thanks to Toth." The man's furious denial reveals a deep loyalty, a fierce protectiveness toward Rosalina, and a grudging acknowledgement of Toth's role, hinting at a complex past. "We need help." Rosalina's plea for assistance signals escalating danger, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and foreshadowing imminent conflict. "They're probably at the Lord's castle." The revelation of the enemy's location provides a clear objective, setting the stage for a direct confrontation and focusing the narrative on the coming assault. "You probably don't have enough strength to even walk, so drink this and go. I'm the captain. The castle will definitely be safer than this place." The captain's pragmatic assessment underscores the dire circumstances and their desperate need for strategic retreat, even if temporarily abandoning comrades in battle. "I can't leave my comrades behind while they fight. Toth, I'll keep her safe. I won't let your sacrifice go to waste." The captain's unwavering resolve highlights his commitment to his fellow soldiers and a determination to honor the sacrifice already made, showing a complex mixture of loyalty, duty, and strategic thinking. Rosalina is ordered to summon the knights while others hold the fort. The urgency in her expression hints at the seriousness of the situation. A skeletal figure, seemingly weary of the fight, questions the necessity of his involvement. However, he's reminded of their shared responsibility. Observing the ongoing battle, a figure questions the remaining strength of the defenders, anticipating their imminent fall. A chilling revelation, Ummel's report confirms the presence of powerful elders among the undead forces. He contemplates the favor requested, a grim smile playing on his lips. Lara, distressed and on the ground, is clearly overwhelmed by her circumstances. We're well into their working relationship. Lara, though shaken, declares she has memorized the information. She then whispers that she is being swallowed. He crouches, his gaze fixed on her, before uttering a single, ominous word, "You." A chilling question hangs in the air: do you want to live? The weight of the query, and the implied threat, is palpable. A crimson key, stained with blood, lies discarded on a rough-hewn wooden table. Nearby, a knife and the lifeless feet of a victim suggest a brutal struggle. A horrifying figure, cloaked in purple shadow and radiating malevolent energy, rises above a terrified populace. Chaos reigns. The monstrous being unleashes a torrent of dark energy, engulfing its victims in a wave of destruction. The crimson sky, a consequence of the new Lord's ascension, is noted as an unsettling omen. A soldier expresses unease about the ruler's prolonged absence. A sudden, violent attack erupts, the soldiers falling under the assault of unseen foes with cries of agony. A soldier, mortally wounded, is examined. His lack of bleeding from the wound reveals the horrifying nature of the attackers. The blood, unnatural in color, points toward an undead enemy. A call for all able-bodied fighters to assemble is issued. A surge of green energy foreshadows the undead horde's approach. Panic ensues as the undead advance, confirming the dire threat. A knight on horseback charges through a darkened corridor, his sword raised, pursuing shadowy figures that flee before him. The desperate urgency of the chase is palpable. So choose. Will you run, or will you fight? The question hangs heavy in the air above a throng of civilians, their faces reflecting fear and uncertainty as flames erupt around them. For trainees from the Magic Tower wing, their faces grim but determined, stand ready. They declare themselves a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. A militia rises to defend Harston, their resolve unwavering. They vow to stand their ground until the bitter end, torches burning in the gloom of the approaching battle. A monstrous creature is struck down, a guttural cry silenced. The tide, however, has only just begun to turn. A wave of searing blue energy erupts, engulfing a throng of figures in a fiery explosion. Fire, screams the word above the scene of devastation. Rosalina sits weeping on a staircase, her face etched with grief as a stern-faced captain stands above her. His expression is a mixture of concern and grim determination. The captain kneels, his concern evident as he reaches for Rosalina. He asks, "What happened?" Her distress is palpable. Rosalina sobs, her words a broken confession, "But Captain, Toth is." "Toth, because of me, he." Her grief is overwhelming. The captain, his features softening with empathy, asks, "When Toth died, did he blame you?" The panel ends on a question mark, leaving the answer hanging. A woman clutches a fallen soldier, her face etched with grief and urgency. "Captain, the undead back there wasn't normal," she cries, highlighting an unusual surge in undead activity. Another voice solemnly states, "He is the reason you lived," revealing a connection between the captain and the undead threat. The woman, now seething with anger, demands, "The knights, we need the knights' help," demonstrating the scale of the situation and her desperation for reinforcements. A powerful, horned woman surveys a chaotic scene, stating, "What a mess it is down there. Why don't you come over and take a look, boss? It's insane." The sheer scale of the disaster and the casual cruelty of her tone, which reveals a superior authority indifferent to suffering, becomes clear. It appears the humans are currently winning the battle, but this advantage is precarious. Their defenses, though hastily assembled, hold for now. A looming threat remains: the sheer number of undead will eventually overwhelm the human forces if the conflict continues. Erebos' meticulous planning is noted, and a decision is made to repay a past debt. A new, ominous character demands a name, foreshadowing a confrontation. His fangs bared, a monstrous grin stretched across his face as he leaned in close. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something akin to resignation. A woman's face contorted in agony, her throat clutched. A chilling question hangs in the air: want to live? Confusion clouds the response. Boss? What are you talking about? You have to kill her. The scene reveals a dark chamber, the boss surrounded by monstrous minions. The grim reality dawns: Harston's fate is sealed. Harston is already beyond rescue, isn't it? Patrick, think about it. The reason we've given up on Harston midway is because of. The dark-haired man considers a strategic advantage: if the undead in Harston vanish, leaving only the Lord, they might not need to kill him. A terrified woman weeps nearby. He finds the woman's survival intriguing, suggesting a unique reason for her continued existence. His companion agrees, fascinated by the possibility of her being an ordinary human with extraordinary qualities. The question of her special constitution is raised. The woman, wrapped in a cloak, looks on fearfully as the dark-haired man looms over her. A skeptical young man confronts a skeletal figure. He questions the basis for trusting a woman whose actions could cost lives, highlighting the inherent risk. The skeletal figure, seemingly irritated, demands a focus on logic, dismissing intuition as unreliable in their decision-making process. A proposition is made: until the undead threat subsides and peace returns to Harston, Patrick will offer aid, both physically and mentally. The young man considers the proposal, concluding that a straightforward approach is preferable given the circumstances. Give us. A demand hangs heavy in the air, the unspoken threat palpable. Faced with certain death at the hands of monsters or the undead, she considers her options. The grim reality forces a difficult choice. A poignant reflection on fate and the burdens of leadership. The death of her brother brought her to this position, a heavy crown she never wanted. A bloody footprint marks the floor, a silent testament to the violence that has just transpired. The chilling finality foreshadows further conflict. Lord Swallow, unmoved by his subordinate's plea for magical intervention, coldly orders the gates be opened, accepting the approaching threat. A desperate messenger bursts through the castle gates, his breathless report announcing a village under siege. The messenger, overwhelmed by the scale of the attack, collapses, pleading for the knight's aid against the insurmountable foe. Lord Swallow, eyes glowing ominously, silently contemplates the situation, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. A skeletal figure reveals a critical shift in authority, confirming the ultimate decision rests with another. Delegating the annihilation of their enemies, a commander orders Mel's to proceed while voicing his intention to eradicate them completely. Mel's, encountering a bizarre, monstrous entity, expresses shock and alarm. A female companion warns against shortcuts, urging a direct approach to their target. A creature is swiftly dispatched. A grotesque, eye-like creature plummets from the sky, its descent accompanied by a sound of furious flapping. A female companion reacts with horror and disbelief to a sudden and unforeseen development. A tavern scene dissolves into chaos. A woman with fiery red hair cries out, "No," as the jovial atmosphere is shattered. Overcome with horror, she frantically pleads, "Stop killing them. Please save us." Her desperate cries highlight the unfolding massacre. Her anguish intensifies as she demands, "I'm asking you what you're doing." The question underscores her desperate attempt to understand the carnage. A shadowed figure emerges, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. A single word, "Save them," echoes the woman's plea, yet hints at a potential intervention. A dark-cloaked figure, flanked by a fairy-like woman and a hulking skeleton warrior, stands amidst the rubble. The air crackles with unspoken tension as one of them utters a curt, "Fine." The fairy, vibrant and powerful, announces their departure with a simple, "Let's go." Their wings shimmer, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts back to the desolate landscape, where a discarded backpack lies amongst the debris. A single line of dialogue appears, "I'm Swallow." His golden eyes blazed, a predatory grin splitting his face. A terrifying power emanated from him. He reconsidered his plan, leaving the injured woman behind amidst the rubble of a destroyed city. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay. A horde of undead shambled into view, a grim confirmation of the situation's dire nature. A skeletal figure, despite initially dismissing the plan as deplorable, began to consider its merits, specifically the rehabilitation of the undead. A powerfully armored figure, alongside a woman with vibrant purple hair, argued that humans were untrustworthy, a sentiment the kneeling figure challenged. Her fear, despite her inability to look away, confirms his suspicions. This woman possesses the mental fortitude to withstand his terrifying presence, a key characteristic. The narrator reveals a world where heroes are distinguished not only by their prowess but also by their innate, exceptional constitutions. Swallow's expectation is met, the situation unfolds as anticipated. She voices apprehension about the future, despite his assurance that everything will be resolved. The impending uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. A subordinate demands to know the identity of their shadowy boss, who is revealed to be selling off something significant. The skeletal figure behind the boss hints at the ominous nature of the transaction. The boss, unfazed, instructs the subordinate to simply hand over everything. A woman, distressed and visibly sweating, is shown reacting to this command. The boss stands confidently with his two henchmen, highlighting their intimidating presence. The scene underscores the overwhelming power dynamic. The woman contemplates her grim choice: compliance means survival, but at the cost of everything she holds dear. Facing a skeletal boss, the Lord of Harston sighs, "Let's just finish this, boss," a weary acceptance coloring his words as he prepares for the final confrontation, his sword momentarily misplaced. Suddenly, a woman with purple hair and a katana appears, startling the Lord of Harston. She declares, "Got it," indicating she has solved his immediate problem. A red-haired woman frantically arrives, pleading for help. "Sir Knight, please help us." Her desperate cry reveals a dire situation unfolding elsewhere. The red-haired woman reveals, "Toth died, and the captain is waiting for me," her grim declaration underscoring the gravity of the situation and the urgent need for the knight's intervention. A woman's face, etched with worry, is the focus. Sweat beads on her brow as she stares, wide-eyed, towards something unseen. "Human," she whispers, suspicion and a hint of fear coloring her voice. The red-haired woman turns, her gaze falling upon another figure, blonde-haired and seemingly observing her. A purple-haired sorceress casts a spell, a circular glow emanating from the ground as she calmly remarks, "Of course, I was curious about it too." The scene suggests she's investigating the same mystery as the red-haired woman. Surrounded by a horde of ghouls, several survivors struggle desperately. The sheer number of the creatures is overwhelming, their hunger palpable in the scene's tense atmosphere. A young man observes the chaos, commenting that the ghouls stink, and that their presence will make escape very difficult for the survivors. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the desperate struggle around him. A woman, distraught and desperate, pleads with the young man to act, highlighting his apparent power and contrasting it with her own helplessness. He possesses the strength she clearly lacks. Another woman, witnessing the carnage, cries out, her voice filled with alarm and anguish. The young man's inaction is becoming unbearable in the face of such devastation. A desperate plea echoes, "Save them, please," as a woman collapses before a cloaked figure, her voice heavy with anguish. The weight of countless lives rests on his shoulders. The urgency intensifies. "Everyone left in Harston, please save them," cries another woman, her tears mirroring the devastation of the besieged city. Despite the overwhelming despair, a steely resolve forms. "It's not too difficult, so I guess we will," he states, his tone betraying a calm confidence amidst the chaos. A glimmer of hope emerges in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. He begins his descent, the very ground seems to tremble beneath his measured steps, dark energy swirling around him. He moves with purpose and power. A man's intense gaze pierces the darkness, his question hangs heavy in the air, "Do you?" The unspoken threat is palpable. Tears stream down a woman's face as she whispers, "Must live," a desperate plea for survival echoing in the silence. A young man, eyes wide with gleeful surprise, exclaims, "Escape." Skeleton? The appearance of a skeletal warrior is unexpectedly amusing to him. A woman, crouching amidst rubble, fear etched on her face, asks, "Are the people dying?" The grim reality of the situation dawns upon her. Overcome with despair, she whispered, "No, no." Tears streamed down her face, a stark contrast to her fiery red hair. A powerful blow sends a man sprawling, the impact echoing in the shadowed dungeon. His adversary, unseen but clearly formidable, stands ready for whatever comes next. The dungeon floor is littered with the fallen, a horde of groaning undead surrounds another victim, their crimson eyes reflecting the dim light. The scene is one of carnage and despair. One of the undead lunges, its decaying jaws snapping toward a man's face. His desperate thought echoes, "Is this the end for me as well?" The sorceress, her purple hair ablaze, crushes her foes with a disgusted sneer, muttering, "Ugh, disgusting bastards." A guttural roar, Grapha, echoes as another creature lunges, its red eyes burning with malevolence. With a dismissive humph, she stands amidst swirling pink energy, wings unfurled, a picture of effortless power. The creatures are vanquished. A furious demon, her eyes blazing, snarls in response to an unseen provocation. Her rage is palpable. The demon, wings unfurled, delivers a brutal ultimatum to a cowering human: if you value your life, get lost. The human is clearly outmatched. Her face twisted in disgust, the demon reveals her disdain for humans, declaring, "How dare you compare me to an angel, you damned human?" The weight of her words reflects a deep-seated resentment. A powerful, dark figure emerges, shrouded in flames. The demon, though still defiant, is clearly facing a formidable new opponent. The human is dismissed as the focus shifts to the confrontation between these two powerful beings. The demon, despite the terrifying presence before her, stands firm, declaring that her actions are her own choice. The new opponent, a being of immense power, dismisses her. A shadowy figure, extending a skeletal hand, offers a chilling proposition: embrace undeath and gain immense power. The potential reward is clear, but the cost, humanity itself. The figure, servant to the great Lord of the Dead, unleashes the darkness of 10 evils, a potent display of dark magic. Confronted by this servant and his monstrous allies, a smaller, magically inclined figure expresses confusion and disbelief at the unfolding events. "Found at last," the enemy hissed, addressing his target with venomous contempt. "Found you, you son of a bitch." A brutal assault commenced. A dark, powerful blow landed, sending a shockwave of purple energy rippling outward. A retaliatory strike split the earth. A powerful, blue energy beam cut through stone and air, leaving a clean, destructive path. Grinning savagely, eyes glowing an unnatural yellow, he declared, "That felt pretty good." The satisfaction was palpable. Urged to rise, the protagonist witnesses the aftermath of his casual yet devastating punch. He questions if he was holding back, given the sheer force displayed. A companion expresses disapproval of the protagonist's casual violence, suggesting the defeated opponent needs more punishment. The companion reveals a magical barrier trapping villagers inside a nearby town. The protagonist states his intention to breach the barrier and save the villagers. A companion confirms she can help. Acknowledging potential losses, the protagonist prioritizes minimizing harm to the humans trapped within. He vows to save as many as possible. A grotesque monster, its flesh decaying and a guttural grrr. Escaping its maw, lunges. Lord Swallow, confident, assures his companion, "If it's 20 minutes, I can definitely last that long." His companion, amused, remarks, "How reliable." "Then," she commands, "then take care, Lord Swallow." Lord Swallow lies defeated, his opponent questioning, "Are you the ancient monster?" The creature responds, "Who knows? I'm similar but a bit different," prompting further inquiry, "Then just who are you?" Lord Swallow, far from defeated, unleashes a powerful magical counterattack, declaring, "Ancient monster. Did you think I would lay here like an idiot and not prepare anything?" A shadowy figure, entrusted with the authority of the great Lord Erebos, boasts of unwavering loyalty and flawless service. This servant, breathless but determined, prepares to send Lord Erebos to his next task. With a surge of dark energy, the figure is launched, the ground trembling violently beneath the force. A warrior, amidst a brutal battle, questions his initial assessment. "Shit, who said these monsters were weak?" The scene is grim, bodies litter the ground. The weight of the situation crashes down as he witnesses the scale of the carnage. To think everyone would die this easily. A new combatant arrives, her arrival jarringly contrasting with her nonchalant attitude amidst the chaos. I should have landed on the roof. So gross. The newcomer's gaze sweeps across the scene, revealing her annoyance. So noisy. A wave of crimson energy erupts, engulfing the cityscape in fiery destruction. The very air crackles with power. Amidst the chaos, a man witnesses the spectacle, his voice laced with disbelief as he utters, "An angel." A powerful being, wings ablaze with dark purple energy, dismisses the man's observation with disdain, sneering, "What nonsense is this incompetent human spouting?" The being unleashes a devastating blow, sending the man reeling with a pained gasp. Eek. A monstrous claw, tipped with wicked points, descends, scattering crimson shards across the dark stone floor. A low, ominous ho escapes the unseen being above. With that much mana contained within a human form, you must be a demon king or a dragon. So then why are you taking the side of humans? The speaker, unseen but clearly powerful, expresses disbelief and suspicion. A skeletal face, partially obscured by a mask, leers. Key. I guess I can find out after stripping you of all your flesh. You're foolish to be overconfident in your strength. The response is both mocking and chillingly confident. A woman with crimson hair and demonic features counters, "I don't know what you're talking about, but what I do know is that you're the only one among the undead who speaks." So noisy. Her defiance is evident, highlighting her unique position among the undead. Did you think I, Simon Magus, would lose to a mere demon king? A powerful hand, imbued with dark energy, crushes something unseen. The speaker's identity is revealed, and his fury is undeniable. Two shadowy figures, monstrous in appearance, clash amidst a chaotic scene. One, resembling a skeletal spider, lunges, the other cowers, fear palpable. A striking woman with crimson hair and horns declares, "Your opponent isn't me," her expression a mixture of defiance and amusement. A powerful, cloaked figure emerges, multiple eyes blazing from behind them, wielding a sword. The air crackles with dark energy. The cloaked figure's face is revealed, a chilling visage of malice as he sneers, "I told you I'd remember you, didn't I?" A sickening squish echoed as something was crushed beneath a dark, powerful foot. Lord Swallow stood amidst the rubble, seemingly unfazed by the destruction. His expression was calm, the air around him was heavy with unspoken power. The implications of the crushed being were immediately apparent. He was the guardian of the undead army, the protector of malevolent dungeons. Mel's questioned Lord Swallow's familiarity with the fallen guardian, prompting a cryptic response, "Ah, well." Lord Swallow then revealed he had recently interfered with the guardian's mana. Mel's considered the implications of Erebo's potential presence in the nearby town. Lord Swallow confidently stated that he wouldn't be there. The dark sky, initially mistaken for a natural phenomenon, is revealed to be a magical barrier. Lord Swallow suspects foul play from the sorcerer beyond it. Lord Swallow delegates the task of dealing with the remaining undead to Mel's, his subordinate. Mel's accepts the assignment, assuring Lord Swallow of her competence. He prepares to move on to his next objective, confronting Erebos. Inquired about his estimated time of arrival, Lord Swallow estimates a 15 to 20 minute time frame. Lord Swallow concludes his preparations and proceeds to complete his initial task. A shadowy figure looms over a fallen foe, the remnants of a fierce battle still clinging to the air. The victor's power is undeniable. A young man, collar chafing, sits defeated, his words laced with bitter defiance. "What kind of bullshit are you?" The implication of his enslavement hangs heavy. A sudden, violent energy erupts. Simon Magus' name is invoked, signaling his arrival and the shift in the balance of power. Simon Magus, a face contorted in rage, unleashes his fury. His words, "Ah, you bastard," speak volumes about the escalating conflict. He glared, a furious yellow light emanating from his eyes. "You seriously keep pissing me off." A monstrous figure recoils in horror, his red eyes wide with disbelief. "It's really shit," he groans. The sheer scale of the threat becomes clear. A voiceover warns of the swallow of the malevolent dungeons, foreshadowing a perilous situation. A skeletal figure, propelled by urgency, declares, "I must hurry to Erebos." His desperate flight suggests a race against time and a looming threat. A gaping maw of shadow and purple energy swallows a cloaked figure whole. Quickly, the text commands, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. A beam of golden light streaks across the darkness. A single word, suggests contemplation. A dark-haired man, frustrated, muses aloud. It will be troublesome to track down the missing individual, but he cannot simply abandon him. Worried about Mel's, he surveys the village from afar. His anxiety is palpable. He deduces Erebos, a dangerous individual, is likely outside the village, close to the castle walls, as that is where he'd likely flee to. With a surge of dark energy, he unleashes a powerful attack. His eyes glow with malevolent intent, a chilling smile spreading across his face as the blast connects. The village remains largely intact, despite the immense power of the attack. He stumbled upon a fallen figure, a gasp escaping his lips as he took in the scene. Dismissive, he brushed off the encounter, suggesting the other party tell Patrick about the incident. A new character, seemingly powerful, observes the scene, mentioning a barrier unbreakable by even Mel's strength. A shocking display of power, a red, almost demonic energy erupts from the observer's hand. Impressed, the initial character acknowledges the impressive power display. He worriedly frets, a skeletal polymorph looming behind him. If it's destroyed, Patrick's transformation will fail, and he'll face serious consequences. The young man, burdened by his responsibility, walks away, the hexagonal walls closing in around him. He carries a heavy bag containing, presumably, the fragile artifact. A monstrous silhouette emerges from the red mist, its glowing eyes and jagged teeth promising destruction. A cataclysmic blast ripped through the landscape, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The sheer force of the explosion was palpable. The aftermath of the attack showed a village reduced to rubble, the purple energy still crackling in the air. Facing a massive horde of shadowy figures, a lone figure stood defiant. He calmly observed the overwhelming numbers, uttering, "There sure are a lot of you." Surrounded by shadowy figures, the young man struggles, a guttural graph, escaping his lips as their clawing hands close in. A skeletal figure, eyes burning red, materializes, his voice a chilling judgment, "The way you treat your guests." The skeletal figure gestures, and a horde of monstrous figures emerges from the shadows, their movements deliberate and menacing. A shadowy figure offers a hand, a sinister present, as a shard of dark energy materializes. The recipient, seemingly unfazed, remarks that they have much to discuss, setting the stage for a significant confrontation. A monstrous entity looms, its terrifying visage filled with malice, as a smaller figure stands defiant, ready for battle. The scale of the threat is made clear. This is dangerous. The skeletal figure, cloaked in purple, senses imminent peril. His very presence radiates a chilling power. He's moving quickly. A powerful blast propels the cloaked figure backward, a blur of motion against the crimson backdrop. The attack sends a shockwave through the nearby town, causing significant damage to the quaint buildings. The bastard's fast. A monstrous, shadowy beast emerges, its glowing eyes fixated on the fleeing figure. The speed of the attacker is noted. He failed to devour his prey in one bite, the target escaped. Lord Swallow, seeking a quick meal, confidently assures his companion that he can easily wait 20 minutes. A powerful blast of energy erupts, leaving the creature's fate uncertain. He plans to obliterate the area, ensuring collateral damage eliminates the remaining threat. He walks through a desolate landscape, the remnants of a battle strewn about. A voice, faint yet familiar, reaches him, causing him to question his sanity. His contemplation is interrupted by the unsettling thought, was killing something already dead even killing at all? He reaches a formidable barrier, a complex network of crimson energy, confirming his suspicions. He tests the barrier's strength, marveling at its resilience while still questioning its ultimate limits. A furious red energy erupts, the source obscured by motion lines and a violent, almost abstract depiction of force. He surveys the scene, a grim determination etched on his face. "I reckon I can probably get through it, though, but only if this Demura can hold out," he mutters, his gaze fixed on a dark, pulsating energy source. With a smirk, he casually adjusts the limp form of a corpse, stating, "Well, if things go wrong, then I can blame it on you. I'm in your care, corpse." He observes a building in the distance, a brief moment of respite before the coming conflict. "Right, there aren't any humans in the area," he notes, confirming the tactical advantage of the location. A wave of dark energy erupts, the Korean onomatopoeia suggesting a powerful, destructive force. The dark energy coalesces into a hexagonal structure, pulsating with ominous power. The aftermath reveals a group of figures silhouetted against a night sky, scattered embers falling around them, their terrified faces barely visible. A guttural, rasping sound, rag, echoed as the monstrous figures lunged. A blinding flash of light erupted, obliterating the horde in a devastating explosion. The force of the blast shook the very ground. A skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow, revealed multiple skeletal arms, each ending in bony claws. Its red eyes glowed with malevolent intent. A horde of undead shambles through the night, their ragged forms barely visible in the gloom. Their groaning moans fill the air. Two glowing orbs appear in the darkness of a forest, their ethereal light briefly illuminating the scene. A colossal, skeletal figure emerges from the shadows, its ribcage glowing with an eerie blue energy. The name Erebos appears below it. Amidst the ruins of a ravaged city, a figure surveys the destruction, muttering, well, this much is fine." The nonchalant tone belies the scale of the devastation. The figure, his eyes glowing menacingly, declares, "This is appalling," his words reflecting his disgust at the current state of affairs. He reflects on his actions, a sudden realization dawning on him, right, I should have done this from the start, huh? The implication is that his current approach is belated and drastic measures are now necessary. A horde of grotesque, undead creatures writhes in the shadows, their decaying forms barely visible. Fear hangs heavy in the air. A cloaked figure, eyes burning with intensity, poses a critical question: do you believe it is right for these countless species to be persecuted by the humans? The weight of the question hangs in the air. A terrifying skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes emerges, its voice a chilling condemnation: humans are vulgar, arrogant, and selfish. Even after securing enough to sustain themselves, they continue to invade other species' lands. The skeletal figure continues, its tone laced with icy finality, "And your strength was more than enough to destroy the empire." The implication of this statement hangs heavy. He's right, conquering the empire was impossible without Lie's downfall. The weight of that realization settles heavily. A monstrous shadow looms over the city, a chilling harbinger of destruction. A figure confronts a horde of monsters, his impatience evident as he demands they get to the point. The speaker's words confirm a grim truth: countless monsters died needlessly. He grimaced, a sardonic twist to his lips. "So you're saying this whole thing?" A shadowy figure emerged, its voice echoing with chilling authority. "So don't interfere, right? It's a pity." A powerful arcane energy surged, a massive magical circle illuminating the scene. The figure before it simply watched. The rotting papyrus materialized, a monstrous beast crackling with dark energy. A powerful surge of dark energy erupts as two figures clash. One, cloaked in shadows, cries out, "Hey!" amidst the chaos. The other, wielding a dark blade, is clearly the aggressor in this confrontation. A purple-haired woman, wielding a staff, surveys a horde of swarming undead. "Ugh, it's so crowded," she complains, clearly exasperated by the sheer number of enemies surrounding her. A vibrant crimson explosion rocks the scene as a powerful attack unleashes its devastating force. Lord Swallow's barrier, fueled by god-class magic, is nearly complete. Huffing, Kosalina notes that barely 3 minutes have passed since Lord Swallow's declaration. The sheer power is evident in her labored breaths. Kosalina casually points out the burning humans, implying the others are indeed in danger. A man, contemplating the situation, considers the armored knight and the wanderer among the casualties. A subtle shift in focus reveals concern for specific individuals. Relieved, the man recognizes the approaching knights as reinforcements, crediting Kosalina's timely intervention. A man, his body marred by wounds, proclaims, "Mage, I too will soon become undead." His impending transformation underscores the desperate situation. A powerful, purple energy erupts as a woman screams. A man's anguished cry, "Ah," follows, highlighting the chaos and escalating threat. A monstrous figure emerges from the purple haze. "Well, it doesn't matter now," it states, implying a sense of finality and impending doom. Silhouetted against a twilight sky, a warrior stands over a kneeling figure. "You are a warrior," she declares, suggesting a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. A powerful energy surge erupts, leveling the surrounding landscape. From a distance, a figure observes, a single word escaping his lips, "Hmm." The force of the blast continues, tearing through the earth and scattering debris. A small, resilient sapling remains stubbornly rooted amidst the chaos. He observes the aftermath, his gaze settling on a grotesque, skeletal form. "Ah, you've picked up another weird corpse," he remarks, his voice laced with weary amusement. A towering figure, cloaked in icy blue energy, confirms the grim reality with a single word, "Indeed." His skeletal features are visible beneath the ethereal glow, hinting at the immense power, and perhaps the age, he wields. The question hangs in the air, a chilling accusation: did you put the skin of an undead over the core of an ancient slime? The image shows a grotesque creature, confirming the horrifying nature of the creation. A monstrous beast lunges, its attack met with a defiant roar. A powerful, golden eye watches, ready to intervene in this escalating conflict. Fong of Malice. The creature is impaled, the attack's name echoing the brutal power displayed. This is not a mere confrontation, this is a desperate struggle against overwhelming might. The ancient monster unleashes a devastating wave of power, its sheer force is overwhelming. He may be an ancient being, but even he cannot withstand this onslaught. The source of the immense power is revealed, an ancient skeletal monster, seated upon a throne of ice, radiating chilling blue energy. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, observes the scene from afar, his expression unreadable. The weight of the confrontation hangs heavy in the air. The scene opens on a desolate landscape. A lone figure, cloaked and brooding, stands amidst two monstrous figures, one towering and vaguely reptilian, the other wrapped in bandages. The tension hangs heavy in the air. News arrives: the Black Calamity has fallen upon Liège, a catastrophic event that alters the narrative's trajectory. A monstrous being, radiating icy blue energy, speaks. Its words express regret and blame, implying a missed opportunity to exterminate humanity. The monstrous being's lament is underscored by a final, powerful image: a vast, dark entity looms behind the smaller figure, emphasizing the scale of the calamity and the immense power arrayed against humanity. The demonic lord, his form a chilling testament to power, leveled a damning accusation: "That's right, this all happened because of you. So, Kay, you're dismissed." His words carried the weight of centuries of malice, yet a dismissive tone betrayed a chilling indifference to the ensuing chaos. A wave of weariness washed over his features as he muttered, "Really, what a pity." The weight of his actions, and perhaps the futility of his grand design, settled heavily upon him. A creature, wreathed in crackling energy, descended from the heavens. The command echoed, "Be incarnated." A new pawn entered the game. A violent eruption of energy signaled the creature's arrival into the world, a searing testament to the forces at play. A warrior woman, wielding a glowing, butterfly-shaped blade, cries out, "High up." The scene crackles with magical energy. She assesses the situation: "They're all over the place. I guess I have no choice but to cover more ground." The warrior, seemingly in a moment of respite with a dark-haired companion, decides, "Then I'll go have a talk with Erebos." A heavily muscled man, wounded and grim, stands amidst a flurry of purplish sparks. "Are you the companion of the knights?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the shadowy figure before the speaker. "A companion? How could I be?" Self-doubt and a hint of defiance colored the woman's response, her features partially obscured by shadow and a devilish smirk. At the very least, Toth's sacrifice wasn't in vain. The brutal image of a bloodied man collapses, his sacrifice seemingly acknowledged. "I'm sorry to say this, but please, could you listen to my request?" The shadowed woman's plea is punctuated by her desperate need to be heard, despite the painful circumstances. So she wasn't a human. The revelation of a non-human identity creates a turning point, adding a layer of intrigue to the narrative. The sorceress scans the battlefield, her eyes narrowed. A wounded warrior lies before her. Nearby, a weapon could prove crucial. The warrior's injuries are severe, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. He is clearly exhausted and gravely wounded. With a decisive movement, the warrior reaches for a weapon, his hand closing around its hilt. Hope flickers in the face of despair. From a rooftop, the sorceress senses a growing, malevolent energy, an ominous presence draws near. A horrifying creature bursts forth, its skeletal form radiating a chilling energy. The confrontation has begun. His strength is truly that of an ancient monster. A skeletal beast collapses before a shadowy, colossal entity, its form vaguely reminiscent of a cephalopod. A low hum emanates from the creature. A monstrous maw, filled with jagged teeth, snaps shut with surprising speed. God-class magic unleashes a torrent of blue energy, shattering the skeletal remains. This is the strongest magic, surpassing even other God-class spells. Prepare to be awestruck. A voice, filled with self-deprecation, cuts through the awe. He confesses to being a mere freeloader, unworthy of the greatness he witnesses. The weight of his confession is heavy. Blood stains his clothes as he sits, impaled by a spear. A horde of groaning undead, their eyes burning with malevolent hunger, surged forward. A cloaked figure commanded the army of the dead, their voice echoing with sinister intent, "Fill this land with undead." A powerful, ancient force of dark energy erupted from the earth in response to the command, threatening to consume all. A searing blast of energy erupts, shattering the very air. The force of the previous attacks leaves the battlefield in ruins. A lone figure, cloaked in white and wielding a powerful artifact, stands amidst the devastation. He is clearly strained, yet defiant. "It hurts so much that I don't think I can keep letting you hit me, hey." A blinding flash erupts from a tree, its energy violently ripping through the surrounding forest. A three-eyed beast observes the scene with confusion, questioning why the source of the power is a tree. The source of the power is revealed. A being unleashes God-class magic, the sheer power evident in the glowing energy. The being, having unleashed the power, acknowledges his hastiness, the implication being that he may have acted too quickly. The monstrous creature lunged, its shadowy form barely visible amidst the swirling darkness. A chilling voice echoed, "And use something stronger if you got it." Then, a coordinated attack. A warrior, supported by smaller allies, unleashed a wave of energy. The creature absorbed the initial blast, but the damage was clearly inflicted. A powerful blast struck the creature, but it was unfazed. Frustration tinged the warrior's voice as he questioned, "Why do you all act the same? Like you're reading from the same script?" A monstrous, chained figure erupts from the earth, its shadowy form crackling with dark energy. Powerful, blue chains bind it, yet it strains against its restraints, a terrifying display of raw power. Another beast, this one crimson and horned, roars into view, its eyes burning with fury. A witness observes, questioning if it's another god-class creature, impressed by its sheer resilience. The chained beast is struck, a powerful blow that sends a shockwave through the air. A disgusted exclamation, "So dirty," accompanies the visual impact, underscoring the chaotic and violent nature of the battle. Observing the aftermath, a figure in a long coat stands silhouetted against the cavernous backdrop, their back to the viewer. "Since it's this big, well," they muse, implying a plan of action against the immense scale of the threat. A warrior is blasted back by a wave of icy energy, the force of the attack clearly visible in the swirling blue particles. The Korean onomatopoeia suggests a powerful, shattering impact. The monstrous face of a powerful entity looms, its icy gaze piercing and cold. The Korean text hints at an overwhelming presence. A subordinate nervously questions their boss, a red-haired woman with piercing eyes, "Boss, what are you thinking?" Her expression is one of apprehension. The boss, seemingly unfazed, casually remarks, "Oh right, I'm a skeleton as well," referencing the supernatural circumstances surrounding them. The situation is grim, but her calm attitude hints at either power or desperation. The final report arrives: the undead threat in the village has been neutralized by the demon king Meluge, as expected of his power. A sense of relief washes over the scene as the pink explosions fade, though the undercurrent of unease remains. A powerful blast sends Sir Devourer sprawling, his massive form collapsing onto a metallic surface. The purple-haired woman, seemingly unharmed, lands lightly beside him, muttering, "Oh, perfect." The woman's companion questions her, "Isn't Sir Devourer doing most of the work?" She replies, shaking her head, "No, I think you've done a better job." The woman continues, explaining that even considering the aftermath, Sir Devourer's work always creates more problems. He leaves a trail of destruction in his wake, necessitating her constant cleanup. Frustration evident, she laments that all he needs to do is a few stomps to defeat the enemies. She questions his inefficient methods, highlighting his lack of consideration for her burdensome task of cleaning up after him. A young woman with pink hair, seemingly nearby, asks, "Yes." Her expression suggests she's caught unawares, the scene hinting at a shift in focus. The Territory Lord was the only one spared, a promise kept amidst the carnage. A monstrous devourer emerged, its roar shaking the very ground. He is finally here, the transformation complete. The transformation is complete, he will transcend and become the ruler of the dead. You should feel blessed to be able to die after your thousands of years of wandering. The ancient being, consumed by ethereal blue flames, unleashes a chilling decree upon its opponent. Its skeletal visage and menacing presence signal the finality of this confrontation. A blinding flash of energy erupts, a devastating attack unleashed upon the ancient being. The sheer power of the blast shakes the very ground. "Ugh, that fucking hurts," groans the ancient being, its form battered and weakened by the assault. The vibrant yellow and black energy trails swirling around it add to the intensity of its pain and the desperation of its situation. He questioned if his opponent was letting him hit them, but the answer was a clear no, as the immense power about to be unleashed was undeniable. A blinding flash of energy erupted, the sheer force of the attack overwhelming. His opponent, seemingly unfazed, unleashed a powerful counterattack, claiming it was the strongest magic they possessed, with only 2 charges remaining. Facing insurmountable odds, he recognized the futility of continuing the fight and resolved to retreat. A desperate maneuver was initiated, he needed to create distance to escape. A powerful being, cloaked in shadows and radiating an aura of immense power, sits amidst swirling cosmic dust. The scene pulses with dark energy. A monstrous, fanged maw looms, its breath a chilling mist. A voice, laced with chilling confidence, cuts through the air, "I can take it that you don't have anything stronger, right?" A weary sigh echoes as the ground beneath cracks and shatters, the force of a great power unleashed. A blinding flash of light obliterates the threat, a wave of energy, powerful and swift, tears through a mass of shadowy figures. A monstrous figure, wreathed in ethereal blue flames, unleashes a devastating spell. The sheer power is palpable. The spell's target cries out in pain, their body racked with agony as the magic takes its toll. A green energy orb forms in the caster's hand, suggesting another spell is being prepared. The caster, now revealed to be a young man with intense eyes, declares his intent, "I guess I can get a little serious." His transformation is evident, foreshadowing a dramatic escalation of the conflict. A blinding flash of energy erupts, obliterating the opponent. The aftermath reveals a colossal, shadowy figure rising from the devastation, its power immense and terrifying. Its monstrous form solidifies, revealing multiple eyes that pierce the darkness. "I guess," it mutters. A young man, cloaked and masked, stands defiantly before this looming threat, his glowing eyes mirroring the monstrous being's power. It's time to replace one of the 7 great evil dungeons. A prophecy, perhaps? Anticipation hangs heavy in the air as a powerful figure, confident in his strength, anticipates the upcoming destruction of Haston, a city facing imminent catastrophe. He views it as an opportunity, a chance to prove his might. Elsewhere, 2 onlookers witness the unfolding chaos, a mix of fear and dread in their eyes as they watch the approaching destruction. Hope flickers as the possibility of Haston's salvation is raised, met with cautious optimism and a question of confirmation. Lady Melji collapses, exhausted from a powerful magical exertion. "Ugh, that was tiring," she groans, the lingering magical energy crackling around her. Catching her breath, Melji explains, "I finished everything I had to do. It's been a while since I've had to use so much mana. Another individual, seemingly observing the scene, comments, "You've worked hard. If you hadn't been here, Lady Melji, I don't know how this would have gone." The observer, concerned, asks, "Is he not done yet?" The response clarifies the situation. The boss, as you can feel, is still in the middle of fighting. A red-haired individual, likely another combatant, observes the ongoing battle from a distance, sighing, there will be a lot of work for me after this for sure." The red-haired individual contemplates, the lingering question hanging in the air, "Rosalina, was it?" A crimson-haired woman, her face grim, sits amidst the rubble, a massive sword resting across her lap. She surveys the scene, her eyes narrowed in determination. A skeletal figure, its eyes glowing in eerie blue, stands before her, a sword held aloft. "I should clean things up here first," it mutters, the words filled with chilling resolve. The woman's gaze shifts beyond the skeleton, towards a looming, shrouded figure. Her voice is hard, "I will kill that ancient monster." The shrouded figure unleashes a torrent of icy blue energy, a cataclysmic blast ripping through the air. A towering figure, radiating an icy aura, stands amidst a blizzard of his own making. The very ground cracks under the sheer force of his power. Consumed by shadowy tendrils, a cloaked figure is overwhelmed by a dark energy, its power clearly a stark contrast to the previous display. A woman, her face etched with worry, offers a weak reassurance, "It'll work out somehow, so you shouldn't worry too much." Her tone belies her true apprehension. A vibrant, blinding blast of energy erupts, a stark display of raw power. "That power is a sight to behold," a voice observes, underscoring the spectacle's intensity. A crimson-haired woman, easily mistaken for a warrior, rests a colossal sword across her shoulders. The scene is desolate, yet her expression is calm. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing bright, declares, "Let's clean things up here first." Its tone indicates a cold, calculated efficiency. The skeletal figure, now revealed as a powerful entity, confronts the red-haired woman. He coldly states that there's no point in keeping anyone alive besides himself. The woman is clearly unnerved, yet remains silent. The skeletal knight chuckles, dismissing the notion of killing the red-haired woman. "It's a joke," he claims, "there's no reason to eliminate her." However, a more pragmatic concern surfaces. The knight notes the red-haired woman's current vulnerability, she is incapable of defending herself against threats. The knight's concern deepens, killing her could have unforeseen consequences, potentially upsetting the balance of power. Losing her would be detrimental. A purple-haired demoness enters the scene, confidently offering to incapacitate someone. The question of who remains unanswered. With a swift action and a magical blast, the demoness knocks the red-haired woman unconscious. "As you can see, we've done our part in saving Hasten, now it's your turn to keep your promise." The weight of responsibility rests heavily on the shoulders of the figure addressed, a palpable tension in the air between the armored warrior and the cloaked woman. "I'll tell you a story now, listen carefully." The woman's eyes, filled with an almost unbearable sorrow, foreshadow a tale of desperate heroism. The narrative shifts to a recounting of a past event. A territorial lord, facing an overwhelming undead horde, resolutely decides to defend her people. The image of the approaching enemy serves as a potent visual metaphor for the impending doom. Outnumbered and surrounded, she finds herself in a dire situation, with no hope of victory without outside assistance. Her only recourse is to seek aid. The Lord, with a heavy heart, endures a seemingly endless wait, her resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. The panel focuses on her tearful face, a symbol of her profound despair and grim determination. The skeletal lord accuses the blonde woman, a ruler who sacrificed herself to save her people, of lying to her subjects about her desire to live. His words drip with suspicion. The accusation stings, a visual reminder of her selfless act against the backdrop of her ruined city. The skeletal lord's doubt casts a dark shadow over her sacrifice. Despite the grim surroundings, a glimmer of hope emerges. The skeletal lord speaks of aid arriving from other cities soon. The woman gazes upwards, her expression a mix of determination and exhaustion, accepting her fate as a sacrifice, but holding on to faith in the future. Can I ask you something?" A nervous question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim revelation that follows: they are dungeon monsters. The speaker scoffs, dismissing the idea that their actions could be easily explained away. There's no way that their existence is for the sake of people's lives. The response is curt and dismissive: know your place and don't try to find out too much. A veiled threat hangs in the air, silencing further inquiries. The scene shifts, revealing a figure lying broken on the ground, the remnants of a fierce battle scattered around him. The narration reveals a devastating truth: he was about to replace one of the guardians of the 7 great dungeons. A profound sense of loss hangs in the air. He mutters in frustration, the weight of his situation pressing down upon him: whether it be this guy or that guy, why can't they just leave me alone? The pain is evident, as he groans, ugh, I've been stabbed so much that. No, I don't really care about that. Let me ask, why did it have to be Hasten? The young man's nonchalant attitude contrasts sharply with the looming, monstrous figure above him. Hasten's strategic importance is revealed: it's the most effective location to launch an invasion of the Empire. The immense power of the looming figure underscores the gravity of the situation. What do you think the reason is? The question hangs in the air, adding a layer of suspense as the massive, otherworldly figure seems to consider the young man's challenge. A guttural chuckle escapes the hooded figure as he unleashes a wave of dark energy. The air crackles with power. His maniacal laughter echoes, a chilling sound that fills the desolate landscape. A blinding flash of light erupts, followed by the thunderous impact of a powerful blow. His opponent is sent flying. The hooded figure surveys the fallen foe, his expression cold and devoid of remorse. He casually dismisses the opponent's death. Alone, he stands amidst a ruin, the lingering shock of the battle settling as he lets out a confused "huh?" This place will become unusable unless it's repaired soon, the protagonist groans in pain, his body racked with exhaustion. A subordinate rushes to his side, desperately calling out for him, concern etched on his face. Despite his weakened state, the protagonist is resolute as he assures his subordinate he will return. He feels a profound sense of longing. His relief is short-lived, a stark realization dawns on him, the weight of his predicament sinking in. The territory lord was the only one who promised to keep them alive. A heavy burden rests on his shoulders. Panic grips the scene as Sir Patrick collapses. A young woman cries out, desperate for help. With her mind shattered, any further action is pointless. A cold assessment of the situation. Everything is taken care of, a reassuring statement made as Lady Melge lies unconscious. Someone is clearly unaware of the situation. A woman demands a private audience with the Lord, her request met with the silent, skeletal gaze of a towering guard. The guard dispatches the woman's companions, leaving her alone. Shall we get started? He inquires, a chilling smile playing on his bony face. The guard warns her against revealing what she's seen, trusting her discretion implicitly. Before reinforcements arrived, the populace, enraged, blamed the Lord for the undead attack. However, the timely arrival of imperial reinforcements saved the territory. You're not a scaredy cat, you're confronting a lord who is in hiding. The woman, seemingly a noblewoman, is berated for her fear. A gloved hand points accusingly as the woman's fear intensifies. Her apprehension underscores a hidden power dynamic. Distraught, the woman orders the distribution of castle supplies to the surviving subjects, revealing a dire situation. Doubt is cast upon the aid's arrival. The speaker, however, intends to actively ensure the young lord's heroic narrative. The scene shifts, a skeletal figure comments on the quiet, suggesting the completion of a significant, unseen event. Hasten's anguished face is partially visible, tears stream down as a voice questions her motives. Why are you going so far to save Hasten? The immense risk she's undertaking is highlighted, setting the stage for a conflict of wills. A skeletal figure, its glowing blue eye sockets piercing, confronts Hasten. Didn't you say that you wanted to live? The stark contrast between Hasten's desperate actions and the threat before her creates tension. A powerful, dark entity looms, its immense power palpable. The narrator observes, you would have avoided all this if you had just kept quiet somewhere, right? The consequences of Hasten's choice are laid bare, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A fierce battle erupts, a monstrous figure clashes with an opponent, the onomatopoeia "my back is itching," adding to the visceral nature of the confrontation. One character observes, "Ancient monster, I am once again shocked by your strength," underscoring the immense power of the being they face. Had the youth not attacked, the elder would not have had to intrude upon his territory. His arrival was an unwelcome consequence of the trespasser's actions. The elder dismisses any notion of peaceful negotiation. The intruder's presence confirms his knowledge of the territory's ownership, escalating the situation. A monstrous entity erupts, a dramatic display of overwhelming power, further illustrating the high stakes of this confrontation. A powerful blast of energy explodes, likely resulting from a counterattack against the monstrous being, signifying a desperate struggle for dominance. A wave of energy erupts, sending the figure sprawling. The dark-haired protagonist, witnessing this, questions the nature of the power displayed. Was it not magic? He cautiously approaches the downed figure, his expression one of intense curiosity and cautious observation. He declares his intent to investigate. His face contorts in a grimace of disgust and confusion. The unexpected nature of his discovery leaves him uncertain how to proceed. A small, winged fairy-like creature attacks a robotic warrior. The warrior is clearly more powerful, but the fairy's swiftness creates a fierce, desperate fight. A terrifying skull, eyes glowing ominously, appears. A chilling command to remain still echoes through the scene. They must reach Lady Melge, the boss. However, one of them is out of mana and unable to teleport. A sudden, alarming realization dawns on the pair. A figure, clad in dark blue, plummets into a shallow stream. The splash is barely audible, a gentle disruption in the otherwise quiet scene. He surfaces, gasping for air, his crimson hair plastered to his face. His expression is one of utter despair. The man, drenched and defeated, whispers, "I'm the only one left." His voice carries the weight of a profound loss. Rain lashed down as the young man huddled beneath a makeshift awning, muttering, "Hate it." His posture conveyed profound despair. The downpour continued, mirroring his inner turmoil. He voiced a more desperate question: whose fault is it? The weight of unspoken grief hung heavy in the air. Renee's cheerful words, "Renee was waiting nicely and quietly for you," were cruelly juxtaposed with the image of a gigantic foot about to crush a small, terrified figure. The contrast highlighted the impending danger and the character's oblivious joy. The young maid, her eyes sparkling with mischief, gently strokes the head of a strangely serene warrior, a faint yap escaping her lips. Exhaustion hangs heavy in the air. The warrior, along with several others, collapses onto a table, muttering about feeling like they're dying. The maid, now grinning, offers a choice: dinner or a bath. The warrior, seemingly unconcerned, replies he'll drink the bath water. A woman with crimson hair, observing from afar, expresses satisfaction with the outcome of events, and dismisses a subordinate. Her satisfaction is confirmed as she reports a successful operation, the accompanying image showing a skeletal figure, presumably a defeated enemy. He claimed to have cleaned everything perfectly, but the red-haired woman was skeptical, demanding clarification. The scene shifts to reveal the cleaned items, a small, seemingly harmless creature in a basin, with the other two characters reacting with a mix of shock and amusement. The question EVOS hangs in the air. The red-haired woman's suspicion is confirmed. She realizes the creature is just an empty shell. Despite the initial deception, it's revealed that magic was ultimately used. Even Erevos, a place once thought questionable, now teems with life. The consequences of their actions in Haston are becoming terrifyingly clear. Despite the unification of the Great Evil Dungeons, conflict still persists amongst them. The skeletal figure observes this internal strife. The skeletal figure declares that dealing with the aftermath of Haston falls solely on the protagonist's shoulders. Integrating the monsters into the dungeon is their unavoidable task. A young woman, clad in dark blue, kneels amidst the skeletal remains of others, her red hair a stark contrast to the somber scene. The weight of loss is palpable. Two men discuss their grim situation, one suggesting they prioritize survival, even if it means following those who have seemingly succumbed to this fate. Their hunger outweighs their morality. The red-haired woman questions the injustice of their deaths, prompting a discussion about culpability and the true source of their misfortune. A chilling contemplation of morality in the face of suffering. The woman confronts a group of shadowy figures, her words accusing, her expression resolute. She directs their anger to those truly responsible for their current plight. A man with glowing red eyes asks what they should do, the question hanging heavy in the air. The scene emphasizes the uncertainty that now surrounds them. Her eyes, blazing crimson, bore into the soul. A cruel smile played on her lips, a predator poised to strike. Rain lashed down as she whispered, "There's nothing left." Despair clung to her like the storm. Cowering under a table, a young man with red hair is drenched by the relentless rain. His despair is palpable. The boy's misery deepens as he confesses, "I hate it. I hate everyone." His words reveal a profound sense of alienation and resentment. A sudden shift in perspective reveals a pair of intense, bloodshot eyes, framed by dark hair. The question hangs heavy in the air, who's the one that killed? The threat is implicit, a simmering rage barely contained. The scene changes dramatically. A young man with dark hair, flanked by ominous figures, declares with a weary tone, "Yeah, I'm back." His return is marked by a grim determination. A thunderous crack erupts as the devourer effortlessly dispatches his foes. His subordinate, a cheerful maid, cleans up the aftermath while commenting, "I even cleaned everything nicely while waiting." The devourer pats the maid's head, chuckling, "Did well, did well." The maid, beaming, innocently asks, "Ah, Mr. Devourer? You must be really tired, right?" Suddenly, a skeletal figure appears, clearly perturbed, muttering, "What the?" Before the maid's innocent facade cracks, and the skeletal figure angrily demands, "Just what have you been teaching her while we were away?" The devourer nonchalantly replies, "Yeah. Well, if you added up the number of humans who died of starvation and to the undead, it would be around 3,000. And don't forget about how this damned boss blew up the whole town." Devourer, a young man with sharp features, sits across from a crimson-haired woman, casually explaining his recent actions. He simply cleaned up the undead. A decapitated skeletal head lies on the table, its long, white hair spills over the edge. It declares its intent to sleep, unbothered by the events unfolding. The woman, seemingly unimpressed, observes the skull with a knowing smirk. A sudden shift in setting reveals a larger group, including Devourer, the woman, and a towering skeletal figure. Confusion hangs heavy in the air. "No matter how you look at it, this is just bad work, boss. You did a bad job cleaning things up," the skeletal figure stated, surveying the scene of a massive, wounded beast lying before him. Battery said that Erivos would have lost at least 70% of his life, the skeleton continued, a slight smirk forming. "That's true, but you need to be more careful of things now." "Well, we should be fine for now since Erivos won't be able to make a move for a while." "You should stop slacking off now," the skeletal figure lectured, his tone shifting to one of stern warning. The skeleton's glowing eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle shift in his expression. A close-up reveals the intensity of the skeleton's gaze, its glowing eyes almost burning with a cold fire. A lone figure stands before a gnarled, skeletal tree, its branches laden with the lifeless forms of countless victims. The scene is grim, a stark testament to the widespread suffering. Amidst a crowd, a man's despair echoes. 3 days of rations have ended, his family is gone. He questions the value of survival without loved ones. The man's grief turns to anger, he demands justice for the massacre, crying out against the unfairness of it all. A chilling resolve begins to set in. He declares that a meaningless death holds no value. Survival, now, serves only one purpose: vengeance. You should all know. A group of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes looms, their menacing presence filling the scene. Their words carry the weight of a grim imperative. "We have to kill all the undead." The declaration confirms the dire situation. The extermination of the undead is not merely a suggestion, but a stark necessity. A young man guzzles from a large, golden vessel, laughing heartily as a smaller, delighted figure looks on. This scene contrasts sharply with the preceding panel's grim determination. A large, dark canine creature lies on the ground, paws splayed, a soft, blue bubble floating from its mouth as it sleeps soundly. A young man, his face etched with weariness, rests his head on another's shoulder. The weight of unspoken burdens hangs heavy in the air. Kingar Livestein, his expression grave, reveals the name of the young man, Ar Edelbrias. The weight of his words suggests a heavy responsibility bestowed. The king's words, though seemingly a reprimand for inattention, reveal his faith in Ar's ability to follow along with his long speech. The scene highlights their unique bond, amidst the grandeur of the throne room. Ar pledges his loyalty and determination to meet the king's high expectations. His solemn vow underscores the crucial role he's been entrusted with. A figure, strapped into a strange avian contraption, plummets toward the city below. Two men discuss Paymore's arrest warrant, acknowledging its limited effectiveness given his current situation and the time elapsed since the warrant was issued. The city of Riez lies in ruins, a month having passed since the Black Disaster struck. The stark visual emphasizes the profound changes that have swept across the land. Two figures in ornate military attire converse. One inquires about the lateness policy for an upcoming meeting, while the other dismissively states that waiting is expected. A young woman, Woan Historia, is cheerfully greeted and asked about her well-being. "Don't let your guard down, this place is primordial core. We'll be arriving at the first room soon." The information received is accurate. A looming chasm, glowing faintly from within, confirms their grim expectation. The intel stating the monster hasn't reappeared after the Hishtalt raid force came here 2 months ago was true. A knight confirms this unsettling news to his companion. The second room, as well, the third too. The visuals reveal extensive devastation in the once inhabited areas of this place. That's not possible. It can't be. The group discovers the unsettling truth: everything of value has been looted from the site. A gloved hand forcefully points towards two cloaked figures, their faces obscured. The gesture speaks of a decisive order, an ultimatum delivered in a moment of tense confrontation. "We'll break even if we can just take that back," one figure declares, their words hinting at a desperate gamble against significant odds. The accompanying image shows the ruins of a once grand structure, underscoring the stakes. The worry of failure hangs heavy in the air. But what if the fifth room is empty as well? A leader's concern highlights the possibility of a mission going terribly wrong. "So you plan on leaving empty-handed?" The question is a pointed rebuke, highlighting the consequences of failure. The response: "Then the people who want to leave should leave now. I won't stop you. However, you should forget about joining in on anything that'll make some money from now on." A finality settles over the scene, signifying a break. A monstrous eruption of crimson energy explodes, its jagged tendrils reaching towards the sky. The captain's desperate plea, "Run," is barely audible above the chaos. A dagger lies abandoned on the ground, next to the lifeless hands of a fallen soldier, the grim aftermath of the attack. A skeletal figure, observing the fallen soldier's remains, smirks. "This might be worth something," he muses, revealing his opportunistic nature. The skeletal figure identifies the fallen soldiers. Based on their insignia, they are from the West Krantal Kingdom. Despite the grim discovery, the urgent need to reinforce the dungeon overrides all else. Rumors of a monster-less dungeon spread too rapidly to ignore. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing in eerie blue, demands, "Is that what you think I'd say, right? Can you come down now?" Below, a young man, clearly unnerved, replies, "Yua, I got it. I'm coming down." His urgency suggests a significant threat. A young woman with purple hair and devil horns beams, "We were able to find out about the intruders quickly thanks to her detection magic." Her playful expression contrasts with the gravity of the situation. A man pats the head of a small maid-like girl, praising her, yeah, you're awesome." The implied gratitude hints at the girl's significant contribution. The young woman remarks, "We've really saved a lot of trouble." Her relief underscores the potential severity of the averted threat. She adds, hesitantly, but just," indicating lingering unease. A grotesque, mummified figure with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows. "We should start heading towards Jadika," it hissed, the words heavy with foreboding. The crimson-armored figure, a being of immense power, stood defiant, his gaze fixed on some unseen threat. His very presence spoke of impending conflict. A figure in regal attire bowed deeply, his obedience evident. Yes, Your Majesty, he responded, his voice respectful but tinged with apprehension. The king's grave words hung heavy in the air. The lives of the raid force are on your shoulders. The weight of responsibility rested squarely on the shoulders of the young commander. So, did he receive the full rights to lead the dungeon raid? The question hung between the two officers, a silent acknowledgement of the immense pressure. The consequences of failure were catastrophic. Unrest gripped the upper echelons of the empire, and those unable to manage the fallout were consumed by the ensuing chaos. A monstrous figure loomed over the city, a stark reminder of the danger ahead. The dungeon raid, it seemed, held not only untold riches but a terrible threat. A young man, his expression etched with concern, wonders aloud, what about her? The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a precarious situation involving a woman of importance. His worry melts away, replaced by a wide, almost mischievous grin. Relief, or perhaps a different kind of resolution, washes over him. A young girl, bandaged and vulnerable, lies whimpering softly. The scene shifts to a stark contrast, highlighting her delicate state. A hushed command cuts through the quiet, listen carefully. We will retreat at the slightest sign of a monster. The urgency of the situation is palpable, danger looming just beyond sight. A man's eye, wide with a mixture of hope and apprehension, dominates the panel. He whispers, I hope. Gazing upward at a vast, cavernous space, a figure confirms a grim reality, so it was true. Two figures follow a leader deeper into the cavern, their greed evident. One proclaims, there's bound to be something we can get from this. We will continue inside. Nice. We'll be rich now. Disappointment etched on his face, the leader reflects, is this place really primordial core? If we haven't seen anything even after coming this deep, there really must be nothing here. A low-ranked raid force investigates rumors of a plant-type monster whose body parts, when properly forged, become incredibly valuable ore. One member voices concern about potential dangers, highlighting the team's low rank and the unknown risks within the monster's territory. The team discovers a large quantity of the valuable ore, prompting immediate excitement and a decision to gather it quickly and retreat. A cloaked figure, surrounded by attackers, unleashes a powerful blast, shouting, away! The force of the explosion sends his enemies sprawling. A maid-like figure observes a discarded object, commenting, well, as expected, those guys didn't have anything worth money. Her companion, a skeletal warrior, adds, they could have returned alive if they had just stopped while they were ahead. I guess the selfishness and greed of humans are endless. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous location. A young man reclines casually amidst writhing, dark tendrils, a sinister grin on his face. His subordinates inquire, what do you think, boss? He replies, it tastes much better than those undead. The maid examines a blood-soaked cloth, chuckling, they sure came a long way. The young man from panel 3 reacts with exaggerated disgust and indifference to the maid's statement about the intruder's efforts, declaring, how can you act as if it's not your business when we're talking about your own dungeon? Even I'm starting to feel nothing about it. Thankfully, Lady Melge's presence proves invaluable during this crisis. Right? She's so reliable, the young man affirms, his grin suggesting a touch of irony. Lady Melge, pleased to have assisted the great primordial core, expresses her satisfaction. Melge, however, inquires about the duration of her stay. Preparations are complete. A crimson-clad leg, adorned with intricate armor, rests on a stone floor. The Korean onomatopoeia suggests a soft thud. A voice whispers, Your Majesty Yubar. A figure kneels before a throne, head bowed in submission. Two guards stand rigidly at attention behind him. The scene is one of tense anticipation. The kneeling figure bursts through the doors, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he declares, I'm coming in. A grim realization dawns on the party, even the weakest monster in this region poses a lethal threat, capable of killing them instantly. A darkly humorous character reclines, observing that a powerful threat has conveniently arrived at their doorstep, a comment met with incredulity by a companion. The skull-faced companion's gleeful explanation for this unexpected development reveals that the threat's arrival is directly due to the presence of the reclining figure. Under a vast, moonlit sky, a young demon king sits atop a rock, gazing pensively at the night. She muses on the upcoming gathering of demon kings in a few days, needing to make a crucial decision soon. The weight of her position is palpable. Sir Patrick, seemingly also seeking fresh air, encounters the young demon king. Her response to his presence is curt, revealing a strained relationship. Patrick explains his rigorous training schedule, implying an urgent need for improvement. He lacks even basic needs like sleep, showcasing his dedication and the pressing circumstances. Under a starlit sky, a knight and a purple-haired woman stand, gazing upward. The woman utters a single, contemplative word, "I see." Mr. Tentacle's recovery is nearly complete. Lady Renee awaits and suggests a journey together. The knight observes Mr. Tentacle's progress, deeming it remarkably good, considering healing to this extent is a miracle. Despite the progress, the recovery rate remains agonizingly slow. "Did you fight the Hishital trade union?" the young woman asks, her expression curious. Her question hints at a deeper connection to this powerful organization. It's revealed that the Hishital trade union is the same force that the great hero, Vern Hishitalt, is a part of, and the same force that killed her father. The weight of this revelation settles heavily. Vern Hishitalt, a celebrated hero, is connected to the force that caused her immense pain. With her powerful tentacled companion nearly recovered, she plans her next move, recruiting more monsters, showing her ruthlessness and ambition. Renee and Sir Patrick are addressed, but a skeletal figure and a maid look on questioningly. A demoness declares it best she leaves for Judika. Wuen's wounds are inquired about, while she sits alongside another woman who seems to have had an eventful day. A meeting is mentioned, and Wuen's maid's whereabouts are questioned. She claims to have been out buying snacks. "What about you?" The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken tension simmering between the two figures. He dismisses the need for progress reports, highlighting the sheer volume of confidential files scattered throughout his office, thousands, in fact. A chilling command follows: find those maids and eliminate them precisely 4 days hence. The clock tower looms under a full moon, casting long shadows across the palace grounds. The stage is set. Squad leader Carty addresses a council, thanking them for their time despite busy schedules. He explains the meeting's purpose: to discuss the Black Disaster, a devourer threatening the realm's peace. Carty's announcement to the citizens was merely a calming measure. The situation is far more dire. A crucial revelation: Hero Wuen directly fought the devourer, resulting in Azanelage's loss of an arm. This underscores the devourer's immense power. The evidence of the devourer's strength is undeniable, it's before their eyes. The gravity of the situation sinks in. Even Hero Wuen was no match for the Black Disaster. A council convenes, tension thick in the air. The question of how to stop the devourer hangs heavy, their plan still shrouded in secrecy. Duke Rolthos challenges the plan's efficacy, questioning the point of petty concerns in the face of such overwhelming threat. The council is confirmed to be working against the devourer, but a pressing matter arises: securing the 36th masterpiece. The search for the 36th masterpiece proves far more difficult than anticipated, even with the Empire's most skilled individuals involved. Despite their combined efforts, the task seems hopeless. Their collective might is useless without the artifact. He senses a growing power, a chasm in strength that must be bridged. Obtaining the 36th masterpiece is non-negotiable. A powerful figure, comfortably seated on his throne, orchestrated a campaign of misinformation. He subtly spread rumors labeling the devourer as God's punishment aimed at the Empire. A furious retort cuts through the air. Suppression is demanded. Even misplaced words risk accusations of treason. The implications of his actions ignite a furious outburst. The blatant disregard for the seriousness of the situation is met with undisguised anger. He insists he's only stating the truth, a truth that visibly angers the woman before him. Her expression is one of simmering fury. The man is warned that he's overestimating his own power. The crimson backdrop hints at the impending violence. Ignoring the threat, he explains that leaving the current situation unresolved will split the Empire in two due to the Pope's faction schemes. He states that to counter this, a great war is unavoidable. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. The grim inevitability of a great holy war hangs heavy in the air. A dark chasm yawns open, revealing a star-dusted sky. Doubt hangs in the air, a whispered, "Oh, really?" echoes the uncertainty. A skeletal figure hisses, confirming grim news, Lady Melji has abandoned them. Melji sits alone, her future bleak, lacking even basic necessities. Despair settles upon her. Despite her despair, she notes a refreshing change in the air, a small, almost imperceptible sign of hope amidst the darkness. "What are you doing here?" the purple-haired woman demanded, her voice sharp as she surveyed the approaching figures. Her question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a clandestine meeting. Two imposing figures, cloaked in shadow and armored, stood before her, their silence amplifying the tension. Their backs are to the viewer, emphasizing their mystery and the power imbalance. A dark, ominous mass writhed in the background, its tendrils stretching menacingly. The woman's earlier question is underscored by the ominous presence, suggesting a far greater threat than she initially anticipated. 68, a maid-like figure murmured, "Her back to us." The number, seemingly insignificant at first glance, hints at a hidden, deadly count, adding another layer of mystery and impending danger. The maid, her expression grim, assesses the situation. Regrowth will be limited to no more than 5. A skeletal figure, pointing at a map, reminds her of Meld's Demon King Castle near Riez. Its proximity is significant, a detail seemingly too obvious to overlook. A powerful knight hangs suspended in the air above a demon, the scene radiating intense power. The conflict is clearly escalating. The demon, impressed, questions Mr. Tentacle's surprising strength, highlighting the character's unexpected resilience against formidable opponents. The demon acknowledges her dream of staying in the primordial core is now impossible. The setting suggests a shift in the narrative's focus. Lady Renee proposes recruiting only the male golems that guarded the fourth room, a suggestion met with immediate, albeit understated, objection from a golem who identifies himself simply as golem. While seemingly recovering from an unspecified incident, Lady Renee insists on maintaining the facade of weakness to avoid alarming others. A man in golden armor prepares for an upcoming meeting. Lady Renee directs Garot and Woan to proceed to the meeting room ahead of her, citing outstanding paperwork that requires her immediate attention. Urged to hurry, Lady Renee assures her companion she will soon join them, highlighting the pressing nature of the meeting while the visual establishes a clear sense of urgency. He inquires about the maids who cleaned the tea set, a seemingly minor detail hinting at a larger investigation. His suspicion grows. The unauthorized cleaning suggests someone might have tampered with the tea set, possibly accessing sensitive information. The royal court's announcement that the Black Disaster is not the Devourer is met with immediate skepticism. Demand for proof intensifies the conflict. The lack of evidence supporting the court's claim fuels doubt and distrust. Outraged denial erupts, further escalating tensions and highlighting the deep divide over the true nature of the Black Disaster. A man's eyes, narrowed in fury, dominate the panel. His intense glare speaks volumes of simmering rage and impending conflict. A young woman with pale blue hair hangs her head, a single word, sad, escaping her lips. Her expression reveals deep concern and helplessness in the face of a looming threat. The leader declares, the devourer appeared without warning, emphasizing the unexpected nature of the threat and the unpreparedness of the kingdom. This sets the stage for the gravity of the situation. Another figure, seated regally, observes, there was nothing wrong with Riez's defenses, casting doubt on the reasons for the devourer's sudden attack. The implication is that something more sinister is at play. The young woman from earlier speaks, lamenting their lack of progress against the devourer. Even the recently recovered brachycephalic tooth, a powerful weapon, is in its possession. Their helplessness is stark. He sought the truth, a desperate quest to uncover the hidden reality. The Pope's erratic behavior has raised concerns. His recent actions are unsettling. Dismissing concerns as divine punishment, she exposes the empire's long-standing suppression of religious practices. The Pope faction, it seems, possesses 3 of the 36 holy relics. This is a significant development, one that will undoubtedly impact the coming conflict. A knight stands before a colossal beast, his terse question hanging heavy in the air, is that all you can say? The implication is clear, he expects more information, a more substantial response to the revelation about the relics. His eyes burning with a fiery intensity, the speaker's declaration is firm, I saw it with my own eyes. The weight of his statement underscores the gravity of the situation. This is not mere hearsay. A subordinate reports that someone has left. The vast, star-dusted chasm before them hints at the scale of the world. Another subordinate questions the boss's extra ears, highlighting the fantastical nature of their world and suggesting the unusual power dynamics of this group. The boss shrugs off the news, revealing the nonchalant nature of the Demon King's travels to Judica and introducing the impenetrable defense, a massive, cat-like creature acting as a seemingly impenetrable shield. The impenetrable defense is breached, causing the skeletal subordinate pain, and underscoring that the news of the Demon King's absence is not as trivial as it initially seemed. Lady Meld's recent behavior has raised suspicions. Even before her Judica trip, she acted strangely, a fact noted by both the narrator and Renee. Renee suspects Melge is secretly amassing her own forces. The ominous presence of a large, shadowy beast adds to the unease. Melge reveals a bubbling purple stew, claiming it's a dish she prepared. The visual is striking. Someone expresses frustration, questioning the necessity of this gathering. The underlying tension is palpable. The weight of responsibility falls heavily on one character, prompting a retort about who is truly pushing the burden onto whom. Lady Renee questions the skeletal guardian, pointing out the incongruity of his inaction while his master faces danger. Aren't guardians supposed to protect their bosses? The guardian, seemingly offended, retorts that her plan won't work. The guardian readily agrees to assist Lady Renee, emphasizing her title respectfully. A monstrous, multi-eyed creature is shown, seemingly incapacitated, and sweating profusely. The creature groans, lamenting its fate of facing the same opponent again. A shadowed figure muses, Lady Melge, maybe. The uncertainty in their tone hints at a developing plan. Their carriage arrives. A jovial driver greets them, "We're here, little lady." The city of Iconhedi is revealed, the name is stated clearly in the panel. A mercenary assesses the scene, commenting, "Everyone looks pretty dangerous." His observation establishes the city's volatile atmosphere. Our protagonist enters the city, immediately noting its unique characteristic. They say this is the place with the most information on dungeons. I don't see any maps of the city or signs. The young mage's eyes widen, sensing a powerful surge of mana. A gruff man, holding a golden key, grants her access. "You can go in." The girl, small and cloaked, approaches a mysterious location. A guttural hiss echoes as she enters, overwhelmed by the intensity of the place. Disgust evident on her face, she mutters, "Ugh." A chilling question hangs in the air: have they been captured? The sounds of screeching metal and a whimper echo through a dimly lit, ominous space. A large figure looms over a small, cloaked individual caged within a dark corridor. The small figure's head is visible, displaying an unsettling mask-like face. A whimpering dog, eyes glowing faintly, is trapped in a cage. Its fear is palpable. A monstrous shadow, its eyes glowing ominously, responds to the previous question. "Yeah. I just heard you say that." So? The implication of their complicity is chilling. A skeletal figure frantically addresses its superior, "Boss, Lady Melge has left our dungeon." It suspects the boss's poor hearing is to blame, given the circumstances of Lady Renee's departure as well. The boss acknowledges the skeletal figure's observation, adding, "This punk uses his strength at weird times." The skeletal figure relays Melge's parting words. Instead of saying "I'll be back," she said, "I might have to go," suggesting a more permanent departure. He then questions whether this was simply an overinterpretation. A new, unexpected element appears. A maid, Renee, is seen tending to a bubbling purple concoction that causes a moment of surprised confusion. A shadowy creature snarls, its words echoing the threat, "You want me to die?" The skull-like figure laughs, dismissing the concern, "You've misheard, but the results will be similar, so you can take it as such." A heavily armored woman lies before a massive, dark beast. Its immense size dwarfs hers. She challenges them, "Do you guys have something else you want to say?" The woman's defiance hardens, "Whatever. I won't take a single step from here." The beast reacts with surprise. You're not wrong." "Ooh. Really?" A simple "of course" seals the agreement. The skull-like figure reminds her of a significant detail. Did you forget? You left everything regarding Hasten to me. You should roughly know how much it would cost. A gleeful, wide-eyed girl, Renee, addresses a shadowy figure, Mr. Devourer. Don't worry and leave it all to Renee. Her unsettlingly cheerful demeanor hints at a plan far beyond her innocent appearance. A skeletal warrior, possibly a subordinate, voices his concerns. Renee still has trouble with her eyes. Also, won't the people be suspicious of her? He expresses reasonable doubt regarding Renee's capabilities and the potential consequences of her actions. A scene shifts to show Renee, seemingly young and vulnerable, departing on a wagon. The off-panel voice imparts a tender farewell. Be tough going around the world at such a young age. Please take care of yourself. The contrast between the previous panel's declaration and this scene highlights the hidden depth and complexity of Renee's mission. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, stands before a crumbling gateway, gazing out at a distant, dusty city. The scene is desolate, yet the city hints at a bustling past. The city is revealed to be situated between warring empires, a neutral zone untouched by conflict. The hooded figure, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, expresses apprehension about her surroundings. This is her first time in such an unfriendly place. She arrives at a large building, its size compared to the Demon King's castle, showcasing its importance. Gathering information will be difficult, access is restricted, requiring proof of a raid. A horrifying growl and howl echo through the desolate location, revealing the presence of monstrous creatures. A high-pitched screech pierces the air, intensifying the sense of danger and urgency. A flamboyant individual confronts the protagonist, questioning her purpose in this treacherous place. A skeletal figure, its face partially obscured by shadow, seemed to contemplate something intensely. The single word "so" hung in the air, heavy with unspoken questions. Concern clouded the skeletal figure's thoughts as it voiced its worry. Is it because they might not come back that it's a problem? The word "super nagging" appeared below, a humorous counterpoint to the weighty situation. A smaller figure, seemingly a subordinate, offered a counterpoint. Its words were blunt. I was wondering why you were agreeing so easily. Who else can go if you don't? The skeletal figure's glowing eyes narrowed as a wave of confidence washed over it. You can leave it all to her and rest easy, boss, the subordinate assured, its tone filled with casual reassurance. 1 in 4 people in this city have careers centered around dungeon raiding. It's a significant part of the local economy and culture. 2 figures stand between large pillars, clearly exhausted. The city's shadow looms large. A young woman, her eyes glowing ominously, is discovered in a cage within a dungeon-like storage facility. The question hangs heavy in the air: what is she doing here? The unsettling realization dawns: this is no ordinary noble child. The scene shifts to a storage warehouse for dungeon items. The explanation is simple, yet the mystery remains. A lycanthrope's presence is revealed, the creature's transformation beginning, setting a tense atmosphere. A powerful demonic being, a former army commander, held its ground until the very end of the war. The vendor, displaying a captured lycanthrope, warns of its danger, revealing that 4 elite B-class raid members were sacrificed to obtain it. The lycanthrope's price, 250 ons. The buyer reacts with shock at the exorbitant cost. A small gesture of thanks is offered to Mr. Devourer and Lady Melge for their assistance. The vendor graciously permits the buyer to take their time. A caged demonic dog, its eyes glowing ominously, is observed by the narrator. It's a lost creature, unable to find its mother, treated as a threat only because of its demonic nature. A young woman, distressed, finds herself in a similar cage. She is also labeled a lost child, her predicament mirroring that of the dog. A worried merchant urges her to stay back from the creature, highlighting the danger it presents. The scene shifts to a shadowy figure overseeing a collection of caged children, each with glowing red eyes. His chilling question, "How much is this child?" reveals a dark market for these young beings. The young girl, surprised by the wolf's size, remarks on its unexpected scale. The wolf, now christened Zons, happily accepts its new name. Gazing at the night sky, Zons and the girl find themselves struck by its beauty, reminiscent of the primordial core. Their arrival at the designated location is confirmed by the sight of a large, eerie deer. A regal figure, a being of deer-like features and imposing stature, greets the Demon King. "Welcome, Demon King," he states, his tone both welcoming and ominous. The Demon King, accompanied by a young woman and a large wolf, simply replies, "All right." Their journey continues, suggesting an unspoken agreement, perhaps a dangerous alliance. The woman, left behind with the wolf, instructs the creature to remain hidden should they encounter a human. Her concern hints at a precarious situation and the risks they face. The woman muses on the wolf's name, suggesting it's poorly chosen. The panel focuses on the wolf, its comical expression contrasting with the seriousness of their circumstances. A winged creature, seemingly defeated, whispers, "Sir Devd, forgive." Its plea hangs heavy in the darkening air, filled with the faint shimmer of distant stars. Devd's face, contorted in a grimace, reveals sharp teeth and intense yellow eyes. A guttural escapes his lips, hinting at inner turmoil and suppressed rage. Patrick, encountering a large, skeletal, armored figure, comments, "Oh my. That's a new one." The implication is that this is not a common occurrence, perhaps a newly summoned or encountered entity of significant power. Patrick's companion examines a dark circlet with a green gem, asking, "Patrick, just how many of these do you have?" The question is one of concern, implying a dangerous abundance of powerful artifacts. A dismissive voice cuts through the tension, stating, "What are you talking about? Did I not tell you that it's a really cheap item?" The casual dismissal contrasts sharply with the previous concern, revealing a surprising nonchalance about potent magical objects. A figure, partially obscured, asks, "Devourer, did you wait long?" The casual tone belies the gravity of the situation. Renee, blissfully unaware, remarks that it feels like a honeymoon. Her anticipation is palpable. A skeletal figure, imposing in its armor, issues a warning, "Don't try anything funny and get going already. Both of you should not forget the reason you're leaving." The mission's true nature is hinted at. Renee pleads, "Please." Her desperation reveals the looming danger they face. The skeletal figure, now alone, questions its decision, muttering, "Was it a mistake to send those two? Ha, what a headache." Doubt creeps in. There shouldn't be any problems, right? A nervous undercurrent underscores the speaker's confidence. A merchant, identified as from the Talbrate Merchants Guild, greets a young, hooded figure. He politely inquires about her needs, noting her youth and alone status in the marketplace. The merchant's expression shifts, he subtly warns his companion against antagonizing the young woman. Her presence seems to carry unspoken power. The merchant explains that the items here are typically used as materials, but he personally sells them directly. He plans to search for recruits for his army while his castle is being rebuilt. A massive, chained wolf-like creature looms, adding a significant layer of danger to the scene. The merchant and the young woman are dwarfed by its presence. The Demon King's forces celebrate another victory, but the young monarch, despite the joyous chaos around them, is visibly distressed. Tears well up in their eyes. Offered a chance to name their price for the victory, the young Demon King hesitates. A heavy sigh escapes the Demon King. It's not the money, but the price itself that troubles them. The Demon King reveals their financial constraints, possessing only 500 ons given to them by Lady Melge. The other individual, intrigued, reveals the mysterious origin of an item, found after a raid. The wolf-like creature panted heavily, its dark eyes gleaming with an unnatural intensity. A hand gently stroked its fur, the wolf seemed to relax, its expression softening. It is identified as a demonic being. The creature's happy panting was evident, a stark contrast to its previous aura. The young woman with purple hair and horns confesses to having purchased the creature. The young woman, unable to properly assess the large dog due to poor lighting, remarks that she could only see its head floating about. Night falls earlier in Nihit than expected. Realizing this, she urgently declares she must hurry to Judica. The scene shifts to a desolate, moonlit graveyard. A voice announces the return of the Great One, urging her to lead the way. The Demon King's emissary directs her to the fallen monastery behind the mountains, where the other Demon Kings await. She explains that she cannot personally escort her to a place with such strict entry requirements. Naming her new companion Sir Devd, she happily sets off. A lone wolf sits amidst overgrown ruins, its gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A voiceover confesses a regret, acknowledging the possible repercussions of using someone else's name. A skeletal figure, clad in dark armor, confronts another character. The skeleton's words are sharp, pointing out the futility of the other's unending curse and resentment, spanning centuries. The dialogue continues, with the skeleton dismissing a long-standing mission as mere leisure. The intensity is palpable. Suspicion hangs heavy in the air as one character questions the other's honesty. The skeletal figure backtracks, clarifying that the previous statement was meant as a cautionary remark. Let's get going. Renee, a young maid with surprisingly large backpacks, sets off on a journey with a determined, almost manic energy. Alone with Mr. Devourer, just the two of us, eating together. Renee's somewhat unsettlingly cheerful expression contrasts with Mr. Devourer's visibly annoyed one as they embark on their quest, implying a complex, potentially antagonistic relationship. Please come back without causing any trouble. A desperate plea accompanies their departure. A powerful, spectral skull image suggests potential danger lurking ahead for Renee and Mr. Devourer. The accompanying yuwa sound depicts a sense of urgency and apprehension. So Renee, where did you say we're headed to? Knee hit. They say there's a lot of information there since it's a mercenary city. Renee reveals their destination, Nihit, a mercenary city promising crucial information for their mission. Determined to acquire a demonic being, the protagonist contemplates the hefty price tag. He muses, I have to buy this. How much is this demonic being? A vendor, seemingly unfazed, nonchalantly reviews the demonic being's price. He makes a sound indicating consideration. Financial concerns weigh heavily on the protagonist as he declares, I can't spend half my wealth before even building my castle. I'll take a look at the others as well. The protagonist's earlier apprehension gives way to eager anticipation as he pants excitedly. Come, Zons. A young demon girl, Zons, and her large wolf companion are seen under a full moon. Zons scolds her wolf for following her, reminding it of its duties as part of the demonic army. A sudden, violent scene shift. A dark-haired man, seemingly a powerful figure, is shown delivering a sharp blow to a skeletal figure. Here, boss, he says. The plan is set, tomorrow. But first, a comical struggle ensues as one character attempts to escape the clutches of two others, their desperate cries echoing in the air. Alone under a starlit sky, he reflects, recognizing a familiar symbol, the Nihit mark. A meeting of demon kings convenes in Jadika. A young, powerful-looking demoness enters, her presence commanding attention. She collapses dramatically, seemingly overwhelmed. A dark figure approaches, concern masked by an unsettling calm. The demoness sits, sipping a mysterious blue liquid, her initial distress replaced by an unnerving composure as she observes her surroundings. A cacophony of monstrous figures surrounded the central figures, the scene pulsed with chaotic energy. The young woman, tears streaming down her face, whispered, I'm irrelevant. A dismissive scoff escaped her lips. A man's incredulous gasp cut through the air, he's not a demon king. Shock rippled through his expression. The man's laughter boomed, echoing the scorn of the surrounding demons, those bastards, they're all looking down on me. His declaration was a mixture of defiance and bitter amusement. A malevolent figure, eyes gleaming with an unsettling yellow light, declares his intention to tolerate the current situation to build a formidable army. A woman with horns and striking white hair appears, her expression a mixture of surprise and relief, exclaiming, Melge? You're Melge, right? The reunion is charged with unspoken emotion. Overwhelmed with relief, the woman embraces Melge, crying out, Melge. So you were alive. Do you know how worried I was? Their reunion is heartfelt and joyous. The reunion is abruptly interrupted as the woman chides Melge, rude. Seems like you're still far from being a dignified demon king. The tone shifts to playful teasing. A chef, sweat beading on his brow, utters a strained dash, his expression one of utter exhaustion. A young woman in a maid's uniform soothes the weary chef. "I want a rest now," he says, while she replies, "Then have a good rest. You can call me if you need anything." The maid's companion, lying beside her, groans. He protests, "But we came all the way here without getting any rest." She counters, mentioning a nearby dungeon. Despite his exhaustion, the urgency of the nearby dungeon prompts a shift in their plans. The maid observes, "We should really get moving." He looks so tired, though, to which he replies, "Well, that can't be helped." A sudden interruption shifts the focus. Someone calls out, "Lady Renee, don't you want to have a nice time alone with the boss?" Renee's shocked reaction, a surprised what, ends the scene. Renee playfully suggests a honeymoon after their date, a comment met with a slightly awkward but ultimately affirmative response from her companion. The man, burdened by a task assigned by Sir Patrick, reflects on the unexpected arrival of Mr. Devourer. He is clearly relieved to have completed the assignment. A tender moment unfolds between the two, his intense gaze softens as he gently holds her hand, revealing a deeper connection beneath the surface tension. News of a castle incident reaches them, a subtle foreshadowing of upcoming challenges. Relief washes over the speaker as she learns her friend, presumed dead, is alive. "Just where were you these past 2 months?" she demands, a hint of concern underlying her urgency. The two women clasp hands, genuine relief outweighing any lingering animosity. "Whatever it is, it's great that you're still alive," one reassures the other, a visible wave of emotion passing between them. The scene shifts to reveal a history of conflict between their fathers, a source of tension the friends consciously avoid. "That's between our fathers," one exclaims, deftly deflecting potential conflict. The focus returns to the friend, who is clearly there seeking help. "Also, didn't you come here to look for help? That's the reason why you came to Judica," the other points out, pragmatically reminding her of their purpose. Despite their friendship, the speaker emphasizes her position, "I'm saying this as a friend and not a demon king." She offers assistance only conditional upon the effort her friend invests in her own recovery. "Now, let's go back," the man says, his tone firm. The demoness, her gratitude palpable, vows to rebuild her castle. Their hands separate, the warmth of their contact lingering, only to be immediately replaced by a chilling presence. A monstrous spider emerges from the shadows, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The demoness walks alone through the ruins of her castle, a grim determination etched on her face. The path ahead is shrouded in darkness, but her resolve burns bright. The young demon, once the center of attention alongside her father, now finds herself overlooked. A stark shift in her circumstances is palpable. She gulps down the liquid, a desperate act hinting at a profound change within her. The transformation is imminent. The Demon King's enraged words, "How dare you bump into a Demon King? I'll have your head," mark a significant escalation. The consequences of her actions are about to become clear. Surrounded by cackling demons, the young woman's eyes well with tears as she endures their taunts. Their cruel laughter echoes, "Pwahahaha! Kwahahaha!" underscoring her helplessness. Powerless and surrounded, she makes a strategic decision. "They're doing this knowing that I'm powerless to fight back right now. Just you wait. I'll put up with this for now." A sudden surge of anger flashes in her eyes. The realization dawns, they weren't satisfied with just once? Her eyes widen in horror and recognition as a name escapes her lips, a whisper of a painful memory, Marmolia? A larger demon nuzzles the smaller, purple-haired girl, a painful reminder of a forgotten past. The older demon exclaims, "How long has it been? It seems like it was just yesterday that we played and studied together as kids." The purple-haired girl shudders, barely able to manage a whispered reply, "Ugh. Marmolia, you." He narrowed his crimson eyes, a subtle shift in his demeanor. "Let's go somewhere else first," he commanded, his voice low and firm. The sign loomed before them, Mercenary City Nihit. The city's entrance, battered and broken, reflected its grim reputation. A maid, small yet resolute, appeared. Surrounded by mercenaries, she confidently declared, "I'll guide you right away." Their surprise was palpable. The maid urged him to action. All we have to do is pick out some monsters from there, so if you come with me, we'll be able to finish things quickly, she explained, her tone brisk and businesslike. You can do it, get up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A gleeful, almost manic, young woman in a maid outfit eagerly anticipates it, her face a mask of excited anticipation. A date? Instead of calling it a date, all you have to do is tell the boss. The maid is now stirring a bubbling purple potion before a large, skeletal figure, the implication clearly being that a date with this boss is far from romantic. Ugh. I can't even lay down for a good rest. A weary young man groans, his posture slumped on a bed, clearly exhausted. I will definitely make him mine this time. A determined, almost predatory, female figure with glowing, mismatched eyes vows to capture her target. The visual emphasizes her resolve. I've sent out scouts, but the site of your former castle is now firmly in human territory. The young demon, seemingly unconcerned, claims to have been wandering aimlessly. She brushes off any mention of her presence at the primordial core. Fearful of judgment, she confesses to hiding her actions at the primordial core, believing it would lead to the same animosity from other demon kings. A large moth flits across the panel, symbolizing the passing of an era. The rivalry between their fathers is a thing of the past, they now forge their own paths. A young demon offered help, revealing that she already knew everything. A giant spider loomed in the background, its many eyes gleaming. Another demon, older and more mature, commented on the first demon's growth. The spider lunged, a terrifying display of power. It's been a while since we last saw Renee, and she seems to be reflecting on something. A pensive look crosses her face. Renee's expression shifts dramatically, her eyes widen, and she appears to be on the verge of a breakdown. Her distress is palpable. 2 gold coins are presented, implying a transaction or payment. It seems Renee and her companion are securing a high-class room at an inn, hotel, or similar. The man's excitement is evident, he envisions a perfect honeymoon with Renee, expressing his anticipation for their future. Renee, seemingly oblivious to the man's happiness, is described as a genius. Tears streamed down her face as the young demon declared, "My dad is stronger." A sibling rivalry, clearly fueled by familial pride, is about to erupt. The argument escalated quickly. "He has a cooler-looking horn," she shrieked, illustrating the depth of their petty conflict even as children. Their lifelong feud had begun. Despite their constant bickering, a surprising transformation occurred. The word, however, hung heavy in the air, foreshadowing a shift in their dynamic. A small, horned girl with purple hair beams up at a towering, shadowy figure. Her innocent joy contrasts sharply with the figure's imposing presence. "Is what I thought. Now, this way, Melge." Melge, a demoness with striking white hair and gold earrings, asks where she's being taken, her apprehension evident. A dramatic reveal, Melge and the small girl are confronted by a group of powerful demons, their menacing presence filling the panel. "He brought her here." The weight of that statement hangs heavy in the air, the implication clear even without further explanation. Melge de Lymphagria, a young woman, sits alone in a dimly lit chamber. Her posture suggests despair, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the surroundings. Satan's direct lineage, 4th generation, Demon King Ubar. The reveal casts a chilling light on the situation, instantly clarifying the stakes. A demon lord leers at a younger demon, her words dripping with malicious amusement, "Here in Jadika?" The implication of her question hangs heavy in the air. The younger demon's face twists in anguish as she reflects on her current predicament. "I never thought they would treat me like this," she whispers, surrounded by menacing figures. Before a council of powerful demons, the accusation hangs heavy. "You say you haven't lost to the humans? Then do you think a demon king being the sole survivor is a victory?" The weight of this question points to a catastrophic defeat. The young demon's face hardens with resolve as she states bluntly, "The loss of the army is the demon king's fault." So? The scene is tense with unspoken accusations and looming consequences. The audacity of her actions is questioned, her presence in Jadika is deemed unacceptable. A decision must be made to prevent further dishonor to the Demon King title. However, Jadika cannot be ruined for her sake alone. Judgment will be delayed until the last day of Judica. Relief washes over someone as the decision to incarcerate the criminal is made. A beggar and a maid are observed. The beggar appears on the verge of collapse. The insignia raises questions. Welcome to our dungeon store, a place dedicated to the safety of humanity. The young woman, while organizing files, explains that she'd been preparing these resources while cleaning. The extensive files detail a powerful monster that has resisted all attempts at subjugation by humanity. The store owner informs the duo that everyone else has left and they must close up shop. A young girl, eyes wide with determination, declares, "I won't come here again even if I die." A dark-haired man beside her immediately counters, "So let's just kill him." Their shared animosity fuels their grim resolve. The man examines a stack of requests, his expression questioning. What type of raid requests are you looking for?" he asks, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. More requests appear, the pile grows, indicating an insatiable demand. "All these are pretty." He trails off, hinting at the sheer scale of the problem. He sighs, conceding defeat. "Ah, you're right." He admits, his frustration evident. The weight of responsibility weighs heavily upon him. Lying on his bed, the man laments his poor planning. "Ugh, damn it. Maybe I should have just recruited Melge." He realizes his mistake in not seeking stronger aid earlier. Someone thinks the woman with purple butterfly wings and a dark, regal outfit looks like the coolest demon king. A maid, small and with distinctive green eyes, comments that a certain woman was quite helpful in bringing someone home. A man, seemingly concerned, confirms a 2-day event's timeframe, ensuring the other person can reach the destination before it ends. He offers help if the distance is too great. A young demon vehemently denies being a descendant of Asmodeus, insisting her father is superior. Her defiance hints at a deep-seated rivalry, fueled by familial pride. The narration shifts to explain the siblings' persistent conflicts, suggesting a possible link to their father's strained relationship. Despite their disagreements, a hint of a complex past is subtly revealed. Before a mystical portal, the siblings and their father sit, a moment of shared contemplation before a significant turning point. The mysterious orb suggests a momentous event is about to occur. It was at this very moment that their lives irrevocably shifted. The young demon's expression promises a significant transformation. Self-consciously, the young demon princess muses, "Looks like I'm still childish." She acknowledges the monumental task ahead. Rebuilding her forces is nearly impossible alone, but help may be found amongst like-minded demon kings. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she declares, "As expected, I'm still too young." A demoness with white hair and crimson eyes sneers, her words dripping with contempt, "The loser." Her expression conveys utter disdain for the defeated opponent. The demon king sits upon his throne, his face a mask of disappointment. The scene underscores his weakened state and the gravity of the situation. Another demon, this one with vibrant pink hair, speaks, "Our stupid Melge." Her tone is dismissive, highlighting Melge's perceived foolishness. This further emphasizes Melge's precarious situation. Melge, lying defeated on the ground, thinks to herself, "I knew that I wouldn't be treated well," her internal monologue showing self-awareness and resignation. A descendant of Asmodeus lies sprawled on the floor, his crimson armor a stark contrast to his pale skin. He is clearly wounded, but defiant. Another demon, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, vehemently insists on her innocence, proclaiming it a misunderstanding. She hasn't lost to humans. The young demon is confronted with the harsh reality of her situation. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. "Look at the situation you're in. Can you truly say you haven't lost?" The weight of failure crushes the young demon. She accepts full responsibility, whispering, "It is all my fault." A taller, more powerful demon woman appears, her expression cold as she declares, "That's right. The sentence is cut short, leaving the immediate action unresolved." A young woman, trapped within a crimson eye, is revealed in a glimpse of someone's vision. The scene is fleeting, a brief, intense moment before the narrative shifts. 3 figures approach a restricted area. A guard explains that access requires an insignia. A woman presents 2 gold insignia. The guard reacts with shock, recognizing them as belonging to an A-class raid member. A young man, seemingly relieved, comments on the abundance of these particular insignias. A young woman in a maid outfit anxiously asks a cloaked man, "Can we even read all this in time?" The sheer volume of papers surrounding them hints at a significant task ahead. A dark-haired man suggests bringing another monster from the great evil dungeons, but the maid immediately objects, "No, that won't work." The urgency of their situation is palpable. The dark-haired man groans, "Ugh," as he struggles with a large book, revealing the difficulty of their current task. The level of the great evil dungeons proves insufficient. The maid frets, "No. If this drags on till tomorrow, Renee's date plan." Her concern highlights a personal stake in their time crunch. A man, proudly displaying a gold coin, asks, "You have more raid requests, right?" This confirms the ongoing pressure and suggests a repetitive cycle of tasks. A young woman in a maid outfit sharply demands, "Give me that," pointing at a startled man in an apron. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. Lying on a bed, a dark-haired young man and the maid examine a book, the man commenting, "Looks like there aren't many useful monsters this time." "Ha! How about this one, Renee? They say it's an ancient metal slime." The man groans in discomfort. He admits, "It's not like I haven't thought of that, but you know, to have her work as a room manager." The maid explains, "If you think about the levels of the humans who challenge the great evil dungeons, Melge will reach her limits in 3 years. And also, I don't know if it's just my guess." The young man sighs, agreeing, That's true. Still, I should have asked." He second-guesses his actions, wondering if he let her go too easily. A moment later, he questions whether he also destroyed her castle. The woman explains that to find Judica, one must read the stars, a method inherent to demon kings. She reveals she possesses this skill. A breathtaking panorama of the night sky unfolds, revealing the star patterns used for celestial navigation. Confirmation. The journey to Judica begins, guided by the stars. It wasn't that she had changed, the world around her had shifted, leaving her feeling strangely out of place. The chilling decree echoed in the shadow chamber, "She must die." A pile of official documents lay scattered, the question hanging heavy in the air, what were they really searching for? The shopkeeper, beaming, politely requests the young man to return tomorrow, explaining that he needs to start cleaning soon. Under a star-studded sky, amidst the ruins of a forgotten civilization, a lone figure pants heavily. The scene is unsettling. The figure, a man with antlers, stands beside a wolf-like creature, sharing his unease. The vastness of the night sky amplifies their isolation. "You don't seem like a demon king," the wolf observes, its words highlighting the unexpected vulnerability of the seemingly powerful antagonist. The creature's eyes glow intensely as it unleashes its true, terrifying form, ending any doubt about its power. "I've given you plenty of warnings. Will you still come?" "Foolish person," it roars, a chilling declaration. A monstrous guardian, servant of the great Eubarb, bellows its challenge, "No intruder shall pass alive." The beast unleashes a furious roar, its power palpable. Undeterred, the intruder observes, his only comment a bemused question about the creature's volume. A new figure emerges, impressed by the intruder's unexpected resilience, offering unsolicited advice. Others wanted her dead, but a friend intervened, arguing against making an example of her. She explains that she had to work hard to convince others to spare her life. The implication is that this friend went to great lengths to protect her. The friend's relief at seeing her is palpable, even as a slight tremor hints at an underlying tension. Now that her horns and fangs are gone, she can't act like a demon king anymore, leading to an idea. "How about you become my underling? I'll give you a chance." The offer, though seemingly benevolent, hangs heavy with unspoken coercion in the shadow chamber. "You never know," she purrs, a predatory glint in her eyes. The implication of her next words is far from subtle. "I might even give you a higher position if you do a good job of licking my boots." The demon's proposition is crass, revealing her true, power-hungry nature. "Take her," the order is given, and the dark, imposing figures around her obey without question. The woman's fate hangs precariously in the balance. The Demon King's court condemned a subject for bringing shame upon the title. Despite witnessing many events, the princess still struggles to understand the situation. The princess questions the Demon King's perspective. His weak army perished, yet the strong one survived. She cannot grasp his apparent indifference. The princess challenges the king's assessment of his army. Then are you saying I threw them away? The demoness' words hang heavy in the air, a challenge laced with wounded pride. Ha, talking so big even after your army was wiped out and you're in such a sorry state? You must have lost your mind. The opponent's mockery stings, highlighting the demoness' current weakness. You claim to judge my faults, but I have done no wrong. Speaking of my punishments even before the ruling. Your pettiness I can understand, but it's laughable that you, the greatest demon king, would go along with such a farce. The demoness counters with righteous indignation, emphasizing the absurdity of her situation. Isn't that so, Sir Yubar? The arrival of a powerful figure shifts the dynamic, introducing a new element of power. As Sir, not Lord? The demoness' shock reveals a significant power shift. The title change underscores a dramatic fall from grace for the seemingly arrogant greatest demon king. How dare you speak to? Her rage is clear, fueled by betrayal and humiliation. Unfazed by the taunt, she counters with icy disdain. The pain of loss means nothing to her. The woman scoffs at the ignorance of those who call themselves demon kings. A grotesque figure cackles, eager to begin the promised punishment. The woman, unmoved, calmly informs the demon king that the impending pain will be intense, urging him to savor it. With a sinister chuckle, the torturer announces their gruesome intention, to begin by removing the demon king's horns. A sickening war echoes. A demonic figure, ears pointed and skin pale, frowns, disturbed by a series of woof sounds. What is this noise? She questions, her annoyance evident. The scene shifts to a woman with vibrant purple hair, her expression one of disbelief. To think I'd hear dogs barking in a sacred place like Judika. She mutters, incredulous. The purple-haired woman's concern deepens. She concludes, her voice filled with doubt, there's no way that person would come here. I must be hearing things because my heart is wavering. Overcome with emotion, tears stream down her face as she whispers, Mr. Devourer. The scene abruptly shifts, introducing a sinister figure who smirks, addressing her with a casual, hey, Meluge. A powerful, stag-like creature and a canine beast panted heavily, their breaths ragged in the night. The scene hints at a recent struggle. A chilling warning echoes, only demon kings may proceed. The implication is clear, any trespasser faces death. A sudden attack, a cry of pain, and then, darkness. A young man with piercing yellow eyes emerges from the void, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A demoness with striking white hair and crimson horns leans against a dark stone wall, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. How is it? Is it nice in there? She asks, her tone dripping with malicious amusement. The demoness' expression shifts, her eyes glowing with a fiery red intensity as she asks, so, what kind of punishment do you think was issued? The question hangs heavy with implication. A smaller, purple-skinned demon sits slumped, her horns and fangs apparently gone. Ah, you poor thing. Poor little Melge won't even have horns or fangs left, the larger demon observes with chilling coldness. How many demons would look down on you in your sorry state? The larger demon's laughter echoes as she leans over the smaller one, her malicious grin widening. In such a situation, she sneers, reveling in the other's misery. Frustration etched onto her face, the demoness is questioned, you don't want to? Why aren't you responding? Her silence speaks volumes. Ignoring the inquiry, she declares, let's go, and departs, leaving the unanswered question hanging in the air. A chilling laugh echoes as a voice proclaims, the fun is just beginning, foreshadowing a darker turn of events. The sound itself, a sharp kaya dash, hints at impending malice. The trial begins. A monstrous figure bellows, we will now start the trial to determine the punishment. His words carry the weight of impending doom. The sentence is delivered, horns and fangs will be removed. The demoness, now small and vulnerable in the center of a ritual circle, awaits her fate. The onlookers watch with a grim satisfaction. A final chance for rebuttal is offered, the implication heavy with the potential for dire consequences should the accused fail to produce a satisfactory defense. The accused's silence is met with the cold logic of the powerful, the weak fall prey to the strong, a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of their world. The accused, rejecting the narrative presented, claims to have simply regained their senses, however, they acknowledge the trial's inherent illogic. Outrage erupts at the audacity of questioning Lord Yubar, with calls for harsh punishment escalating the tension, a visceral response to perceived disrespect towards a supreme being. Resigned, the young demon sits within a dark circle, her words echoing her despair, "Whatever I do or say in this place won't change the outcome." A wave of relief washes over her as she confesses, "I actually feel relieved." A chilling sound pierces the silence, a monstrous, guttural woof woof woof. A large, grotesque orc-like creature brandishes a wicked blade, its shadow falling menacingly upon her. Startled, she looks up, fear evident in her eyes as she asks, "Where's this noise coming from?" The possibility dawns on her, devourer, could he have come all this way? A monstrous orc and another figure look down at the demon. Her defiant retort cuts through the tension, "The sound of a dog barking might be more pleasant to listen to than your bullshit." She adds, almost breathlessly, "No way." A flicker of hope ignites within her. Just maybe, if he were here. He sits regally, a figure of quiet power, seemingly unaware of the turmoil brewing elsewhere. A sudden confrontation. A figure with antlers and his wolf-like companion are halted. Who is it? Stop right there. A chilling revelation unfolds, they decided to cut off your horns and to pull out your fangs. Losing the demon's trust as their leader is a serious blow. The weight of this failure is palpable. Despite a short imprisonment, a plan has formed. The slight smile hints at a dangerous scheme brewing. A maniacally loud laugh erupts, signifying the beginning of the plan's execution. Chaos is imminent. The declaration of being a true supreme being displays arrogance and confidence in her superior capabilities. A second punishment is decreed for any insolence following the first. The threat of further retribution hangs heavy in the air. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, a crumbling castle silhouetted against a twilight sky. Its imposing structure hints at a history of conflict and decay. A powerful demon, dismissing even demon kings as merely slightly talented demons, expresses surprise at finding one still alive. The demon, questioned about its age, notes that the concept of age is different for demons compared to humans, highlighting a crucial difference in their lifespans and perhaps their very nature. The demon's formidable presence is further emphasized as it asks for a name, its glowing eyes piercing through the darkness, commenting on a cool-looking horn adorning the other figure. A young demon, his face slick with sweat and bearing the marks of recent violence, whispers, "My name is." His crimson eyes, wide with fear, hint at a desperate plea. The camera shifts to a much older, similarly marked demon, his expression equally terrified as he weakly murmurs, "Sir Yubar." The weight of the younger demon's implied request hangs heavy in the air. A cheerful, purple-haired demon girl appears, her demeanor a stark contrast to the previous panels. "You must have followed Mr. Devourer," she exclaims, revealing a significant connection to the events unfolding. The scene explodes into conflict. Accusations fly as a powerful figure declares, "To think you'd interrupt the sacred process of judgment. You don't know your place. How dare!" The interruption of a sacred ritual sets the stage for a dramatic confrontation. He walks among a throng of shadowy figures, his curiosity piqued. They are not his people, yet he's somehow involved. The man's question hangs heavy in the air. Why are these beings treating a woman so harshly, threatening punishment? The scene is tense. A chilling detail is revealed, the woman faces brutal mutilation, horns and fangs removed. The narrator's tone darkens. The threat escalates. The man's audacity in challenging the gathered demon kings in Jadika has enraged them. The consequences will be severe. A powerful demon explodes into view, a terrifying display of raw power. The conflict is imminent. A crimson whirlwind of blades erupts, engulfing a cloaked figure. The young man at the center remains defiant, seemingly unaffected. The young man's expression twists into a grimace of disbelief as he recoils from the force of the attack. confusion etched on his face. He stands amidst a silent throng, the air thick with suspicion. Accusations hang unspoken as he proclaims his innocence. I didn't do it. Yubar, a powerful demon lord, watches with a mixture of fury and uncertainty, a burning orb held aloft. His question hangs heavy in the air, why? A subordinate demon trembles, fear evident as she nervously addresses Yubar, Sir Yubar? His rage is palpable, vowing swift retribution for whoever dared to raise the sword against the great being. Sir Yubar groaned, his face a mask of pain and confusion as he struggled to comprehend the situation. The maid, a figure of unexpected lethality, had almost killed him. His rage intensified as he realized the potential threat. That seemingly harmless maid could have easily killed him. This encounter highlighted his vulnerability and the unexpected danger he faced. A young man, seemingly unfazed by the previous near-death experience, casually recognized Yubar, highlighting a dynamic power shift. The young man, displaying an air of authority, ordered Yubar to get up, demonstrating his control over the situation. Their meeting clearly establishes a pivotal point in the unfolding narrative. The boy's eyes widen, his face etched with a chilling apprehension as he recalls the demon's sudden arrival 900 years prior. A palpable dread hangs in the air. He whispers a single word, I wonder, a stark contrast to the gravity of his previous thought, hinting at a deeper mystery yet to unfold. A terrifying transformation occurs. His eyes blaze with a malevolent yellow, his features sharpening into a demonic visage, the change mirroring the power and malice of the entity he contemplates. A young woman, clutching a large furry creature, is startled by a proposition, please, will you become a member of Primordial Corps? The request hints at a powerful organization and suggests a shift in the narrative's focus. Accepting their offer means becoming a member of Primordial Corps, managing one of its rooms. A tempting proposition, indeed. The army will consist of demonic beings, excluding Mr. Devourer, who assures them of their best efforts. A desperate plea to Mr. Devourer, eyes filled with tears. Mr. Devourer's incredulity at the situation is palpable, he finds the entire arrangement nonsensical. The Supreme Devourer, brimming with vengeful glee, declares his intention to finally vanquish his nemesis. A warning follows, however, he's likely being manipulated by Melge. Melge, a devilish figure, reveals her manipulative plan, her sinister smile widening as she prepares to exploit the Devourer's anger. A swift clash of blades erupts, a blinding flash of steel marks the beginning of the confrontation between Melge and her unsuspecting opponent. A sharp cry of pain pierces the air as Melge's attack lands, the severity of the blow underscored by a series of anguished screams. A fallen demon king lies defeated, his body contorted in agony. A voice, cold and assessing, wonders aloud if this was the last of them. A new figure, imposing and powerful, emerges. The fallen king shrieks in terror, his fear palpable. This newcomer, judging by the horns, is identified as another demon king. The new demon king commands the fallen one to look up. The fallen king obeys, his eyes widening as he takes in the powerful presence before him. The fallen demon king's face is a mask of fear and barely suppressed horror, his voice trembling as he utters a desperate plea. A playful scene unfolds as a young woman with purple hair playfully wrestles with a large, furry wolf. Her laughter fills the air as she exclaims, "Ah! You little!" The mood shifts abruptly. The woman, now visibly strained, grunts, "Ugh," as the wolf's playful demeanor changes. A woman with white hair and red horns, appearing to be the same species as the purple-haired woman, apologizes, sorry. I ended up straying off topic." The setting changes to a more serious, dark environment. The narrative focuses on the reactions of others to the earlier events. So, you guys are embarrassed about Melge acting like a demon king when she doesn't have anything left. He stands before a demonic army, a chilling question hanging in the air. Then, if I were to destroy all of your armies? A close-up reveals a predatory smile, eyes blazing with malevolent intent. His power is palpable. The protagonist's demeanor shifts subtly, his tone, though still dangerous, becomes dismissive. I was just asking a question, though. A swift, brutal rejection, just die quietly. The ensuing attack is swift and merciless. A powerful mage, overwhelmed by the sudden assault, cries out in pain as "Ugh." Magic erupts around him, highlighting the sheer force of the attack. A young man with striking golden eyes gazes upward, his expression a mixture of weariness and contemplation. The scene is bathed in a warm, reddish light. He stands, defiant, a bold proclamation hanging in the air, "I greet the Supreme Being, Sir Devourer." The weight of his words hints at a power struggle to come. The Devourer's name echoes through the chamber, causing shock and awe among those present. The whispers confirm the young man's identity as a being of immense power, originating from the primordial core. A mysterious figure, perhaps a servant, observes, commenting on the young man's familiar appearance. The implication is that the stakes of this encounter are far greater than initially apparent, hinting at a deeper, pre-existing connection. The young woman's chilling words paint a grim picture. Her actions, driven by vengeance, led to the massacre of all the demon kings in this realm. The grinding sound intensifies the horror. A wounded demon, his face etched with pain, attributes his survival 900 years ago to the young woman's supposed benevolence, a twisted form of mercy that seems to have left a bitter legacy. The demon's memories of terror remain vivid, underscoring the lasting impact of the events he barely survived. His exhaustion is palpable. The young woman, her motivation shrouded in mystery, challenges the demon, prompting him to learn why she has returned. He assures the kneeling figure that he's not here out of fear, but for another purpose entirely. The man and a woman arrive at a chamber where Lady Renee and a large wolf await, their presence suggesting a clandestine meeting to rebuild his army. Lady Renee confirms his purpose, prompting the man's inquiry about her ability to help. The revelation: demonic beings will be assigned to the man's new army. The man and Lady Renee depart, their mission to rebuild his army using demonic forces now clear. He knelt before her, making a request. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Marmolia recoiled, vehemently rejecting his proposition. Her outburst underscored the audacity of his request. Her indignant words revealed a deep-seated resentment stemming from years of unfair comparisons and criticisms. The contrast between her anger and his calm persistence intensifies the scene's tension. He counters her objections, highlighting her legitimacy as a powerful demon king. Marmolia's response, though seemingly submissive, is laced with a chilling undercurrent. The shift in her demeanor, combined with his glowing eyes, suggests a deeper, more sinister power at play. Outraged, a figure with piercing green eyes vehemently rebukes the audacity of touching Mr. Devourer with dirty hands. The scene shifts, a different voice demands to know which demon king the two individuals present serve. A confident response follows: "If everyone present has no objections, there should be no problems." A powerful, terrifying presence fills the panel, a group of demons, their eyes burning with malevolent intensity, emerges with an ominous aura. Their appearance signals a shift in power dynamics. A shocked whisper breaks the tension: "Sir Yubar?" The revelation of Yubar's presence introduces a significant player into the unfolding conflict. A supreme being is questioned about their presence in such an unworthy place. The being lies wounded and vulnerable. The supreme being counters with a sharp, defiant question: "Why do you think I'm here?" The tension escalates. A maid-like figure explains that after discussions with Mr. Devourer, they've concluded the Supreme Being is needed in the primordial core. This reveals a plot-significant individual, Mr. Devourer, and a crucial location. A cacophony of screams erupts as two figures confront each other. One, a demonic woman, unleashes a chilling shriek, "Kaya!" The other, dressed in maid attire, stands defiantly, their expressions hinting at a brewing conflict. A young man, seemingly caught in the crossfire, pleads for mercy: "Sir Devourer, please excuse this offense." His words are directed towards a powerful figure in crimson robes, whose name, Marmolia, is subtly revealed. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The demonic woman's fury intensifies. She cries out, "What is this? Let go of me!" Her struggle against unseen forces highlights the escalating conflict and uncertainty. A guttural scream escapes the young man's lips as a small, dark creature seems to detach itself from his mouth. The scene depicts a moment of unexpected, desperate transformation. A young woman in a maid outfit observes three demonic beings, two large, slumbering creatures and a smaller, seemingly injured one. she remarks on the recent events, subtly highlighting her manipulative role in their current predicament. The smaller demon's lack of concern for the other's fate is revealed as pragmatic. She explains that keeping them alive offers future benefits, further demonstrating her ruthlessness. Despite encountering obstacles, such as a gatekeeper's refusal to assist, the group presses on, encountering a demonic being carrying a specific scent. The smaller demon, apparently lacking confidence in her abilities, is offered a position of power, a role within a primordial core. Her uncertainty underscores her unexpected elevation. The maid bluntly informs the young demon, "To tell you the truth, you don't really meet the standard. I doubt you'll last 3 years, you could even be raided tomorrow." Her assessment is clearly harsh but delivered with a matter-of-fact tone. The demon, already aware of her precarious situation, breaks down in tears. The maid's direct confirmation of her fears is devastating. Ugh! I knew that was the case, but to hear it directly. She whimpers, clearly overwhelmed by this confirmation. The maid offers a brief, somewhat unconcerned, "Just keep it in mind," to the now visibly shaken demon, who responds with a meek, "Oh, okay." The scene emphasizes the power imbalance and the demon's vulnerability. A tense silence hangs in the air as the Demon King sits alone, head bowed, amidst a throng of imposing figures. Their dark expressions speak volumes of the weight of the situation. A representative of the Northern Veerman steps forward, his voice calm but firm as he announces his intention to speak. The Demon King, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, addresses the assembly, subtly challenging their perception of his recent actions. Concern washes over a subordinate demon's face as he nervously addresses the Demon King, clearly worried about the potential repercussions of his actions and their impact on his title. A sudden, powerful burst of energy erupts, revealing the immense power wielded by the giant's hand. The previously tense atmosphere transforms into one of utter shock as Ubar is revealed, seemingly defeated. Veerman is challenged by the enraged Ubar, who suspects his subordinate of seizing an opportunity from his actions. The tension is palpable. Ubar's fury escalates, he demands Veerman speak up if he believes his prior actions were a sign of weakness. A sudden interruption. Ubar's attention is diverted as someone unexpectedly appears in the doorway. He braced himself, a grin set to his jaw. Ugh, I knew he wouldn't let this go easily, but... A young man with unsettling eyes lunged forward, a malicious grin splitting his face. "You guys are Demon Kings, right?" A swift, brutal attack followed. A maid-like figure watched from afar, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. "I was wondering why they were having a meeting so suddenly, but to think such a thing would happen." The young man smirked, a self-satisfied glint in his eyes. "Rather than trying to think of it myself, it's better to let the Demon Kings deal with it. I'm so smart." Miss Melge and her companions are questioned about their business, the implication being that their activities are under scrutiny. They confirm completion of their task and depart, leaving no further loose ends at this location. Melge, now alone, expresses her ambition to become a powerful Demon King, emphasizing her dedication to achieving this goal. This reveals her ultimate motivation. A later scene shows an examination of something reattached using magic, hinting at a consequence or further development related to Melge's actions. The woman awoke, disoriented, adorned in crimson jewels. A lingering unease clung to her. A man's voice, sharp with anger, cut through the silence. "She left with that ancient monster." His words revealed a critical development, highlighting a dangerous alliance. He needed an ally, someone powerful enough to oppose a primordial threat. The urgency in his voice hinted at the gravity of the situation. The introduction of a powerful enemy establishes a major conflict. A figure in military attire, addressing the people of the Third Eye, declares, "I have something to ask you." The weight of his words hints at an impending inquiry of significant importance. His gaze sharp, the man continues, specifying his question revolves around the subject of homunculi. The intensity suggests a critical revelation is soon to come. Panic erupts. A woman cries out, My finger." The scene's sudden shift to chaos foreshadows escalating conflict. A man, his face grim, vows retribution. "No. If you leave this to me, I'll be sure to punish her thoroughly." The threat underlines the severity of the situation and the looming consequences. A small, purple-haired girl is cornered by two shadowy figures, a snarling wolf-like creature beside her. The tension is palpable as a low growl emanates from the beast. The girl, seemingly unconcerned, asks if the man regrets his actions. Her innocent question belies the gravity of the situation. The girl explains that eliminating the threats would have served no purpose for the primordial core. Her words reveal a crucial aspect of the world's mechanics. Another girl, this one with white hair, reveals Sir Devourer's ability to read the stars, explaining how the location of Judica was discovered. "Come here," the woman said, "you did well, as expected of my number one soldier." Zons. The reason they came all this way was because Sir Devourer wanted to meet Zons, so she shouldn't disappoint him. "I will try really hard," Zons declared, her determination evident. The woman approved, adding a heads up. "Where is Sir Devourer, though?" The wolf companion, panting, seemed equally curious. The Demon King, a formidable figure with crimson horns and a stern gaze, raises an eyebrow in response to an unseen speaker. A hint of suspicion flickers in his eyes. A voice, calm yet assertive, explains, "I know that Devourer is an ancient beast, and also that he is one of the strongest in the great evil dungeons." The information is presented as a known fact, setting the scene. The Demon King's response is a powerful statement, "I have ingrained your thoughts deeply in my heart." This reveals a connection between the speaker and the king, hinting at a degree of influence or manipulation. A masked figure responds, "Yes, that is a possibility," acknowledging the risk. The implication is that the previous statement might lead to dangerous consequences. The masked figure, now clearly shown to be significantly powerful, issues a challenge. "If you were so worried about me, the one who rules over all the demon kings, wouldn't it be as simple as you just taking this seat?" This implies a power struggle and a potential takeover. Veerman's fate hangs in the balance, a palpable tension in the air as the question of his imminent demise is raised. Fear gives way to a surprising reprieve as the powerful figure grants forgiveness, dismissing those who had previously shown insolence. A sudden interruption throws the scene into turmoil. The mention of Devourer causes immediate alarm. Despite the risk, a decision is made. The weight of responsibility compels a sacrifice, a bowing of the head for those under his command. A cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, calmly inquires about the crimson-robed figure's fear as he hands over an item. The tension is palpable. The scene shifts to a discussion amongst several individuals, revealing a surprising level of cordiality between the previously tense parties. One comments on the unexpected collaboration, referring to the cloaked figure as Sir Devourer. A new character, Lady Renee, offers her assistance, leveraging her newfound membership in the Primordial Core. This demonstrates the shift in power dynamics and alliances. Having acquired what she sought, the purple-haired woman declares her readiness to depart. She's clearly finished with this location. A companion suggests returning to Nihit, but another intervenes, proposing a brief stop at a final destination before heading home. A man in a suit stares up in shock at a looming, monstrous figure emerging from the dust. The scene is tense. The man, now revealed to be lying injured, is informed he's been asleep for over a day. His immediate concern, however, shifts to a woman named Meluge. Reassurance is offered amidst conflict. Despite the ongoing war, the speaker emphasizes that the other demon kings have a plan, urging patience and reminding listeners of their continued support. Consumed by rage, the character's primal desire to murder Melu is revealed, showcasing a ruthlessness that underscores their unwavering resolve and personal vendetta. That rage is fueled by a desire for revenge, exceeding even the value of a primordial core, an object of immense power in this world, showing the depth of their hatred and motivation. The scene shifts, revealing a new character's arrival and a demand for explanation. Their query highlights the mystery surrounding their motives and the escalating tension. The maid, her heterochromatic eyes gleaming, calmly announces she has permission to confess to Sir Devourer. This suggests a prearranged plan, or perhaps a desperate gamble. However, even considering this, Sir Devourer's reaction suggests the maid's actions were still unacceptable. The ominous setting foreshadows impending conflict. Sir Devourer's rage explodes. His monstrous features and furious expression leave no doubt, the consequences will be severe. A brutal attack follows. The word "come" hangs in the air, a chilling invitation to face the consequences. Blood flows freely, highlighting the ferocity of the assault. Night falls over Nihid Inn, a dimly lit establishment where two figures, cloaked in shadow, exchange hushed words. A pile of raid requests, meticulously crafted to mimic human style, lies before them. The implication is clear: this is no ordinary gathering. One of the figures, clearly perturbed, mutters about the succubus Queen Elizabeth. The tension rises. Another request is examined, detailing the mountain's giant Lamia. However, the focus is unexpectedly shifted to her beauty, rather than her threat. A curious and slightly unsettling tone is introduced. Two young women, one in a dark maid outfit, the other in purple, assess a group of defeated monsters. Their leader deems them useless. The maid laughs, commenting on the monster's substandard quality. The other, seemingly concerned, reflects on a previous prediction that has now been verified. A man, seemingly burdened, strategizes his next move, focusing on neutralizing a threat, the damned devourer, to secure the Empire's safety. The captain, visibly distraught, mutters about a difficult task. A subordinate enters, reporting that Garrote is waiting. The captain sighs, revealing that the information Garrote sought was already known, but the recent escalation of related events has become problematic. Garrote presses for clarification. Despite a thorough search, records regarding two specific creatures remain elusive, leaving the captain worried about the implications of their unknown presence. Unlike most great evil dungeons, which relentlessly expand their forces, the primordial core shows no signs of such activity. The pink-haired woman pauses, a knowing glint in her eyes. She has something important to share, something that demands immediate attention. Demon King Marmolia has summoned the captain for a meeting. This location, hastily assembled, was chosen by those who built it. The meeting, deemed dangerous, was reluctantly convened. A hooded figure, his face obscured, expressed his apprehension. A young woman beside the leader of humanity, Gar Livstein, reacted with surprise at the unexpected appearance of the mysterious figure. She'd expected an older man. Gar Livstein, leader of humanity, introduced himself, confirming the message's claim. Livstein, though surrounded by the ominous presence of a monstrous figure, pointed out that he wasn't alone. Livstein calmly observes the unexpected impatience displayed by the hooded figure, deeming it acceptable. The ominous implications of the meeting are underscored by the surrounding environment of his castle. One accuses the other of being suspicious, noting their sneaky behavior. A subtle magical energy crackles between them. A close-up reveals eyes filled with chilling determination, an assassin's gaze, accompanied by a curt command: assassinate him. The offer is made: assassinate the Demon King Meluge before a night leaves, and receive a generous reward. The offer is rejected. A glint in the assassin's eyes suggests a deeper, more complex plan. He let out a weary sigh, phew, as he leaned against the shoulder of his companion. The weight of recent events was clearly evident. Observing the fleeing Demon King, he noted her altered appearance. She doesn't have fangs. Looks like her horns have been cut as well, and the way she acts, as if she's being chased by something. His gaze sharpened, suspicion growing. His concern deepened: doesn't that Demon King have someone behind her? The implications of such a powerful figure needing protection were alarming. He dismissed the matter, at least for now. I have no reason to play along with infighting among demon kings. Let's head back, he commanded, his tone firm and resolute. His subordinate immediately agreed: yes, Captain. There's someone behind her, like you said. A commander confirms the presence of a hidden threat, setting the stage for immediate action. The hidden figure reveals themselves, a monstrous devourer, their sinister form a clear and present danger. The hooded figure accepts this revelation, a chilling acceptance of the devourer's presence, leaving onlookers shocked. The Demon King, Mili de Lymphagia, makes a declaration of intent to kill the hidden enemy. Two figures, one with vibrant purple hair and devilish features, the other pale with striking green eyes, exchange a knowing glance. The purple-haired one seems skeptical. Mr. Devourer lies on the ground, seemingly unconscious, his aura radiating immense power. The two women from the previous panel comment on the strength of his aura and the monsters he's encountered. The purple-haired woman, now displaying her full, flamboyant form, rejects the suggestion that she was wary of her own beauty, revealing a confident, self-assured demeanor. Disappointment etched his features as he murmured, "It's not here either." The search continues for something crucial, hidden within the many books before him. He offers a brief respite, suggesting, "I'd like to have some tea first." The tension remains, palpable even amidst the simple request. A magical flourish brings forth a steaming cup. "There. That should be good, right?" he confirms, a subtle air of anticipation hanging in the air. The woman across the desk, finally revealing her purpose, states plainly the identity of the gatekeepers and the purpose of the dungeon. The mystery deepens. Even with multiple factors considered, the man concludes, even when taking into account many variables, many things are strange. His words suggest a significant anomaly within this mystical dungeon. The Devourer's true goal remains a mystery, a fact that weighs heavily on the captain. "Oh, that's right. What are you even doing here?" The captain's subordinate, clearly annoyed, questions his superior's sudden presence. "Thank you for accepting such a sudden meeting, Captain." A formal greeting punctuates the shift in setting. A trio of formidable figures, a vampire, a sorceress, and a werewolf, appear, their arrival a stark contrast to the previous scene's formality. The sorceress's comment hints at a new, unexpected dynamic. His red eyes blazed, a silent promise that his lack of bodyguards was a deliberate choice, not a weakness. The meeting commenced. Seated before him were several figures, including a large, wolf-like creature, their faces mostly obscured. He casually mentioned the village of Rozoid, a population of 400 humans, implying the ease with which he could obliterate it. A blatant threat. The man refused the offered tea, sensing a trick. A magical spark erupted from the pot as he rejected the drink. Dismissing further attempts at deception, he revealed the core issue, a demon king's impending departure from Nihit. A young man, seemingly weary, questions the request to fight a demon king's army, suspecting it's a suicidal mission. He sees through the offer, recognizing the likely fate awaiting them as cannon fodder. The robed figures, strategizing, reveal their callous disregard for human lives, planning to use the soldiers as test subjects for their demonic experiments. Their casual cruelty foreshadows conflict. The rejection of this offer infuriates one of the robed figures, who questions the leader of humanity's refusal, focusing on what they perceive as insufficient compensation. The power dynamic is clear. This robed figure, now clearly agitated, presses the point, hinting at the importance of this leader and the possible implications of their refusal. This unexpected summons raises suspicion. The gravity of the situation intensifies. The Demon King's unusual request, breaking from prior conduct, strongly suggests a serious and potentially dangerous scheme is afoot. The human skepticism proves well-founded. "Looking down on you? Who, me? You seem to be the one hiding things from me." His crimson eyes, burning with intensity, betray a deeper game at play. A terrifying howl echoes as a monstrous wolf-like creature lunges, revealing the extent of the threat. He flees, uttering a chilling warning about an ancient monster from the primordial core, a desperate attempt to erase this encounter from existence. He accepted her offer, a decision underscored by the crumbling remnants of his past. Lady Renee's doubts linger. Are these monsters truly strong enough to satisfy her? The test fails, resulting in a frustrated outburst. A devourer, a whispered threat hangs heavy in the air. Renee activates something, a purple energy emanating from the surface of a dresser. An urgent message arrives, the third eye has sent an emergency alert, prompting a swift response. The urgency of the situation is emphasized as a request for a direct briefing is made, setting a serious tone. A confirmation of suspicions arrives, events are unfolding precisely as anticipated. A desperate plan is hatched, a way must be found to circumvent a powerful enemy and enact revenge. A monstrous spider scuttles across the panel, its many eyes gleaming. The word "what" explodes from a speech bubble, hinting at a sudden, unexpected discovery. A cloaked figure with striking white hair and crimson eyes reveals a chilling knowledge they already knew about Melj. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The tension ratchets up as a stark reminder is delivered: 400 Rosoid villagers are being held hostage. The antagonist's casual suggestion to kill them all underscores the gravity of the situation. A chilling smile spreads across his face, eyes blazing crimson. He muses, such would be a glorious death for them as well. He stands before three figures in ornate military attire. A low voice accuses, "You promised to provide a demonic being to be used as an experimental subject." Panic erupts as a monstrous blue creature looms overhead. A terrified voice cries out, "My lord! Get behind me!" The man in the center, however, is unfazed. His response, "How dare a lowly human like you?" A furious, monstrous face fills the panel, a guttural scream implied, followed by the man's cold, calculating gaze. The previous threat is left hanging, unspoken tension building. The young man stirs, his eyes heavy-lidded and yellowed, a grimace twisting his lips as he groans, "It's morning." A maid, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation, chides, "And since when did we care if it's morning or not? We don't care what time of day it is." Her words hint at a disregard for conventional schedules. Suddenly jolted awake by a powerful magical blast, he cries out, "I'm awake! I'm awake, so please turn that off." What even is that? Ignoring his outburst, a hand thrusts a steaming mug towards him. "Mr. Devourer, if you're awake, please eat this breakfast Renee's made for you." He sweat, staring at the strange green concoction. A small maid-like girl offered it, while a crudely drawn goat head seemed to leer from the background. "It's like a homunculus," he muttered, clearly unnerved. A letter had arrived containing a mysterious crystal. He questioned its purpose, saying, "A piece of glass? Is he telling us to check our appearances with it or something?" The skull-like figure, seemingly alive, addressed someone unseen. He explained that Miss Mealy had worked hard, using Miss Renee's pigeon to contact the protagonist for monster recruitment assistance. The protagonist reacted with surprise and amusement to the news. "Ah, so it's from that? I'm surprised she lent it to you so willingly," he commented, looking at a reflection in a mirror that showed a woman. A skeletal figure, glowing blue eyes wide, asks anxiously, "Wait, Miss Renee's not there, is she?" The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a missing person and escalating tension. A monstrous figure's chilling gaze locks onto another, their green eye gleaming. A cruel statement follows, "Even I think it's too late for you," foreshadowing impending doom for one of the characters involved. A letter is being examined, revealing a hidden attachment. The discovery, indicated by the exclamation, "Look, there's something attached to the back of that letter," promises a plot development. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, their menacing laughter echoing, "I've been keeping tabs on them for a long time. Ha ha ha." This reveals a long-term antagonist and the looming threat of a carefully orchestrated plan. A small, skull-shaped device lies on a bed. A startled gasp escapes the man beside it as the skull's eyes glow. Renee and others watch as the man, clearly disconnected from the skull device, collapses. Their assessment is clear: demons are unreliable allies. The man, having seemingly completed his task, confidently demands his compensation. His survival is confirmed. A wounded demon, his crimson eyes blazing, confronts the man. His question hangs heavy in the air: "Human, do you really think you can get away with this?" Thanks to a recent victory, an opportunity to eliminate the Devourer, a powerful, ancient monster, has arisen. A wounded soldier lies before us, the battle's cost evident. The soldier scoffs at the notion of eliminating the Devourer, finding the very idea ludicrous. He challenges the speaker's authority, questioning who dares to make such a claim. Another individual dismisses the soldier's defiance, deeming him unworthy of further attention. Meanwhile, the speaker expresses gratitude for a remarkable material, highlighting its significance. A tense meeting unfolds. Around a table, a hooded figure nervously addresses three high-ranking officers, their faces grim. The question hangs heavy in the air: could it be him? The officers are shocked. Their disbelief is palpable as the weight of the revelation, the Demon King's proximity, sinks in. A human's grin, unsettling in its confidence, is met with horror. The name Devourer is spoken, a term that carries ominous implications. The gravity of the situation is heightened. A sacrifice is proposed, a necessary step for the Empire's ambitious revival. A monstrous spider descends, a chilling visual representation of the payment due, as the human's audacity is challenged. A demonic spider, perfectly suited for the Demon King, has been found. The Demon King, irritated by those around him, declares that a mere human dares to look down on him. Mr. Devourer is being roused from his slumber, much to his annoyance, by someone insistent on his immediate awakening. "Miss Melji, I think it's time we use that." Melji nervously confirms the use of a forbidden spell that causes total area annihilation. A blinding flash of light erupts, followed by a deafening roar as the spell unleashes its devastating power. "I thought demons can't use holy magic?" Melji clarifies that the spell, called genocide, is radiant, not holy, magic. Patrick's messenger pigeon, sent from Judika, has returned, bringing his reply. Patrick examines a device, declaring it a magic communication tool. His companions, a maid and a girl with purple hair, look on with curiosity and skepticism. The maid comments on Patrick's unusual nostrils, while the purple-haired girl questions his quickness to fight. The scene highlights the group's dynamic and Patrick's impulsive nature. Patrick reveals he obtained the communication device because a woman, Miss Renee, wanted a homunculus's blood. He explains that, as a Death Knight, he lacks blood, but he promised to provide it anyway. The maid, seemingly using the device, abruptly announces her presence to Patrick. Patrick's connection is finally established, and a skeletal assistant confirms it, immediately diving into a report on Miss Melj. The assistant, having reviewed Melj's extermination requests, compiled and sent information on the listed monsters. He explains that he also included additional monsters, not on the original request. Patrick reacts with surprise to the extra monsters listed in the report. The skeletal assistant explains this involved significant effort. A maid-like demon and Patrick react to the length of time the assistant took to compile the report. The device Patrick uses to communicate with his assistant begins to malfunction. A mechanized skull, grinning maniacally, vows, "I'm not going to let that bastard get away with this." Its gleeful determination hints at a coming confrontation. The scene shifts to a grim battlefield strewn with corpses. A surviving officer observes the carnage, commenting on the sheer number of enemy soldiers deployed, foreshadowing a powerful opponent. Three cloaked figures stand over a fallen warrior, their leader identifying the fallen as Demon King Marmolia, a name that carries immense weight. The defeated Demon King warns that harming him will enrage the other Demon Kings. His adversary, however, dismisses the threat with callous indifference. "You needn't talk about that since I don't care." The antagonist erupts in laughter at the idea of eliminating the Demon King, prompting a question about the humor in such a decisive action. The scene ends with the villain's dismissive amusement. His eyes, burning with a crimson fury, reflect the impossibility of the situation. "Absolutely impossible," he snarls, the words dripping with disbelief. Doubt clouds the other man's face as he questions, "Are you sure it's possible?" His uncertainty hints at the gravity of the claim. A wolf-like creature stands beside a cloaked figure, whose cold voice cuts through the tension. "I don't know what you're plotting, but cut the crap, human." The threat is palpable. The cave's inhabitants, while individually weak, pose a significant threat in numbers. Their cunning use of the terrain adds to their danger. Despite the danger, a character expresses gratitude for the situation, suggesting a complex strategic element at play. A crimson wing, torn and tattered, falls from the sky. A weary sigh punctuates the silence. The skeletal messenger delivers grim news: rebuilding the guardian golem, Nihit, is top priority. Its unique ability to regenerate, even after destruction, makes it ideal for dungeon defense. They soared above the colossal stone golem, its immense form dwarfing their tiny mount. The creature's regenerative abilities were clearly formidable. "It endlessly regenerates," he observed, noting the golem's impossible resilience. Such regeneration would be impossible unless its magical core remained intact. Can that thing even fit into the cave? The sheer scale of the golem was daunting. "It does look quite strong," one of them admitted, acknowledging the golem's considerable power. "Let's get this done quickly," someone declared, initiating their plan to deal with the formidable foe. They were already in motion, prepared to attack. A powerful force slams into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. The sheer energy is palpable. Two figures, a young woman and a girl, watch in awe as the dust settles, the girl calling out to someone named Mr. Devourer. A man watches the scene unfold, impressed by the power displayed. His comment reveals Patrick's involvement in the event. Patrick himself, grinning triumphantly, expresses his satisfaction with the outcome. A mysterious flying creature, possibly linked to Patrick's actions, departs the scene, leaving behind a lingering sense of mystery. A figure emerges from a shattered chasm, muttering about soiled clothes and the next target on his list. The scene is dark and gritty, hinting at recent conflict. The perspective shifts to a bald man with piercing eyes, questioning the disappearance of a stone mountain golem following yesterday's tremors. This suggests a larger power at play, manipulating the landscape and its inhabitants. A group of Cyclopes sit in council while a green-haired man declares, "Enough," implying a decision has been reached regarding the ongoing situation. The implication is that they are actively involved in recent events. The green-haired man learns of huge Cyclopes from a woman and her wolf companion. Their presence contradicts previous expectations and suggests the scale of the conflict has been underestimated. The green-haired man realizes the woman and her companion are seeking to subjugate the area's monsters for their dungeon. The scene reveals the true nature of the conflict and establishes the opposing factions. A colossal figure, radiating power, declares, "We will not go down so easily." Below him, three figures react with surprise, one muttering, "Pardon?" The scene sets the stage for a significant conflict. Riding a fantastical beast through a forest, one of the three figures sighs, "I didn't think they'd be that weak." This reveals their assessment of the recently defeated foe, suggesting a degree of unexpected ease in their victory. Another of the figures identifies a new threat. "Let's see, it's a monster named Yaksha. This foreshadows a new challenge and introduces a specific antagonist. The other comments, "Yo, I didn't think you would actually, but you found your way here," marking a reunion or a surprising encounter. One of the figures explains, "I heard the Cyclops, living over there, were defeated," highlighting the rapid spread of information within their world and the significant consequences of their actions. The other responds, "Oh my, that spread pretty quickly," emphasizing the speed at which news travels. Finally, a concluding thought offers a possible explanation for their success. "There's a reason we've been able to live without being discovered by humans for this long. We're incredibly quick at gathering information." The ancient monster, seemingly unimpressed, dryly observes, "Of course. You'd ask me to work for your dungeon." His tone suggests a level of resigned expectation. A nearby observer notes the unusual informality, whispering, "He's addressing him without honorifics." The tension ratchets up as the casual disrespect hints at an unexpected power dynamic. The dungeon's master, undeterred, readily agrees to a spar. "Let's have a spar. I've always wondered just how strong an ancient monster could be," he challenges, revealing his genuine curiosity and willingness to test his mettle. The ancient monster, now energized, grins and accepts the challenge with a battle cry, "Come at me with everything you have, Devourer." The fight is on. Exhausted after 2 days of relentless work, the team commiserates. The inherent danger of their undertaking is highlighted. Even mundane tasks can be deadly in their world. Despite setbacks, potential recruits rejecting their offers, the team remains optimistic, attributing their success to securing a golem. A new magic tool is discovered, its inspection is underway. The protagonist's eyes, glowing ominously, hint at a hidden power or perhaps a concerning reaction to the found artifact. The journey brought them to a desolate, rocky landscape under a vast, clear sky. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Traveling atop a bizarre, cyclopean creature, the group discovers a shocking truth: a traitor lurks amongst their ranks. Mr. Devourer's companion confirms their arrival at their destination, unknowingly highlighting the enemy's presence. Mr. Devourer casually acknowledges the enemy's arrival, displaying a chilling indifference. "Is that so? Then we just have to find its magic stone and take it, right?" The group strategizes, their casual tone belying the danger ahead. However, a note of caution is added, but then, Mr. Devourer. A colossal, earth-toned golem stomps into view, its movements shaking the very ground. I mean, even I can fit, so. The golem's words, despite their seeming incongruity, underscore its immense size and power. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and horns, radiating magical energy, declares her plan. I'll restrict its movements, so get the magic stone before it regenerates. Her focused determination contrasts sharply with the prior nonchalance. A man in a suit, seemingly out of place in this magical conflict, is thrown into the air by the force of the golem's presence. Mr. Devourer. His fear is palpable, indicating the imposing nature of their adversary. A powerful blow connects with the golem, sending tremors throughout the scene. The impact is conveyed vividly. The narrative is effectively conveyed through visual storytelling alone. A colossal figure is shattered, the impact echoing with a thunderous quang. Debris rains down from the sky. Amidst the chaos, Melge is urgently instructed to find the magic stone. Her companion seems anxious. A distant island is shown at sunset, a single beam of light rising from its center. The question, "Did you hear the news?" hangs heavy in the air. Rumors circulated that even the silver wolves, dominant on the plateau above the canyon, had fallen under a mysterious force. There's no point in worrying about something that hasn't happened yet. No one knows the location of our dungeon. The three-eyed creature's surprise at the intruder's presence was palpable. "Who are you? How did you?" they stammered. Panic gripped the creatures as one exclaimed, "Damn it, how did they get here?" A woman, seemingly unfazed, observed, "Sigh. Seems like words won't work against them, right, Ms. Melge?" A young woman, seemingly unimpressed, observes several lifeless heads floating around her. "I honestly didn't know they'd die so easily," she remarks, highlighting her nonchalant attitude towards the recent carnage. The woman's smirk widens as she confidently states, "Then you must know what's about to happen without me explaining, hmm?" This suggests an upcoming event she anticipates, and a test of the other's knowledge. A man's eyes, filled with determination, reflect his acceptance of a deal with the condition. His agreement sets the stage for the next events. Renee rebukes the insolent speaker, deflecting the confrontation from Mr. Devourer. She assures him that she will handle the situation. A powerful, winged being materializes in the hands of another character, announced with the word "perfect." The creature seems to be some type of magical construct. Mr. Devourer's eyes widen in disbelief and alarm as he hears the word "everything." The intensity of his expression foreshadows a significant event. Renee offers Mr. Devourer some food, explaining that she didn't have time to prepare a proper meal and bought something from the city instead. The Cyclops and Yeksha are dispatched to the afterlife with a flick of a finger. The ease of this action highlights the protagonist's overwhelming power. The group boasts about their conquest, highlighting their ruthless efficiency in eliminating all opposition and seizing the spoils of war. A character questions their gleeful celebration. A character muses about the possibility of finding a tool to break Patrick's bone, hinting at a future conflict and the importance of weaponry. A character discovers a red spider lily, prompting the question "What's this?", setting up the possibility of a new, important item or plot development. The importance of trust between lords and their vassals, and the suggestion that personally handling recruitment increases loyalty, is emphasized, providing insight into the world's social structure and power dynamics. A young woman, her face set with grim determination, mutters, "About time," as she and her companions, a young man, a girl with vibrant purple hair, and a large wolf-like creature, wait patiently. Suddenly, a monstrous figure is addressed. "You must be the Devourer himself, correct?" The confrontation has begun. The young man, overwhelmed, throws his hands up in defeat, declaring, "Screw this, I'm done." The Devourer, cloaked and ominous, surveys his subject. He expresses satisfaction at the subject's pristine condition, deeming it ideal for his experiment. The subject, a young man with striking red eyes, questions the Devourer's assessment of beauty, his expression unreadable. The young man reveals the true nature of the situation. This is merely a test run, a means to gauge the experiment's effectiveness before a full-scale implementation. The Devourer agrees, highlighting the potential risks of prematurely removing the subject's body. The experiment concludes, but concerns remain about the subject's mental stability. Despite this, the individual overseeing the procedure declares the results sufficient, dismissing any further worries. A character reflects on a previously used item, realizing it's depleted. The preservation spell remains, suggesting the object's power is inherently linked to this effect. A maid's surprised inquiry is met with a confident, almost smug response from the main character, suggesting he's successfully accomplished something significant, the full implications of which are still unclear. He noted the changes in her, the hard work paying off, a transformation since arriving at Nihit. A maid, her eyes a striking contrast of yellow and green, beamed, her question hanging in the air, "Does it really look good?" A simple, almost dismissive, "I see," from the young man. The scene shifts to reveal a companion, a small demon girl, also observing. Boredom. The stark confession hangs in the air, a visual counterpoint to the opulent setting. Miss Won, despite feeling better, is urged to rest. Idleness, however, weighs on her more heavily than any physical ailment. The thought of others potentially in danger spurs Miss Won into action, overriding her weariness. Deciding a short outing won't hurt, she prepares to leave. A sudden, unexpected visitor startles Miss Won. "Sneak out? As if I would." The man scoffed, clearly unconvinced by the suggestion. His companion, however, seemed far more troubled, her worried expression hinting at a deeper issue. "What is it? How's Garot?" The question, simple yet laced with concern, reveals a deep connection between the two. The concern centers on someone named Garot, whose well-being is clearly paramount to them. "It's my fault that he lost his arm." The woman's confession carries immense weight, indicating the severity of her actions and the burden of guilt she now carries. The panel emphasizes her emotional distress and the incident that caused Garot's injury. That everyone the Black Wolf Knight's order would sacrifice themselves for the sake of the Empire. This statement reveals a critical piece of world-building, a knightly order bound by an unwavering oath of self-sacrifice. A high-ranking officer asks a young girl for a favor. The request hints at a delicate situation requiring discretion. Reports of unusual incidents at a research facility have surfaced, prompting the officer's request. The girl is clearly concerned about the nature of these incidents. The girl's immediate reaction is to urge the officer to make the information public, however, this is clearly not an option. The officer explains a covert plan involving the palace's West Gate teleportation hub, requiring the girl's presence in 3 hours. The urgency and secrecy are emphasized. The young woman, her eyes wide with alarm, tenses, bracing herself for something. With a determined okay, she clenches her fist, ready for action. A dark-haired figure appears, her expression one of surprised recognition. "Oh," she breathes. Intense red eyes fill the panel. A breathy "ha" precedes a greeting, "Long time no see, Sir AR." A hooded figure, kneeling, expresses gratitude for providing a great test subject. Their tone is one of cold, clinical appreciation, highlighting the dehumanizing nature of the experiment. The scene shifts to reveal a large, transparent containment unit. Inside, a horned, gray-haired creature is submerged. 2 figures in formal military attire observe, one seeming to be in agreement with what has just transpired. One of the observers, a man in golden-trimmed uniform, affirms agreement. The creature within the unit appears distressed. The horned creature's physical state is rapidly deteriorating, its life force is visibly waning. The observer states that the subject's breakdown is imminent, within less than 2 days. The uniformed man smirks, expressing intrigue at the subject's potential to achieve anything, implying that the rapid decomposition is part of a larger, more sinister design. 2 women admire a flower, one commenting on its beauty. The man beside them remains silent, observing. The man suddenly grabs one of the women, startling her. She calls out his name, Mr. Devourer, in surprise. He reflects on his actions, realizing he may have misjudged the situation. He's never given her a gift before, and it seems she desires something from him. Renee, a young maid, presents a garment to her master. He approves, though she offers to find something better later. He suggests they rest after their work. Renee vehemently rejects the idea, reminding him of two more crucial stops on their itinerary. Later, Renee reflects on a conversation, revealing her concern that her companion might be called back to the front lines due to his association with nobles. Driven by a desire for reassurance, she silently tiptoed away, her internal monologue revealing a need to verify Rie's safety. Her escape attempt was short-lived. A commanding figure, Miss Won, appeared, startling her. Miss Won calmly explained that she anticipated the escape, suggesting a level of surveillance or insight into the young woman's intentions. The young woman's expression shifts to concern as she reveals a serious injury, setting a somber tone for the developing situation. The Emperor advises the hero, urging him to share the burdens of the empire. He acknowledges the hero's noble spirit but stresses the importance of seeking support. A close-up reveals the hero's intense, almost predatory expression, hinting at a darker side beneath the heroic facade. The dialogue, garrote included, suggests a willingness to use extreme measures. A woman reassures the hero, implying his apparent ruthlessness stems from consideration for others, attempting to alleviate any guilt he might feel. Artificial beings, previously studied by the Empire, have escaped a distant facility, causing a significant incident. Fortunately, the facility's remote location minimized casualties. A young woman cries out in alarm, her face a mask of fear and surprise. A stern figure, their eyes blazing with intensity, warns against going near the front lines. The imperial family would view such actions with suspicion. The young woman, accepting the warning, promises to prepare immediately. She runs off, her determination evident. The stern figure sets a strict deadline: the young woman must return in precisely 3 hours. A smirk plays on their lips. "How nice of you to open the door for me." A veiled threat hangs in the air as a powerful figure makes their entrance. "Melju, is this also a magic tool?" The question hangs heavy with suspicion and anticipation. I said, "Stay still." A sharp command punctuates the scene as a struggle begins. The maid's joyful tears stream down her face, a mixture of relief and something else, something deeper. A man, his face partially obscured, insisted the situation be kept secret. The gravity of his words hung heavy in the air. He declared, 3 hours. I better hurry, a sense of urgency etching itself onto his features as he rushed off. It's been a while, sir, a subordinate addressed his superior, the formality hinting at a long-standing, perhaps strained, relationship. A sharp laugh echoed through the opulent hall as the superior responded, his words cutting deep. For a person who serves not his majesty but someone else, your words are as sneakily sharp as always. The exchange revealed a complex power dynamic, hinting at hidden allegiances and simmering tensions. The tension escalated further. One officer requested a private moment, a clear indication that something significant and potentially dangerous is about to transpire. The sun sets over Nihit, a sprawling mercenary city where 1/3 of the residents are registered raid squad members, a breathtaking vista of urban sprawl and towering metal structures. A young man with intense red eyes observes a grizzled soldier, his gaze filled with a mixture of determination and apprehension. Nihit, the mercenary city, is introduced. A man in ornate clothing welcomes someone back. He plans to achieve his goal using a risky approach. Sir Storman is thanked as preparations are completed. An ordinary human wouldn't be able to achieve this feat, prompting a question about their plan. With 78 minutes until the hero's arrival, they decide to begin early. A rare spectacle is promised as fireworks erupt. Today's dungeon was dangerous, but miraculously, there were no casualties. A man, clearly needing to relieve himself, declares his intention to go take a piss, as he heads down a dimly lit alleyway in a gritty, urban setting. The sounds of retching and distress emanate from a nearby building. A passerby observes, commenting that someone sounds like they've had one too many drinks. The scene shifts abruptly to a horrifying attack. A grotesque creature has clamped its claws on a man, its unnatural features causing immediate alarm. A fierce battle ensues. A figure, wielding a glowing blade, fights back against the creature, describing its incredible strength. The monstrous creature multiplies, leaving the protagonist shocked and questioning what he's facing. A city burns. A man in flowing robes watches from a rooftop, his face etched with horror as he witnesses the devastation. Even imperial forces appear overwhelmed by the scale of destruction. The man, aghast, reveals that he knew the Third Eye's alchemy experiments were inhumane, but never imagined they could cause such a widespread massacre in the city center. He looks on in disbelief as the city is further ravaged, his whispered question hanging in the smoke-filled air. The scale of the destruction is truly shocking. His eyes widen in horror as he witnesses something truly monstrous. A horrific creature emerges from the flames. Another man shouts an accusation, incredulous at the extent of the city's destruction. The scene of the city's utter devastation emphasizes the scale of this catastrophe. At this rate, the city's population will face utter devastation. A chilling realization dawns on the man with crimson eyes. Was all of this meticulously planned from the very beginning? The question hangs heavy in the air, a seed of suspicion planted in the man's mind. The fact that the ancient monster isn't engaging in any destructive activity is striking. The fiery cityscape in the background adds to the unnerving scene. A sinister laugh escapes the man's lips as he observes the unfolding chaos. He finds amusement in the spectacle of destruction. Terror grips the second man as he stares in disbelief. This person, the orchestrator of it all, is a force beyond comprehension. A monstrous figure, consumed by raging flames, erupted into existence. Completely insane. A voice whispered, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the destructive power unleashed. Isn't that where Aryan is? A concerned voice broke through the chaos, highlighting the immediate danger posed by the terrifying display. Terror etched itself across the speaker's face as he shrieked, "My bead!" The sheer horror of the unfolding event was palpable. A regal figure, clad in golden armor, strode confidently through a grand hall. "Or should I call you officer now?" a voice challenged, hinting at a power struggle. An aged official, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, observes the imperial hero, Woan Historia, stating his intention to simply check on her well-being. The official's claim of concern is met with skepticism as the hero, seemingly weary of such political games, reveals her lack of time for such formalities. Woan, the imperial hero, expresses confusion and suspicion regarding the true nature of the official's visit, highlighting the mystery surrounding the event. The narrative shifts to reveal a critical plot point: the Devourer, a significant threat, is secretly lurking within the city. Preparations are complete, awaiting orders. A powerful-looking general, clad in golden armor, stands ready. A subordinate cautiously inquires about the plan to locate the Demon King, who's reportedly hiding within the city. There's a more effective method: someone is already actively searching for the Demon King, making it easier to track him down. The ability to summon a Demon King is a rare authority, allowing for the precise location of the hidden Demon King. The plan is put into action to find him immediately. Barchus is asked where he's going, but his jovial response suggests a carefree attitude as he heads out. Barchus's carefree demeanor quickly shifts, the alcohol he consumed catches up, leaving him feeling nauseous. A monstrous presence is detected, causing Barchus to react with fear and alarm at the unexpected invasion. The source of the disturbance is revealed: a horrifying, eyeless monster. A man, eyes wide with disbelief, stares out at something unseen, his whispered question hanging heavy in the air, what is all that? Despite an order from His Majesty, the man vehemently objects. The scene reveals a tense standoff. No, even if this is an order from His Majesty, there's something wrong with it. A cloaked figure silences him, a warning implicit in their words: quiet. Watch what you say. The cloaked figure attempts reassurance, a stark contrast to the palpable tension: you don't have to worry too much. The city won't be wiped out. A new wave of apprehension washes over the man as a monumental event unfolds before him. His desperate question echoes the earlier uncertainty, now laced with palpable fear: what now? Another figure observes calmly, a sinister sense of anticipation lacing their remark: ah, finally. It's here. The source of the unease is revealed: monstrous figures emerge from flames. One is identified as a homunculus, hinting at a larger, disturbing power at play. Is that a homunculus too? The city faces unimaginable peril. If the current havoc escalates, the consequences will be catastrophic. Don't tell me. A look of dawning horror washes over the man's face as a terrible truth becomes clear. Calm down, someone says, attempting to minimize the sacrifice. However, a grim assessment reveals Devourer's intentions are not solely annihilation. Devourer may have ulterior motives. He could even be fighting against the homunculus destroying the city, depending on the circumstances. The city burns. A chilling voice observes the destruction, calling it beautiful, framing the sacrifice as essential for national development. A figure, engulfed in flames, cries out in despair, their words a mix of disbelief and fury, "No, this bastards." The scene is chaotic, hinting at a devastating event. The scene shifts. Two women, one with striking white hair and piercing yellow eyes, the other with vibrant purple hair, react with horror to the unfolding disaster. "This can't be happening," one whispers, reflecting a shared disbelief. An aged figure, clad in ornate religious garb, observes the newcomers with suspicion. He calmly questions their unexpected arrival. "What brings you all the way here?" His tone hints at an impending confrontation. The arrival of the Diana Silver Deer Squad is announced with fanfare. Their triumphant entrance suggests a turning point in the unfolding conflict. Sir Stormon's aide anxiously inquires about the remaining time, her concern palpable in the tense atmosphere. The urgency of their situation is clear. The group marvels at a colossal tree, dwarfing even the vast Graphena forest. Its age is apparent. Mr. Devourer's companions suggest returning to their inn after a brief rest. A sudden tremor interrupts them. A distant, fiery inferno catches their attention. It's the location of their inn. One companion, visibly distraught, offers Mr. Devourer comfort. From atop a wolf-like mount, a lone figure gazes upon a distant fire, a question forming on their lips, "Marmolia?" The scene is stark, cold, yet the fire hints at a hidden warmth, or perhaps, danger. The figure is addressed, the words echoing the stark landscape, "Mr. Devourer, Lady Renee." A hand rests on a golden object, a subtle hint of power concealed within. Chaos erupts. A scene of intense destruction unfolds. Bodies are strewn amidst rubble, a testament to a brutal battle. The air crackles with residual energy. Amidst the devastation, a warrior fights desperately, urging someone to flee, "Hurry and run." The urgency in his voice is palpable, the fiery backdrop emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Overwhelmed, a soldier cries out at the sheer number of grotesque creatures before them. Another soldier recognizes the Ursus Red Lion raid force, known for its elite members, engaged in combat. Diana Silver, of the Birch Silver Deer raid force, engages one of the artificial creatures, her sword flashing. Their current mission involves approaching a dangerous, unidentified thing. Despite Diana's confidence in her abilities as an A-class member, her companion warns her that approaching their destination means certain death. Someone approaches Mr. Burgess, noting they heard a call for him. The man appears weary, his shoulders slumped. Burgess reveals he is the one who was calling out for help. He explains he has been pushing himself to protect the citizens. The other person offers assistance, their request accepted by Burgess. Burgess collapses, exhausted, amidst a fiery landscape. The visual indicates significant battle fatigue. What in the world is that? The soldiers stared in disbelief at the monstrous creature emerging from the fiery wreckage of their city. That's the monster responsible for the destruction. Its immense mana reserves are clearly no joke, underestimating it based on its appearance would be a grave mistake. "Everyone, take a step back." The warning came too late. As soon as the creature was identified, it attacked. Powerful magic erupted as the soldiers desperately attempted to counterattack, the air crackling with energy. "All right, it's working." A surge of light and energy signified a successful counteroffensive, pushing back the monstrous threat. A seasoned knight, his face etched with concern, senses a looming threat. "Wait, something's not right," he murmurs, a premonition of danger clouding his judgment. He lunges forward, weapon raised, but is met with a searing blast of energy. A desperate cry escapes his lips, "Wait!" The knight's opponent unleashes a devastating attack, a brutal display of power. A guttural cry, "Gee! Gaff!" echoes as the knight is overwhelmed. The sheer force of the attack leaves the knight utterly helpless, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he is consumed. A monstrous creature, far beyond anything human, emerges from the fiery devastation. A pained groan echoes as its horrifying form becomes clear. That's not something humans can handle. The creature's presence alone proves the point, its very essence radiating overwhelming power. An angel? A being of light descends, a stark contrast to the demonic presence below. Hope, however fragile, flickers. Marmora, the angel, confronts the creature. Her question, "Did you resent me that much?" reveals a history of conflict, perhaps a betrayal. The final confrontation begins. Marmora wields a powerful artifact, ready to end the conflict once and for all. A vortex of immense power opens, promising a decisive battle. The young man yawned, relieved that the monster recruitment drive was finally over. He looked forward to a long rest. Suddenly, an unexpected burst of energy erupted, scattering the trio. One of the monsters, a wolf-like creature, and the maid looked on in shock, recognizing a familiar figure. "Mr. Devourer," they questioned. A girl with pink hair, eyes glowing with demonic energy, looks on, puzzled. This demonic power, what is it? Moron and his companions sense a disturbance in the air, a scattering of mana. He asks Mr. Devourer if he feels it too. A purple-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, requests permission to investigate the source of the mana disturbance. A monstrous creature attacks a man, its attack resulting in a desperate cry of pain. The monstrous creature is defeated, leaving a grateful but exhausted survivor. The Ursus Red Lion Raid Force, having secured the surrounding area, questions a newcomer about the unusual monsters they've encountered. Their interest lies in gathering information before proceeding. The newcomer, unfamiliar with these specific creatures, notes their striking difference from the homunculus, Zephyr, suggesting a new, more significant threat. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the monster's identity, the team leader's resolve remains firm. The creature is deemed important enough to warrant a closer investigation. With a shared sense of purpose, the raid leader and the newcomer strategize, deciding to approach the unknown entity cautiously. The newcomer pledges their support, offering to follow closely behind. The leader instructs the newcomer to pay close attention to their surroundings, emphasizing the importance of heightened awareness as they venture deeper into the unknown. He felt a tremor, a subtle shaking within him. No, he dismissed it, pushing the unsettling sensation aside. A plea for self-preservation and care for others echoed through the battlefield. The Ursus Red Lion Raid Force was ordered to withdraw. A young soldier fell, tumbling through the fiery landscape, a clear sign of the intense combat surrounding them. A persistent, grating sound assaulted the enemy soldiers. They questioned if it was magic, sensing a growing unease. A group of knights, their faces etched with fear and awe, stared at something unseen beyond the panel. "Never seen a monster like that," one of them exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. The monstrous creature manifested, its form vaguely reptilian, surrounded by swirling, emerald-green magical energies. This was no ordinary beast. A mage examined the creature, stating it was a simple detection reaction, not for offensive purposes, leading another mage to question if this detection magic was searching for something. The decision to eliminate it swiftly was made. The order to unleash a volley of attacks was given. The assault began immediately. A relentless barrage of attacks continued, fueled by determination to end the threat quickly. The monster roared in pain, "Ga. Garg. The attack isn't working." A cloaked figure, radiating intense energy, realizes this with a grim determination. A warrior, sword raised, is caught in the blast. Despite the power of the attack, he presses forward. The figure unleashes a terrifying wave of energy, forcing the warrior back. The sheer power is staggering. The blast continues, revealing a monstrous form emerging from the energy. A new threat has emerged. A dying soldier gasps, "That's..." His lifeblood stains the scorched earth. A powerful figure descends from the sky, their voice echoing, "Are you looking for me?" Melch confronts a monstrous form, stating, "You've become such a mess." The creature seems to be a corrupted version of someone familiar. The monstrous form lunges, its attack a terrifying spectacle of raw power. Melch, transformed and wielding a powerful artifact, stands defiant against the encroaching darkness. The battle for control is clearly far from over. Melge's concern is evident as she questions the brooding figure before her. "What's the matter, Melge?" His silence speaks volumes, hinting at a brewing conflict. A few days have passed since the Judica conflict concluded, leaving behind a landscape of smoldering ruins. Marmolia, wings ablaze with purple energy, hurtles through the ravaged cityscape. The speed of her flight is breathtaking as she continues her desperate flight, her name echoing in the wake of her passage. A question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a deep-seated resentment that transcends even the shocking transformation Marmolia underwent. Uncertainty clouds the scene as a powerful, dark energy surges, leaving one character to lament, "I do not know what happened to you." The scene hints at a catastrophic event, its true nature still unclear. The text declares, "High-class magic, the Black Annihilation," clarifying the source of the devastation. A wave of annihilating dark energy is unleashed, revealing the immense power involved. Amidst the chaos, a winged warrior, witnessing the aftermath, gasps, "That's a demon king?" The revelation confirms the scale of the disaster. The warrior, now in retreat, acknowledges the overwhelming power, stating, "The case, we can't do anything in this state, so we must retreat." The gravity of the situation forces a strategic withdrawal. As the warrior flies away, she muses, "Something's not right." Her words highlight a lingering unease despite the tactical retreat, suggesting further complexity to the situation. The wizard's eyes widen in disbelief as the monster's mana properties inexplicably shift. A surge of blue energy erupts from the dying beast, its power shocking even the nearby onlookers. Something emerges from the dead monster, a horrifying creature that leaves the party stunned and terrified. A final, desperate cry escapes a fallen comrade, his fate sealed as a new, ghastly horror rises. A catastrophic explosion rocks the landscape, the sheer force visible in the fiery, green shockwave that engulfs nearby structures. Amidst the chaos, Melge, adorned with butterfly-like wings, confronts Marmolia. The air crackles with tension. Marmolia recoils, overwhelmed by intense heat, his body racked with pain. His impending death is palpable. Marmolia's agony intensifies, his features contorting into a grotesque grimace as he undergoes a horrifying transformation. A second panel shows Melge, poised and watching. The transformation completes, leaving Marmolia sprawled amongst jagged crystalline formations, his form drastically altered. A blinding flash of pink energy erupts, cleaving the earth. The force of the blast throws a cloaked figure backward. A winged demon, empowered, stands defiantly. Her opponent is visibly impressed, acknowledging her newfound strength. "Finally, you seem more like a demon king," she observes. The impact of the previous attack is clear, the landscape is scarred. "Yes, I am," the demon replies. "I can now see why you were so confident." A sinister smile plays on the lips of a man in ornate gold and purple garb. My. He muses, a hint of cruel anticipation in his eyes. Marmolia, her wings tattered, her power fading, cries out, "There isn't much mana left in me now." The desperation in her voice is palpable. A powerful force intervenes, halting Marmolia's attack. "Stop right there, Marmolia," the command rings out, sharp and decisive. Marmolia, struck by the sudden interruption, cries out in pain, "Ugh!" Blood stains her hands as she stumbles backward, the force of the attack clearly taking its toll. A crimson-haired warrior, Melge, is violently thrown back, a surge of purple energy erupting around her as she cries out, "You!" Melge's attacker, a demonic figure with horns and a cruel smile, clutches her, sneering, "Ah, my dear Melge, he. This one will hurt a bit." The demonic figure unleashes a brutal attack, a dark energy labeled SYLPHD's rejection engulfing Melge. Melge collapses, her mana depleted. She recalls a similar experience protecting a teleportation hub under Mr. Devourer's orders. Overwhelmed by the strain, useless thoughts flood her mind, as she weakly mutters, "So this." Before she could even begin the task entrusted to her, Melge collapses. Worried, the two figures in the distance anxiously question if she will be all right. One of them assures the other not to worry, revealing Melge to be an exceptionally skilled demon king, although seemingly unaware of her current condition. Melge stirs, eyes opening slightly. There's no reason for Marmolia to remain in Nihit after what happened to her, yet a demonic power calls to him irresistibly. He recognizes the demonic energy as belonging to Marmolia. A colossal, demonic entity emerges from the flames, a testament to the overwhelming power that draws him closer to Marmolia's fate. The Demon Queen, eyes blazing, declares she will show no mercy. Her power crackles in the air. A wave of raw, destructive magic erupts, obliterating the creature before her. Soldiers watch in stunned disbelief as the queen effortlessly decimates the monster. They question the event's implications, uncertain why a demon king would eliminate such a threat. Fortunately, the queen seems unconcerned with their presence. The queen reflects on her actions, questioning if her powerful magic was excessive. The vanquished monster's demise was too swift. The monster's body is consumed by flames, collapsing in a fiery explosion. A fairy, wings ablaze, flees a collapsing landscape as a monstrous claw tears through the earth. The scene crackles with raw energy. A creature, its form dissolving in fiery agony, cries out in pain as its body melts away. This marks a significant turning point in the battle. The creature's remains collapse, revealing a shimmering puddle of residual magical energy. A system message appears: mid-class magic, mute dagger. This new ability is unlocked. A warrior is caught off guard by a sudden attack, a surprised yell escaping his lips before he's struck. A powerful explosion of magic engulfs the scene, the result of the sudden attack, a surge of vibrant energy leaving a wake of devastation. A cataclysmic explosion rocks the landscape, leaving a lone figure, scorched and broken, amidst the fiery debris. The very ground seems to crack and writhe beneath the residual energy. Melge, her body visibly deteriorating from some unseen affliction, cries out in agony. Her words reveal the horrifying nature of her injury, her very being is melting away. A new combatant arrives, their words cutting through Melge's suffering: "I think I can kill you before that happens." A clear intent to end Melge's life before her body completely disintegrates is stated. A swift, decisive attack. A weapon pierces the ground near Melge, unleashing a surge of violet energy that crackles with destructive power. The attacker is clearly attempting to disable or eliminate Melge with a powerful spell. Melge, despite her critical condition, displays a desperate burst of speed and agility, evading the attack. The sheer force of her movement sends debris flying, highlighting a surprising resilience in the face of certain death. The winged warrior, a blur of purple and crimson, retreated from a cavernous chasm, the very rocks seeming to crack and writhe with malevolent energy. A colossal explosion rocked the landscape, a blinding flash of cyan energy consumed a section of what appeared to be a ruined city, the resulting shockwave visibly shattering buildings. A guttural scream, gag-a-gag, echoed through the ravaged scene. A monstrous figure, its face a grotesque mask of pallid skin and crimson eyes, laughed maniacally, its gaping maw seemed to swallow the crimson light that engulfed it. Below, the winged warrior glared up, her expression a mixture of fury and grim determination. More destruction rained down as the warrior's attack slammed into a massive, metallic construct. Amid the chaos, a voice, cold and condescending, cuts through the din: "Are you satisfied?" Two figures, one regal and clad in gold, the other darkly imposing, watched the scene unfold. The regal one chuckled, "Foo-foo. If you wait more, you'll witness an even more intriguing sight." A figure, their face partially obscured, experiences a surge of dark energy, their eyes blazing crimson. The strain is evident. This temporary vessel is failing, the being within acknowledges that their current form won't hold for much longer. Victory is still within reach, though only if they can endure. A new antagonist, a winged figure, confidently unleashes a powerful energy blast towards their opponent. Their laughter echoes through the fiery landscape. A fierce battle rages. Marmolia, her power surging, grapples with a shadowy foe, their struggle a whirlwind of flashing light and raw energy. The fight ends abruptly. Marmolia lies defeated, a crimson stain blooming across her chest, her expression one of bitter resignation. A powerful impact rocks the ground, a cloud of dust and debris obscuring the scene. Marmolia's opponent, weakened and battered, groans in pain. Mr. Devourer arrives, witnessing the aftermath. Marmolia, weakened and bleeding, offers a weary apology as she succumbs. Marmolia's final words echo in the silence, "This is how it feels to die." "I'm sorry, Mr. Devourer." The cosmos unfurls before her fading gaze. A young girl lies unconscious on the ground, her breath shallow as she whispers, "Dad." A man observes the scene, commenting that the girl, Melge, is stronger than she appears, but the demonic power she just displayed was alarming. Melge, now regaining consciousness, cries out in fear, "Am Mr. Devourer?" She takes flight, purple wings sprouting from her back as she soars through a burning city. A formula alteration yielded significant results, though the consequences remain unclear. "What did you change in the formula?" one character demands, highlighting the stakes. The ominous figure reveals a chilling truth: the pursuit of unchecked power led to unforeseen repercussions. Disregarding safety, the focus was solely on amplification. All of this devastation, the scene of destruction before them, is the result of reckless ambition. The implication of catastrophic consequences is palpable. The question hangs heavy in the air: does the Demon King Melge have any connection to the Devourer? A looming sense of urgency underscores the concern that the situation will be resolved before one arrives. A close-up reveals a character's wide, red eyes, reflecting a shocking realization. The sudden shift in perspective underscores the gravity of the imminent threat. A monstrous figure, the Devourer, emerges, its presence causing a horrified gasp. The creature's appearance confirms the worst fears, escalating the conflict. A monstrous entity, vaguely humanoid yet undeniably alien, looms before a lone figure. Its eyes, twin burning orbs of yellow, pierce the swirling chaos of purple energy that surrounds it. A high-pitched shriek tears through the air as the smaller figure unleashes a wave of dark energy. In the lower panel, another creature is shown hurtling through the air, struck by this powerful attack. The two figures clash in a furious exchange of blows, sparks of magical energy illuminating the scene. The purple-haired combatant is clearly on the defensive. A powerful blast sends the purple-haired fighter sprawling, their weapon shattering upon impact. The force of the blow is palpable. Defeated, the purple-haired fighter stares ahead, their voice filled with disbelief. The sheer power of their opponent's magic far surpasses their expectations. She should have died from mana depletion and blood loss, but miraculously survived. Her wounds are healed, leading her to suspect Mr. Devourer intervened at Rie's. She needs to confirm. A dying Melge warns her. Had she overused Mr. Devourer's black mana, she would have exploded before Marmolia's scythe reached her. She needs to question Mr. Devourer about this mana in detail. Doubt clouding her mind, the young sorceress questions her sanity, muttering about hearing things, possibly due to overexertion. A large, icy shard looms behind her, hinting at a recent, powerful magical event. Startled, she exclaims at the sudden appearance of a new, unsettling presence. The shift in tone and her wide eyes suggest the new threat is unexpected and alarming. Despite her fear and exhaustion, she resolves to handle the situation, accepting responsibility for what is happening. She mentions Marmolia's death, revealing a recent loss that fuels her resolve. Attempting to escape using teleportation magic, she coughs violently, indicating the spell's adverse effects. The use of unfamiliar mana has taken a toll. Despite the physical strain, her will remains unbroken. She pushes herself to rise and confront whatever awaits. The bubbling green substance suggests a lingering magical residue from her failed escape. A searing blow sends the demoness sprawling, a pained ugh escaping her lips as she collapses to the ground. The maid, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, casually intercepts a magical projectile with a flick of her wrist, her surprise evident in a single "huh" before she exclaims, "Whoa!" Relieved, the demoness cries out, burying her face in the furry embrace of her large, wolf-like companion. Its comforting woof echoes through the scene. A young man appears, his voice laced with casual annoyance as he observes the scene, commenting, "You took so long, Melge. I almost fell asleep." Renee asks if she can also manipulate wires like the dark-haired protagonist just did. He's dismissive, hinting at a deeper, more complex ability at play. The protagonist notes a disturbing growth of the thing Renee is manipulating, adding a sense of urgency and danger to the situation. Renee, seemingly confident, assures the protagonist that she will resolve the situation swiftly. The visual emphasizes her small size against his, adding to the contrast. The protagonist, now resolute, decides to handle the situation directly, exhibiting a change in demeanor and confidence. He will take action, even overriding Renee's confidence. Until now, his research focused on maximizing power while minimizing side effects, a crucial consideration for the volatile Nifrim. The Nifrim substance, though unstable, possesses considerable power. Its subjugation requires this level of strength. This experiment aims to gauge the Devourer's strength, a necessary step for the upcoming subjugation. However, the Devourer seems to be proceeding at a leisurely pace. Driven by urgency, the protagonist seeks information about the Devourer before an impending event. He demands to know the Devourer's location, his words laced with a palpable sense of dread. The Devourer, unexpectedly weakened, is thrown violently to the ground. Its crimson cape billows behind it, accentuating its vulnerable state. A powerful attack, a frozen spear, is unleashed, striking the Devourer. The clash of energies is intense, showcasing the raw power of the attack. A young girl, eyes wide with disbelief, stares at a powerful ice creature she's just repelled. The creature's immense form radiates cold energy. Exhausted, the girl explains that she used her last reserves of mana to push the ice creature away. Confusion clouds her face as she questions why Mr. Devourer's mana remains within her. The girl, holding a glowing green device, activates a life detection function. Relief washes over her as the ice creature crumbles, and she whispers, "It's finally over." A skeletal figure, its form shimmering with faint light, mutters to itself, "That was too close. I must return to Mr. Devourer as soon as possible." A sense of urgency hangs in the air. The skeletal figure is startled. A small, purple-haired girl stands before it, holding a golden staff, her gaze fixed on a large, icy creature looming behind her. She utters a single word, "Hmm?" A grotesque, three-eyed, pulsating green blob dominates the panel. It's clearly consuming something. The purple-haired girl realizes the horrifying truth. The green blob is devouring the corpse of Marmolia. She prepares for action. "I'll divert its attention with a simple attack," she declares, her resolve evident as she readies her staff. Lady Renee is thrown back by the force of a powerful rebound, her face contorted in pain. "Damn, it's the rebound," she groans, the words reflecting the brutal force of the attack. Renee, battered but not broken, is rescued by a large wolf-like creature. "Lady Renee," a voice cries out in concern, highlighting the urgency of the situation. A calm woman with striking green eyes appears, her words expressing surprise and concern. "I was wondering what was taking so long. I didn't know you'd be going against something like that." Her apology follows, showcasing a respectful but worried demeanor. Mr. Devourer, a shadowy figure, silently walks away, leaving the scene with an air of mystery and ominous power. Renee urges Mr. Devourer to attempt a risky maneuver, warning that an unskilled individual might be bisected if they fail. He refuses. A colossal, pulsating green creature looms before them, its grotesque form a testament to the danger they face. Mr. Devourer's eyes widen in disbelief as the creature unexpectedly attacks, its actions contradicting his initial assessment. Despite the initial setbacks, the narrative reveals that their mission to capture the Demon King was ultimately successful. Observing the creature's unsettling behavior, Mr. Devourer questions if it's absorbing Renee's mana. The man's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowed. Zahn's and Lady Renee's presence here, it could only mean one thing. A colossal, pulsating mass of sickly yellow slime hurtles towards its target. The protagonist, a dark-coated figure, meets the oncoming attack head-on, unleashing a wave of emerald energy that rips through the monstrous creature. The creatures remain splatter, leaving behind only dust and the chilling question hanging in the air, "Do you want a handshake?" He lies wounded, a question forming on his lips, "Is that so?" The implication hangs heavy in the air, uncertainty battling against a dawning understanding. A grotesque, pulsating creature lunges, its multi-limbed form a blur of motion. The ensuing clash is depicted with powerful sound effects, the fight beginning in earnest. The creature is struck, its massive body recoiling violently. The force of the blow is palpable, sending tremors through the very ground. The final, devastating blow sends the monster crumbling into dust, leaving behind only a faint, glowing residue. The battle is over. A young woman, seemingly unfazed by the chaotic surroundings, calmly assures someone, "Don't worry." Her demeanor suggests a confidence that belies the turbulent energy swirling around her. A powerful warrior, his opponents seemingly impervious to his attacks, observes, "You seem quite sturdy." The implication is that he's impressed by, yet also clearly ready to escalate the conflict. The scene shifts to a dark-haired man, his expression grim, raising his hand. He declares, "How about this?" Foreshadowing the unleashing of a powerful ability. A swirling vortex of dark, pulsating energy erupts, the culmination of the man's ability. The energy explodes outward in a dazzling display of raw power, engulfing everything in its path. A figure, stunned, questions the origin of a strange object. Where did that come from? A woman reflects on her past strength, believing herself superior to even demon kings and dragons, before a twist is revealed. It was stronger than any dragons and most demon kings. Or so I thought, at least. A grotesque, pulsating mass is shown. A man recoils in disgust. EW. Hey, you're not supposed to bring such a dirty thing. The man's horror deepens as he recognizes the creature. What? Oh, that vulpine woman? This thing? He recalls a prior encounter. I think I remember her. The narrative reveals the shocking truth. Marmolia's strange appearance was nothing compared to the parasitic entity that consumed her. Marmolia's appearance was already bizarre when I first encountered her, but then that thing emerged from within and consumed her body. Don't do that. A maid-like figure, seemingly injured, collapses as a viscous, glowing substance splatters nearby. This is a homunculus. The observation reveals the nature of the creature, and its creator seems surprised by its quick demise. Despite the high expectations for their creation, the homunculus proved insufficient against the devourer. Plans change as a result of its swift failure. The group prepares to depart, concerned for the Mage Tower Master's well-being. This marks the end of our trade, one man declares, his tone final as he stands before his counterpart, the tension thick in the air. At this rate, the countless deaths become meaningless, a grim realization dawning as the scale of the devastation sinks in. The surviving warriors gaze upon their city, a stark contrast between the devastation and the sacrifice made to protect it. Their solemn silence speaks volumes. But there is hope. Someone of great value steps in personally, a glimmer amidst the carnage. A war is about to break out in Nate, fueled by a catastrophic event orchestrated as a stage for a powerful, soon-to-be-revealed project. The ensuing conflict will make the casualties in Nate seem like a mere squabble between humans and monsters. The scale of destruction is immense. Storman, seemingly unconcerned, reveals he has contacted a subordinate, suggesting preemptive measures were taken. His nonchalance hints at a larger, more sinister plan. The enemy's actions suggest they are aware of human involvement, attempting to block escape routes. The mention of a homunculus recognizing its kin introduces a new element to the conflict, a possible internal struggle within the enemy ranks. The Mage Tower's mana surge creates a teleportation gateway, allowing for long-distance travel. A blinding flash engulfs the captain and his men as they are instantly transported away, leaving only a trail of dust and lingering energy. The captain urges his remaining troops to flee immediately. The captain's grim determination is evident as he grits his teeth, uttering a fierce yes. He is prepared to face whatever challenges lie ahead. I've heard plenty of your notorious reputation. Show yourself. A voice booms, challenging an unseen opponent amidst a desolate, crimson landscape. Dagger Maid, a figure of stark contrast in a pristine white maid outfit, lunges from the shadows, her weapon a long, lethal polearm. A dark figure, cloaked and mysterious, materializes, a subtle rustle preceding his appearance. Tension hangs heavy in the air. A powerful blast erupts, a devastating wave of energy tearing through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction. His eyes, burning with an unnatural golden light, narrowed. A sinister grin stretched across his scarred face. A maid offered tea, a small, strangely colored wolf at her side, to a young woman with purple hair. The woman's concern was evident as she questioned the source of this unsettling calm. The purple-haired woman, still apprehensive, voiced her concerns about the situation's stability. Mr. Devourer, having summoned his power, casually notes that it's him, after all. The immense energy released creates a desolate, crimson landscape. The immense power unleashed unexpectedly overwhelms the summoner, who looks on in shock and alarm as a colossal, monstrous entity materializes. He utters a surprised, wait. The summoner, realizing his mistake, explains that he used too much mana. The monstrous entity partially dissipates, leaving behind a trail of strange, glowing remnants. A young woman observes the aftermath, remarking on the incredible power of their recently departed opponent. The young woman expresses exasperation at Mr. Devourer's carelessness and questions his actions, while he yawns and declares himself sleepy. The creature's gaping maw held a pulsating, bioluminescent mass. Perhaps it's a parasite, someone mused, acknowledging the prevalence of such organisms. Renee identified the substance, prompting Mr. Devourer's curiosity. The parasite's expulsion follows. A figure, his back turned, is admonished for his desperate attempts at excuse-making. The arrival of a heavily armored force halts proceedings. Wait a minute, a surprised voice exclaims. The aftermath of the battle is grim, casualties were less than expected, but the cost was still high. One man, his eyes burning red, broods over this fact with his blonde-haired companion. Meaningless deaths, yet a victory. The red-eyed man reflects on the limitations of their power, knowing that only superior force can break the enemy. From the outside, the disaster appeared to be a catastrophic failure, yet it was orchestrated, a meticulously planned homunculus attack. There's only one intruder, a monster in the form of a maid. The soldiers brace themselves. Sir Storman orders a retreat to the Mage Tower to establish a temporary base of operations. Despite his concern, a subordinate bravely volunteers to defend their position while the captain retreats. The captain reluctantly agrees to retreat, leaving his subordinate behind to hold the line. The lone soldier prepares for a desperate last stand against the overwhelming threat. A thunderous crash sends the man sprawling, the ground trembling beneath him. He's clearly been struck hard. A powerful, viscous yellow energy erupts, the hand that summons it dripping with the same substance. This level of preparation is a must as a maid, a voice states, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Two young figures huddle beneath a tattered umbrella, surveying the aftermath. One, visibly distressed, whispers, My, what a mess. Chaos erupted as a man in a suit frantically tried to control a scene of pandemonium. A wolf-like creature drooled green slime, while a purple-haired girl and a maid struggled in the midst of it all. He shouted, Zons, don't do that. Observing the scene from afar, a man with fiery red eyes calmly stated, It's as I expected. The scene shifts to a furious confrontation. An outraged individual accuses another, You called this a sacrifice made for the Empire's future, didn't you? How can you just leave like this? A group of soldiers marches through a ravaged landscape towards a glowing portal, a hub for teleportation. There's a hub that will lead us to Rie's around that corner, one states, offering a grim hope. A sudden report breaks the grim determination. I just received a report that an unknown intruder has appeared at the teleportation hub. I do not forgive an unplanned death. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling promise from the dark-eyed figure. You have killed thousands of raid members, they say? The question is laced with suspicion, the implication clear, a reckoning is at hand. A fiery explosion rocks the battlefield, the remnants of a colossal battle strewn across the ravaged landscape. Sir Storman questions the apparent isolation of their opponent, only to be subtly reminded of the formidable Sir Gwyn's unseen presence. Storman dismisses Gwyn's forces as mere distractions, underestimating the true scale of the impending threat. A moment of unsettling realization dawns. Gwyn's forces, previously unseen, launch a swift and precise aerial assault, targeting key positions. A thunderous crash erupts as the young man, clad in shining armor, is thrown violently to the ground. He grips his sword, pain etched on his face. He rises, defiant. Since I'm the last human left, are you going to just mess around with me? He challenges his unseen opponent, a grim determination in his voice. Suddenly, a maid in a pristine white uniform appears, her sword flashing. "Did you think Renee wouldn't know?" she sneers, launching a swift attack. The young man's eyes widen, fury consuming him despite his surprise. Even alone, he will not yield. A searing green energy bursts forth, the man shouting, "O Spirit Bus," as a powerful, magical attack unfolds. He wasn't an ordinary swordsman, he was gathering mana. The implications of this discovery stunned the observer. A spirit appeared, its presence causing a ripple effect of disbelief and unease. The ensuing confrontation promised to be perilous. With a sudden, powerful thrust, the swordsman unleashed a devastating attack, shattering the approaching threat. The spirit retaliated, its watery tendrils lashing out against him. The battle intensified. A fierce clash resulted in a destructive impact, sending the swordsman flying. The fight was clearly far from over. Ludica Eum. A powerful blast erupts as a colossal, earth elemental is shattered by a concentrated magical attack. The aftermath of the attack shows a figure engulfed in a blinding green light, the remnants of the earth elemental's destruction swirling around them. A triumphant human warrior, grinning fiercely, shouts his victory. This is payback for underestimating humanity. He commands the creature to remain inside. The monster's response is a single, chilling word: human. At the Nihit temporary shelter, amidst the fires of a ravaged city, a tense argument erupts. "Wait, Burgess. I told you, the Ursus raid force was wrong." A commanding officer intervenes, his concern evident. "Captain, stop Burgess. He's not even fully healed." The urgency of the situation is revealed. Survivors might be heading towards the raid location and the magic tower. A plan forms, they will open a path for the people. Fueled by righteous fury, the captain roars, "Let's push out those monsters that have destroyed our beloved city." His troops echo his battle cry. The guardian golem has arrived, a colossal figure emerging from the ravaged landscape. Its appearance sparks a wave of hope amongst the beleaguered soldiers. Burgess, however, notices something amiss. Her concern is palpable as she questions her companion's unusually grim expression. The guardian golem, despite its apparent strength, seems to be a source of worry rather than relief. A sudden, powerful roar erupts, shattering the fragile hope. The golem, unexpectedly, is violently attacked by unseen forces, its mighty frame straining against the assault. The truth is revealed: the initial report of the golem's arrival was a fabrication. A deceitful plan is exposed, fueled by malice and a blatant disregard for the lives endangered by the deception. Who do you think I am?" The skeletal figure's chilling question hung in the air, its glowing blue eyes fixed on its unseen interlocutor. He continues, speculating that only the Imperial Alchemical Society possesses the technology to create homunculi, and the scale of their operation is alarming. A young man, his face grim, recounts the brutal custom of beheading defeated demon kings and displaying their heads in the Grand Plaza, a practice ostensibly to boost morale, but ultimately a cruel display of power. The skeletal figure's expression shifts to one of unsettling glee. The rapid advancement of homunculus creation, at a pace that would produce Renee-level creations within years, is revealed as a chilling development. A man sprawls on the ground, defeated, a single word echoing his despair: "That's it." His companion's incredulous response, "Huh? Really?" underscores the gravity of the situation. They've gone too far. Melgen the experiments, they've been observed, and the consequences are dire. Faced with escalating threats, the response is simple: total annihilation. The city will be leveled if they push too far. A knight, Sir Gwyn, has been granted permission to act alone. This action is questioned by his captain. The lack of support is baffling and risky. The captain's concerns are justified, leaving Gwyn unsupported increases the risk significantly. A second knight should have been assigned to assist him. He's a being blessed by a spirit, a power that sets him apart. A destructive wave of energy erupts, shattering the ground around him. The Devourer's orders are clear: destroy the teleportation hub and eliminate all suspicious humans. The truth is revealed: his escape was a calculated move to buy time for others to flee. He raises his sword, ready to face the inevitable confrontation. You did well, human, the creature praised, its heterochromatic eyes gleaming with an unsettling mix of amusement and assessment. Its words hinted at a hidden agenda behind its seemingly benevolent appraisal. A powerful shockwave erupted as the girl, already airborne, was violently propelled backward, a question mark forming above her head. She clearly didn't anticipate the force of the reaction. The immediate aftermath revealed shattered stone and a lingering aura of unusual energy. The narrator notes this strange energy as a key development. A blinding flash of fiery energy engulfed the scene, the intense heat visibly warping the air. This attack seems to have emanated from the previously unseen source of the odd mana. The maid, a whirlwind of motion, sliced through the air, scattering debris with effortless grace. Her attacks were precise, each strike aimed to disrupt the encroaching magical storm. She paused, gazing upward, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as she assessed the sheer scale of the magical energy swirling above. This storm is made up of an immense amount of mana, she observes, the revelation carrying a weight of both wonder and trepidation. The immensity of the magical storm becomes clear. To control two high-level spirits simultaneously is a feat of immense power. Then you're telling me to sit down and do nothing? We should at least try something, a man shouts, his frustration evident. What are you going to do on your own? Burgess insists he's fine, but he can't let his comrade continue this dangerous task. Diana's Silver Deer raid force prepares for battle, their captain rallying them. A soldier spots something incredible in the distance, his excitement palpable. It's the guardian golem from the Nihit mountain range. Hope arrives to save them. Overwhelmed with disbelief, a soldier utters, "There's no way." A city is devastated by an explosion of immense power. The narrator explains that Demon King Marmolia was defeated after making contact with a human, suggesting a significant event of large scale. A young man, seemingly unfazed by the destruction, speculates on the reasons behind the creation and release of a homunculus in the town, implying a larger conspiracy at play. He expresses surprise at the lack of remaining research data, indicating that his prior actions might have been incomplete or that he has underestimated the enemy's preparations. Overwhelmed by the situation, he contemplates the drastic measure of destroying the entire village to resolve the mystery, highlighting his frustration and the escalating danger. He sneered, "Did you think those humans would let the Demon King use them as an experiment and do nothing about it? They're likely watching from the shadows. You were the one who pushed me, weren't you? Don't regret it." His words were a low growl, eyes burning with dark fire. A roaring inferno consumed him, the intense heat warping the air. A vicious grin splits the face of the attacker as his blow connects, a flurry of motion ending with a resounding thwack. The area is sealed off by a powerful spell, a high-level incantation that isolates the combatants. Despite the danger, a man feels compelled to leave. He must investigate the city, driven by a pressing urgency. A young woman and her wolf companion watched, wide-eyed, as a darkly clad figure approached. His expression was one of unsettling amusement. The dark figure observed, noting the concentration of humans nearby. Their unexpected gathering made tracking their movements significantly easier. He deduced the presence of skilled individuals amongst the humans, confirming the Empire's top brass was still lurking nearby. He assured the young woman there was no need for concern regarding the city's main gate. A cheerful, small demon declares her readiness, her body already healed. However, a looming concern arises: the main gate lies on the opposite side. Ignoring the obstacle, a figure initiates a daring plan. "Let's start with that, shall we?" he declares before launching into action. A colossal tower begins to collapse, sending shockwaves through the observing figures. Panic ensues as the tower's catastrophic lean becomes evident. A horrified cry echoes, "No, no!" A cataclysmic blast of blue energy erupts, shattering the earth around the lone figure. The sheer power is awe-inspiring. Soldiers anxiously await, their leader stating that Wuan's arrival is only 5 minutes away. The urgency of the situation is palpable. A grim realization dawns: without the completed apocalypse, they cannot defeat the Devourer, and this battle will be their last. An aged warrior pledges to bring Wuan's Historia back, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Despite the protracted battle, he maintains the advantage. The longer it continues, the more his opponents falter. He holds the upper hand as long as the storm rages. He will not abandon his objective. Victory is not what he desires. The blade's name derives from its appearance, small in the sky, growing larger as it descends. Sir Gwyn lies in ruins, his golden armor marred, a gaping wound splitting his torso. How, he gasps, disbelief etched onto his pained face. His assailant observes, their sword dripping, stating, "Since you're split in half, it seems you can't be saved even if you were to be healed." The grim reality of Gwyn's state is confirmed. The scene shifts. A figure in a maid outfit, known only as Dagger Maid, bursts into action. "Dagger Maid," she announces, her dagger flashing. Another character, seemingly focused on buying time for Sir Gwyn, reflects, "Since Sir Gwyn has the blessing, I just have to buy time somehow." A sense of urgency pervades her actions. The aged warrior, his face a mask of fury, scoffs at the small maid before him. "It seems I'd have more to hear from you than this corpse over here," he snarls, his words laced with contempt. He dismisses her weapon with a dismissive wave. "Such a small blade won't do." The maid's small blade suddenly expands, becoming a colossal weapon. "It became gigantic," the warrior exclaims, shock evident in his tone. The enormous blade cleaves through the air, leaving a massive crater in the ground. He berates her decision. "You chose to throw your weapon away, a bad choice, Dagger Maid." The warrior is sent flying by the force of the impact, his shocked expression clear. A resounding crash echoes. The scene opens with a tense demand, "You better tell me everything you know about Marmolia and Homunculus." The speaker stands over a defeated foe, the gravity of the situation palpable. A young woman with heterochromatic eyes, wielding a whip, delivers a chilling ultimatum, or else. Her expression is a mixture of malice and cold determination, heightening the tension. The defeated man's surprised exclamation, "It gets even bigger from here," punctuates the escalating threat. His words reveal the scale of the danger, as he's clearly underestimated his opponent. The young woman shifts her focus, declaring, "However, you've spent too much time on this old man." This reveals a change in her priorities, suggesting a larger objective beyond simply eliminating the immediate threat. Her eyes blazing with a furious energy, she unleashes a devastating attack. The panel depicts a powerful energy surge. The implications of her shift in priorities becomes clear, she's moving on to the next phase of her plan. A triumphant figure, arms raised, proclaims, "Great Patrick allowed us to destroy it all." His companions, a small, winged creature and a wolf-like beast, celebrate wildly. The scene shifts to a fiery spectacle, a colossal battle rages. One combatant shouts, "Hey, 20 nanoseconds! Stop pressing me," amidst the chaos. Observing the conflict, a man notes, "Is that a hub over there? From the mana, I sense two greater spirits?" Renee is fighting a fairly strong opponent. Another individual assures, "I'm already surveilling that area using shared vision." The image shows a wide shot of the battle, confirming the surveillance. Satisfied with his team's progress, the dark-cloaked figure declares it's time for him to begin his own task. He prepares to unleash a powerful energy, his resolve firm. A blinding flash erupts, signaling the beginning of a catastrophic event. The sudden appearance of a glowing blue crystal alarms a group of soldiers. They fear the ancient monster's return. A terrifying, powerful surge of blue energy bursts forth, demanding an immediate halt. Just like how mana gathers in the crystal, we need to accumulate mana into this temporary mana hub. However, the tower's collapse means it will take at least 10 more minutes. The hub the Dagger Maid destroyed only had its device ruined, the coordinates to Nihit remain intact. A young officer, weakened but determined, is supported by a companion as they urgently assess their situation. Summoning powerful entities requires significant time and mana, not to mention the enormous mana needed to maintain them for any length of time. He summons the Earth Spirit, confident he can still block her path even if she breaks through. With his mana rapidly depleting, he has only 3 minutes left. A monstrous figure emerges, one of the 36 masterpieces, leaving the onlooker questioning its existence. A heavily wounded soldier gasps for air, his armor broken and blood staining the ground. He is clearly defeated. The woman with the extraordinary blade explains its capabilities, it can extend tens of meters and pierce through even the fiercest storms with ease. Despite the opponent's clear defeat, she delivers a final, decisive blow, ensuring there's no chance of survival. A close-up reveals the woman's intense, almost predatory gaze, reflecting her ruthless efficiency. The reaction shot shows an observer's terrified eyes widening, revealing the full impact of the woman's swift, deadly action. The maid, with surprising strength, whirls her scythe, the blade a blur as it cleaves the air with a whoosh. The old warrior's eyes widen in disbelief as he narrowly avoids the attack. He barely dodges the follow-up strike, a guttural cry escaping his lips as the scythe grazes his armor. The scythe's momentum carries it past him, its trajectory altering as it seems to follow an unseen force. The weapon crashes into the ground, shattering the stone beneath its immense weight. A guttural cough racked the monstrous figure, blood welling in the corners of his fierce, yellow eyes. His labored breathing hinted at a grievous injury. "Hey, monster!" a defiant voice pierced the air, startling the creature midwheeze. This brazen challenge, unexpected, added to the creature's evident suffering. A blinding flash of light erupted as the monster reacted. The intensity of the energy suggests a powerful counterattack. The force of the attack shattered the surrounding environment. Debris rained down as a vehicle was torn apart by the sheer power unleashed. Woojin's worried expression fills the panel. The narration warns of dire consequences should he encounter the maid and attract the devourer's attention. A creature with vibrant green hair shatters a golden cube, the sound echoing the scene's intensity. The maid confronts a figure, revealing the human possesses spirit's protection. The maid swiftly and decisively ends the enemy's life with her sword. The maid's victory is declared, but a question mark hangs in the air, hinting at unresolved uncertainty. A seasoned warrior, his face etched with grim determination, observes the aftermath. The swift defeat of the dagger maid is confirmed. He remains confident in their plan's success. The homunculus's existence will remain hidden from the Empire's populace. How do you plan to deal with the aftermath? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the chaos that has just transpired. A shadowy figure, barely visible beneath its superior, faces a reckoning. He collapses, the weight of his actions clear. Was that an illusion? Damn, the fear engraved within me won't ever fade. The officer's words ring true, reflecting the lasting trauma of the event. The revelation is stunning, the master of the magic tower, so he caused a mess after all. But the fact that you're here must mean. The speaker's eyes widen, their tone filled with both surprise and dawning understanding. A sizable force has assembled. Their presence is ominous. News arrives of casualties and injuries among the ranks, including Sir Storman, now engaged in combat with the dagger maid. Concerns are raised. The captain urgently orders a rapid advance, leaving a subordinate perplexed. The pink-haired captain believes she has located the source of the problem. A butterfly-like symbol is prominent. A reaction of intrigued skepticism greets this discovery. A powerful foe appeared, beyond their capabilities. The soldier's apprehension is palpable. Despite the clear danger, Woan is ordered to retreat immediately. Woan ignores the order, charging into the fray as the monster falls. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce glint in their purple depths. The tension was palpable. A commander, his face grim, declared that while the opportunity was missed, another would surely come. Retreat was the order of the day. But their escape was cut short. A powerful figure appeared, halting their retreat with the chilling words, "Where do you think you're going?" The threat was made clear, none shall escape. A monster notes the blue-haired human's strength, while another character insists on eliminating him first. The blue-haired human, defiant, challenges the monster to a fight. A fierce clash ensues. A magic spell is unleashed, creating a swirling vortex of purple butterflies. The blue-haired human's eyes glow with a menacing red light. He is searching for someone named Renee. Suddenly, a monstrous tentacled creature looms into view. It casually asks what's up. A memory flickers, a young woman's wide eyes filled with terror. The man before her murmurs, "Ah, I remember," a chilling calm settling over his features as the past floods back. The man, his eyes now blazing crimson, is addressed as the gutsy guy. He smirks, acknowledging the irony as countless humans gather in the Empire's capital, a tense situation clearly brewing. He dismisses the recent incident as unrelated, a claim met with skepticism by the Empire's representatives. The man's casual demeanor hides a deeper intent, his true motivations remain concealed. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by a low hum from the man as he studies the Empire's representative. His crimson eyes hold a calculating gleam, hinting at a complex game unfolding. He dismissed the kneeling soldier with a curt, "Whatever," his back turned to the man's pleas. The Devourer, they called him. The soldier's desperate affirmation, "Yes, Mr. Devourer," was cut short by the Devourer's sudden concern. He noticed the bleeding. The Devourer's eyes blazed, a terrifying gold. "Did you really think?" His voice dripped with ominous intent. "I'd let it slide like this?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to complacency. A powerful figure emerges from the wreckage, their very presence commanding attention. The scene is one of devastation, yet this individual stands defiant. Such incredible power. The sheer scale of destruction speaks for itself. The previous defiance is now replaced by a quiet awe. The top priority is a safe return. The temporary hub will activate without issue. The captain lies defeated, a testament to a costly mistake. Polaris, master of the magic tower, has officially requested assistance from the imperial family. Fortunately, this request was intercepted before the entire incident became public knowledge. The Adelbria's Black Wolf Knight order stands ready. A tense standoff unfolds. A group of knights, their armor gleaming, stand rigidly, their gazes fixed on something unseen. One knight's face, partially obscured, reveals a deep concern. "Pardon? I'm not quite sure what you mean. I hurried here the moment we arrived." A dark-haired man, his eyes glowing crimson, speaks, his words laced with disbelief and suspicion. The man's face contorts in anger. "The entire Knight Order has to get out of here now." Panic sets in, the gravity of the situation is clear. A powerful figure, shrouded in dark energy, rises from the debris. The air crackles with immense power as echoes through the scene. A devastating force is unleashed. The captain's order is clear, they must leave immediately. A stressed officer, sweat beading on his brow, conveys the urgency of the situation. A young warrior, clad in powerful armor, disagrees. She believes more time is needed to secure a strategic objective. The warrior's argument is countered. This is the perfect time for a tactical regrouping after their retreat. But she sees the opportunity to eliminate the primordial core's keeper. Despite her misgivings, she reluctantly complies with the order to retreat. The retreat begins, a powerful display of force as the warriors leave the battlefield, leaving a wake of destruction. A shadowy figure, their face obscured, declares, "Mr. Devourer sent me here because he trusted me." The ominous tone hints at a dangerous mission and a powerful benefactor. Observing the scene, a commander exclaims, "That black-haired man must be their leader. This will get bothersome." Furthermore, the urgency in his voice highlights the growing threat. Another character, Garat, shouts a command, "Teleport AR." A powerful warrior, seemingly unfazed, reflects, "I've dealt with countless A-class raid parties that invaded our dungeon, but I've never seen a single human that could produce this much destructive power with just a momentary burst of energy." This reveals the immense power of the shadowy figure and establishes the scale of the threat. Their eyes blazing, the warrior confronts the newcomer, "How dare you mock the name that Mr. Devourer himself bestowed upon me?" The intensity of their reaction underscores the significance of the name and the disrespect shown. A scene of chaos unfolds as a character asks, "What is this?" Another character responds in the lower panel, "I came." The arrival marks a crucial turning point in the developing conflict. A figure observes a gathering, noting, "And it looks like everyone's gathered here, huh?" The scene hints at a tense meeting of significant individuals. The speaker identifies a familiar group, acknowledging their short lifespan and expressing surprise at seeing them again. He recognizes them as the blue flying squirrel, the one who revealed Renee's location. A powerful individual, seemingly remembered by the gathered group, humbly states, "It's an honor that you remembered me." Have you been well? The question suggests a long-standing relationship and a potential shift in the power dynamics. They offer to cooperate in finding the culprit, stating their presence is solely to resolve the situation. The man's eyes shift, a flicker of something akin to suspicion or calculation crossing his features as he contemplates their offer. His expression changes, his eyes glowing an ominous yellow. A bead of sweat trickles down his chin, he silently questions if his plan worked. His relief is palpable, a grim smile plays on his lips as he confirms the success of his actions. Suddenly, he appears behind his opponents, having seemingly teleported. Their surprised exclamations punctuate his swift and unexpected arrival. His eyes blazed crimson, a stark contrast to the agony etched across his face. The intensity of his pain was palpable. He braced himself, the weight of unseen forces pressing down. A desperate battle waged within. Despite his obvious suffering, he inquired, "I'm fine. How long until the hub activates?" The response, "About 3 more minutes." Time was running out. A barely audible whisper escaped his lips, "Yo." A shadow of something immense loomed. "Why are you smiling?" The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable, as a figure's sinister grin is illuminated. A squad of elite soldiers stands poised, their expressions grim, as a looming shadow descends. The weight of impending conflict hangs heavy in the air. Acknowledging his debt from the Rie's incident, a shadowed figure prepares for a confrontation, the raw power of his dark magic surging. The Devourer, his posture arrogant, looms over a fallen foe, the scene hinting at a recent, brutal victory. His nonchalant demeanor speaks volumes about his overwhelming power. A warrior crashes to the ground, his body impacting with a heavy thud. Another, clearly wounded, groans in pain nearby. A powerful magical blast erupts, throwing debris in all directions. An irritated voice declares, "You guys are such a pain." Another warrior falls, the impact muffled by a soft ah. A young woman with stark white hair lies wounded, her eyes wide with pain and fear. A warrior, blood staining his lips, lunges forward with a ferocious roar. The force of his attack is palpable. He stopped abruptly, a voice demanding, "Why are you stopping me? Why?" Frustration and confusion ripple from his words. The pink-haired commander explains, "This black mana surrounding us is like poison gas, it's becoming harder to breathe. Our members' movements are slowing, and we can't calculate their desperation, making accurate coordinates impossible." He struggles under the weight of what seems to be supply barrels, a grim determination etched on his face despite his strained efforts. Surrounded, the warrior braced himself against the encroaching darkness, a desperate cry escaping his lips. A tactical assessment was made: to repel the black mana, they needed time, and that time would come from a risky deployment of teleportation magic. Einar, the warrior's ally, took the brunt of the Devourer's energy, a desperate sacrifice to buy time. Einar's fierce shout echoed as energy erupted around her. The warrior, his face contorted in pain and fury, channels all his strength, ready to face the inevitable. A pained groan, filled with agony and despair, rips through the air as the warrior faces his fate. Hope remains, however grim. As long as Renee is present, a chance for survival persists. A man groans, his face contorted in pain and exertion. A woman's face is shown, eyes wide with horror and tears streaming down her cheeks, amidst a flurry of dark particles. Her emotional state reflects a catastrophic event. Consumed by rage and despair, she screams, "Kill them all." The command reveals a descent into madness. Despite the chaos, a plea for survival cuts through the madness. Someone desperately urges Woan to live, no matter the cost. Storman arrives, his shield gleaming, offering a beacon of hope amidst the carnage. The walled heart activates, unleashing a wave of energy that engulfs the opponent. A devastating blow follows, striking the enemy with immense force. Witnessing the spectacle, the protagonist marvels at its destructive power. "Wow, it's pretty," he observes. The sheer scale of the magical attack leaves the protagonist speechless. "And magic? That many spells," he exclaims, overwhelmed. "Just a bit longer, Sir Storman. The teleportation magic circle will soon be complete." A desperate plea accompanies the intense focus on completing a complex spell. Even a magic attack from an ancient monster couldn't break these 36 masterpieces, said to have been created by a god. The sheer power of the artifacts is evident as they withstand the assault. The fierce impact of the ancient monster's magic attack shatters the protective circle. The consequences are imminent. A massive explosion erupts, a violent shatter, echoing the force of the destruction. Run away, leader. A whispered command reveals the gravity of the situation. Escape is the only option left. Won, his grandfather rasped, I leave the captaincy and the empire, to you. The weight of the world settled on the young man's shoulders as he protested, no, grandfather. A monstrous figure loomed, its presence overshadowing the battlefield. You're still alive? The shocking revelation hung in the air, underscoring the impossible odds Won faced. Despair filled the air as another voice cried out, no, Won. You're no match for him. The sheer power of the enemy was undeniable, and hope seemed to dwindle. Won's eyes blazed with defiance as he declared, I am a hero. The very air crackled with his newfound resolve as he charged into battle. A powerful, vibrant energy erupted from Won. A clash of titanic forces was about to begin. A hero? The very air crackles with the force of the declaration, a visual testament to the overwhelming power it represents. Terror grips the scene as a dark energy erupts, engulfing everything in its path. A young woman screams in horror, witnessing the devastating power firsthand. Amidst the chaos, a maid with striking white hair and her wolf companion appear, their expressions a mix of disbelief and dawning understanding. But this is... She begins, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The focus shifts to a figure consumed by darkness, his red eyes burning with an intensity that mirrors the encroaching shadows. The single word, you, is a whispered accusation, carrying the weight of untold grievances. A powerful clash of energy. The dark figure stands defiant, facing a fallen soldier. The scene pulses with raw power. A cloaked figure watches as a woman with vibrant blue hair forcefully grabs a dark-haired man, her grip fierce. Hey, she calls out, a taunt laced in her voice, as the man is yanked through the air. The woman, Lady Won, maintains her grip, her eyes blazing with intensity as the man struggles against her strength. Her expression is a mix of determination and a predatory thrill. A triumphant grin spreads across the face of a wounded man, his body bloodied but his spirit undeterred. Looks like this time, I was quicker, Lady Won, he boasts, his words dripping with smug satisfaction. Lady Won cries out in pain as two arrows pierce the ground near her feet, a stark visual of her sudden vulnerability. Won collapses, blood staining his lips. His comrade cries out in alarm, Won, you can't. The scene shifts to Won's desperate question, just why, as he lies defeated, gazing upon a triumphant enemy general. A fellow soldier, panting heavily, declares, damn it. One way or another, we have to use our strength to buy some time. A desperate cry rings out, Einar, as a figure emerges from the crimson twilight, ready for action. He snarled, eyes blazing, understood. The intensity of his expression underscored the gravity of the situation. The man brandished the walled heart, the third of 36 legendary masterpieces. Its golden glow hinted at immense power. A horrified gasp escaped the woman's lips as she was attacked, two figures watching with grim expressions. Human, I don't know what you're trying to do, a voice cautioned, the uncertainty laced with a hint of apprehension. A monstrous roar ripped through the air as a figure, cloaked in shadow, was thrown back by a tremendous force. Observing from afar, a man in dark robes, a woman with pink hair, and a wolf-like creature witnessed the chaotic scene, their expressions a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The man muttered, what are those guys? The old warrior, his breath ragged, barely managed to deflect a devastating blow. Phew! Did I block it? He gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. His opponent, a figure shrouded in darkness with burning golden eyes, sneered. Then how about I get a bit serious too? The air crackled with anticipation. A monstrous, shadowy figure erupted from the ground, its sheer size dwarfing the two combatants. The old man's eyes widened in utter shock. What is that? A blinding light erupted as the shadowy creature unleashed an attack, shattering the old warrior's defenses. The force of the impact was immense. Terror filled the old warrior's eyes as he was sent reeling backward by the sheer force of the attack. His fate hung precariously in the balance. A fierce battle rages. Captain Stormen, his face grim, grapples with a light-haired opponent. Stormen, heavily wounded, collapses. His subordinate cries out in alarm, "Sir Stormen." Despite his critical condition, Stormen manages a weak whisper, "It was an honor to escort you, Captain." His lifeblood stains the ground. The young captain, her eyes blazing with defiance, declares, "That doesn't matter." A young warrior, eyes blazing with determination, vows to protect everyone. The weight of the world rests on her shoulders as a powerful, shadowy entity looms behind her. The villain, Mr. Devourer, lies wounded, blood trickling down his face. His expression betrays a mixture of surprise and disdain as he utters, "Quite shameful." Another warrior, stands triumphantly, his weapon at the ready, a victorious cry escaping his lips. The tide of battle has turned. All members, protect those two. A desperate cry rings out, the commander's face contorted in anguish as a powerful clash erupts. It's unavoidable. Two figures collide in a whirlwind of motion, the force of their clash palpable. To prevent Wuan and Devourer's conflict, she must use teleportation. The commander, exhausted but resolute, makes a critical decision. What a pain! A lone figure stands amidst the aftermath, his expression one of weariness and strained resolve. A young maid, wounded but defiant, reaches out as a monstrous figure looms behind her, its guttural cry echoing through the desolate landscape. Two others, shadowy and ominous, watch from the distance. Terror grips a man's face as he gasps, "W1?" His desperate plea underscores the gravity of the situation. A desperate struggle ensues, a woman with vibrant blue hair is held captive, screaming, "You can't, Wuan! Let me go!" The intensity of her struggle showcases her dire predicament. A powerful figure, brimming with golden energy, prepares to strike, the sheer force threatening to obliterate everything in its path. A cart overflowing with luminous blue crystals sits in a dimly lit room. The crystals, now loaded onto a cart, are being transported across a fiery landscape. Three figures, a stern-faced woman in white, a purple-haired girl, and a dark-haired man, ride atop the cart, seemingly unfazed by the surroundings. The man examines one of the crystals, its mana has depleted. He explains that it will need recharging upon their return. Their journey continues, pulled by a surprisingly strong, lone wolf. The purple-haired girl comments on the golem's immense weight and the wolf's unlikely strength, suggesting the animal is tired. A heated debate erupts over the appropriate compensation for a recent transgression. One party suggests a finger bone as a reward, but the other finds this insufficient, demanding at least a leg bone. Lady Mel's is ordered to pull a cart on all fours, a task that clearly irritates the dark-haired protagonist. He clearly has no intention of performing the task himself. The protagonist's internal conflict is revealed. He wrestles with the memory of a past betrayal, his golden eyes reflecting the intensity of his inner turmoil. Doubt clouds his judgment. A tranquil cemetery bathed in sunlight. The scene is peaceful, almost idyllic. A young woman, dressed in white, stands solemnly before a grave, clutching a single blue flower. She reflects on Burn's subjugation party, a group that dared to challenge the ancient one. A towering figure, a member of the Black Tiger's Order Valistic, stands before her. He acknowledges the significance of Burn's actions, though his expression hints at unspoken reservations. A man observes a young girl from behind, commenting on her beauty as if she were a flower. His companions, shrouded in shadow, stand silently nearby. A woman, confident and strikingly dressed, approaches, assuring one that others will appreciate the girl's beauty. A glimpse of another young woman, solemn and holding a single blue flower, is seen in the background. Close up on the solemn young woman's eye, revealing a dark, purple hue, hinting at something hidden beneath her outwardly calm demeanor. Regret clouds the face of a scarred man as he reflects on his failure to defeat the Blade Maid. The scene cuts to the Blade Maid, her expression unreadable. A grizzled, powerful-looking man with a mustache and beard appears, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he utters a single word, "Then," indicating a significant shift in the narrative. The weight of his failure crushes him. He could have killed Swallow, preventing the countless deaths. Swallow's sister unleashes a torrent of grief and accusation. She demands he kill Swallow. The sisters embrace, a shared sorrow binding them amidst the devastation. A single blue flower, a symbol of loss, is clutched in one hand. Awakening in a lavish room, the young man grapples with the aftermath of a traumatic event. His thoughts echo his confusion: how did I survive? Why? The question intensifies, focusing on a specific, life-threatening encounter. Why did Swallow not kill me? His red eyes betray the lingering trauma. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his confusion. "Oi, you, black hair," a figure calls out, interrupting his internal struggle and introducing a new, immediate threat. Months passed. The ancient monster's words echoed in his mind, hinting at something significant. Unable to attend the funerals, grief consumed him. The weight of loss and the monster's cryptic message pressed down. A sudden, searing pain struck his eye. Horrified, he recoiled, questioning the source of this agonizing sensation. The mystery deepened. A searing pain racks the commander's body as he clutches his eyes, two monstrous, glowing orbs reflected in his vision. Alarmed, Garrett rushes to the commander's side, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right, Commander?" she asks. The commander collapses, blood blooming on the floor. Panic grips those around him, cries of alarm fill the air as urgent pleas for a medic are shouted. As the commander lies incapacitated, a realization dawns: this injury explains why his earlier attacker hesitated to kill him. Swallow, his face bloodied and contorted in agony, curses his attacker. The raw fury in his eyes speaks volumes. 6 months have passed since that brutal encounter. The passage of time is marked by a stark visual shift, suggesting a significant change in circumstance. A maid, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of recent events, compliments Swallow's attire, a stark contrast to the previous panel's intensity. This suggests a recovery, but perhaps a superficial one. Despite the apparent recovery, a lingering tension remains. Swallow and the maid acknowledge the incomplete nature of their victory, hinting at unresolved challenges. The arrival of a new, striking figure, a demon, introduces a fresh complication and underscores the ongoing struggle. The nonchalant "ha" from Swallow suggests a deepening mystery or a sense of resignation. "If you feel that bad, why don't you get on all fours and pull the carriage for half the trip, just like a dog?" The girl's cruel suggestion hangs in the air, her words echoing the disdain in her eyes. 2 ounces of strength apparently wasn't enough. The man's attempt to pull the carriage proved futile. His effort is weak and ineffectual. He was slower than usual to transform, a subtle detail that doesn't escape the watchful girl's attention. She notes this weakness. The aftermath of a battle leaves its mark, for lives lost and a priceless artifact destroyed. Yet, a young woman, her face etched with sorrow, stands amidst the devastation, her grief palpable. "No," she whispers, defiance flickering in her violet eyes, "they won't." Her resolve, though fragile, burns bright against the backdrop of loss. A grizzled warrior, his face a mask of regret, laments his inadequacy. The weight of responsibility crushes him. "If only I'd been stronger." A comforting voice cuts through the despair. "You will one day defeat Swallow, Wooen." Hope, though faint, rekindles in the face of overwhelming sorrow. "Leave the past behind, Wooen," a voice urged, as tears streamed down Wooen's face, a poignant reminder of the pain he carries. A cyan flower, a symbol of hope perhaps, was offered as Wooen is embraced, suggesting a move towards healing and a new beginning. The scene shifts, revealing a figure observing another's demise, silently commenting, "He certainly had the chance and the time," hinting at a missed opportunity or a deliberate choice. He leans back, exhausted. Too many eyes watch him, hindering his investigation into a critical matter. First, he decides to tackle the delayed reports, a logical starting point in his search. A sudden, sharp pain hits him. It feels like something is about to burst. He wonders if it's from exhaustion, but something feels profoundly wrong. The pain intensifies, leading to a desperate cry as he clutches his chest. Awakening disoriented, the man in the ornate uniform groans, "What the? Did I pass out? How long was I out?" His confusion hints at a recent struggle. A terrifying visage looms over him, its fanged maw a chilling grin. Crimson eyes blaze as a voice hisses, "You've got." The implication is clear, the man is in grave danger. He reflects, that wasn't what I was aiming for, though, a clear indication that events have taken an unexpected turn. The ominous landscape further emphasizes his predicament. He crushed the glowing blue crystals in his hand, a casual gesture that belied the immense power he wielded. I could have just stomped them to death, he mused, his tone laced with regret. Two figures, one with vibrant green hair and a wicked grin, the other with fiery red hair and a grim expression, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle. The green-haired warrior lamented, "If only I'd arrived a bit sooner." The scene shifts to a crest, a wolf's head encircled by stars and scales, emblazoned on a dark shield. The accompanying text clarified the warrior's regret, everyone is fighting desperately for this single, hard-won victory. A figure in golden boots stands amidst shattered fragments of what appears to be a gilded floor. The scene suggests a recent, powerful struggle. The hallucinations worsen, a character observes, as more shards of golden material disintegrate into purple energy. His concern is palpable. It's been 4 days, and the situation is critical. No cure works, and symptoms continue to intensify. A young man, eyes glowing crimson with tears streaming down his face, is clearly suffering immensely. The intensity of his pain is unmistakable. A young woman, Woan, stands with her back turned, a large mechanical arm extending from her body. She's clearly involved in some clandestine operation. A man, apparently her superior, confronts her about her actions. He discovered that she's already made contact with her targets, hours before reporting back. He's displeased by her lack of communication. The woman explains she'll give a full report once her task is complete, implying she needs to depart immediately. The scene shifts. The man is now speaking with an elderly figure, likely a Lord Regent, receiving news that brings him a small measure of comfort. The contrast in the man's demeanor indicates a significant shift in tone. The older man, a figure of authority in ornate robes, accuses the younger man of dishonesty, suggesting his deceitful nature stems from his sacred profession. The younger man, clearly agitated, demands to know why he's being singled out. The younger man's frustration mounts as he reveals the institution he represents as merely a hollow shell, persecuted in secret. The older man's cryptic smile and words suggest a benevolent intervention is coming, a blessing that will soon reach all corners of the human world. A high priest, brimming with zealous fervor, proclaims, after that, we will be able to break free from the suppression and spread the doctrine to even farther lands. His ecstatic gesture suggests a fervent belief in his cause. Addressing the Lord Regent, a subordinate says, "Just like you, Lord Regent. Since you don't look so well, I'll take my leave for now." His words hint at a delicate political situation and a potentially unwell or overburdened ruler. The Lord Regent, eyes blazing with inner conflict, mutters, "I'll give him my answer in a different way next time." His shadowed face and intense gaze indicate a brewing confrontation. This is the fourth room, a cavernous space within the dungeon. The young demon, accompanied by a large skeletal warrior, is shown her new domain, a sizable chamber that will serve as her demon dog's quarters. A joyful yelp from her demon dog echoes through the space as she expresses her delight at the ample room, already envisioning its potential as a castle. The demon girl and her dog excitedly discuss decorating plans for her new, spacious demon castle. The skeletal warrior expresses satisfaction, highlighting the value of destroying Nihet, the kingdom, given the acquisition of such a powerful guardian. A shadowy wolf-like creature bounds across a crimson-stained landscape. The speaker deflects blame for its name, a subtle hint of something ominous lurking beneath the surface. Lord Swallow reveals the golem's location, hidden in the third room. Renee's clever concealment of the power source ensures its continued safety. Renee, beaming with success, celebrates a job well done, the contrast with Lord Swallow's subtle praise highlighting her youthful enthusiasm. Lord Swallow offers further praise to Renee, reinforcing her successful mission. The image implies a complex power dynamic and mutual respect. He cuts to the chase, stating he'll explain the situation since he can't keep it bottled up any longer. A shadowy, monstrous face looms behind him, adding to the tension. His companion vehemently forbids going outside, it's a consequence of his actions. The young man's exasperated expression reveals his frustration with this limitation. The revelation: he destroyed an entire city. This news has reached other malevolent dungeons. The implications are significant and clearly unsettling. Other dungeons are reacting to his actions. A monstrous creature and a powerful figure in crimson armor are shown, suggesting a threat is brewing. He nonchalantly asks if they'll come visit. This casual attitude belies the gravity of the situation. His companions are visibly concerned. He sits slumped, a sigh escaping him. "I hate this," he mutters, his impatience evident. The question hangs in the air: so, when are they coming? A sudden, sharp cry pierces the tranquility. What echoes through the silent forest, foreshadowing a disruption? He sits regally, a composed figure amidst chaos. "It's fine. I've gotten used to them to a certain extent," he states calmly, revealing an unexpected resilience. The mysterious illness plaguing the kingdom defies modern medicine. It's a problem far beyond the capabilities of current science. At this critical juncture, only one course of action remains. The general intends to complete the apocalypse before succumbing to the illness, prioritizing rebuilding the destroyed masterpiece and restoring the depleted ranks of the knights. Given her condition, the reports were deemed a burden, unnecessary distractions. The path the general despises most is the one she's currently on. Her shocked reaction suggests she's just realized the full implications of her situation. "You are summoned for an answer," the high priest implies, his gaze unwavering. The priest requests the aid of the Ethelbras Black Tigers, one of the Empire's strongest forces, for an unknown purpose. The young man, seemingly unimpressed, reflects on the perceived insignificance of his life in comparison to a mere noble's. His eyes blaze with defiance as he accuses the priest of planning a holy war. The priest's casual response suggests this is a significant undertaking. He subtly dismisses the priest's proposal, stating that he hasn't yet heard a suitable answer. A man sits before a grand, imposing door, cradling a child. His answer, unspoken, hangs heavy in the air, a prelude to the events to come. Miss Mel stands before an imposing figure, a skeletal warrior flanked by a large wolf-like creature and a cloaked man. The scene is tense, the air thick with unspoken threat. Mel's is visibly shaken, stammering before the dark-haired man, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. His expression is hard to read. Mel's awe at finding herself within the ancient's core is palpable, her delight is childlike. She can barely believe her luck. The man observes Mel's wonder, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He finds her joy reassuring. He questioned the skeletal warrior. "You mean 2 ounces, right?" The weight of the object in question hung heavy in the air. A grin spread across the young man's face as he confirmed, "Yeah, she named it too," referring to Miss Mel's and the item she'd provided. The scene abruptly shifts. A horrified cry erupts. "What did you just eat?" A young woman with purple hair is seen clinging to a monstrous beast's mouth, having apparently consumed something alarming. A smirking observer comments, "Excuse me, but isn't this scene a bit too familiar? You two don't change, do you?" The familiarity of the situation suggests a recurring pattern. The skeletal warrior's eyes glowed, anticipation building. "Boss, this time. A significant moment is about to occur, a change in the established pattern." The enigmatic figure, cloaked in shadow, instructs the young man to remain within the dungeon. Recent events necessitate this precaution. The young man, visibly startled, reacts with disbelief to the sudden instruction. The scene shifts to reveal a clandestine meeting. A powerful figure, flanked by companions including a wolf-like creature, awaits. A regal figure issues a decree to Garrett, the regent, silencing any knowledge of a hidden matter. A young man unleashes a surge of purple energy, the raw power visibly crackling around him. The man's words carry a chilling implication. "You almost make it sound like we are actively suppressing religious doctrines. But even if God exists, the only God in this empire is His Majesty the Emperor." His assertion reveals the empire's absolute power and the suppression of any opposing faiths. A high-ranking official, possibly a priest or advisor, offers a final, cryptic blessing: "May you join the will of God in the future." The ambiguity leaves the true nature of this God and its implications open to interpretation. A man observes a skeletal warrior, commenting, "She seems to have talent in recruiting subordinates, but her naming sense as well." This hints at the quirky nature of a powerful figure, contrasting their competence with a humorous flaw. He decides against revealing the truth now, believing the time is not yet right. She will learn eventually. News of the situation has even reached Bathory. The other malevolent dungeons clearly have plans for him. A powerful sorceress groaned, her dark magic surging around her. "We're not even at the end of the year yet," she exclaimed, surprised. A smaller, purple-haired demon questioned if the great evil dungeons gather periodically. The Judika's goal of uniting the Demon King species is revealed, but the great evil dungeons vary greatly in species and nature. "You're not wrong," the pink-haired woman conceded, a wide grin splitting her face. Her companion, a towering skeleton knight, remained silent, his gaze fixed on something beyond the panel. This gathering of great evil dungeon owners was unprecedented. The skeleton knight held up a crumpled letter, its surface marred by frantic slashes. "You can tell just by looking at the letter we got this time," he observed, the implication clear. This was no ordinary summons. The pink-haired woman nodded in agreement. "I know, right? That's how reckless those guys are." The letter, a testament to their carelessness, was unceremoniously discarded. Her eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The casual disregard for protocol hinted at a danger far greater than they initially anticipated. Ms. Melge is urgently requested to inform others of the unfolding situation. A skeletal figure, seemingly a subordinate, readily agrees, and departs with their cohorts. The skeletal figure's unsettling grin foreshadows the reason behind the visitor's arrival. A sense of foreboding is palpable. Traveling across the great desert, a caravan leader notices a tremor in the ground. The magnitude of the shaking escalates rapidly. A cataclysmic event unfolds as something takes control, implying a significant power shift. The remnants of a forgotten trade route lie before us, a testament to a bygone era. A determined army, led by a cloaked figure, marches towards a dungeon, their battle cry echoing, to reclaim their lost land. The enemies are described as oversized insects, a formidable foe. Chaos erupts. A soldier cries for help as he is overwhelmed by the monstrous insects. The soldier falls, defeated. The scene emphasizes his desperate struggle and imminent demise. A figure lies dying in the sand, the last vestiges of life fading. The revelation comes: this is the ruler of the desert, succumbed to the insects' overwhelming numbers. A cloaked figure sprints across the desolate landscape, his movements swift and silent. The ground trembles slightly beneath his feet. The figure pauses, his gaze fixed on a monstrous creature partially emerging from the earth. "Not all the monsters have been fully restored," he observes. A distorted voice, a poor imitation of human speech, echoes nearby. The figure remains alert, his senses heightened. He realizes he must act quickly, a more powerful entity is approaching. The stakes are high, and time is short. The cloaked figure stands defiantly, a formidable presence in the face of the looming monster. He moves towards the approaching threat. A skeletal warrior lunges forward, its subordinate yelling, "Boss, stay back. I'll take care of this." The boss, however, is unconcerned, simply asking, "Huh? Why?" The stage is set for a confrontation. The skeletal warrior is gigantic, dwarfing the dark-cloaked figure. A reunion takes an unexpected turn as the cloaked figure exclaims, "It's been a while. I'm glad to see you well." The sheer size difference underscores the power dynamic at play. The scene shifts to a chaotic aftermath. A monstrous being sits at a table, seemingly unfazed by the disarray around it. The dialogue reveals the reason for the previous inaction, and the reason why you stayed idle in our confrontation just now was because you were shy. The unexpected reason adds a layer of unexpected humor to the tense situation. The newly appointed dungeon master, a mischievous-looking demon, is berated by his skeletal subordinate for failing to mention his ownership of a great evil dungeon. The subordinate's frustration is palpable. Despite the demon's friendly relationship with their boss, the skeleton emphasizes the seriousness of the situation, warning against complacency now that the demon owns a powerful dungeon. The scene shifts to a close-up of another skeletal figure, its glowing blue eyes fixated on the demon. This skeleton expresses exaggerated delight at the demon's presence, highlighting the unexpected reverence commanded by the demon's new status. This skeleton's enthusiastic greeting is deemed embarrassing by another character, a seemingly powerful female figure, who is present along with a third companion. This reveals another layer of power dynamics within the demon's new domain. The female figure calls out the demon for previously addressing them as lad, and inquires about their gender. The demon sheepishly reveals they are female, adding another unexpected layer of comedic character. Miss Hexable, a woman with close ties to Mr. Devourer, is questioned. Her unsettling gaze and the ominous atmosphere suggest a dangerous game is afoot. Sir Patrick accuses Lady Renee of having an inappropriate relationship, highlighting the naivety of the latter, whose sheltered life has left her without prior romantic experience. Patrick's claim is met with immediate denial from Lady Renee and an embarrassed retort, furthering the tense encounter between the two. Margar Azihadaka, the boss of the Great Evil Dungeon, vows to prevent any further trouble from an ancient monster. This is a clear indication that the protagonist has recently faced considerable danger. A monstrous figure, likely the ancient being mentioned earlier, declares its return home. The scene subtly sets an ominous tone for the subsequent panels. A skeletal warrior and a maid express surprise at the sight of the monster, their dialogue referencing an end-of-year cleaning. This unexpected juxtaposition implies a peculiar situation unfolding within the dungeon. The perspective shifts to reveal Margar observing the situation, possibly considering her next action. The scene is poised for escalating conflict. Unprecedented. A devilish young woman with vibrant purple hair marvels at something unseen, her expression a mixture of awe and mischievous glee. The scene shifts. A red-haired woman, clearly in command, warns her subordinates about the boss's recent erratic behavior, emphasizing the need for caution amidst the excitement. A monstrous, shadowy figure roars in the background. A cryptic message reveals a powerful entity, seemingly without permission, is heading towards the primordial core, its purpose unknown. A skeletal warrior, seemingly amused by the unfolding events, shakes his head in a gesture of knowing disbelief. An intruder has been detected. A shadowy figure is seen within a glowing purple cavern, watched by a figure in dark armor. The armored figure will investigate the situation. The desert was once a vital trade route connecting 5 kingdoms. However, the appearance of a single dungeon disrupted this trade. A colossal, monstrous arm bursts from the earth, its dark, clawed hand reaching for the sky. "What in the hell is that?" someone cries out, their fear palpable. The elite forces, selected from 5 kingdoms, brace themselves. A soldier ignites a torch, a small spark of defiance against the overwhelming darkness. The text clarifies their purpose: to drive out vile creatures. A soldier falls, overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. His terror is evident, as he cries out, "I don't want to die like this." The sheer scale of the enemy army is far greater than expected. Another soldier is crushed, blood splattering as they are overwhelmed by an unseen force. The caption reveals the terrifying truth: the mother of all insects. The despair gripping the 5 kingdoms is palpable, a chilling prelude to the unfolding chaos. Horrific insectoid creatures loom, a clear sign of the encroaching threat. A knight analyzes a video, recognizing the movement he observed as belonging to Mother Hexable, boss of the Great Evil Dungeon, Sand Hell. Insect-type monsters can mimic the voices of their victims, however, the knight is more concerned with the intent behind the words spoken. He suspects a plot to acquire a primordial core. The knight confronts a monstrous entity, the battle about to begin. The ominous quang foretells a powerful clash. Mr. Devourer waits impatiently as his students, Renee and Melge, struggle to catch up. The students encounter their teacher, whose monstrous appearance startles them. A skeletal figure greets Renee, commenting on her newfound fame, which she attributes to her teacher's instruction. Mr. Devourer examines a peculiar mark on the creature's body. A skeletal, mechanized creature declares itself a devoted fan of Mr. Patrick, prompting a surprised reaction. The scene shifts to reveal 2 gatekeepers, Renee, the current one, and another. Renee identifies the skeletal creature as a vermin. The skeletal creature explains its presence, revealing widespread chaos due to unauthorized access of evil dungeons and that it's simply visiting a teacher. A figure with long purple hair and horns gazes upward, muttering about the famous primordial core. This reveals the object of their attention and sets the stage for a significant event. The figure reflects on witnessing a historical moment, a statement that underscores the importance of the scene unfolding. Another figure, this one with vibrant purple hair and glowing golden eyes, reacts with a skeptical expression, suggesting a critical shift in the narrative. The marking on her face hints at a deeper mystery. "What are you two doing, making out or something?" The question hangs in the air, a playful yet inquisitive interruption. Hexable, the ex-gatekeeper of the primordial core, introduces herself, apologizing for the late self-introduction. She's also known as the Sandhell. Demon King Melu, still growing, makes his entrance, albeit with an awkward self-introduction and a surprising claim regarding his palatability. The story unfolds in the frigid peaks of Sandhell Margar, one of the great evil dungeons. Erivos and Devourer, two formidable great evil dungeons, collided, their cataclysmic clash leaving no explanation. The threat of Devourer's unchecked power demands immediate action, it can no longer be ignored. Azidahaka, master of the White Mountain Range, and the strongest dragon, introduces himself. A small, green creature boasts of its ability to transform into a human. Despite initial plans to travel alone, Azidahaka is unexpectedly joined by the green creature, who insists on accompanying him. Azidahaka, though hesitant about bringing a child to a gathering of evil dungeon bosses, begrudgingly accepts the green creature's request. That's Karak, the great evil dungeon Darumble's boss. His sheer strength makes him a formidable opponent. Karak, though seemingly ordinary at first glance, is a powerful individual who rose through the ranks to become dungeon boss through sheer strength alone. A small, green monster vehemently refuses to listen. The monster's companion notes the unsettling expression on Karak's face a moment ago. The green monster immediately obeys its lord's unspoken command. "Ah, but this is more comfy." This book states that hundreds of glaciers, known as cave demons, swarm this place. How strange. This place is the primordial core. This isn't some sloppy third-rate dungeon that would leave monsters being hunted down unattended for an extended period. This is clearly a trap. It's empty here too, Lord. Could this be a part of their test, Lord? How dare they? Azidahaka, enraged by continued mockery, threatens to unleash his fury. His rage escalating, Dahaka vows to raise the entire cave, only to be interrupted by a new arrival. A newcomer identifies Azidahaka and Karak, noting their unexpected partnership. Karak's companion, startled by the scene, reveals their mission, to gather bones. The Devourer's rampage has devastated this land, leaving only one course of action for those who remain. And as expected, the Black Disaster. She recognizes the horrifying truth. A monstrous figure, Azidahaka, recoils, a pained grunt escaping his lips as a smaller, shadowy form seems to writhe within him. An urgent voice cuts through the tension. "No! Get yourself together, Azidahaka. You came here to represent the dragons." Dahaka's casual reply chills the room. "I came for fun, because I heard everyone was gathering, but why isn't anyone saying anything?" The accompanying image reveals the incredulous reaction of those around him. The boss, clearly exhausted, groans about wanting to sleep, prompting a frantic plea from someone urging them to continue. The urgency highlights a critical situation. A shocking revelation: the Sandhell monster's disciple is present, adding unexpected complexity to the situation. The disciple, a powerful figure, declares war against the Empire, establishing her unwavering resolve and the escalating conflict. The scene shifts to reveal the disciple's identity as the one who triggered the recent events. He stated his intentions plainly, his eyes burning with an ominous glow. "I'll get straight to the point." The declaration hung heavy in the air, a chilling prophecy: "I will bring down the Empire." Before the icy throne of Azidahaka, their lord, a figure lay prostrate, their reverence palpable. The speaker connected the dots, linking past and present. The incident in Nihit was the same. A powerful figure, cloaked in dark purple and adorned with horns, stands before a cavern entrance. Dust motes drift in the ethereal light. A close-up reveals the figure's intense gaze, their eyes burn with determination. I cannot let the others underestimate me. They resolve. Addressing someone named Fafnir, the figure demands proper decorum. Fafnir, you have to call me either boss or lord in public places, alright? Fafnir sheepishly complies, okay, lord. The figure observes Fafnir with a critical eye, chiding, "Oomph. And you dare to exude such a menacing aura when coming to a meeting of the bosses?" Despite her unassuming appearance, Fafnir possesses strength far surpassing that of an ordinary dragon. The Dragon Lord, however, dismisses this, rebuffing any further interference. The Dragon Lord's statement brings a brief moment of relief, but a warning follows: Fafnir must remain close. The Dragon Lord's instructions are relayed to Fafnir, who receives them with a curt and a slightly concerned "sis" from her companion. With a decisive "alright, let's go," they set off. Their search proves fruitless. The Dragon Lord declares, "There's nothing here." It's his first time seeing a book, a fact that surprises his companions. They speculate that the books may have been destroyed by a raid. Azidahaka, a powerful figure, indignantly rejects the notion of being tested, deeming it disrespectful. A woman named Melge sent the purple-haired individual to this location. They only met at the entrance, but the others are already waiting, so they should proceed. A skeletal figure, its eyes glowing in eerie cyan, contemplates the situation. Of course, it's... He begins, his words trailing off ominously. Two armored figures stand before the skeleton, one addressing him, "Lord, what will you do now?" The urgency in the question is palpable. If the skeleton's guess is correct, a united front against the devourer is their only hope. A close-up reveals the intense gaze of a purple-haired individual. The weight of the impending confrontation with the devourer is heavy. They must unite to stop its rampage. A figure cloaked in darkness finally appears. "Thank you for waiting, everyone," he says, his arrival signaling the beginning of the confrontation. A figure, cloaked and shadowy, emerges from a swirling vortex of purple energy. He strides forward with purpose, a palpable aura of power emanating from him. The text reveals the approaching figure is the strongest great evil dungeon boss. The man's expression shifts to one of grim determination as he utters the word devourer, a name that carries heavy weight. A skeletal knight, seemingly powerful, is suddenly overcome, its grip loosening on its opponent. A group nervously discusses the implications of the approaching devourer. One member questions the very possibility of facing him. A palpable tension hangs in the air. Everyone feels the pressure emanating from the dungeon boss, but silence reigns. The red-haired woman confronts the dungeon boss, accusing it of inaction and demanding it fulfill its role. A skeletal minion winces in pain. The dungeon boss is visibly distressed. Not only is it feeling the pressure, but it also notes the approaching party. The red-haired woman expresses her frustration at having wasted her time. A green-haired creature whispers a confession, even Fafnir is watching. A diverse group of warriors, each unique in appearance and bearing, sits around a circular table, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The air is thick with unspoken tension. Nerkumbel, the leader, announces his intentions. He will head to the primordial core and needs their assistance. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the room. Nerkumbel's powerful gaze intensifies as he adds a stark warning: before winter's end, they must act, or face the consequences. The grim reality of their mission sinks in, the threat of losing comrades is ever present, imminent even. They journeyed deep into the earth, their path winding through the subterranean darkness. The leader declared, and walk with two legs, hinting at a change in their approach. The scene shifts to a momentous occasion, the first great evil dungeon bosses conference. A powerful figure, flanked by imposing subordinates, sits upon a throne. This is the central figure of the conference. One boss, seemingly hesitant, speaks, "Then I have to take charge and I have nothing to say." Their reluctance signals a brewing conflict. A colossal blade descends, its red glow illuminating the scene as a figure in chef's attire stands defiantly below. The ominous shadow of a larger, cloaked figure looms behind him. Rashmare, the chef, observes the approaching weapon with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, muttering about a steel grinding noise. His calm demeanor hints at an underlying tension. He's knocked to the ground by a blow from the gigantic weapon. The force of the impact is clear in his sudden, sharp fall. A powerful surge of energy escapes Rashmare, causing a hole in the wall. He apologizes, admitting he's struggling to control his abilities after a long absence. A woman, seemingly concerned, helps Rashmare up after his uncontrolled outburst. He wryly comments on her less than gentle handling of the situation. Rashmare is surprised that the great hero of the Empire has sought him out, a has-been, but the woman explains the Empire is in crisis, hence their visit. The woman formally invites Rashmare to assist the Empire in its time of need. A stern-faced soldier confronts a young woman, accusing her of defying the Empire's dungeon raiding mission. Her refusal carries significant weight, she's clearly challenging the very authority of the Empire itself. He declares his intent to subdue her and bring her to the Empire, his threat underscored by the image of a powerful, mechanized arm. The contrast between the soldier's determination and the woman's seemingly weaker stance elevates the tension. The confrontation escalates into a fierce clash. Blinding energy erupts as the woman fights back against the soldier, surprising him with her unexpected strength and skill. A powerful impact throws the soldier off balance. The sound of the collision, a resounding quang, reverberates through the scene, visually demonstrating the sheer force of the woman's attack. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the blonde-haired man deflects an incoming attack. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outward. The blonde-haired man counters swiftly, his movements a blur as he engages his opponent in close-quarters combat. The sounds of clashing metal and powerful blows fill the air. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a silver streak cutting through the air as he forces his opponent back. The intensity of the battle is palpable. His opponent, a smaller figure with light blue hair, is visibly overwhelmed, tears streaming down her face as she struggles against his superior strength. A powerful blow sends the blue-haired woman flying backward, a pained UGH escaping her lips as she crashes to the ground. The chef, a formidable figure, criticizes the opponent's predictable attacks. "Your attacks are far too straightforward," he observes, a hint of disdain in his voice. The opponent recoils from an unseen blow, uttering a pained ugh, clearly overwhelmed by the chef's superior skill. A new character, Are Delbriasgar Livestein, the acting commander-in-chief of the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters, introduces himself, surprising those present. Livestein requests a private conversation with Sir Rashmare, setting up a potential turning point in the unfolding conflict. Rashmare, seemingly resigned, simply replies, "Okay." He still harbors resentment towards the Empire's upper echelons, a consequence of that incident. Understanding this, the man decides against returning, revealing that the situation is far more complex than simply six. A device is shown, bearing the names Arnold, Brenda, Kenneth, Wig, and Reinhard. Two more individuals, previously unknown, are introduced. Their existence complicates the situation. The skeletal warrior hesitates, facing a monstrous, slumbering beast. He's been ordered to remain idle, a strategy deemed optimal for the current situation. Despite his reluctance, the warrior receives encouragement to delay his efforts. The implication is that strategic patience will yield better rewards later. The skeletal warrior, now visibly agitated, receives a new directive: search the adjacent rooms. His frustration is palpable as he begrudgingly agrees. Fine, he'll search. The skeletal warrior's reluctant acceptance fuels his determination. A shadowy, almost comical creature with a large belly scuttles across the ground. Its presence hints at a problem, one the narrator already knows is about to escalate. The creature's massive paws land heavily, a muffled thud echoing in the silence. A question hangs in the air: what happened? A skeletal figure, imposing and regal in dark armor, stands before a young man in black. The skeletal figure explains that a significant problem has arisen sooner than expected. The young man's face falls as he reveals the unsettling truth: their food storage is completely empty. The gravity of the situation begins to sink in. Barisig, a member of the Black Wolf Knight's order, makes his presence known. His opponent dismisses the introduction, highlighting the insignificance of Barasig's affiliations in the current situation. A building explodes as the fight intensifies. A blond man observes the scene with a stoic expression. His reaction hints at the larger implications of this conflict. A man, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief, observes a young woman who somehow covered a significant distance in an incredibly short time. His thoughts are clearly audible. That girl, she was quite far away, but she managed to move that fast. The young woman, Woan Historia, introduces herself. Her calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the urgency implied in the previous panel. It is an honor to meet the previous generation's hero like this. My name is Woan Historia. The man's focus shifts to a somber question, clearly aware of a recent loss. He asks pointedly, "You're aware of Sir Vern's passing, correct?" Woan's expression turns inquisitive, setting up a pivotal question and a potentially significant reveal about her past. Do you know why I now wield a kitchen knife instead of a sword? The man's face hardens, his response revealing the Empire's ruthless actions and the tragic cost of its insatiable ambition. Yet the Empire's greed knows no end, sending young people to their deaths under the guise of dungeon raiding. A blond man smirks, his gaze sharp. Ha ha. Your gaze is sharp. Are you going to arrest me for treason or something? He clearly anticipates accusations but remains unfazed. A young woman with light blue hair launches a powerful attack, her fists crackling with energy. The blond man effortlessly deflects the girl's blows. The girl, frustrated, questions her inability to land a hit. Why are none of my strikes reaching him? A third person, a man with dark red hair, observes the fight, groaning in disbelief. He's dealing with Woan as if he's fighting a child? The blond man's superior skill is evident, even to a bystander. He lunged, a blur of motion, but his attack was easily deflected. A look of disbelief crosses his face. You seem to be having trouble understanding why, his opponent calmly observes, the implication clear, his fighting style is flawed. It's probably because of your upright personality. But such a simple attack pattern will only become a hindrance when facing enemies of equal or greater strength. The criticism stings, highlighting a critical weakness. A new threat appears, a monstrous shadow looms over a terrified ally. The tension escalates. A cloaked figure lies crumpled on the floor, a faint spark still emanating from its form. A young woman with striking blue hair leans in, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. A powerful figure, shrouded in shadow, sits in judgment. He accuses the unseen interlocutors of sending others to sway him. A man's voice apologizes for the unusual means of contact, revealing a desire for a more direct conversation. A device, likely a communication artifact, is shown. The shadowy figure acknowledges the prior investigation, implying that the contact was not entirely unexpected. The scene shifts to a snowy town square. A surprised reaction is shown as a man, visibly flustered, reacts to something unforeseen, implying a sudden shift in the conversation or situation. His eyes widened, a mixture of shock and disbelief washing over him. How do you know those names?" he gasped, the question hanging heavy in the air. The question echoed the weight of his inner turmoil. "Is that true?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rising dread. He clutched at his chest, revealing a golden emblem. The names of two individuals, key figures in the unfolding conflict, were now irrevocably linked to him. A pragmatic voice cut through the tension. "I mean, think about it. Whether you work before or after it happens, you still have to put in work regardless, right?" The speaker's casual words belie the gravity of the situation. A chaotic battle, a preview of the coming conflict, raged in the background. The skeletal boss, lounging comfortably atop a large, furry creature, rejects the notion of chasing an uncertain future, opting instead for the guaranteed happiness of the present. He acknowledges the subordinate's point. The boss proposes addressing the dungeon's maintenance, starting with the currently empty first and second rooms. Exploring the dungeon, the boss discovers what appears to be the food storage area. A subordinate, surprised by the boss's swift return, comments on the unexpected speed of his arrival. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing eerily, inquires, "Problem? What kind of problem?" His very aura shifted, hinting at a sudden change in his demeanor. The skeletal figure's patience runs thin. His response to their polite request, delivered with a violent movement, makes it clear there will be no peaceful resolution. A man, dressed in chef's attire, rejects the subordinate's attempt at discussion. His dismissive tone is curt, establishing an immediate power dynamic. A massive, wolf-like creature treads cautiously across a frozen expanse. Its internal monologue reveals a need for further investigation. My apologies. Did the monster merchants come directly because of the food supply issue? The symbiotic relationship between these merchants and the Great Evil Dungeons is unique. They don't just secure goods, they actively protect the leprechauns. A recent supply raid targeted merchant groups. North, a particularly competent leprechaun, impressed his boss. The raid wasn't limited to merchants, others were also targeted. Who was responsible? A young, distraught figure recounted the harrowing event. It was a group of orcs. The small, purple-clad individual desperately tried to protect vital supplies from a group of menacing orcs, fearing they'd reach a devourer. Doubt clouded the scene as the young figure questioned the truth of the situation. Concern and urgency now filled the air. He urgently needed to know where the orcs had gone. Retrieving the food is possible, but a far more serious problem lurks. A desperate plea escapes the wizard's lips: "Guide me to the orcs." Tears stream down his face, his fear palpable. The Orcish camp crackles with tension. One orc laments the earlier events, muttering about the consequences of poor handling of a situation. A gruff Orcish commander bellows, "Quiet! You believe his words? Cowards, cowards everywhere!" His rage is a tangible presence. Another orc argues against seeking peaceful solutions, his war cry echoing, "Humph, come on now, Commander. This isn't the time to play nice here. We've got a war to win. You won't regret your words, right?" The leprechaun, small yet defiant, glared up at his captors, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. He's the leprechaun who ran away back then. The orcs, their menacing presence unmistakable, surrounded the tiny figure. The leprechaun, determined, declared his intention to return north. The orcs, confused by his cryptic words, questioned his reference to the north. One orc, misunderstanding, initiated a search for a man with a beard. Scovina, a man with a long white beard, was found and roughly handled by the orcs. They revealed their actions, a callous lesson delivered to an annoying individual. The leprechaun, witnessing Scovina's plight, desperately urged him to flee, a desperate plea echoing in the frigid night. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a questioning exclamation. A monstrous figure crushed a smaller one, a chilling declaration following the brutal act: "He was as good as dead anyway." The monster's cold justification: "This is the price you pay for challenging me and mentioning the primordial core." The monstrous figure unleashed a devastating attack, sending his opponents sprawling. A horrified gasp and a warning: "You shouldn't have done that. I was about to let you off with a warning for stealing our food and defiling the primordial core. But you dared to do that in front of my very eyes." The ancient monster? What that little runt said was true. "Caster, teleport me. I cannot die here. I must survive for a greater cause." See ya. A powerful blast sends the caster sprawling. "Commander?" The commander's fury is palpable as he confronts the caster, blaming him for bringing the commander to this desolate location instead of teleporting him as instructed. Terror grips the caster's face as he stutters a plea for explanation before the commander's swift, brutal attack. The sound of a blow echoes, keying. The caster admits his mistake, his body falling to the ground. A monstrous, otherworldly eye opens, challenging the caster's claim of responsibility. The entity reminds the caster of their prior agreement, the Empire's downfall within a month. The deadline looms, a month's time, though 3 weeks should suffice, to find an absurd amount of food. The speaker is clearly burdened by the task. A solemn promise is made, a pledge sworn on the name of Korak. The weight of this commitment hangs heavy in the air. Dame Sion's subtle realization: the summons wasn't solely for her, others were involved. A powerful demon, consumed by rage, unleashes its fury. The sheer intensity of its power is palpable. Melv's father, a descendant of Asmodeus, resided near the capital. His presence, though dangerous, was tolerated due to the Empire's pragmatic assessment. Confronting him offered no strategic or financial advantage. A frantic struggle ensues, a heavy blow is struck. The narrative reveals how AR learned about Melch. His position within the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters made it impossible for him to remain unaware. Concept art reveals the initial designs for the main characters, including Swallow, showcasing their evolution from the novel's illustrations to the artist's unique style. The author adapted the novel's character designs to fit their artistic style, prioritizing consistency with the original illustrations. Melch proved the most challenging character to design due to her transformations between child and adult forms. Patrick, the Skeleton Knight, required a delicate balance between sternness and gentleness, and the artist found depicting the character's staff particularly difficult. The enigmatic guardian of Graphena Forest, whose true name is unknown, commands absolute authority over the forest's creatures. Her power ensures no monster dares approach without her permission. A skeletal figure points accusingly at a sobbing, horned creature. Ha! Oh, me too? Ah, okay. The creature whimpers, vowing to never again use the Demon King's forest. The scene establishes the creature's remorse and fear. Mr. Devourer sits imperiously, observing a kneeling, hat-wearing figure. The power dynamic is clear. Mr. Devourer holds absolute authority. The young demon, eyes wide with disbelief, stares at the towering skeleton. Gold coins rain down as the skeleton reveals the identity of the merchants, the legendary leprechauns, renowned for their unparalleled trading skills. The demon's astonishment deepens as she processes the fact that the Devourer, a figure of immense power, knows a member of this merchant group by name. The scene shifts to a desolate, snowy landscape. Overturned crates litter the ground, and a small figure cowers nearby. The Devourer identifies the merchant group as Nerkumble. A close-up reveals a scarred face, the implication of violence hanging heavy in the air. Did they kill him? The question hangs unspoken, yet heavy with dread. Terror grips the speaker as he pleads for his life, offering his utmost apologies. The shadow looming over him suggests a harsh consequence for his deception. Things have become far more complicated than anticipated. The unexpected raid by Nerkumble merchants for war supplies has thrown a wrench into everything. The situation demands immediate action. They must head north. One subordinate asks if they should proceed, but their superior quickly dismisses the suggestion. A report comes in. The food they've acquired is intended for a dangerous, large-scale evil dungeon. The implication is clear: this is a significant threat. The Orcish emissary delivers an ultimatum: cooperate on supply raids or face the consequences. His tone brooks no refusal. Unfazed, the warrior boasts of his strength, daring any challengers to bring forth their mightiest beast from the primordial core. The Orcish onlookers react with shock at the sight of the seemingly insignificant human mercenary. One orc scoffs at the seemingly paltry human backup, questioning the warrior's judgment. A reward is offered, but the scene then shifts to reveal a gruesome aftermath, leaving the mercenary's fate uncertain. A desperate call for help punctuates the scene. Here, take him, a voice commands as a hulking orc is violently thrust forward. The recipient, an old man with a flowing white beard, cries out, "North!" His face contorted in agony. The orc, seemingly justifying his actions, adds, "Be grateful, I put him out of his misery." The old man, still clinging to life, whispers north. A chaotic scene of bloodshed unfolds as more orcs fall, their bodies marking the ground. The orc chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips: "What?" A shadowy figure, seemingly emerging from thin air, grappled with the orc. Dark tendrils writhed around them. The orc, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Don't tell me, you are." The shadowy figure's crimson eyes blazed, a sinister smile playing on its lips as it revealed its power. "Teleportation, huh? You're not half bad, are you?" A powerful figure in ornate armor materialized before two startled subordinates, a surge of energy surrounding him. His sudden appearance left them speechless. The armored figure, taking responsibility for his subordinates' actions, accepts the consequences of their insubordination. A dark-clad figure stands opposite him, the tension palpable. The armored figure's demeanor shifts, his demand for 20 times the lost food supplies reveals a ruthless pragmatism. Faced with a terrible choice, the orc leader weighs the potential annihilation of his entire race against the refusal to attack the Empire. He understands the stakes are catastrophic. The decision is made. He orders an immediate assault on the Empire, acknowledging the dire necessity of the action. Elsewhere, a messenger delivers urgent news to two high-ranking figures, Sir Rashmare and another, setting the stage for a significant development. The author promises a return with more exciting art and an even more compelling story, offering a glimpse into some minor lore and character epilogues as a thank you to their readers. Had Patrick not intervened, Melge would not have reappeared after Chapter 43. A raid party, composed of humans, lacked unrestricted access to the forest for reasons undisclosed, though one character notes this doesn't apply to them. Before Vern's arrival, a hero, hailed for single-handedly defeating the Demon Castle's forces and saving the Empire, stood as a beacon of hope, Melge's father. Vern, described as soft, is met with the observation, "I see." This seemingly minor exchange hints at a deeper, perhaps complex relationship between these two characters. The artist, a fan of cosmic horror, details the meticulous process of designing the Devourer, emphasizing its gargantuan size, terrifying presence, and otherworldly features. The artist transitions, promising to unveil stories and settings from the original novel that did not make it into the comic adaptation. An elderly, kind-faced forest dweller cradles a small creature, hinting at a potential compassion that transcends typical human nature conflicts. A monstrous figure, its face contorted in anguish, sobs, "I'm sorry." The creature's immense grief is palpable. Someone urgently calls out, "Oh, for God's sake, wake up!" The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, a sword rests on a nearby chest of drawers. Vern, driven by the weight of expectation and prestige, rashly confronted the Devourer and vanished. A rustling sound hints at lingering danger. The messenger delivers his report, "You've worked hard. I'll report to His Majesty from here." He departs, leaving the scene. The Graphena Forest, bordering the primordial core, is an ancient, mysterious place. Its history is unknown, but it's also known as the Forest of an Old Spirit, home to numerous monsters, though the monsters themselves avoid risky battles within its borders. The story flashes back to a time when Melge was a guest at the primordial core. A young demon, deeply apologetic, promises to ensure Melge is told something. The artist, having fun drawing the cosmic horror genre, describes the design process behind Swallow, emphasizing the goal to create a terrifying, majestic, and otherworldly monster. Despite the difficulty in drawing female characters and skeletons, the artist strives for cuteness and trustworthiness in their depictions, showcasing a dedication to detail even in challenging aspects of the art. The Graphena Forest, also known as the Forest of the Elder Spirit, borders the human territory of Haston. It's an ancient, monster-filled place best avoided, as the creatures there are easily agitated. Overcome with guilt, Melge vows to give a stern warning to the girl, convinced she meant no harm. The Demon King's unique ability to attract monsters is explained, however, in the Graphena Forest, this power is less effective due to the ancient demon residing there, irritating the forest's creatures. The story reveals the tragic fate of the Empire's hero, burdened by expectations and his own reputation, leading to his downfall. Melge's father appears, and the young demon seems terrified. The leader of the Dungeon Subjugation Coalition, Arl, learned of Melge's existence through his position. It was inevitable. The artist reveals a specific movie scene inspired the design of a looming, monstrous figure. It's rare to find a skeleton knight who speaks formally, but this one does. The author, Melge, explains her drawing style changes between different forms. The Graphena Forest's owner, also known as the Elder Spirit, is introduced. Its indifference to what others call it highlights its ancient and powerful nature. The skeleton knight apologizes for using his authority in the forest. Another forest creature, seemingly distressed, also asks for forgiveness. Sir Burn's softening is noted by another character, setting up a potential conflict or character arc. The first season chronicled Melge's arduous journey to the heart of the ancients. Now, the author proudly announces a second season featuring new characters and events. An ancient, wizened figure holds a small creature, reflecting on the boundless kindness of the forest's inhabitants, even towards humans potentially descended from it. A messenger delivers a report to a seated figure, their words suggesting success and a formal communication to a higher authority, likely a king. A sudden, violent impact follows. Yes, 3 weeks. I'll give you exactly 3 weeks, a voice declares, the chilling promise echoing across a snow-covered landscape where a lone figure stands before a looming, ominous presence. The figure, facing an immense, shadowy beast, delivers a stark warning: I'll unleash black tentacles in Nilkumbul. The impending doom hangs heavy in the air. A monstrous entity, its eyes glowing an eerie green, looms over a burning cityscape. The final words, "Never forget that carnage has already begun," underscore the desperate situation. Applaud, for you will return not to death, but to your origin. Applaud. This is not my story. A subordinate bows before his mighty commander, who inquires about the progress of a recent research project. The research, if unleashed in Nilkumbul, could potentially wipe out all the orcs. The Orcish warlord, Karak, stands defiant, a fiery declaration escaping his lips: "Let's go to war." His posture and the blazing torches flanking him signal a campaign of unwavering aggression. Karak's ferocious roar echoes: "I, Karak, will accomplish this." His eyes burn with a primal fury, solidifying his unwavering determination to lead his people to victory. The tide of battle is clearly shifting. A confident proclamation rings out that we, Nilkumbul, will win this war. The promise to overthrow the empire and build anew fuels their advance. A powerfully built chef stands defiantly, his hands resting on his hips. A cloaked figure stands silently in the background, adding to the scene's tension. The chef dismisses concerns about the seriousness of the situation, demanding proof. A regal figure, however, calmly asserts that he possesses evidence or something very close to it. The regal figure explains that, while the word war may not have been explicitly used, actions speak louder than words. He was personally declared war upon. He emphasizes his vulnerable position, alone and without guards. The chef, unconvinced, is offered the opportunity to verify the claim independently. A woman then confirms the information using magic, validating the regal figure's account. The revelation is met with disbelief. The young woman, initially shocked, questions the possibility of peacekeeping efforts as a response to this imminent war. Sir Lashumer, enraged, stomps towards his target, muttering, "You little shit." The sound of his heavy boots echoes. His eyes, blazing crimson, fix on a scar. That scar, was it Swallow? He demands, the question hanging heavy in the air. A superior officer intervenes, urging calm. Lashumer, though visibly agitated, agrees to be appeased, reminding them of his promised retribution. Documents detailing the incident are presented, the details left to Lashumer's judgment. He's given the names he sought. Lashumer apologizes for his outburst. His anger, though justified given the circumstances, is understood. Hoping to fight alongside the empire in the civil war, the speaker reveals the Pope's faction lacked the strength to stage a coup. Questioning the wisdom of a full-scale attack, given the Pope's unknown allies, a more cautious approach is proposed. One speaker declares their inability to join the Pope's side, while the other laments their estranged comrade's departure. The two men, though having worked together, were largely unfamiliar, owing to independent missions and one's subsequent mentoring duties. News of Sir Burns' death on the Swallow subjugation mission is delivered matter-of-factly, indicating acceptance of the inevitable. To prevent humanity's subjugation, a powerful being offers to train Historia as a hero. A man, his face obscured, reacts with a knowing "I know it all too well," as another, a blond man in chef's attire, observes him. Heavy footsteps echo. The obscured man's face is revealed, eyes blazing, as he confesses his love for the Empire. The blond man reflects on the outcome, stating that the obscured man achieved his goal of uniting everyone. Concerns arise about Lashumer's trustworthiness after he easily obtained the list. The group decides to focus on gaining his trust rather than plotting against him. Garrett relinquishes control, confident that his companion can proceed independently. A close-up reveals a star-shaped gemstone, likely a significant artifact. The caption "Oh Great" suggests impending trouble. A skeletal figure confronts a frightened young man, demanding an explanation. The man protests his innocence, adding to the tension. A voice echoes in his head, a strange itching sensation accompanying the words. He wonders if this could be a sign of the mana awakening within him. The protagonist fears becoming a second Erebos, his thoughts filled with dread. Surgeons observe the subject, dismissing his words as hallucinations, choosing to continue their experiment. A shadowy figure appears, mocking the scientist's obliviousness, emphasizing the allure and danger of freedom. The protagonist, captivated by the concept of freedom, agrees to a deal with the shadowy figure. A young woman, her face pale, clutches her stomach. "I'm gonna throw up," she whispers, the impending nausea a stark contrast to the gravity of her situation. The weight of a looming deadline presses down. Faced with a horde of defeated goblins, she contemplates the consequences of failure. And if I fail to meet that deadline, she muses, her anxiety palpable. A sudden spark of determination ignites within her. "Oh, yeah, I've got an idea," she declares, a plan forming in her mind amidst the chaotic scene. "Behold, the Creator's child. He shall devour them all." Do not avert your gaze. You've realized that, haven't you? You know what I'm talking about. Yes, it was all true. The ancient myth known across the land. It was the black tentacles of the core of the ancient that nearly wiped everything out. Not only the orcs, but maybe all life. Enough, that's all I needed to hear. All the orcs of Mikumbal await your command. We orcs don't need long speeches, wallow. A powerful Orcish warlord, his heart pounding with ferocious excitement, declares his intent to kill, relishing the thrill of battle. He bellows his battle cry, targeting all humans. The scene is one of raw aggression and impending violence. The warlord's confidence is absolute, he has no doubt of victory. His warriors prepare for a brutal assault. A massive, chaotic Orcish horde charges, a wave of green skin and savagery overwhelming all before them. An ominous prophecy hangs in the air, there will be a war. The prophecy is clarified, a civil war, one that will not be easily quelled, is coming. A high-ranking officer, skeptical, scoffs at the prediction. Doubt and disbelief color the blonde officer's reaction, he questions the credibility of the information. The dark-haired individual, unfazed, calmly declares their loyalty to the Empire. Frustrated by the lack of serious engagement, the blonde officer angrily rejects further frivolous conversation. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The weight of the situation was clearly crushing him. Can we get to the main point? What is it that you want us to do? The question, sharp and impatient, cut through the tense silence. The group's frustration with the ongoing indirectness was palpable. I agree. He won't make eye contact with me even once. Based on the circumstances, we suspect the Holy Kingdom, but we haven't found any solid evidence yet. He may have an alliance. Suspicion and a growing sense of urgency filled the air. Plus, if outside forces are involved, killing the Pope won't stop the war from happening. A pragmatic assessment of the situation, highlighting the complexities of the conflict. About Swallow, I have a favor to ask. The speaker's gaze hardened, revealing a new, potentially dangerous, turn in the conversation. He scoffed, dismissing the idea that his training could ever truly prepare her. The implication hangs heavy, this student's potential, however great, pales in comparison to the looming conflict. But the mentor's words shift, hinting at a larger, inescapable reality. Historia's growth is inevitable, a necessary part of nature's course. His expression shifts to grim acceptance, questioning the nature of this cycle. Two figures, a woman supporting a man in military attire, exchange worried words as war approaches. He states there's no way to stop this inevitable conflict. A plea for peace, for the sake of the Empire, and the coming war, is made. The scene depicts a desperate hope amidst looming conflict. Dismissing his companion's concern, the man claimed his itchy ears were the sole cause of his discomfort. The skeletal figure scoffed at the man's feeble excuse, pointing out his proficiency in basic magic and suggesting that more advanced spells would be more useful. The skeletal figure's patience was wearing thin, he threatened to crush the man's skull preemptively. Panting heavily, a blonde-haired individual lay exhausted on a simple cot. Confusion washes over him as a shadowy figure appears unexpectedly. What? Why? Out of nowhere, he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. A stunned question hangs in the air. Wait, don't tell me you're. The implication hangs heavy, the anticipation palpable. He fled, a desperate plunge into the abyss. The aftermath of his desperate escape was clear, blood-stained hands, a grim testament to his actions. He hadn't merely run, he'd resorted to cannibalism for survival. Overwhelmed by revulsion at his own actions, he still maintains a desperate plea for understanding. His survival instinct overrode his morality. Cornered and wounded, the man's final desperate act of self-preservation was made clear. His survival was paramount, even if it meant resorting to the unthinkable. Bleeding profusely, the young woman collapses in the forest, her ragged breaths audible even from here. Terror and desperation are etched onto her face. The woman's resolve cracks as she vows to never repeat the gruesome act she's just committed. A desperate plea to survive overshadows her remorse. A towering, armored skeleton confronts her, questioning her regenerative abilities while observing the remaining survivors. Its chilling command, "Eat up. There are still 2 people left," reveals a horrifying reality of this world. A distorted face screams, "I had no choice." The image is heavily stylized, conveying overwhelming despair and desperation. Overcome with remorse, a figure collapses, whispering, "I'm sorry." The scene is dark and somber, emphasizing the weight of their actions. A quiet scene of shared food follows. One figure offers comfort while the other, visibly weakened, accepts food and mumbles, "Thank you for the food," before stating, "I'll go out to the field first, to eat slowly before coming back." This reveals a desperate need for rest and healing. A sudden, urgent cry pierces the quiet. Lancelot echoes through the air as the next scene unfolds, full of ominous portent. The sun is already high, but Lancelot is still eating. His grandmother scolds him for delaying the gathering of mountain herbs before starting their fire. Lancelot's grandmother tells him to stop eating and help her instead. He protests, concerned about the mountain herbs. Later, walking through a forest, Lancelot's grandmother questions if he remembers his past life, hinting at a forgotten identity. Lancelot doesn't remember his past, but his grandmother remarks on the odd circumstances of his rescue, wearing armor, suggesting he might have been a mercenary. "It's all right, you'll remember in time." A young woman, seemingly collecting herbs, is reassured by a companion carrying a basket, their successful hunting trip hinting at a recent shift in the balance of power. Their hunting success is attributed to the guardian god, whose intervention has drastically reduced the monster population, making hunting easier. This revelation establishes a key element of this world's lore. The man cautions the young woman and her companion to keep this knowledge from her grandmother, adding a layer of secrecy and hinting at possible consequences for revealing this information. The conversation shifts to the proximity of monsters to their village. Despite the recent decrease in their numbers, the inherent danger remains a significant concern for the villagers. The young woman expresses relief at the lack of monsters, leading to a question about the return of memories from her mercenary past. This introduces a significant character element. Uncertainty clouds the mercenary's mind as he questions his role, but his companion cuts him off, urging a hasty retreat. The harsh realities of survival are laid bare as the mercenary learns about the nomadic lifestyle of his people, forced to move after each harvest. A poignant moment of self-reflection as the character reveals a hidden vulnerability, highlighting their dependence on others. Lancelot, a name whispered with a hint of shame, reveals a past of running away, only to be unexpectedly welcomed by a community that has given him refuge. She confided in him, a rare exception among the villagers, revealing her inability to share her past. He listened, a storm brewing within. His frustration boiled over, the villagers were defenseless against monsters, and their simple existence grated on him. He declared their departure, for her, it was a path towards death, a sacrifice she accepted. A monstrous hand, gripping a twig, hinted at the looming threat. He fled through the dark woods, a desperate escape after abandoning his allies. A woman, her face marred by wounds, proclaims that she would do anything but that. The scene shifts to show a gruesome image of her consuming the remains of a skeleton, a desperate act of survival after being tortured. He rejects her claim, calling it a mere excuse. A woman's face is partially obscured by a chaotic stream of text, repeating stop, no, and don't do it. The overwhelming visual reflects her internal struggle and the gravity of her impending decision. How much can she endure? A young man, hidden in a dimly lit attic, whispers, ugh. He is clearly distressed and exhausted, having apparently fled into hiding. His desperate plea of WEP suggests his hope of staying unnoticed. Overcome with remorse, he collapses to the floor, muttering, I'm sorry, everyone. His despair highlights the weight of his actions and the consequences he faces. A heavy foot crashes down, narrowly missing a man seated at a table, stirring a bowl of steaming soup. The sudden violence interrupts the quiet moment, highlighting the imminent danger and precarious nature of his situation. What? Where are you going, Grandma? A young girl cries out, clearly worried as her grandmother, face hardened with determination, replies, Did you swallow a funnel? My ears haven't fallen off yet. I'm going to the field. The grandmother scolds, Goodness! What mountain herbs? You only bring back weeds. I know that you go into the mountains to play around. Her granddaughter retorts defensively, Pee-pee play around? Who plays around? I'm going to get real herbs this time. A third person interjects, You brat. Where do you think you're running? Come here and help me. A man, seemingly surprised, asks, Huh? Persil, Lancelot. What are you doing here? The scene suggests a wooded area. Lancelot explains, Do you remember the troll from before that was roaming around the barrier? I saw it lying dead somewhere. I don't know what killed it, but we just say the guardian god came around. Come down before we light the fire, both of you, I'll be going first. You look surprised, Lancelot. Have you never seen a field burning before? How about living with us even after your memories come back? Fufu, her active persona is her strong point. It's a problem how much she talks though. Driven by a desire to protect the village, the young man secretly ventured out every night, clearing away the monsters that threatened their safety. He yearned for a day when the villagers could live without fear. He found his quarry, a band of slumbering monsters. The words found you hung heavy in the air, signaling the beginning of the inevitable confrontation. An elderly woman offers pragmatic advice amidst the conflict's aftermath. Even if the ordeal left him weak, sustenance remained crucial for survival. A young girl, carrying a strange device, excitedly asks a man, Whoa, did you catch that just now? The scene suggests they've just witnessed something extraordinary. A blonde woman, Lancelot, suggests they move on, stating, Then should we make our way back, Lancelot? Lancelot reflects on the girl, commenting that she's a worker and seems to be liked by Persil, adding, That tomboy must bother you a lot. This reveals a dynamic between the women. The girl suddenly and dramatically appears, yelling, Hey! You! Lancelot! The interruption is unexpected and emphasizes her urgency. A grim-faced Orcish chieftain is questioned by his subordinate. The question hangs heavy in the air, what will he do? Continue the march forward? The chieftain responds, his voice laced with grim determination. He speaks of a human, a singular one, as the source of their current predicament. His subordinate, however, is clearly bewildered. The chieftain's resolve hardens. He intends to finish what he started, swiftly, decisively. A skilled hunter's work is revealed, each body here was methodically taken. A survivor, wounded and desperate, is found amidst the carnage. Hope flickers. The hunter observes a distant fire, yet feels no immediate threat. The question of intervention hangs heavy. The lone traveler, traversing a snow-covered forest, notes the unusually high number of monsters sighted recently, attributing it to the harsh winter and the desperate search for food. His attention is suddenly drawn to a plume of smoke rising in the distance, a question mark forming on his face. He inquires about the smoke with a nearby group of villagers, learning that it comes from a large village at the foot of the mountain. After thanking the villagers, he is told that they're merely retrieving their previous day's hunt. The traveler receives a final piece of information about someone named Persil seeking him out. He acknowledges this new information with a nod and an okay, suggesting a sense of anticipation and purpose. He stared at the distant smoke plume, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Just ordinary smoke, right? The children's playful chatter was interrupted. A stern order silenced them. I'll kill you if you tell them that it was a surprise party. It's an order. The tension escalated as a child innocently asked, "Are getting married?" Chaos erupted. Amidst the ensuing pandemonium, a frantic denial, "No. It's nothing like that. Lancelot, are you getting married?" Percival must love Lancelot a lot. Lancelot's companion finds his face a bit cute, a comment that's quickly dismissed by Lancelot, who insists they need to leave immediately. Lancelot's companion is reprimanded for misinterpreting his previous statement. She realizes she misunderstood his words, leaving her confused. Recognizing smoke in the distance, Lancelot connects it to the smoke he saw the previous day, indicating a developing situation. A group of children anxiously inquires about their father's return, revealing a sense of worry and anticipation. A woman urges the men to stay inside, a clear sense of foreboding hanging in the air as she clutches a young child. A hooded figure stands amidst a dark forest, a single exclamation point reflecting their surprise at the unfolding events. A massive horde of goblins emerges from the shadows, their numbers overwhelming. The threat is immediate and terrifying. A warrior, moving with terrifying speed, strikes down into the ranks of the oncoming horde. The battle has begun. Two monstrous orcs, their eyes blazing with savage intent, roar their challenge. The smaller one mirrors the larger's ferocity. A hooded figure, desperately fighting, cries out no. The urgency in his plea is underscored by a desperate hurry, as he struggles against overwhelming odds. The hooded figure lies wounded, his face bloodied, the snow falling around him. His struggle is far from over. Kaltum, a warrior of the great tribe, extended a grim welcome. The warrior's inquiry about the missing villagers reveals the grim context, a special operations unit's failure. Despite the brutal setting, Kaltum's challenge to fight reflects his unwavering resolve to find the missing villagers. The warrior's unexpected attack underlines the tension and desperation of the situation. A final, desperate strike is delivered, the blade a crimson smear against the darkening snow. The monstrous figure watches, a chilling grin splitting its face as it utters, "Good, very good." The anticipation is palpable. A chilling vista, the aftermath of a brutal battle, a massive pile of corpses strewn across the desolate landscape. Three adventurers stand before the macabre mound. One states, "It's just a mound of corpses, but I didn't hear of a being who could pile these many corpses together around this area." A sense of unease settles upon the scene. The enemy, wielding dual blades, utilized a brutal strategy. They first targeted the lower body to immobilize their opponents before inflicting fatal wounds to induce fatal blood loss. Each strike was precise and deadly. The precision of their attacks was unnerving, every blow struck a vital point. Despite the carnage, the great general commanded an unwavering advance. His forces, though witnessing the brutal efficiency of the enemy, obeyed without hesitation. Although obeying the order to advance, a strategic adjustment was made. A slight shift in approach was deemed necessary. A hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, sits amidst a snow-covered forest, a faint wisp of smoke curling from between his lips. He observes his surroundings with quiet intensity. Patrol complete. A soldier marks a tree with his blade, the act a silent testament to his thorough search. In the distance, a massive plume of smoke rises against the bleak winter sky, a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. His gaze is drawn to it. Smoke? The question hangs in the air, a murmur of curiosity and concern. A nearby villager explains that the smoke signals a festival in a much larger village, prompting excited chatter among his companions about their own upcoming celebrations. We left Lancelot's body to drain, preparing a feast for the evening. Lancelot's soft hair charmed everyone, eliciting so cute exclamations. A woman affectionately addressed the siblings, noting their closeness. A child's innocent use of the word Mary shocked his older sister, prompting a surprised reaction and explanation of adult relationships. Observing the extended time their parents are taking, Lancelot suggests questioning them. Smoke billows from the distant mountains, a grim sight that prompts immediate concern. "What's going on?" one of the figures cries out, their anxiety palpable. A young girl clutches the hand of a blonde woman, her face etched with worry. The blonde woman, seemingly calm, offers a reassurance. The blonde woman attempts to alleviate the children's fears, assuring them that their absent companions are merely getting more food. Her smile is strained, a subtle hint of deception. The blonde woman turns, offering a reassuring smile, but a darker undercurrent hints at a hidden agenda. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," she says, the words a thinly veiled promise. A gruesome discovery, a blood-soaked clearing, strewn with shattered remnants of a meal, reveals the grim truth behind the smoke and the blonde woman's deception. A guttural snarl escapes the Orcish brute as he prepares for battle, his massive form surrounded by his equally formidable brethren. The lone warrior stands defiant, a whirlwind of steel against a tide of green fury. Their blades clash, the air itself vibrates with the ferocity of the conflict. Silence descends, broken only by the sigh of the wind whistling through the skeletal remains of trees. The warrior surveys the battlefield, a grim victor amidst a mountain of corpses. A scream pierces the quiet, a chilling sound echoing through the desolate forest. A desperate sprint across a snow-covered landscape. The command, faster, echoes in the biting wind. A hulking figure, a member of the Carian tribe, addresses the fleeing man. He reassures him, promising no immediate harm. The Carian warrior explains his thirst for battle, ignited by the sight of countless monster corpses at the cliff's base. With a dismissive grunt, "Humph, bring them here," the warrior signals his intention to engage in combat, his troops responding swiftly. A monstrous, beast-like figure offers a stark choice: defeat him in battle, and he'll free the captives; fail, and face the consequences. The stakes are high, the captured people huddled and helpless in the snow. Amidst the chaos, Purcell is urged to seek shelter, leaving the scene of impending conflict. The children's safety is prioritized. The scene shifts, revealing Purcell, badly wounded, their face a mask of shock and pain. Bleeding and surrounded by hostile orcs, Purcell stands defiant, alone against overwhelming odds. A colossal axe cleaves the air, its trajectory a blur of motion. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The force of the blow sends a monstrous, fur-covered beast sprawling, its green skin contrasting sharply with the crimson of its spilled blood. Nearby, a blonde woman lies injured, her eyes wide with disbelief. The woman, now visibly enraged, unsheathes a dagger with a swift, lethal motion, the glint of steel a stark warning. The armored figure swiped, its blow sending the blonde-haired warrior sprawling through the snow. The force of the attack was immense. The monstrous foe lunged, its jaws snapping shut inches from the blonde warrior's face. With a burst of blinding speed, the warrior countered, their blade a silver flash aimed at the creature's heart. A battle's unpredictability is emphasized as a blonde-haired warrior reflects, stating that knowing oneself and one's enemy guarantees victory. Frustrated by the opponent's tough armor, the warrior laments lacking a proper weapon. The beast is defeated. The warrior, bloodied but triumphant, acknowledges the opponent's unexpected resilience while celebrating their own advancement on the path to becoming the strongest. Lancelot, unmoved by the carnage, calmly announces his intention to eradicate all humanity. His words hang heavy in the frigid air. Purcell's agonizing scream pierces the silence, a stark contrast to Lancelot's chilling resolve. Death's icy grip claims her. Despite the chaos, a flicker of hope remains as someone manages to survive Lancelot's brutal onslaught. Sylvia awakens to find her companions concerned about her unusually deep sleep after recent experiments. Their worry underscores the harsh realities of their captivity. The subjects are questioned about the day's experiments, highlighting the routine nature of their ordeals and their shared trauma. A subtle shift in mood occurs as one subject suggests they all eat together, a small act of defiance or perhaps a desperate attempt to find normalcy amidst the chaos. The scene reveals a surprising development, a presumed deceased character's survival, adding a layer of unexpected complexity to the narrative. A captured human, surprisingly still alive after taking Chieftain Keltom's blow, is deemed a worthy live sacrifice. The orcs discuss the human's strength, wondering if others like him exist in the capital. Their confidence remains high due to their powerful General Karak. News reaches a skeletal figure, a merchant perhaps, regarding the orcs' victories across the mountains, rivers, plains, and seas. The orcs' power is clearly spreading. The enemy forces are systematically raiding and burning every human village in their path. A grim observer sighs, weary of the brutal efficiency of their advance. Their strategy is clear: encircle the capital. The observer notes their relentless approach, commenting on the unnecessarily destructive nature of their tactics. One soldier remarks that watching the conflict unfold is more exciting than fireworks, prompting another to ask about popcorn. A weary soldier sighs, damn those orcs. What a pain. He's confident, though, that their numbers will thin as they tire of the fruitless invasion. Another soldier scoffs, it's not even a dungeon. What do they think they can do in human territory? Their disdain underscores the Imperial Army's superiority. Their numbers may be great, but they're still monsters. Compared to our Imperial Army, they are basically toys to play with. The speaker points out the numerical advantage is insignificant. However, the potential threat of Korak, the malevolent dungeon's boss, is duly noted. A vast, imposing fortress stands against the encroaching darkness, a testament to human resilience. The ominous glow of fires in the distance hints at the Orcish threat, but the fortress seems steadfast. A powerful blow shatters the ice, the force echoing in the frigid air. The warrior, a blur of motion, swings his axe, narrowly missing his opponent's desperate parry. The scientist, her lab coat torn, clutches a broken shard of ice, her eyes wide with fear and disbelief. The battle has clearly turned against her. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the warrior is struck, sending him sprawling. The warrior, battered but unbowed, retaliates with a mighty swing of his hammer. He skillfully maneuvers his mount, escaping the warrior's devastating blow. The chase continues across a snow-covered landscape. The warrior, his face grim, explains his motivation: a past trauma at the bottom of a cliff drives his current actions. He confronts his pursuer, stating this is a formal duel, not a retreat. The battle is far from over. A brutal blow sends a blonde-haired warrior sprawling, his cry of pain echoing through the snowy landscape. The attacker, a hulking, green-skinned figure, stands over him, victorious. Another warrior, a monstrous beastman, orders his subordinate to silence their struggling captives. They are deemed expendable, mere food. The beastman examines a wound on his arm, inflicted by a crude weapon. He notes its effectiveness despite its simplicity. The injury, however, will sideline him. A desperate call for Lancelot pierces the air as a dark-haired individual struggles against their captors in a snow-covered alleyway. A roasted wild boar is offered, but Nifrim, clearly traumatized by experimentation, refuses food. His companion's callous remark about cutting off a dangerous prisoner's legs reveals the brutal reality of their confinement. Despite their dire situation, Nifrim displays a surprising resilience, vowing to escape and suggesting they eat first. His determination, even in the face of hardship, is palpable. The casual cruelty continues as they discuss how they dealt with a previous threat, highlighting their bleak surroundings and lack of empathy. The scene underscores their desperation. Elsewhere, a skeletal figure, seemingly a subordinate, excitedly announces that something is beginning. This hints at a larger plot developing outside of Nifrim's immediate predicament. One skeleton eagerly reads from a book, while another complains about the smell. The reader's excitement hints at crucial information about a coming event. The smell is identified as fried corn, a mundane detail against the backdrop of intense anticipation. The arrival of Miss Bathory is imminent, adding another layer to the building tension. The fried corn is offered as a snack. The arrival of the paladins is noted, described as incredible and inhuman, a significant piece of the story's larger picture. A confident, older man, possibly a leader, expresses his assurance of victory, further emphasizing the imminence of a major confrontation, contingent upon holding out a little longer for powerful reinforcements. A figure stands defiant amidst a ravaged landscape, the flames of war painting the sky behind him. His voice rings out, a furious declaration: "Step their dirty foot on my land." A monstrous creature descends, its massive hammer poised to strike a lone, diminutive warrior. The war has begun. A scene of unexpected levity: two figures, one a skeletal warrior, the other a vibrant young woman, enjoy a snack. "It's called popcorn," she explains. "Miss Mel's made it with oil and fire magic." A high-ranking knight, adorned in gleaming armor and a green cloak, stands before a council, his expression grim. Snow falls gently around him, highlighting the seriousness of the occasion. Two figures, cloaked and partially obscured, stand silhouetted against a fiery sunset. One mutters, "Those damn arrogant orcs." The words carry the weight of brewing conflict. A monstrous roar, Kiegh, echoes as a large, armored figure is impaled from below by twin, crimson spears. The attacker, a hulking orc, struggles to his feet, his breaths heavy, huff. Huff. A voice questions, "Are you an orc?" A creature with iridescent butterfly wings floats serenely amidst the night sky. A single word drifts from its lips, "I like it." The orc commander, his face etched with grim determination, utters a single word, "Ander?" Followed by a cry, "Commander." A high-ranking demon lord receives a report, a peculiar human is soon to be captured and brought before him. He questions the existence of any prior reports on the planned acquisition. The scene shifts to a dimly lit tent within the demon's camp, where another demon requests the summoning of Kadachi. The urgency in the request hints at the importance of the pending events. A knight, clad in shining armor, pledges gratitude to a higher power, implied to be the order, upon completion of a task, showing their loyalty and suggesting a significant undertaking is nearing its end. The Empire's support to the order is also mentioned, implying a shared cause between the two entities. A soldier presents a war report to his lord, highlighting the current grim state of the conflict. The lord, concerned with the long-term implications, inquires about food supplies for the soldiers and citizens. His concern focuses on maintaining morale amidst dwindling resources. Reassured by the report that supplies are sufficient for at least a week, the lord expresses confidence, emphasizing that they cannot afford to lose, pending the arrival of reinforcements. Observing approaching enemy troops, a nearby soldier scoffs at the war reports, declaring them irrelevant in light of the incoming reinforcements. The arrival of the paladins, masters of anti-sorcery, shifts the tide of the war, rendering previous concerns obsolete. Their presence eliminates the enemy's magical advantage. A grim-faced warrior, his sword at his side, observes the distant, snowy landscape. A sense of impending conflict hangs heavy in the air. His companion's casual question about the Orcish advance underscores the tension, the apparent stillness before the storm. Suddenly, Korak, the formidable boss of Nerkumbel, is revealed, a terrifying figure in crimson armor. Korak's army mobilizes, archers take their positions as mages prepare to unleash their spells. The battle is imminent. The observation that only one orc stands at the front reveals a strategic vulnerability, setting the stage for a potentially decisive engagement. A soldier clutches his head, his face contorted in pain. The amplified sound of battle, a clear indication of magical enhancement, overwhelms him. The enemy commander, a powerful figure, mocks their opponent's futile resistance, confident in their impending victory. Their words highlight the overwhelming nature of the enemy's power. The opposing commander, incredulous, questions the enemy's boast of conquering their position within half a day. He dismisses it as the delusional arrogance of a fool. The enemy commander's intense gaze reveals a chilling implication: he has been anticipating this moment, awaiting a specific trigger. The suspense is palpable. He's definitely up to something, stay alert. His Holiness was right, Count, you're far too competent. Attacking this land first was the right choice. Now, the holy war begins. PSHH. Humans kill each other, but they never eat each other. Why? Eat, the orc commanded, its words a chilling necessity. The human must survive, they are a gift to their commander. The monstrous orc, impatient, bellows a single, brutal word, eat. Its intolerance for delay is palpable. A desperate plea echoes, eat it. As the scene shifts to show the bound humans struggling against their fate. A large, green hand offers help, a lifeline of macabre assistance. The human's desperate plea, please, is a final whisper of hope against the odds. A monstrous creature feasts on a woman, its words dripping with savage glee, chew, human meat. The woman cries out, a desperate plea for mercy, stop it. Terror contorts the woman's face as she begs, eyes wide with fear, please. Her pleas become a frantic jumble of desperate cries, stop. Don't stop. No. No. Stop. Please. Don't. Please. Don't stop. Stop. Please. No. No. Don't stop. The scene is a chaotic blur of violence. A violent, swirling energy erupts as the creature is violently overcome, its power dispelled in a furious red and black maelstrom. A monstrous figure crumples, defeated. The ground trembles with the force of its fall. A defeated foe breathes heavily, his massive form barely concealing the damage inflicted. The victor, a fairy-like being, is addressed by the weakened opponent. He praises her spirit despite their vast power difference, threatening her next. The monstrous foe, despite his defeat, demands the fairy's name, promising to remember. A weary commander sits before a fire, addressing a subordinate. He inquires about their previous discussion, noting the subordinate's exhaustion and suggesting rest. The commander receives a report detailing successful raids on human villages, resulting in the acquisition of food. He orders a fair distribution of the captured humans. A strong Orcish soldier enters, responding to the commander's summons. The commander indicates that he has a task for the soldier. A general surveys his assembled troops, a formidable army arrayed before him. His expression is one of thoughtful consideration as he assesses the situation. The Orcish forces massively outnumber the kingdom's army, however, the kingdom's strategists believe the disproportionately low number of siege weapons will hinder the enemy's ability to capitalize on their numerical superiority. The subjugation force has assembled silently, the citizens' anger fueling the soldiers' high morale. A subordinate voices apprehension about the imminent battle, questioning the strategy of waiting. The general explains that the enemy's reliance on magic, especially their superior sorcerers, will likely present a significant challenge. The current enemies are the orcs of Nurkumbel. Maintaining focus is key, chaos will only result from doubt amongst the defending forces. Something approaches from the distance. Despite conflicting reports about his hair color, the aura clearly indicates the approaching figure is the boss from the Great Evil Dungeon. The Orcish forces simultaneously begin their advance. The soldiers brace for impact, but one soldier senses something is amiss with their lord. A monstrous orc, the dungeon boss, addresses the human soldiers. "I value your fighting spirit," the enemy commander sneered, "but you cannot stop our advance." His words were a chilling prelude to the inevitable. He explained their relentless assault stems from humanity's refusal to awaken from a self-imposed dream, a slumber that leads toward extinction. The imposing figure declared, "I will kill you all and awaken you from that dream," his words echoing with a terrifying resolve. A questioning voice cuts through the tension. Where is that confidence coming from? It's not something a leader of a race would say for nothing. Doubt seeds itself amongst the defenders. A desperate cry rings out, "Everyone, be on guard." It's the boss of a great evil dungeon. The battle's true stakes are revealed. A soldier cries out in pain, a blade piercing his armor as he stumbles. The dying soldier, eyes wide with fury, curses his attackers as traitors against the Empire. Another soldier frantically warns of the traitor's use of transportation magic to move orcs into the castle. A woman, her eye glowing ominously, sits amidst the chaos. She lost a bet because the subject of her glare didn't eat. The scene shifts to reveal the shattered remains of a creature, the word never emblazoned across the panel. A hulking orc holds a terrified human captive, its grip tightening. "So you won't eat?" "Then." The orc growls, a clear threat in its eyes. "Please," the human cries out in desperation, their plea echoing the stark reality of their situation. The orc's chilling threat hangs heavy in the air. "Start eating. If you don't eat, you die, human. Next time, I do this again." The orc's words leave no room for doubt. A cloaked figure clutches a green-skinned humanoid, its wide, terrified eyes reflecting the shadowy horror of its captor. A single, questioning, bursts from the creature's mouth. A brutal, swift strike ends the green-skinned creature's life. The Korean onomatopoeia, kwajik, perfectly captures the sickening crunch of bone shattering. An older man observes the aftermath with cold calculation. There it is. So, that's the infamous. He muses, his words hinting at a long-awaited discovery. A close-up on a single, defiant eye, framed by dark hair, delivers a chilling vow, I will never eat it. What are you doing? Stop. The desperate plea echoes as a hulking figure brutally attacks a bound captive, the scene drenched in shadow and the violence unmistakable. The attacker silences his victim with a swift, violent blow. The captive slumps, lifeless, in the dim light of the room, his attacker's silhouette looming large above. Oh, breathed the surgeons, witnessing the successful completion of a risky procedure. They had finally achieved their goal. Amazement washed over the patient as his severed arm regenerated instantaneously. The procedure's success was undeniable. The patient saw quickly turn to anger as he lashed out, "You damned brat! Why did you make us do this all at once?" His frustration was palpable. His face etched with horror, the patient cried out, "Why did it have to be that?" The outcome, though successful, held unforeseen consequences. Orcs gloat over their brutal handiwork, a human lies before them, his legs severed. The scene shifts to a closer view of the fallen human. A dark, ominous energy surges from within him. With a furious roar, the human unleashes a devastating counterattack, felling multiple orcs despite his grievous injuries. His survival is far from assured, but his defiance is undeniable. A massive warhammer lies discarded on the ground, its impact evident in the shattered stone beneath. The scene is a whirlwind of motion, a blur of fighting has just concluded. The aftermath is brutal. Several Orcish warriors lie defeated, scattered across the battlefield. Their struggle was fierce, but ultimately, unsuccessful. Alone, powerfully built orc, breathing heavily, surveys the scene. His expression is one of disbelief, a single word escaping his lips, "Ha!" The orc's surprise gives way to a sharp crack as his body shatters into pieces, the aftermath of a devastating unseen blow. A figure wields an axe with unnatural strength, defying expectations. "A human can't do that," the stunned onlookers exclaim, highlighting the protagonist's exceptional power. The protagonist, exhausted, struggles to maintain their superhuman abilities. Huff! Huff! Damn it! He pants, revealing the temporary nature of his power boost. His motivation? Avenging the villagers. Reinforcements arrive. All sent. To the main force, a commanding voice announces. The protagonist's confusion is palpable, rest of humans. All sent? A chilling revelation unfolds. A sinister figure explains the dire consequences of consuming other demi-humans. The initial effects might seem manageable, but ultimately, you will wish for death. A monstrous figure, engulfed in shadow, bellows, fire. The intensity of his rage is palpable. Several figures in dark robes unleash a torrent of flames, their incantations adding to the fiery chaos. Amidst the inferno, a command rings out, "We must hurry and move our forces." The urgency of the situation is undeniable. Observers watch in disbelief as a figure withstands the intense flames, one muttering, "That's impossible. How can he stand in that flame?" The figure, silhouetted against the blaze, wields a massive weapon, seemingly impervious to the heat. The battle rages on. Two orcs, their faces contorted in exertion, grapple with an unseen foe. Sweat beads on their brows, the strain is evident. A fiery explosion engulfs the scene, the remnants of a powerful attack. A blonde-haired warrior stands amidst the carnage, his face grim, a single word, "Kill him," echoes his ruthless intent. One orc, defeated and dying, gasps in disbelief, "We are losing to one single human." The finality of his words underscores the overwhelming power of the warrior. A warrior lies defeated, his body sprawled across the snow-covered ground. The Orcish leader, his face contorted in anguish, observes the carnage, muttering, like this. The Orcish forces are decimated, scattered corpses litter the battlefield. Their leader's despair is palpable as he cries out, "We can't be annihilated like this." A blond man, his body scarred and powerful, brandishes a massive axe, his gaze locked on a terrified orc. The impending conflict is palpable. Overcome with grief, a woman lies prostrate, whispering apologies for her failures. The weight of her losses is palpable. A young man, Pezel, struggles beneath the burden of a heavy cart, his body strained, mirroring the woman's despair. His whispered apologies reflect a shared sense of helplessness. The scene shifts to a man named Nifrim, his hands glowing with arcane energy, as he's questioned about a regeneration process. The question hints at a possible complication or side effect. The experiment is a success. Mass production of invincible soldiers is now possible. A young man, his face marred by blood, silently contemplates the horrific cost of his power. He must consume human flesh to activate his abilities. The young man stands defiantly amidst the carnage, having seemingly slain several monstrous figures. Despite having previously pulverized his foes, more appear, prompting disbelief and a question of the protagonist's powers. A massive orc, muscles bulging, lunges towards a figure who nimbly sidesteps the blow, delivering a swift kick that sends the brute reeling. The figure, now surrounded by a pack of smaller orcs, unleashes a flurry of blows, their weapons scattering as the orcs fall. A guttural gra echoes through the scene. Amidst a hail of blood and flying limbs, the figure continues their relentless assault, moving with a speed and precision that defies the chaotic melee. The dust settles, revealing a single, massive orc standing, dazed and confused, muttering "Huh." The others lie scattered around him, defeated. A lone warrior cuts through a horde of goblins, their bodies piling up around him. The scene is brutal, swift. Gasping, he realizes the foe is no ordinary being. An undead, that has to be an undead, he confirms, his breath ragged. A commanding orc officer orders his forces, use sorcery. We can't afford to exhaust our forces without Kaltum here unnecessarily. He then gives the order, sorcery units, ready. The orc's gaze hardens as he assesses the damage. Properly, the rest of humans? Did you send them all? He questions, his tone laced with suspicion and perhaps a touch of fear. Pain racks her as she whispers, Pezel. The terror in her eyes hints at a dire situation. A scientist explains her self-repair ability, stating it's tied to her species. Consuming something from a different demi-human race, however, might cause a catastrophic system failure. A fiery explosion erupts, followed by a triumphant declaration, "Good, we got him. We cannot afford any more delays." The flames subside, revealing the horrifying truth: his earlier warning about a delayed death was correct. A desperate plea echoes across the battlefield, "Kill him. Don't let him reach the main force." Orcs, their eyes filled with savage intent, close in on a lone figure. The orc's face contorts, revealing a primal hunger. "Us, our kind's meat," he snarls, his gaze locked on the approaching threat. The cry, "Everyone, attack," pierces the air. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the orcs express disbelief. It's just a single human. A blond figure emerges, his arrival heralded by a powerful gust of wind. "I'm coming now," he declares, his eyes burning with determination, sending a chill down the spines of the orcs. Panic erupts among the orc ranks. "Impossible, something's not right," one orc cries out as a brutal clash erupts, their vaunted strength suddenly proving insufficient against their foe. "We, the orcs, the strongest of all, the great Tsun clan." The words hang unfinished amidst the chaos. He swings the mushroom-headed axe with brutal force, cleaving through the orc's defenses. Blood splatters. The orc stumbles back, gasping, "Let's spar," before collapsing. He collapses, understanding dawning on his face as he mutters, "Humans in transit." Gasping, he confesses, "I'm the one who should have died, only I needed to die. I'm so sorry." A steely gaze, icy blue eyes blazing with barely contained fury, meet the readers. The intensity is palpable. He's still standing. The undead human survives another fiery onslaught, his resilience defying expectations. Terror grips the attacker. A desperate plea for help, a request to warn their leader, escapes his lips. The implications are clear: the human's survival threatens their food supply. A young woman lies wounded, her face partially obscured by a tattered hood. Blood stains her clothes, a faint trail of smoke rises from her lips. A council of powerful beings, each uniquely monstrous, gathers. Their meeting suggests a gathering of formidable forces, foreshadowing significant events. A lone figure, amidst a cacophony of frantic activity, reflects on reclaiming past glories. The dog's whimpers underscore his current isolation and precarious situation. Suddenly, unexpected defiance erupts. The scene shifts to a confrontation, setting the stage for conflict. The uneasy alliance between the factions continues, though the speaker finds it uncomfortable. Expressing dissatisfaction to the great evil dungeon's boss is seemingly impossible. A misunderstanding is cleared up. The previous comment wasn't about acquiring a mythic-level magical tool easily. The speaker expresses boredom with the war and a desire to witness magical tool acquisition, offering help. The speaker narrowly avoided stealing the crystal orb from Obscuritas, the second strongest demon king. The situation is unexpectedly serious. A reaction shot reveals a character's disbelieving expression. Sir Patrick, fixated on the young woman's skin, leers, My, look at that fine skin of yours." His words are predatory, a stark contrast to the woman's evident distress. The young woman, clearly terrified, stammers, Sir Patrick, what is happening right n dash. Her fear is palpable as the situation escalates. Sir Patrick's unsettling fascination intensifies. He remarks, with skin of this quality, surely, the thing that flows under your skin is just as clean. The unsettling implication is that he desires more than just admiration. The young woman's panic heightens. He proposes a disturbing trade. Need I just give the mirror to Devourer and leave everything else in room for Ms. Melu? The exchange underscores the desperate situation. Patrick's actions take a perverse turn. He remarks, she smells so sweet, too, highlighting his unsettling obsession with her. This is then further highlighted with the girl sadly mentioning she made popcorn for him. "Curse you, Sir Patrick," she shrieked, her face a mask of fury as she hauled the hapless knight along. "You shameless bonehead." A skeletal figure watches a mournful, oversized dog, commenting, "Don't look at me like that. I'm also sad." The woman, still seething, asks the skeletal figure, Anyway, where's that lump of yours?" The skeletal figure points to a pile of popcorn where its lump is nestled. "Ah, right there." The woman scoffs, "Why aren't you protecting your own dungeon?" The skeletal figure replies with a strange logic, "That's funny. The dungeon should be protecting me, not the other way around." The woman nods slowly, conceding, "That makes no sense." "Well, I guess it does make a little sense. So you chose to remain a bystander, huh?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the seemingly passive observer amidst a brewing conflict. The Empire has been annoying me with their raids, or whatever. And since I don't like Karak that much, I figured it'd be best for me if they fought each other. A casual explanation reveals a manipulative scheme to let opposing forces clash, furthering the observer's detached agenda. Is that really all? The question carries an undercurrent of skepticism, implying a deeper game at play. She went to comfort Ms. Melu. Comfort her? For what? The casual mention of comfort, immediately followed by suspicion, hints at a hidden layer of tension and potential danger. "How's the popcorn?" he asks, a smirk playing on his lips as he sits beside a large, skeletal figure. "It's all right, except for the smell," the figure grunts in response, the aroma clearly less than appealing. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure sits amidst a sea of white blossoms, his eyes glowing ominously. "Just what are you preparing for?" a voice wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air, hinting at schemes brewing. A woman with fiery red hair sighs, her face etched with worry. Whatever is happening, it's causing her significant distress. A man in a striking uniform bursts through a pair of doors, his arms outstretched, clearly in a state of excited anticipation. A high-ranking officer, clad in pristine white, stands before a war council, his back to the viewer. Tension hangs heavy in the air. An urgent report: enemy forces are rapidly approaching Riez. Panic rises among the assembled officers. A close-up reveals the Red Dragon Raid Force leader, Cardi. "I may look like this now, but I used to be a demon king who had many servants like them. By the way, Zons, I find your reactions unsatisfactory nowadays. Do you consider me a burden? Is it okay to have this many outsiders inside the dungeon?" Sometimes, even I forget that this place is also one of the great evil dungeons. It has gotten harder for me to breathe. Ah, that's okay, that's not your problem, it's the boss's problem. I found some useful ones among Ms. Battery's collection. That's a relief to hear. A powerful, crimson-clad woman, her eyes blazing, greets a visitor. You didn't have to come all the way here since my servants could handle the moving, she purrs, a hint of malice in her tone. Oh, perhaps you're here to greet me? A smaller, purple-skinned figure nervously replies to the imposing woman, hello, cute little miss, it's been a while, hasn't it? Gee, good to see you, ma'am. The scene suddenly shifts to a more intimate, though still tense, encounter. The woman's expression softens, surprisingly, as she states, Ms. Melge, you know. I'm very proud of you. The purple-skinned figure's confusion is palpable. The shift in tone is jarring, the woman's immense power is suddenly overwhelming. The small figure recoils, her shock clearly visible in her wide eyes and questioning expressions. A new character, Sir Patrick, enters the scene. He speaks casually, yet his words hint at a power play. Since Ms. Battery is here, we should show a little bit of consideration, shouldn't we? Melge's response is one of clear discomfort and apprehension. Patrick takes possession of his trade, a young demon girl, as the other demon woman smiles knowingly. All right, Patrick. I'm taking this one, since that was the trade. A shadowy figure, barely visible, mutters to himself about spending a few days in the area. This implies a pre-planned, longer-term goal. Well, that's how it came to be. Patrick and the young demon girl embrace, anticipating their time together. The girl's excitement is palpable. I'm looking forward to the few days we'll be spending together. We're gonna have so much fun. A dark-clad figure, possibly a rival, curses Patrick and his new companion, adding a note of impending conflict. The presence of a mirror implies a key magical element. Curse you. May your life be full of misfortune. Two figures stand amidst a field of bone-like structures, gazing upward at a swirling, ominous light. One murmurs, "What is this?" A sense of unease fills the scene. A woman with crimson hair descends, landing before the two men. She observes them with a hint of irritation, questioning, "What are you doing here again?" Patrick's companion, a foreboding figure in dark armor, stands with Patrick. The woman explains, "I'm only here because Patrick called me." This reveals her subservience to Patrick's summons. The crimson-haired woman sits comfortably in a chair amidst a mountain of popcorn, her expression relaxed yet curious. She directly addresses Patrick, referencing a previous event. She inquires, "I heard you put a time limit on resolving that Merchant Guild supply raid last time. What were you thinking?" Her tone is one of subtle challenge, hinting at an underlying power dynamic. A shadowy figure, Korak, emerges amidst a dark energy surge. His words reveal a hidden motivation. I was also curious how far Korak would make it, too. This suggests a degree of manipulation and testing, hinting at a larger game at play. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, a hint of suspicion in her crimson eyes. Is that so? The woman's skepticism deepened. He made all that fuss over food, just for fun? Was he truly uninterested, or? A sudden exclamation, "Oh, hey! It's starting up." If his actions are all calculated moves, then there must be a certain purpose behind them. The reflection in the mirror distorted, revealing a monstrous devourer. A figure, clad in dark armor, lands heavily, the impact sending a shockwave across the polished floor. The sound reverberates, a sharp crack punctuating the tense silence. A messenger, his face contorted in terror, gasps, "Piepelstein " His words betray his utter shock. Another figure, his expression grim, counters, "Already?" The question hangs heavy in the air, highlighting the disbelief of the situation. The news is delivered with stark finality, "Has fallen." The weight of the words signifies the catastrophic loss of Pelstein. A powerful warrior, clad in crimson armor, declares, "I will go." His steely gaze and determined stance leave no room for doubt. He is committed to his course, whatever the cost.